Chapter 1. Advancing the prison guard in Impel Down. Dressed in a pristine white shirt and a beige coat, a young man with a wide-brimmed hat perched atop his head and a crescent blade at his waist gazed into the mirror. Clad in his uniform, he appeared to be around 20 years old, tall and robust, exuding vitality and vigor, yet his eyes bore a hint of emptiness and confusion. With his arms slightly bent and fists clenched, his biceps bulged with a potency that felt as if they might tear through his garments. The unfamiliar sensation of overwhelming strength left Figo disoriented, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had grown younger, stronger, and even his hairline appeared more robust than before. He had traversed worlds. Having grown up consuming web literature, Figo often indulged in fantasies of such a journey. Yet when faced with reality, he found it hard to accept. For the first half hour after his arrival in this new realm, he mistakenly believed he was merely dreaming, and upon confirming his wakefulness, he anxiously acclimated to his new surroundings, only now recalling to seek out a mirror. His body, what a jackpot! After offering himself a self-congratulatory smile in the mirror, Figo stepped back to sit on the wooden bed, continuing to sift through the memories of his predecessor. His full name was Gaston Figo. Just yesterday, he had served as a captain in the Navy headquarters now. He was a guard in the notorious Impel Down, situated in his own quarters as a prison warden. Impel Down, the Navy headquarters, such iconic names, unmistakably placing him in the world of One Piece. Isn't it Gaston D. Figo? This seemed somewhat at odds with the conventions of world traversal. Figo had watched the anime, but had abandoned it due to the protracted storyline surrounding Doflamingo. Nevertheless, he had gleaned enough from the later arcs and fan works to possess a reasonable familiarity with the narrative. Yet, his memories informed him that the situation was far from straightforward. In his recollections, the current fleet admiral was not Sengoku, and he had never heard of the three admirals. The famed hero of the Navy, Garp, was equally absent from the records. The seas were chaotic, devoid of any kings or legendary treasures. What year was it in the year of the Sea Circle, 1414? Who among the earnest viewers of the anime would bother to memorize the era? Figo could not ascertain the specifics, only that he was likely eons away from the story's inception, far enough that he might never live to see Monkey D. Luffy's birth. To make matters worse, he had even been reincarnated as an ancestor? What kind of absurdity is this? Boss, Figo boss, why haven't you had breakfast? Are you awake? The first batch of prisoners is arriving. Soon we need to head to the baptism chamber. Just as his thoughts began to wander, the shout from outside the dormitory roused Figo from his reverie. He paused for 2 seconds before responding in a low voice. They'll be there shortly. Understood, boss. A more vivid memory surged forth. Figo realized he was not merely a guard in Impel Down. He wasn't just any guard. This prison, which would later be dubbed an impregnable fortress, had only been operational for half a month, and Figo was one of the first recruits to voluntarily enlist in the guard service. Thanks to his previous rank of captain, Figo had been granted the position of lieutenant, overseeing a small squad of 20 men and responsible for the majority of operations on the prison's first level. His tenure was set for 1 year, after which he could opt for a transfer, a fact that further troubled Figo. Was there much difference between being a guard and being imprisoned? What a wretched place this is. Overthinking proved futile. Figo adjusted his attire and left the dormitory, following his memories toward the entrance of Impel Down. Along the way, he recalled the purpose of the baptism chamber. His expression grew somber. The so-called baptism involved stripping newly arrived pirate prisoners of their clothing and hoisting them above a cauldron filled with boiling water, using the high temperature to eradicate all bacteria and toxins from their bodies. In the world of pirates, water also boiled at 100 degrees. What was termed baptism was more akin to torture. Before long, he witnessed this gruesome act. As a pirate was stripped and suspended over the boiling water, realization dawned upon him of the fate that awaited, prompting a terrified howl. Yet, with a splash, he fell into the water, his brief cry extinguished almost instantly. Followed by desperate struggles and the sound of water being swallowed. The thrashing gradually subsided. Once silence enveloped the scene, the pirate was extracted from the water. The once fearsome pirate now resembled a boiled shrimp, his skin riddled with blisters, patches of hair missing, and his esophagus severely burned from ingesting the scalding liquid. His mouth agape, drool trailing down, rolling his eyes back, his body convulsing, a horrific sight. Soon after, two guards retrieved a set of appropriately sized prison attire for the unconscious pirate, their movements brutish, causing the burnt skin to curl and reveal raw, bleeding flesh, mingled with the nauseating scent of cooked meat, invoking a wave of nausea. The intense agony rendered the unconscious pirate's body convulsing, while the other Suntobe, baptized pirates, trembled in fear. However, the chains binding their limbs, days of starvation, and the guards' long blades left them only able to utter meaningless curses and pleas for mercy. The result was simply more beatings. As the lieutenant, Figo signaled the two guards to proceed, attempting to mask the frantic beating of his heart, which raced at nearly 200 beats per minute. He was neither a doctor nor a special forces operative. How could he have witnessed such scenes before? Fortunately, the unique aesthetic of the One Piece world helped Figo overcome some of his psychological discomfort. He glanced at the second unfortunate soul being hoisted. This creature stood over 3 meters tall, with a girth surpassing that of a barrel, weighing at least 300 kilograms. His facial features were grotesquely disproportionate, with a mouth that stretched nearly to his ears, two sharp tusks protruding from his upper lip. Could one even classify this as a human? While the guards appeared relatively normal, the pirates were an assortment of bizarre specimens, each more monstrous than the last, hardly resembling humanity. This is not human. This is not human. Wild boar spirit, wild boar spirit. Figo engaged in self-affirmation, feeling considerably better. When the wild boar spirit was submerged in the boiling water and retrieved after a while, the aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air, making Figo realize he was feeling somewhat hungry. Perhaps it was due to having skipped breakfast. Ugh! Figo's complexion paled slightly as he hurriedly spoke. If you're not operating the hoist, don't just stand around watching. Get the baptized pirates sent off. With that, he lifted the first pirate who had cooled off from the baptism and quickly made his way toward the prison area. The guard stared blankly for 2 seconds before responding. Understood, boss. They were somewhat puzzled. Orders were orders, but why was the lieutenant personally handling it? Figo, of course, was wary of losing composure in front of others. Once he exited the baptism chamber, he took several deep breaths to suppress the wave of nausea, grateful for his robust physique at that moment. In his memories, the baptism was merely an initiation for prisoners in the future. They would be subjected to even more gruesome punishments. Impel Down was undoubtedly a hellish locale. He needed to leave, to find a way to transfer out. But where could he go? After a moment of silence, Figo cautiously glanced at the pirate whose face had been disfigured by the scalding water. This, too, was a robust fellow, weighing over 200 pounds. Yet Figo found himself lifting him with one hand without feeling any strain. Now, he possessed strength akin to that of a demigod in ancient times. He would have been a figure like Xiangyu. Yet in the realm of pirates, he was merely a lowly lackey. Not only that, but the unpredictable weather, frequent maritime disasters, and the savage, bloodthirsty pirates of this world made for an environment devoid of safety. Where was the safe zone in this world? The living quarters of the Navy headquarters? Figo arrived at cell number 1, unlocked the door, and unceremoniously tossed the pirate inside before locking it again. As he turned back, he saw 2 guards approaching, carrying the wild boar spirit now clad in prison garb. Boss, they greeted from a distance. Figo, preoccupied with his future plans, nodded absently in acknowledgement, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. An unnamed book with a blue cover seemed to rise from the depths of his mind, flipping open to a blank page, where the image of the prisoner he had just locked away was imprinted, accompanied by text. Prisoner, barred. Level, N7. Status, incarcerated. Criminal index, 12. Capture participation, 5. Reward, physique 498, level 1, ordinary. Thump, thump, thump. In that moment, Figo's heart raced beyond 200 beats per minute. Chapter 2. The Prison Records. Having immersed himself in web literature, Figo instantly recognized the manifestation in his mind for what it was, and beyond surprise, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Every traveler in a new world must possess abundant talent, memory, knowledge, fortuitous encounters, or a system. In the next instant, the information about the unnamed tome was absorbed into Figo's consciousness, revealing it to be his very own prison records. The source of this record was of little concern to Figo. He deemed it a divine gift from the entity that had facilitated his crossing into this world. What mattered more was how to utilize this record. It was quite simple. Whenever Figo apprehended a criminal, the record in his mind would document their information, and based on the abilities they possessed, it would grant him a random enhancement. The extent of the enhancement was influenced by three factors. Firstly, the level of the criminal, reflecting their strength. The prison records categorized prisoners into four major tiers: N, R, SR, and SSR, with each major tier further divided into 9 sublevels. The higher the prisoner's level, the greater the benefits for Figo upon their incarceration. Secondly, the extent of Figo's involvement in capturing the criminal. The more he participated, the greater his rewards. Lastly, the criminal's index of offenses, indicating the severity of their crimes. The more heinous the criminal, the more substantial the rewards for Figo upon capture. Am I to personally apprehend those nefarious pirates, to assume the role of a bane to evil? As the visions of scrolls in his mind dissipated, Figo snapped back to reality, shaking his head in silent resignation. The notion of becoming a bane to evil was utterly unattainable, a perilous endeavor he could never undertake in this lifetime. At most, he could devise a plan to acquire some rewards. The pirates recently incarcerated had informed Figo that the process of escorting and detaining them was worth a participation value of 5. While this was certainly a diminished yield compared to capturing them himself, was it not akin to an unexpected windfall? In this light, perhaps advancing to Impel Down wasn't so unfavorable after all. Bang! The sound of an iron door slamming shut echoed, drawing Figo's attention to cell number 2, where he observed 2 guards escorting a boar spirit inside, a twinge of regret stirring within him. Had he returned to his senses a moment sooner, he would have certainly claimed the opportunity to engage before the guards could deliver the boar spirit to its cell, attempting to land the final blow and secure his participation value. Now, he had missed that chance. Unexpectedly, another dossier materialized in his mind, revealing a blank page that bore the image of the boar spirit, accompanied by descriptive text. Criminal, Taboshu. Level, an 8. Status, incarcerated. Crime index, 11. Capture participation value, 1. Reward, swimming skill 155, level 1 ordinary. Is this even possible? A participation value of 1? Figo was momentarily taken aback, quickly understanding, because they're my subordinates, the escorting of the prisoners is executed under my command. Does this count as my participation? This time, he regained his composure swiftly, seizing the moment before a guard could usher in the third pirate who had just undergone the ritual. "He'll take it," he declared. Captain, is this acceptable?" The guard stood dumbfounded, his mind swirling with questions. Figo paid him no heed, focusing on his own trial as the dossier reappeared for the third time. Criminal, Nir Baha. Level, N7. Status, incarcerated. Crime index, 8. Capture participation value, 2. Reward, navigation skill 123, level 1 nautical apprentice. Only a 2? Figo quickly conducted his analysis and calculations in his mind, realizing that complacency would yield no rewards. Gritting his teeth, he hastened back to the ritual chamber, instructing, "You 3 remain here to keep an eye on the newly incarcerated individuals. There's no need to return." "Understood, Captain." As Figo departed, the 3 guards exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar about their captain. However, having only just arrived at Impel Down yesterday, they were merely ordinary sailors, unfamiliar with Figo's character and hesitant to inquire. Figo, meanwhile, rushed back to the ritual chamber, encountering 2 more guards escorting prisoners, giving them the same orders. The torturous ceremony continued unabated. Figo averted his gaze, commanding, "The 5 of them will patrol the prison area, and the total number escorting prisoners from the ritual chamber must not exceed 4. Ensure that at least 12 remain in the ritual chamber." With that, he grasped a pirate who had completed the ritual, raising his voice, We will rotate the escorts to prevent any lapses that might afford these scoundrels an opportunity. Do you comprehend my intent? Understood, Captain. Figo seemed stern and unapproachable to the guards, who exchanged glances filled with apprehension. What transpired next left them astonished. While Figo instructed them to take turns, he himself showed no inclination to do so. The order specified that no more than 4 individuals could leave the ritual chamber at once. Yet among every group of 4, Figo was always present, traveling back and forth between the ritual chamber on the 0 level above sea level and the 1st level of the prison. The guards, who could manage only 2 trips at most, watched as Figo's breathing became increasingly labored. Any attempts to suggest he take a break were met with his resolute head shake, prompting them to quietly converse, their admiration for him growing. What was this? This was leading by example. Though the guards were unaware of the phrase, it did not hinder their respect for their new superior. It seemed Figo was a diligent captain, stern in demeanor, yet warm at heart. Figo, oblivious to the guards' musings, initially sought to test the efficacy of the prison dossier, but soon became enthralled by the rewards. Ascending and descending, carrying over 500 pounds at a time, he made a total of 9 trips. Despite the fatigue that weighed upon him, it was eclipsed by a profound sense of fulfillment. Swordsmanship 283 level 1 swordsman apprentice. Theft 11 level 0 foolish thief. Gunnery 323 level 1 apprentice gunner. Culinary arts 29 level 0 poison master. Physique 2100 level 2 strong. Among the 30 pirates, Figo's prison dossier manifested 30 times, revealing 9 with a participation value of 5, 7 with a value of 2, and 14 with a value of 1. The rewards encompassed a plethora of skills, providing Figo with a comprehensive enhancement. Additionally, Figo had discerned some implicit rules regarding the prison dossier, such as skills rated from 0 to 9 are level 0, from 10 to 99 are level 1, and above 100 is level 2? Does this mean that one must reach 1,000 for level 3? He flexed his arm once more, feeling the notable firmness of his bicep, convinced that he could now deliver a fatal blow to a bull with a single punch. With a physique of 100, he mused, what would 1,000 physique entail? Yet, acquiring 30 points in physique from this batch of prisoners was merely a modest gain of 6 points. It seemed that Impel Down would only yield such opportunities once every week or 2, and to elevate his physique to 1,000, even with personal training, would require many years. However, Impel Down is not merely a single layer. In Figo's recollection, for the newly constructed Impel Down, the Navy headquarters had intended to detain certain pirates who were meant for immediate execution, accumulating them for transport since a month ago. This afternoon, there would be a ship delivering prisoners from the 2nd layer. The warden of the 1st layer had no jurisdiction over the 2nd. Yet, if I were to lend a hand, the warden of the 2nd layer would likely not refuse, would he? And there are layers 3 and 4. SR? SSR. It seems I may have the chance to reap some benefits, perhaps? Impel Down is indeed a splendid place. Chapter 3. A year in the 1st layer of Impel Down. Within the cafeteria, Figo swiftly slurped down a bowl of noodles, devouring a generous serving of seafood noodles in mere moments, leaving hardly a trace of broth. Casually stacking his empty bowl forward, one could observe a towering pile of empty bowls before him. Before Figo could utter a word, another bowl of noodles was presented to him. Warden Figo. That Esther 37th bowl, you've broken the record, remarked the guard who served him. Oh, is that so? Figo mumbled, somewhat distracted. I lost count. Thank you. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Figo had become entirely accustomed to life within Impel Down and had formed a camaraderie with the guards. The scene before him was reminiscent of the prison records in his mind, which, while not entirely scientific, contained elements of truth. When he gained skills in swordsmanship, Figo did not experience an epiphany but rather felt as if he were divinely inspired during his subsequent practice, with bursts of creativity igniting his abilities, swiftly bridging the gap between his actual prowess and the data. As for the enhancement of his physique, Figo would immediately grow stronger, yet for a time thereafter, he would find himself exceedingly ravenous, seemingly compensating for some deficit. Due to the continuous gains in his physicality, he gradually transformed into a voracious eater, consuming as much as 10 men. Just as he was about to engage in his 37th bowl, the voice of a snail phone echoed from a corner of the cafeteria. Brew, 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 brew. Hello, hello, is Warden Figo there? A voice emerged from the snail phone. This is the monitoring room. We have just received a transmission from headquarters. A transport ship will arrive at Impel Down in half an hour, carrying only one prisoner, who is to be detained in level 4. Figo approached and pressed the buttons on the phone bug twice. Figo here. Is Vice Warden Jinxia present? Do we need to confine the pirate to the 4th level, or will I escort him independently? A rugged male voice emanated from the device. These loudspeaker phone bugs were ubiquitous in the guard's living area, enabling immediate communication with anyone in the monitoring room, proving to be exceptionally convenient. After ending the call, Figo rubbed his belly and returned to pick up a bowl of noodles. His not-so-large mouth seemed to transform into a voracious black hole, devouring the entire bowl within 5 seconds. Burp. Just right to be full. Time to get to work. Meanwhile, in the training area, a man towering over 2.5 meters, broad-shouldered but slender-waisted, ended his conversation on the phone bug and approached a massive stone mill weighing a ton. He gripped it with both hands, continuing his strength training. You're quite popular, Figo, remarked a tall, lean youth nearby. Clearly, the 4th level is your and the warden's responsibility. Yet when the monitoring room heard about a prisoner being transported from the 4th level, they immediately contacted you. The underwater prison, Push City, consisted of 6 levels, with each descending level housing increasingly formidable prisoners, each overseen by designated personnel. The first 3 levels each had a chief, while the 4th was managed by the warden and vice warden, who oversaw 3 teams. The 5th and 6th levels were under the purview of the chief and deputy chief guards. As the vice warden, Jinxia could be considered the 4th most important figure in Push City. Hearing the youth's seemingly innocuous observation, he continued to push the stone mill, remarking, if you could be like Figo, taking the initiative in most tasks and handling all the transport work for the first 4 levels, you would also earn such popularity. He added, if it weren't for the extreme danger posed by the prisoners in the 5th and 6th levels, the chief could manage half of Push City's duties single-handedly. The 3rd level chief, Xiao, shrugged and lifted a smaller stone pillar, saying, I have no desire to chase after him in this regard. When I have free time, I'd rather sleep in the dormitory or train in the practice area. By the way, Lord Jinxia, I heard that the warden will be returning to the Navy headquarters after his year is up. Indeed. Lord Raoul is a promising new talent valued by the Fleet Admiral. His time in Push City was merely for quiet training and experience accumulation. Upon returning to the Navy, he will likely bypass the rank of commander and be promoted directly to Rear Admiral, Jinxia replied, a hint of envy in his tone. Then may I extend my early congratulations on your promotion to warden? Xiao inquired. With your assent, the vacancy for the vice warden position will likely go to Figo, correct? Jinxia's brow furrowed, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao, and accelerated his effort on the stone mill. The 1-ton weight whirled dangerously in his hands, emitting a menacing whistle before crashing down with a heavy thud. Jinxia's voice grew gruff. I certainly won't concede easily. I do not harbor any aversion toward him. But good relations do little to intimidate the ferocious pirates of the 4th level. To become the vice warden, there is but one criterion. He turned to Xiao, seemingly understanding his thoughts, and stated solemnly, strength. Xiao paused, a smile spreading across his face. Then I can rest easy, warden. In the prison corridor, on the 1st level, Figo suddenly heard distant, muffled cries. Just kill me. Please don't, quickly shifting his gaze. Figo approached a relatively open area and found a prisoner stripped to the waist, bound to a table while 2 guards assaulted him with various instruments of torture. What is going on here? Chief Figo. The 2 guards stood at attention, greeting him before smirking. This guy was unruly and dared to steal bread from the new inmates, so we're teaching him a lesson. No, please. I want to do it again, wailed the prisoner, whose back was a bloody mess. The pretext of stealing bread from new inmates was merely a ruse. Push City was no charitable institution. Captured pirates were simply detained and kept, although places of torment like the fiery hell had yet to be established. The guards' arbitrary beatings could easily transform this locale into a living hell. Figo had witnessed such brutality before. He examined the prisoner on the table, mentally retrieving the prison records to find the corresponding page and details. Crime Index, 17. Based on Figo's understanding, according to contemporary universal values, a crime index of 1 to 5 typically warranted a prison sentence ranging from finite to life imprisonment, while 5 to 10 could lead to execution. An index exceeding 10 could indicate a death sentence within 5 minutes. The score of 17 signified that the wretched soul begging for mercy before him was responsible for at least 20 innocent lives. Thus, Figo seized the whip, and in the terrified gaze of the bound prisoner, he swung it. Crack! Blood splattered. Flesh flew. The immense force, far exceeding that of the guard's beatings, enveloped the prisoner in a suffocating sensation. His head jerked up, eyes bulging, tongue lolling, unable to emit even a scream, before his head drooped in a daze. Plunging into unconsciousness, Figo remained unperturbed as he returned the whip, saying, "That will suffice. Do not harm him. Place the individual in an empty cell. I appreciate your efforts. Now, accompany me to the baptism chamber to board a warship." "Ah, yes, Captain." Figo nodded slightly and continued toward the baptismal chamber, feeling a twinge of reflection. The power of habit is indeed formidable. A year ago, he felt discomfort merely observing the baptism. Yet now he could inflict torture upon the prisoners without a flicker of emotion. Nevertheless, this transformation feels rather gratifying. The prisoners on the 4th level typically range from R6 to R9 in their normal classification. Hopefully, they will prove to be stronger. Figo harbored a sense of anticipation for the new prisoner. He lingered for a moment in the baptism room. A warship approached the dock of Impel Down. 2 naval lieutenants dragged a prisoner, bound tightly with heavy iron chains, down from the vessel. Over the course of a year, Figo had encountered a myriad of bizarre pirates. Yet this particular one still managed to surprise him with its novelty. The creature possessed azure skin, a robust physique, serrated teeth, and a fish-like head. Was this a merfolk? Chapter 4. The power of the merfolk. Among the countless peculiar races within the pirate world, the merfolk are relatively numerous and commonplace. They naturally possess a physique that surpasses that of ordinary humans and are able to navigate the ocean with ease. This marked the first instance of Impel Down accepting prisoners from races beyond humanity. However, the distinction was negligible. Under the searing baptism of boiling water, even the merfolk could not withstand the ordeal, obediently transforming into poached fish. Moreover, this unidentified merfolk already bore numerous jagged wounds, suggesting it had endured a fierce battle prior to capture. During the baptism, its injuries exacerbated, nearly turning the water crimson. Despite its formidable strength, when extracted, it hung limply. Its head askew, consciousness lost. After finding a set of oversized prison garb to drape over the merfolk, Figo completed the handover with the transport ship and, with practiced ease, led the merfolk away from the maritime platform. He felt a twinge of excitement. A merfolk? I wonder if my prison record will reveal the secrets of merfolk martial arts, and whether I can master them. As if summoned by his thoughts, just as he staggered down the stairs, the merfolk he held suddenly opened its eyes, its blue hand tightening into a fist. Merfolk martial arts, water strike. The residual droplets from the baptism transformed into formidable water bullets at its command. However, before it could unleash its strike, Figo's grip on its collar slackened unexpectedly. The merfolk lost its balance, its poised attack colliding with the ceiling. Surprise flashed across the fish-like visage, and in an instant, it was struck by the hilt of a knife, contorting its features. Blood and saliva splattered as its mouth twisted grotesquely. The merfolk tumbled down the staircase, rolling down several flights, its wounds bursting open anew. Convulsing and struggling at the base of the stairs, utterly devoid of strength to rise, Figo reattached the knife to his waist and gazed up at the ceiling, marred by droplets of water. Generally, prisoners on the 3rd and 4th tiers possessed formidable physiques, rendering boiling water incapable of inflicting severe harm upon them. Over the course of a year, Figo had endured such incidents a dozen times, becoming accustomed to them. However, this particular assault was slightly more potent. The assailants were mermen, and he surmised the reason behind their lack of choking. He descended, grasping the merman once more, and nodded towards the surveillance camera in the corner, indicating that all was well. "Don't seek unnecessary suffering, you fat-headed fish." The merman, with one side of its face rapidly swelling, bore a fierce glare in its lifeless eyes. Yet it could hardly withstand the debilitating effects of substantial blood loss. It could only gaze at Figo's handsome visage and mutter in resentment, "Damn the Navy. Dogs of the celestial dragons." This was a familiar refrain. Figo had often heard such vile curses from these criminals, mere trifles. After spending some time in Impel Down, the prisoners learned to adopt a more subdued demeanor. However, this time, the merman's insults were somewhat different, as it marked Figo's first encounter with the term celestial dragons. He inquired, "What have the celestial dragons done to you?" Perhaps sensing a lack of reverence in Figo's words, the merman answered in earnest, "Those bastard scoundrels captured my brother for no reason and forced him into slavery." "Is that all?" "Nothing new to report." Figo felt a twinge of disappointment and chose to disregard the situation. However, The chubby fish in his grasp was incensed by Figo's demeanor, writhing in protest. "How dare you? You cur! Release me. I shall take your life." The commotion was indeed disruptive, prompting Figo to distance the creature from his ears, opting instead to drag it along the ground. As he descended the stairs, the clanking of the iron chains and the thudding of the fish's head drowned out its curses. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Figo glanced down once more, only to find the chubby fish had truly lost consciousness. He located an empty cell and unceremoniously tossed it inside. Task completed. Figo began to anticipate the rewards of incarceration. The more formidable the pirate, the slower the prison records would be updated post-capture. After nearly half a minute of waiting, the azure, nameless tome unfolded once more in his mind. Criminal, Ager level, R9 status, incarcerated crime index, 27 capture participation, 5 available rewards, shipwright, brewer, fishman strength, rare. With a crime index of 27, Figo was mentally prepared. He had encountered such matters numerous times before. Inmates would lament their misfortunes and injustices, stirring sympathy in him initially. However, upon reviewing their files, he had learned valuable lessons. And now he trusted only the crime index recorded in his prison documents, which had never erred. Yet, fishman strength being classified as rare? It was his first encounter with a fishman, a capability evidently unique to their kind. Nonetheless, in the past year, no other abilities had been marked with the term rare. Unlike the rewards for incarcerating N-level criminals, the incentives for R-level criminals were randomly chosen from 3 options. The other 2 abilities brought forth by the fishman Ager, shipwright, and brewer merely evoked admiration for the individual's versatility. If given a choice, he would certainly select the one denoted as rare, even if he remained unaware of its true utility. Reward: Fishman Strength, rare, 35-35, level 1 fishman spawn. Upon receiving the reward, Figo immediately sensed a subtle change within himself. He clenched his fist, only to release it in confusion, as it seemed his strength had not increased. The designation was fishman spawn. He pondered quietly. Could it pertain to the abilities of fishmen? Perhaps when the supply ship arrived in a few days, he could dive into the sea and test it out. Meanwhile, on the Sabaody archipelago in District 17, a fishman tightly wrapped in a cloak suddenly pushed open a door. Inside, 2 other fishmen, each bandaged, were startled by the sound. "Papas? What news do you have? Where have those scoundrel Marines taken Boss Ager? Is he all right?" The cloaked fishman Papas revealed his face and nodded. "For now, he is unharmed. The Marines have not executed Boss Ager directly. He is likely being transported to Impel Down." "Impel Down? What is that place?" "A submarine prison," Papas replied. "It was established about a year ago, not widely known, but several notorious pirates with bounties exceeding $1 billion have been captured and sent there. Boss Ager will surely follow suit." "A submarine prison? Underwater?" The 2 fishmen exchanged glances, eager and restless. "Do you know its exact location?" Papas replied. "It's in the Calm Belt, not far from the Marine headquarters, but it could be perilous. While fishmen can swim freely in the ocean, the giant sea kings in the Calm Belt do not recognize them as kin. Boss Ager was captured for our sake. We must rescue him," one fishman declared, gritting his teeth. "I fear nothing. Of course we must rescue him," Papas insisted. "But you are both injured. You need a couple of days to recover before devising a plan. The island is crawling with Marines. Do you wish to render Boss Ager's sacrifice in vain?" "A plan? The Calm Belt, the audacious Marines relying on their navigational skills." Suddenly, one fishman exclaimed, "What if we follow behind the Marine vessels?" The 3 fishmen eyes lit up. This strategy, at least, was 100 times more feasible than recklessly swimming over. Chapter 5. A dangerous encounter 4 days later. A supply ship was expected to arrive. According to the schedule, it was the turn of the 3rd-tier jailers to transport supplies. Captain Shao led 17 jailers, excluding the 3 on patrol, to the surface platform. While awaiting the ship, Shao frequently glanced back at the exit of Impel Down, and as he had anticipated, the supply ship had yet to arrive, but Figo had come first. "Captain Figo, here to lend a hand again?" The jailers of the 3rd tier greeted warmly. Figo was not merely involved in the transportation and confinement of inmates. His active participation was rather conspicuous. Ordinarily, he would make time for such tasks, finding them rather effortless. However, this time he was not present to lend a hand. He unfastened his buttons, shedding his uniform jacket and hanging it upon the handle of the baptismal room door, revealing the fitted shirt underneath that accentuated his chiseled physique. This visit was not to assist. It would require his comrades to make a few extra trips. The air within the city was stifling, and he intended to seize the opportunity to immerse himself in the water for a couple of laps, when the supply ship arrived. This was hardly an unusual occurrence. The city was, indeed, an isolated realm, and prolonged confinement could drive one to madness. Many had ventured outside the confines of the city to swim and breathe in the fresh air whenever a supply ship docked. No one would naively presume that Figo's assistance was an obligation. The guards responded with understanding and humor, with some even expressing a desire to challenge Figo to a swimming contest. Xiao stood silently at the periphery, unable to interject, feeling somewhat discontented. The deeper one delved into the city, the more formidable the inmates became. From a hierarchical perspective, the first three tiers were of equal standing. Yet as the captain of the third tier, he harbored the belief that he surpassed both Figo and the captain of the second tier in strength. In the presence of ordinary marines and guards, he maintained an air of aloofness. Observing the camaraderie between his guards and Figo, the captain of the first tier, stirred an inexplicable sensation within him, not jealousy, but a sense of disdain. This pretentious fellow, is he merely vying for the position of deputy warden? How insincere. Perhaps Captain Figo wished to emulate the chief warden, aiming to capture a sea creature to provide a feast for everyone. Thus, he mustered a semblance of a smile, causing the surface of the sea to fall momentarily into silence. Figo turned his head and smiled, saying, "I lack such capability, Captain Xiao." Xiao chuckled. "Ah, indeed. Even if Captain Figo were to hunt, he would need to target the larger sea creatures to provide a feast for everyone. The smaller ones would be consumed by you alone. However, to capture the larger beings, one must also offer them sustenance." Although it appeared to be a jest, Zhao's tone bore a serious undertone, subtly mocking Figo as a glutton. The peculiarity of the atmosphere became exceedingly palpable. Figo was taken aback, his gaze towards Xiao imbued with a hint of deliberation. Though not well acquainted, they had shared a nodding acquaintance over the past year without any prior conflict. What ailment had this man contracted? Considering the nearing completion of the year and certain rumors, Figo remarked, "Do you aspire to be the deputy warden? Do you believe I am obstructing your path?" His words were strikingly candid. The atmosphere grew increasingly delicate. The guards, with their eyes observing the surroundings, remained acutely aware. In a place as confined as the prison, they were the first to sense any stirrings. With Warden Raoul preparing to depart and Jean Jia set to take his place, the position of deputy warden was vacant, unless someone was transferred from the Navy headquarters or the world government. One of the three captains would undoubtedly ascend to fill the role. Naturally, they favored Figo, who had fought alongside them in the front line against imprisoned pirates. However, their modest standing rendered them hesitant to interject, resorting instead to furtive glances at Zhao's expression, eager to witness his discomfiture. The redness on Zhao's face could no longer be concealed. With a direct competition looming in just 3 days, he had indeed harbored no intentions of concealment. Yet, how could Figo be so brazen? Such an affront to justice. But fortunately, at that moment, the arrival of a supply ship extricated Xiao from the profoundly awkward situation. He bellowed, prepared to receive the ship. Without casting another glance at Figo, he seemed to hope that his shout would prompt the guards to forget the previous exchange. Figo paid no heed to him. In a world governed by might, who would engage in such duplicitous and trivial squabbles? He donned a refreshing attire and ascended to the ship's eaves. His objective this time was quite simple, to test the efficacy of the power he had acquired from the fishmen 4 days prior. After exchanging pleasantries with the captain of the supply vessel, Figo gracefully leapt down, barely disturbing the surface of the water, akin to a nimble fish that vanished into the depths. His proficiency in swimming was remarkable. However, this time, as his body was enveloped by the ocean, Figo immediately sensed a distinct difference. A wave of instinctual elation surged within him. His arms glided effortlessly through the water, as if the resistance of the sea had ceased to exist. Although he could not breathe through his mouth and nose underwater, Figo's skin, this time, assumed the function of respiration, absorbing the oxygen from the seawater, rendering him nearly oblivious to any sensation of breathlessness or suffocation, as though he were treading upon solid ground. Figo felt as though he had transformed into a fish, with the ocean becoming his sanctuary. Is it truly so? The power of a merman is akin to the ability to breathe underwater? No, perhaps it transcends that. No wonder it is labeled as rare. In a world predominantly ruled by the seas, such an ability is indeed invaluable. Figo was taken aback. In the next moment, he sensed an unusual surge of current behind him, as if a sizable fish was rushing towards him. This was yet another manifestation of the power of the merman, enhancing Figo's sensitivity to the fluctuations of the sea. His body reacted swifter than his thoughts, with a swift motion of his hands. Figo maneuvered like a nimble swordfish through the water, creating a considerable distance. Indeed, just as he had moved away, a robust figure surged past the spot he had occupied. However, It was not a mere sea fish. Figo gazed in astonishment at the fish-headed creature before him, exclaiming, "A fathead fish? No, a kin." Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed that two other fishmen had joined the one that had just ambushed him. Forming a triangle that ensnared him in their midst, their 6 fish eyes glinting with menace. A mere 2 minutes prior, 3 fishmen had clung tightly to the supply vessel as it approached the city's outskirts to rescue their comrade, a guy. As the vessel docked securely, the trio prepared to spring into action. However, just as they were about to execute their plan, one of them leapt from the ship. After a brief moment of shock, the nearest fishman launched an attack from behind Figo, only to be met with an unexpected twist. Figo managed to evade the strike. What a perceptive fellow, the fishman thought. We must eliminate him quickly, lest we attract attention. The fishmen could communicate silently beneath the waves, a privilege denied to humans. As long as Figo remained submerged and unable to raise the alarm, their operation would remain concealed. At this moment, Figo began to grasp the reason for their appearance, inwardly exclaiming how perilous it was. Had the merman that had just attacked him moved with double the speed, with double the strength as well, and if armed with a weapon, he would surely have been injured. Consequently, Figo's gaze towards the 3 advancing mermen darkened, his right fist clenched tightly, the muscles in his arm bulging like the gnarled branches of an ancient tree. The 3 mermen charging at him suddenly felt a subtle sense of foreboding. As Figo swung his fist, their anxiety intensified, sensing the tumultuous currents rolling toward them with overwhelming force. What? This is bad. Run. Boom. In the tranquil, windless zone, the calm sea surface erupted into waves, splashing water all over Xiao, who stood at the ship's edge, leaving him drenched. The chill cut through him, sending a shiver down his spine. What is happening? Below the surface, Figo swiftly ascended with 3 unconscious mermen, their eyes rolled back. A year of effort had not been in vain. Physique, 1024 level 3, extremely strong. Chapter 6, Warden Chief Criminal, Papa's level, R4 status, Imprisoned Crime Index, 19 capture participation, 98 reward, Merman strength, rare, 340-375, level 2 Merman child. Criminal, in a reward, Merman karate 238-238, level 2 Merman martial artist, criminal. In a reward, brewing 135-135, level 2 brewer. The 3 mermen that had unwittingly delivered themselves to Figo allowed him to experience the substantial rewards of nearly 100 capture participation. Even the weakest level 9 merman granted him 135 points, surpassing his previous highest single gain, though the randomly acquired brewing ability was rather unimpressive. The other 2 mermen were above level R, and the rewards from choosing 1 out of 3 were generally promising. Not only did he gain merman strength, elevating it beyond 300 points and promoting him to level 2, but he also acquired the coveted merman karate. This acquisition of merman strength granted Figo a markedly different sensation. He clenched his right fist, raising it before him, and as he exerted force through his wrist, he distinctly felt an increase in his wrist strength. Considering that the merman race inherently possessed tenfold the wrist strength of ordinary humans, this endeavor proved to be immensely profitable. While Figo reveled in his gains, chaos erupted and Impel Down. The 3 mermen that had attacked were effortlessly subdued by a warden, their futile assault resembling a farce, yet exposing a security vulnerability within the facility. This era's Impel Down was not yet the heavily fortified prison guarded by the Demon Slayer class warships, nor the impenetrable fortress of Justice's Gate that severed the currents. The feeble merman imparted a lesson to the guards who had deemed the windless zone utterly safe. Had Figo not fortuitously leapt into the water to swim, and had those 3 mermen breached Impel Down, even if they had released a few level 1 prisoners amidst the chaos, it would have resulted in a disgrace for the facility, forever etched in its history. The captain of the supply ship that followed faced a grim fate, sorrowfully accepting the warden's inquiries. Xiao, with an even more sullen expression, could only glare at the 3 mermen temporarily confined in the first layer of Impel Down, wishing he could strike each one down. You are so weak. Coming here to seek death, and to deliver yourselves right into Figo's hands? How infuriating, he's gained merit from it. Indeed. The external turmoil concluded with a Navy ship taking away the merman Agai and the 3 mermen. Within Impel Down, after emphasizing new safety regulations, Figo was commended. Figo, both the warden and I have observed your performance over the past year. You have captured the mermen before their invasion, establishing a significant achievement. The warden and I have jointly decided to approve your promotion, which has been reported to the world government. Deputy Warden Shiza remarked. Raoul will be reassigned to the Navy headquarters in 3 days, with Jean Xie taking over as Chief Warden, and you will be promoted to Deputy Warden. Indeed. A weight settled in Zhao's heart. He felt deeply resentful but dared not voice his objections, instead casting frequent glances toward Deputy Warden Jin Xie, hoping he would oppose Figo's easy ascension as he had suggested days prior. To his delight, Jin Xie appeared visibly displeased, his brow furrowed in discontent. Just as Zhao contemplated speaking up, Figo interjected, "Deputy Warden, is the term for the Deputy Warden still 1 year?" Shiza was taken aback. Furrowing his brows, "Do you wish to depart from Impel Down?" He made no attempt to stop him. The term for Deputy Warden is 2 years. If you perform exceptionally well and exhibit rapid improvement within those 2 years, you might be promoted directly to Colonel at headquarters. However, if you leave Impel Down now, even with your recent accomplishments, you would likely only be awarded the rank of Major at headquarters. This was somewhat of a counsel. Figo pondered briefly, 2 years? Upon hearing this, Zhao was elated. Did this fellow intend to depart? The others were taken aback. Such a splendid opportunity, and he was still hesitating? Did he not wish to remain even for a single day? He hardly appeared so, given his industrious demeanor. Figo drew a deep breath and articulated clearly, "Deputy Warden, if I were to declare that I would not leave for the next 5 years, would it be possible for me to directly compete for the position of Chief Guard?" Shiza was momentarily stunned, while the second-in-command, resembling a transparent figure, was equally bewildered. Zhao was left speechless. Jin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth did this fellow just say? After several phone calls, in the training area of the Push City, Figo stood face-to-face with Jin Xie. The world government had, in principle, consented to Figo's promotion request. After all, a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. However, the position of Chief Guard in Push City was not a clerical one. One must possess the requisite strength to match the role. If Figo could defeat Jin Xie, the position of Chief Guard would indeed be his. Word of this challenge had somehow leaked, and the guards gathered around the training area, whispering amongst themselves, their concern for Figo evident. Jin Xie, a former Navy headquarters lieutenant commander, was a behemoth of a man, often seen wielding the heaviest stone mill in the training area, exuding an overwhelming presence. Standing at a towering height of 2.5 meters, his physique was undeniably imposing. In comparison, Figo could be deemed robust. Yet when placed beside Jin Xie, it would not be an exaggeration to call him diminutive. Few held faith in his chances, and those who did were exceedingly rare. Among them was Shiza, who served as the referee, along with Jin Xie, Figo's opponent. In the center of the arena, Jin Xie spoke in a low voice. "I have long wished to test your strength, Figo. It is evident to the discerning that you are different. Your ever-growing appetite, the flawless escort of the ferocious pirates from the 4th level, and now your recent triumph over 3 fishmen in the depths. These are feats that even those who should be confined to the 2nd and 3rd levels could not accomplish. Only a fool would overlook your peculiarities and remain entrenched in their own perceptions, believing they could vie for the position of Deputy Chief Guard against you." Among the guards, one concealed his delight at the prospect of Figo's impending embarrassment, momentarily perplexed. Was the Chief Guard referring to him? Even if today's events had not transpired, should there be a fair competition among the 3, the victor would undoubtedly be Jin Xie. Jin Xie continued, "Yet, to overcome the 2 of them does not equate to possessing the capability to intimidate the villains of the 4th level. If you prove inadequate, I would prefer to request the transfer of another officer from the Navy headquarters to partner with me. I never anticipated you would have the audacity to challenge me. If you are not equally foolish, perhaps I have underestimated you." He clenched his fists, producing a resounding crack, his bulging muscles resembling those of a giant, radiating an oppressive aura. "However, if you believe you can truly prevail over me, you are gravely mistaken." A murmur of excitement erupted among the guards. Figo's expression was solemn and composed. He had neither intended to conceal his shortcomings nor could he successfully do so. His physique encompassed strength, speed, and resilience, among other attributes. Over the past year, Figo's physical capabilities had surged tenfold, and his strength had nearly quadrupled. Yet it still fell short of the celestial prowess he had anticipated upon his arrival. With a mere punch, he could exert a force of 1 ton. And during a sprint, his power would multiply several times, but he was yet unable to shatter the void. He stood on par with Lieutenant Jin Xie, a formidable officer of the Navy headquarters who excelled in physical strength. However, Figo's enhancements extended beyond mere physicality. Drawing the prison guard's blade, Figo addressed Jin Xie, "Deputy Warden, I apologize for the offense." Using a blade, Jin Xie narrowed his eyes. "Bring it on." Westzay announced the commencement of the duel. Figo immediately drew his blade and charged forward with remarkable speed, lowering his center of gravity as he shot towards Jin Xie like an arrow. eliciting a collective gasp from the guards and causing Zhao's face to blanch in astonishment. Was he truly that swift? Am I such a fool? The clash of steel resounded as Figo's weapon, resembling a crescent moon, struck heavily against Jin Qia's arm, yet failed to penetrate. How could this be? Could it be? A ripple of astonishment swept through the guards as a metallic sheen enveloped Jin Qia's robust arm, impervious and resilient. He chuckled. 15 years ago, General Doug pioneered the Navy's 6 styles, and I was fortunate enough to be among the first Marines to learn them. This is the Navy's 6 styles, iron block. You cannot even break my skin. Indeed, the legendary iron block could withstand blades with mere flesh? The guard's exclamations bewildered Figo. Was this technique truly so extraordinary in this era? It seemed rather ordinary to him. Meanwhile, Jin Qia clenched his other fist, summoning a fierce gust of wind as he swung it towards Figo's cheek. Figo brandished his blade, retreating with small, cautious steps. After a dozen paces, he felt a sudden tremor in his feet, not only dissipating the force of his strike against Jinshi, but also harnessing that very energy to propel himself back towards Jinshi with greater swiftness. Simultaneously, his knife traced 2 arcs of silvery light in the air, the ultimate technique of one-blade style, cross reversal. A cross-shaped slash erupted from his blade, aimed directly at Jinshi's chest. Jinshi's laughter abruptly ceased, his pupils dilating slightly as he bellowed, "Iron block." Another resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. Figo sheathed his sword once more and offered his apologies to Jin Qia, saying, "My apologies, Deputy Warden." Suddenly, 2 jets of blood erupted from Jin Qia's body, causing him to stagger and sit down in bewilderment. How could this be? How could a block of iron be cleaved? He had anticipated a protracted battle, a scenario where Figo was certain to be defeated, yet it had come to an abrupt halt. Figo had only drawn his blade twice, and the actual duration of the fight was shorter than the time Jin Qia had spent explaining it. The guards gasped in astonishment, the surrounding air seemingly growing warmer by 2 degrees. The legendary iron block had, against all odds, been overcome by Captain Figo? Figo had triumphed? Hooray! The soaring strike? No. It was not quite that. Shiza, too, was taken aback, regarding Figo with admiration as he proclaimed, "The victor." Figo. Swordsmanship. 1369, Level 3, Iron-Cleaving Swordsman. Rather than relying on brute strength, Figo aspired to embody the elegance of a graceful swordsman. Over the past year, whether in selecting abilities as an R-level inmate or in daily practice, he had prioritized swordsmanship over physical prowess. The strength bestowed by the fishman had also augmented his wrist power, enabling his strike to unleash an even greater force. The blade honed over the year allowed Figo to ascend to the position of chief guard just 3 days later. This very strike had left Zhao in despair, hastily evacuating the warship from Impel Down. Chapter 7. SR and character events. A year had passed in Impel Down. Some departed, others arrived, and some were promoted. Following 2 days of upheaval, peace returned to Impel Down, and time seemed to accelerate. Another month slipped by. After receiving a call from headquarters, Figo, filled with excitement, made his way to the baptism chamber, accompanied by Deputy Warden Shiza. They were to welcome a pirate who would be incarcerated in the 5th level of Impel Down. Pirates destined for the 5th and 6th levels were markedly different from those in the first 4 levels. They were formidable figures often referred to as great pirates, with bounties typically exceeding 100 million. Capturing such individuals generally required naval officers to deploy warships, Shiza explained. In this era, currency held greater value, and the piracy of the high seas had not yet reached the rampant state of later generations. Presently, the highest bounty for a pirate barely surpassed 1 billion. Thus, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million was already considered an extraordinary figure. Therefore, my refusal to allow you to participate in the escort of pirates to the 5th and 6th levels was out of concern for unforeseen circumstances. However, since you have demonstrated sufficient strength in your battle with Jin Qia, we are more than willing to ease our burdens. I will take you twice. And if there are no oversights, the responsibility of escorting and detaining will be entrusted to you moving forward. Figo nodded in agreement. A month ago, he had demonstrated his full capabilities, primarily to secure participation in the capture of 5 or 6 layers. The 5-year span represented a constraint he imposed upon himself. He feared that he might succumb to the solitude of advancing to the city, potentially fleeing within 2 years without having sufficiently augmented his strength. With 5 years gone by, he was merely 26, in the prime of his youth, capable of mingling as a leisurely mid-ranking officer, marrying several beautiful wives, without any detriment to his pursuits. Ahem. Back to the main subject. Based on Figo's understanding over the past year, the prisoners in the first layer of the advancing city generally ranged from N5 to N9 in level, the second layer from N7 to R3, the third from R1 to R6, and the fourth from R6 to R9. It was rare to find pirates misjudged in their sentencing, at least until now. Figo had yet to witness the emergence of an SR level in the fourth layer, which he had longed for. Thus, the prisoner slated for confinement today was likely to be Figo's first SR. How could he not feel anticipation? After several minutes, the transport vessel finally docked outside the advancing city, and Figo laid eyes on the target to be incarcerated in the fifth layer. A rather frail middle-aged man, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, yet during the immersion, he had clearly exhibited something extraordinary. He neither cried out in agony nor screamed. It took 5 minutes of boiling before he could no longer resist, struggling as he gasped for air. After 2 additional minutes, he was retrieved, remarkably. His skin had not been scalded, and within that frail body lay a strength that evidently surpassed Figo's own. Even after being fitted with prison garb, he managed to stand unsteadily. There were no curses or pleas for mercy. Instead, he regarded Figo and Shiza with the gaze of a ravenous wolf, instilling fear in their hearts. Clearly, he was contemplating that if he regained his freedom, he would exact an even harsher retribution upon the two of them. Both men, feeling a profound sense of dread, preemptively struck, breaking his legs before dragging him away to be confined in level 5 of the advancing city. Prisoner, Duum level, SR3 status, incarcerated crime index, 55 capture participation, 3 selectable benefits, theft, navigation. Observation hockey character event, activatable. Completing the character event allows for a second selection of benefits from the prisoner, thereby acquiring an additional ability, as Figo had anticipated. He was indeed of SR level. The benefits were still a choice among 3, one of which brought Figo immense delight: observation hockey. This unique power within the pirate world had long been on Figo's mind. Armament hockey enhances attacks, while observation hockey allows for the prediction of assaults. Given the limited number of prisoners in the 5th and 6th layers, not every individual possessed hockey, making the likelihood of obtaining both abilities quite slim. However, for Figo, the significance of activating them was monumental. Once he grasped them preliminarily, he could actively practice. In the ensuing 5 years, with diligent training, he should surely cultivate some proficiency, right? Furthermore, aside from the observation hockey, SR prisoners exhibited a notable distinction from R-level prisoners, possessing an additional feature absent in R and N levels: character event. Completing the character event allows for another selection of benefits. This resembles a task system, doesn't it? Figo pondered for a moment and consciously activated the option marked activatable. Suddenly, a vivid scene materialized in his mind. Beneath a towering ancient tree, the recently incarcerated level SR3 prisoner, Duhan, was digging into the earth with a shovel, burying 2 small boxes within the soil. The imagery was strikingly lifelike. Figo could even faintly perceive the fragrance of the earth and hear the melodious chirping of birds. It seemed to be a fragment of a genuine memory residing in Dunham's mind. As the vision faded, the entry regarding Dunham and the prison records had transformed. Character event, activated. Dunham had concealed the majority of the treasures he had scavenged beneath an ancient tree on the Isle of Misfortune, never anticipating that he would be captured by the Navy before he could retrieve them. Had he foreseen this fate, he would have preferred to cast his treasures into the sea rather than allow them to fall into the hands of some fortunate soul in the future. Event requirement: assist Dunham in casting his treasures into the sea, or aid him in doing so. Figo was momentarily taken aback. As his consciousness honed in on the prison records, he could even faintly perceive an illusory arrow pointing towards the treasures. What on earth is this? A dream come true? Figo was momentarily speechless, yet he soon came to a realization. Perhaps it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Once he managed to escape from Impel Down, he would devise a plan to venture there. The treasure hoard of the notorious pirates was surely substantial, akin to unclaimed riches. Ultimately, should he choose to cast them into the vast ocean, it would be entirely at his discretion. At that moment, he could not have fathomed that even more outrageous characters and events lay ahead. A month later, yet another SR-level pirate was imprisoned in the 5th level of Impel Down. Figo once again activates a character event. Intense shouts, fierce combat, and boarding battles ensue. This SR-level pirate, after a fierce struggle with a Navy officer cloaked in justice, is captured. The scene concludes, and the character event transforms. Character event: activated. Russell Bailey is defeated by Rear Admiral Hobie, captured, and taken to Impel Down, filled with extreme rage and profound resentment. Event requirement: either assist Russell Bailey or help him eliminate Rear Admiral Hobie. Figo. Another month has passed. Characters and events unfold, revealing a captivating scene. Beautiful women of countless charms emerge. Some are delicate and demure, like a weeping pear blossom, while others are enchanting and alluring, captivating the soul. Each of them dances with an air of trepidation, serving wine and providing music to entertain the notorious pirate imprisoned within the advancing fortress. Character event. The infamous pirate Neseski has long heard of the legendary beauty of the Princess of Alabaston, but has yet to lay eyes upon her. Event requirement. Assist Neseski in capturing the Princess of Alabaston, or seize her to dance and serve wine for his amusement. Figo? Alabaston? Vivi's great-grandmother? A hereditary beauty? No. That is not the crux of the matter. Where is the promised nemesis of crime? Chapter 8. 5 Years with the Might of Giants. In the summer of the year 1420 of the ocean calendar, the sky outside the city was clear and bright. Sunlight danced upon the tranquil waters beyond the platform, refracting into a dazzling array of colors. Suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged from the depths of the sea, gradually rising to the surface and enveloping an area of 100 meters. With a thunderous roar, a cephalopod-like sea monster erupted from the water, crashing down onto the zero-level platform of the advancing city. After its descent, the creature lay sprawled on the platform, towering over 30 meters in height, its tentacles extending outwards, covering an impressive distance of over 100 meters. Yet, the dozen or so guards stationed at the edge of the platform showed no signs of panic. Once the splashes of water subsided, they moved closer. What a magnificent sight! Is this to be our lunch and dinner today? It certainly appears appetizing. Deputy Warden. Your efforts are commendable. At the edge of the platform, Figo, bare-chested and having leaped onto the platform after the octopus, was drying off with a towel handed to him by a guard, giving them an approving thumbs up in response to their remarks. Time flies. And in the blink of an eye, nearly 5 years have passed. 3 years ago, Figo was once again promoted, attaining the position of deputy warden, and has remained in this role ever since. The passage of 5 years has left only subtle traces upon him. His visage has matured slightly, and his physique remains largely unchanged. The most significant transformation, however, is in his stature. When he first traversed into this world, standing at 1.8 meters, he was considered quite commendable in the modern realm, yet in the world of pirates, he appeared somewhat diminutive. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his physical prowess, during the span from 21 to 26 years of age, Figo seems to have experienced a second growth spurt, culminating in an impressive height of 2.5 meters. He handed a damp towel to a guard beside him, who gazed up in awe, and then accepted a saber from the guard's grasp. Figo commanded, "Everyone, stand back." With swift motions, gleaming silver arcs flashed through the air. The enormous sea beast met a gruesome dismemberment. The guards adeptly lifted segments of the creature, allowing it to bleed out, preparing for a rudimentary processing. "Figo, you've returned a bit later than usual," a voice called from the side, belonging to Shija, who had ascended to the platform as the chief warden. There's little choice. Finding suitably sized sea kings has become increasingly challenging. I had to venture quite far this time to encounter one, Figo explained, a hint of resignation in his tone. Shija, expressing his own frustration, replied, "Regardless, the sea kings serve as a line of defense for Impel Down. If you continue to provide such abundant meals daily, that line of defense will inevitably collapse. Over the past 2 years, a sea king has been brought in daily, and those residing 50 miles outside Impel Down are nearing extinction, with no new arrivals willing to settle nearby. This predicament is indeed Figo's responsibility." He chuckled sheepishly. "Well, there's only a month left. Once I depart, the nearby sea kings will gradually increase in number." Shija inquired, "Are you certain you wish to leave?" Figo nodded, reflecting, "Indeed. It has been nearly 6 years since we advanced into the city. I yearn to venture outside." Sighing softly, Shija replied, "Who hasn't been here for 6 years? I too contemplate a transfer, yet I still lack a point for promotion. While I could assume the role of deputy warden, it seems I am not yet suited to be the warden. Ideally, we could have a vice admiral reassigned from the naval headquarters, but the admirals there are all occupied with their own duties. Figo Deo, we shall simply apply for our transfer. I trust that the marshal and the world government will make appropriate arrangements regarding the advancement to the city." "I sincerely hope so." Shija nodded, then added, "Nevertheless, we still have a month remaining in our term. Let us ensure that we complete our final tasks with diligence." "Figo, is there a new mission?" Shija nodded. "I just received a call from the marshal. Recently, there has been some turbulence on the seas. The giant soldier pirates, one of the dominant forces among the sea thieves, is showing signs of disintegration. This is due to the sudden disappearance of its 2 leaders, the red demon Brokey and the blue demon Dory. The names Red Demon Brokey and Blue Demon Dory stirred a flicker of recognition in Figo's mind. Were these not the legendary giants encountered by Luffy shortly after setting sail, the mightiest of their kind? 6 years have passed since his journey began, and at last, Figo had heard something pertaining to the anime's storyline. Those two giants had battled in the Little Garden for a full century. In other words, it has been exactly 100 years since the onset of the Pirate King saga. Does that mean I was approximately 126 years old when Luffy set sail? How distant that feels, he mused. Shiza continued explaining. Due to the disappearance of the two leaders, several notorious pirates have set their sights on the territory of the giant soldier pirates. The Marshal intends to intervene, seeking to exploit this opportunity to dismantle the giant soldier pirates, capturing at least a few giants in the process. Consequently, we must organize the guards to widen and renovate certain passages within Impel Down, and then establish several cells on the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels capable of holding the giant race. Is that so? Understood. We will widen the passages and modify the prison. Time flew by, and over 20 days passed. The renovations for holding giants were completed, and the Navy headquarters did not let the efforts at Impel Down go to waste. A giant pirate was delivered via a transport ship. This giant was not particularly formidable, meriting confinement on the 4th level. Yet Impel Down granted Figo and Shiza, both chief guards, the honor of receiving the vessel. Moreover, Jin Xie, who had recently been promoted to chief guard, along with an unnamed deputy chief and 3 other captains, were present, with several guards in attendance as well. In this era, giants as prisoners were still a novelty for everyone. Before long, the giant arrived, and the initial impression he left was simply enormous. His physical structure and appearance were quite similar to those of ordinary humans, yet he was a colossal version. Among pirates, one could find individuals towering 3 or even 4 meters, yet compared to the giant, they appeared as mere children. Generally speaking, the larger the giant, the greater their strength. This particular lackey among the giants exceeded 12 meters in height. Figo, now standing at 2.5 meters, felt a long-lost sense of insignificance. He could only reach the giant's knee by jumping. However, despite his massive size, he was not particularly strong. The strength of this giant lackey could not surpass that of Shiza or Figo, both formidable figures among humans, making management relatively straightforward. As for the baptism, that could be overlooked. There were no large cauldrons available. The prison garb had been prepared in advance. After rinsing him off with water, they dressed him. The first giant prisoner of Impel Down was relatively smoothly confined within the 4th level cell. Approximately half a minute later, Figo's mind automatically unfolded the prison records once more, revealing a blank page that bore the imprint of the giant's likeness, followed by the accompanying text. Prisoner, Peter level, R8 status, incarcerated crime index, 17 capture participation, 3 available rewards, giant strength, rare, giant axe. Shipwright Figo silently acknowledged the truth. To capture a fisherman, one must possess the strength of a fisherman. Thus, to seize a giant, one must wield the might of a giant. The strength of a fisherman allows him to navigate the ocean with ease, but what effects could the power of a giant bestow? Would it cause Figo to grow in stature? Would it enhance his strength? Figo has chosen the power of giants. Benefit, power of giants, rare, 1414, level 1 giant cub. Just as it was with the power of merfolk, upon selecting the power of giants, Figo immediately sensed an alteration within himself. No, it would be more accurate to say he felt a certain absence. It was as if some restraint had dissolved, leaving Figo with a newfound lightness in his body. With a keen awareness of every muscle in his physique, he could detect a subtle enhancement in his strength, albeit minuscule compared to his current form. Yet, the transformation did not seem to end there. From whence did this buoyancy originate? Had he perhaps liberated himself from the constraints of an ordinary height? Figo does not harbor a desire to transform into a giant. Giants, the race of giants. Figo appeared contemplative, pondering the distinctions between giants and ordinary humans, beyond mere physical stature. As he mused, his thoughts shifted to the ongoing battle between the Red Demon and the Blue Demon in the small garden, as well as to the narrative of Monkey D. Luffy's encounter with 2 legendary giants upon setting sail. It seems that those 2 giants, who fought for an entire century, were still in their prime during that time. Figo's heart trembled with astonishment. The lifespan of the giant race is 350 years. Chapter 9. The final 2 years and departure. The speculation that the power of the giants might enhance his longevity left Figo in a state of deep contemplation. What would it be like to live for 350 years? He mused that even at the age of 26, should he guard Impel Down for a century, by the time the narrative unfolds with Luffy setting sail, he would still be a vigorous 126. Of course, remaining at Impel Down for a century is an impossibility. Even if immortality were granted, there is no necessity to squander his prime years in such a place. However, if he truly could live for 350 years, might it be worth considering an additional 2 years at Impel Down? Having spent 6 years there since his arrival, Figo had grown quite comfortable and accustomed to life within those walls. More importantly, numerous giants were expected to be sent there in the near future, providing him with the opportunity to seize them effortlessly. Or perhaps, after leaving Impel Down, he could directly engage in the dismantling of the giant pirate crew, personally capturing giants himself. Previously, he chose a life of ease out of fear and weakness, but now faced with the choice between comfort and adventure, Figo found himself in a state of indecision. Yet it remains uncertain whether the power of the giants can indeed extend one's lifespan. He pondered for a considerable length of time. Figo chose to forego intellectual pursuits, for the cafeteria's meal service had commenced. Indeed, the world of pirates is a veritable paradise for gastronomes. The myriad bizarre sea creatures of the ocean share a singular trait: their meat is exquisite. With a diverse array of delectable meats to savor throughout the year, one need not fear the encroachment of weight gain. What more could one desire from paradise? Today, the cafeteria prepared a dish featuring a sea creature he had captured earlier that morning, its peculiar form resembling that of a bull-headed fish, with the flavor echoing the uniqueness of its visage. Yet, no matter how exquisite the wagyu may be, it pales in comparison to the quality of this feast. Upon tasting it, Figo became oblivious to all else, wholly absorbed in the delights of the meal. Perhaps influenced by the strength of giants, his appetite today was particularly robust. In no time, several 100 pounds of meat vanished into the abyss of his voracious belly. Wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth and letting out a satisfied burp, Figo departed from the cafeteria, heading to the private dining room specially designated for him in the kitchen to simplify the process of serving. Figo, with an insatiable appetite, took his time. In the past, after leaving the private dining room, the guards in the cafeteria would have mostly dispersed, leaving only a few logistical staff behind. However, today was markedly different. The cafeteria was filled with guards, each one gazing eagerly towards the direction of the private room, seemingly awaiting Figo's emergence. As he stepped out, a subtle stir rippled through the ranks of the guards, and one of them stood up to speak. Deputy Warden Figo, we have heard that you are preparing for a transfer to the promoting city. Figo responded, your news travels swiftly. I had intended to speak before my departure. Are you truly reluctant to see me go? Indeed, reluctance abounds. For Figo has significantly contributed to the increase in the average weight of the prison guards over the past few years, rising by more than 8 pounds annually. Of course, their average strength and prowess have also grown, as the flesh of the Sea Kings is quite nourishing. Throughout his tenure as chief guard and now as deputy warden, Figo has tirelessly dedicated himself to the front line of pirate transport. His motivations are rooted in the benefits to the records, a fact unbeknownst to the guards, who perceive him merely as a diligent officer, hands-on with every task. The initial batch of guards held a profound admiration for him. Upon hearing Figo's affirmation, many were moved to tears, even adopting dramatic poses reminiscent of a traditional beauty, exclaiming, Deputy Warden, must you truly depart? Take me with you. Their weeping caused Figo considerable discomfort, prompting him to bark, I have yet to make a decision. Go about your business and cease your lamentations here. After all, there is still a young Suddy in the future, and currently there is not a single female guard in Impel Down, leaving Figo quite agitated by the sobbing men. Hastily escaping the dining hall, Figo sought out Shiza. Upon their meeting, Shiza stated, the order from headquarters has arrived. Figo, you are to depart Impel Down aboard the warship set to arrive in 3 days, and the Marshal will personally bestow upon you the rank of Brigadier General. Figo, are you a Major General? What about you? I still have 2 more years to serve. Shiza shook his head helplessly. I can only leave after Jean Xie has spent 2 years training in the position of Deputy Warden. Figo furrowed his brow, increasingly entangled in his thoughts. Reflecting on the effects of the giant's power and recalling the wardens from the cafeteria, he observed the helpless expression on Shiza's face. Ultimately, he shook his head, saying, never mind, you may leave. I shall remain for another 2 years. Shiza was taken aback. Figo, I cannot accept this. Why must my departure only grant me the rank of Rear Admiral while you ascend to Vice Admiral? Please convey to the Marshal that I shall stay for 2 more years, and upon my exit, I too wish to attain the rank of Vice Admiral. Figo chuckled lightly. Shiza, when I was transferred to Impel Down 6 years ago, I held the rank of Rear Admiral, whereas you were merely a lieutenant. Moreover, you are only 26 years old. Do you not appreciate this? No, no, no. Shiza quickly shook his head, then earnestly added, "Thank you, Figo." Soon, the news spread, igniting a fervent cheer throughout Impel Down. Initially, Figo felt a sense of helplessness upon encountering Shiza, who had been anticipated to depart, yet could not suppress a chuckle at the sight of him, as the guards appeared rather endearing. Well, if it is to be, let it be another 2 years. Thus, the final 2 years swiftly elapsed. In the year 1422 of the Hyuan calendar, he advanced towards the city, heading for the warden's quarters. Figo reclined on his bed, engaged in a lengthy conversation with the naval admiral via a specialized telephone insect designated for the warden. The telephone insect, adopting a stern countenance, spoke in a deep voice. "Figo, are you truly resolved to depart from Impel Down?" "Indeed, my Lord Admiral," Figo replied. The insect tapped its antennae. "Please coordinate with Jean Xie regarding the handover of responsibilities. In 3 days, prepare to welcome the replacement prison guards and return to headquarters aboard that naval vessel." Understood. Furthermore, in 2 days, another naval ship will arrive to escort the 7 imprisoned giants from Impel Down, the naval admiral added. Figo was taken aback. To take them away? Once you enter the city, there is little chance of exit. To leave means certain execution. Indeed, the admiral confirmed, precisely. They will be escorted by warships to the nearby Isle of Calamity, where they will face public execution. Is that so? Figo expressed his understanding, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity with the name Huyu Island. The prison records unfolded in his mind as he quickly searched through them, soon discovering the first SR-level pirate he had participated in imprisoning 7 years ago, Duhan. Event triggered. Duhan had hidden most of his looted treasures beneath an ancient tree on Huyu Island. Event requirement: either persuade Duhan or assist him in casting his treasures into the sea. What a coincidence! Figo's mind shifted, and he interjected before the admiral could sever the call. "Admiral, I wish to depart alongside the battleship escorting the giants." Well, having spent 8 years in Impel Down, I yearn for a brief excursion. Might I request a month of leave? The admiral on the other end of the transponder fell silent for a moment before responding. "Very well. This execution involves personnel from the world government, and it seems they intend to take advantage of the situation. Your presence offers me greater assurance. However, refrain from engaging with the intelligence agents of the world government. Consider it a vacation." From this exchange, it appeared that the admiral was kept in the dark regarding the world government's intentions, leaving him somewhat anxious, if not dissatisfied. Figo acknowledged with a nod, disconnecting the call. He promptly turned to seek Jean Xie for the handover of duties. He boarded a transport vessel, personally maneuvering the hoisting apparatus to complete a baptism of sorts, administering a beating to the unruly pirates on the 5th tier, and offering a half loaf of bread to the starving pirate on the 6th tier as a lifeline. The final 2 days passed in the rhythm of work. After 2 days, Figo removed the prison warden's uniform he had donned for several years, retaining only a pair of sunglasses, and donned a set of appropriately sized casual attire delivered by the supply ship he had previously commissioned, emerging rejuvenated. He escorted 7 giants out, as the passage leading to the 0-tier sea platform was flanked by guards who had come to bid him farewell. Tears flowed once more. This time, Figo did not perceive it as ostentatious. "Farewell, everyone. Warden Figo. Safe travels." As he stepped onto the sea platform again, Figo's feelings were markedly different from before. 8 years had passed. I have arrived in the world of pirates. Within the confines of Impel Down, Jean Xie, now more robust, assumed the position of warden. He gazed at the slowly closing gates, the weeping guards, and the vanishing figure of Figo, momentarily lost in thought. Is he truly gone? The one who had loomed over me since that defeat has departed so simply? From now on, will I have the final say in Impel Down? When Figo resolutely decided to leave this time, there was no hesitation or turning back. Chapter 10. CP9 having spent 8 years in Impel Down. It had become akin to Figo's home in the pirate world, making his departure bittersweet. Yet, anticipation outweighed his reluctance. How vast would this ocean be? Having only traversed the 50 nautical miles surrounding Impel Down, Figo had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, boarding the colossal warship escorting the 7 minor giants. Figo gazed out at the sea, a surge of ambition igniting within him. I have arrived. I see. I conquer. A twinge of embarrassment washed over him, and with an impassive demeanor, he ushered the 7 giants into the ship's prison. Observing them huddled in cells that were ill-fitting, Figo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Not only were the cells cramped, but there were also too few of them. What if they encountered pirates during their voyage? Wouldn't it be distressing to lack sufficient cells for confinement? In the future, should I possess my own warship, I shall ensure it accommodates as many cells as possible. A brief excursion, fill the ship, then return. Lord Figo, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It has been a while. I have prepared your resting quarters. The voice was awkward yet familiar. Figo turned to see a tall, slender naval commander draped in a cloak of justice. The face seemed somewhat familiar. And after a brief moment of recollection, Figo exclaimed in surprise, "Old Xiao? What an odd moniker." 7 years prior, when Xiao had attempted to contest Figo for the position of deputy warden, he had been so intimidated that he fled under the cover of night. Taking a warship with him, Xiao had believed he would never cross paths with Figo again. However, prior to this voyage, he had heard that Figo was to board the very transport ship he commanded, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Fortunately, it appeared that Figo bore no grudge regarding their past altercation, which relieved Xiao's heart. Old Xiao it is, then, he thought. Lord Figo, it has indeed been a long time. I see you have risen to the rank of commander. Figo, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Are you the captain of this transport ship?" It wasn't that Figo looked down upon Xiao, but with 3 SRs amongst 7 Titans, even a minor mishap could spiral beyond the capabilities of a mere officer to manage. Entire fleets could be annihilated. After all, Figo had only decided to board the ship 2 days prior. Indeed, Xiao subtly gestured with his eyes, indicating the 7 Titans within the holding cell, and beckoned Figo to follow him. Figo followed him to the rear of the ship, where Xiao knocked on a cabin door and invited Figo inside. Within this chamber stood 3 individuals clad in standard marine uniforms, 2 men and 1 woman. However, their demeanor and aura were strikingly distinct from that of ordinary marines. Upon seeing Figo, the trio rose in unison, and the foremost gentleman extended his hand in greeting, saying, "Greetings, Chief Warden Figo." Figo harbored suspicions and responded, "Are you affiliated with the world government? You must be the true masters of this vessel, so why the disguise?" CP9's Peslow, with a grave demeanor, introduced himself. "The reason for our disguise is not something you, Chief Figo, need to comprehend. Our orders from the Navy headquarters indicate that you are merely on leave aboard the ship and need not concern yourself with our mission." Figo uttered a simple acknowledgement, leaving the 3 CP9 members in a state of bewilderment. Was he truly so agreeable? After a brief pause, Peslow continued, "Furthermore, during the execution of the 7 giants, regardless of what transpires, Chief Warden Figo is to remain uninvolved with the participants. I mean it, regardless of what occurs." There was a hint of warning in his tone. "Understood," Figo replied, still affable. The 3 CP9 operatives, having prepared themselves emotionally, found themselves momentarily choked with confusion. Was this demeanor genuine? Hadn't they been dispatched by the Navy to ascertain the situation? It seemed the task at hand was of considerable magnitude. Having been led by Xiao to his quarters, Figo genuinely wished to avoid entanglements. Freshly emerged from Impel Down, he merely sought to familiarize himself with this new world. However, their undertaking was directed at the giants and bore no relation to treasures, which sufficed for him. A subtle tremor coursed through the air. The escort ship had set sail. What is it like to embark on a seafaring journey? Surrounding him was an expanse of endless ocean. The novelty of the experience faded after a day, and soon it became tiresome. They had not encountered any pirate attacks, nor had they weathered a sudden storm. The route from Impel Down to the Isle of Disaster lay entirely within a windless zone, rendering it devoid of pirate vessels and unusual weather. A reader suggested that the Sea Prism stone navigation technology was invented by Vegapunk, which is not yet established. However, I find myself unable to alter this. So please forgive this novice writer of One Piece. Swimming in the ocean was not an option either. This was not near Impel Down. Due to the Sea Prism stone and its outer structure, the colossal sea creatures nearby were barely a few hundred meters in size. Figo could capture or slay them at will, feasting on whomever he desired. In the heart of the ocean, however, one could encounter monstrous sea kings exceeding 1,000 meters, or even 5,000 meters in length. Figo had no desire to test who would prevail in a contest of consumption. Bored and restless, Figo reclined on the deck, basking in the sun while indulging in an animated series. Over 7 years, he had participated in the capture of over 100 SR-level pirates, half of whom had triggered character events, while the other half remained dormant. The visuals accompanying these events varied in length, some being unsuitable for young audiences, not due to inappropriate content, but rather their sanguinary nature. Figo harbored concerns that an excessive exposure might render the mortality metrics of the advancing city insufficient each year. Now that he had departed from the advancing city, he felt a sense of liberation, allowing him to be more selective. Perhaps there were still opportunities within his reach. Character event activated. Eliminate the Brigadier General. Character event activated. Eliminate the Major General. Character event activated. Annihilate the Navy. A series of 3 consecutive slaughters left Figo dazed and bewildered, prompting him to mutter a few curses under his breath. After a brief pause, he activated the 4th event. This time, it was somewhat more reasonable. A notorious pirate expressed his fears that, should he be apprehended, his young and beautiful wife and his innocent child would suffer. The event's requirement was to ensure a certain level of care for his family. Figo noted the location, contemplating that if he were to encounter them in the future, he could ascertain whether his wife and child were not nefarious individuals. Exchanging several 100,000 belly for a capability would not be a poor trade. Moving on to the 5th and 6th. Oh, is there still one unactivated character event among the 7 giants? Figo gazed at the image, recalling that this was the last giant captured a month ago in Impel Down. His name was Kevin, whose crime index was a mere 3, rendering him relatively innocent among the malevolent denizens of the prison. Nevertheless, the abilities he possessed were commendable. Among the 3 options available, one was the formidable armament hockey, and another was the sovereignty. Figo recalled the moment when he was paralyzed by indecision, torn between selecting 2 abilities for an extended period, ultimately forgetting the character's storyline. The warm sun bathed his face, prompting Figo to squint blissfully as he continued watching the animated series. "Daddy, come home early." A giant little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, tugged at Kevin's pant leg, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Kevin affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and replied, then turned to another male giant nearby, saying, "While I am away, I entrust little Kelly to your care, Vina." "Rest assured, brother Kevin." Vina responded confidently. Kevin smiled gratefully, shouldering his bag as he departed from home. At this juncture, he was not yet a pirate, merely a single father raising his daughter. His journey was a simple one, venturing to the distant giant town to procure everyday necessities, with plans to return the following day. As Figo continued to watch, his brow furrowed slightly. Based on his extensive experience with series, he sensed that tragedy was imminent. A pirate ambush? Natural disasters? The unfolding events were both predictable and surprising. The scene shifted, revealing Kevin returning home, burdened with packages, calling out, yet his beloved daughter did not rush to greet him. When he curiously opened the door, the sight that met his eyes shattered him. The giant he had entrusted with his daughter's care was gripping her neck tightly with both hands. Upon hearing the door creak, the giant turned, forcing a twisted grin. The 3 or 4-year-old giant girl appeared to have ceased breathing some time ago, her tiny pink tongue sticking out in agony, her little face frozen in confusion, as if questioning the incomprehensible. "Kelly." The scene transitioned to a bloody tableau. Figo abruptly sat up, his brow furrowed, feeling a twinge of discomfort upon witnessing the scene of a pure little life extinguished. From an observer's perspective, the giant who had committed the act appeared decidedly amiss. Was it perhaps the ability of some devil fruit? The character event, activated the death of his daughter, had stripped Kevin of his rational judgment, consumed by rage. He afforded Vina no opportunity for explanation and struck him down without hesitation. However, upon further reflection, Kevin began to sense that Vina's motives and behavior were rather peculiar. Event requirement. It is imperative for Kevin, or with his assistants, to uncover the true cause of little Kelly's demise and either eliminate or apprehend the true perpetrator. This is the rightful duty of a crime-fighting hero. Figo's expression grew more serious as his thoughts coalesced around the unfolding events, an arrow of insight materializing in his mind, guiding him toward the direction of his investigation. However, upon discerning the location, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The arrow pointed alarmingly close. It was CP9 Peslo. Chapter 11. Treasures and Charlatans. 2 days later, the island of Huyudeo finally came into view. The warship docked at the harbor, and Shao, accompanied by half of the naval crew, escorted 7 giants ashore. Meanwhile, 3 members of CP9 stealthily approached Figo. "Chief Figo, you may take a holiday in the island's town. For the forthcoming operations, we hope you will refrain from participation, preferably even from following us. This serves as a second warning." "Understood." Figo acquiesced readily. The 3 CP9 agents exchanged a profound glance with him before vanishing into thin air, leaving only 6 faint footprints upon the deck. "Chafe." Figo acknowledged their display of power with a modicum of respect. He spared them a complete absence of acknowledgement to avoid their dismay. After a brief contemplation, he too vanished from the cabin, mirroring the three CP9 agents and mastering the technique of shave in the blink of an eye. Some concepts possess universal applicability. For a naval officer, the 6 styles of the Navy are potent tools, yet they have become rather rudimentary for him now. Hyudeo is not extensive. It harbors merely a small town. The 7 giants are to be escorted to the town's center, where they will be publicly displayed for half a day before facing execution in the afternoon. The duration cannot be too long, lest giants come to their rescue, nor too short, as it would diminish the deterrent effect. At least, that is the FAAD. As he disembarked, Figo cast a glance toward the direction of the giant's escort, but chose not to follow the procession. Certain matters should not be hastily concluded before the outcome is evident. Although the world government stands as a villain in the realm of pirates, Figo felt it ought not to descend to such depths of malevolence. The arrow points to Peslo, suggesting that perhaps the CP9 leader merely possesses knowledge of the truth behind the giant girl's demise. Figo also harbors such hopes. Otherwise, how could he possibly report to the Admiral and gauge the Admiral's response? First, he should accomplish his original objective. He will retrieve the prison records, locate the page concerning Duum, and once again employ the character event directional feature. The arrow points toward the distant mountains and forests. Figo followed the guidance of the arrow, successfully driving away a bear, a wild boar, and a formidable gorilla. He eventually reached the destination indicated by the arrow. A decade had passed since Dunham buried his treasure. Yet the forest remained unchanged. Even the towering ancient tree Figo had once seen stood as a steadfast landmark. Upon arriving at a spot where the arrow pointed directly downward, Figo crouched, assessing the dense soil with his hands poised like claws. Armament hockey, enhancement. Suddenly, his palms were enveloped in a deep black hue, augmenting their hardness and strength. He then began to swiftly dig into the earth, mud flying in all directions, and before long, he unearthed a substantial pit revealing 2 small chests, caked in soil. He had successfully excavated Dunham's treasure. Both chests were locked, and after a brief observation, Figo picked up a small wooden stick from the side. Probing and poking, he persisted until, crack, the stick snapped. Figo furrowed his brow and found a suitable small stick nearby. He poked and prodded, but alas, the stick broke once more. Figo opened the prison file and glanced at it. Theft, 273, level 2 deft theft. Is that not permissible? Figo appeared somewhat troubled. Suddenly, he exerted force with his hands. Bang! The treasure chest shattered. Numerous strings of gold and silver jewelry tumbled out from the split chest, scattering across the ground. Figo examined the contents and subsequently shattered another treasure chest, revealing an array of colorful gemstones within. Figo was not entirely aware of the true worth of these treasures, yet he surmised they must amount to several 100 million berries, for they were indeed the kind of riches that great pirates would bury. After some contemplation, he removed his coat and spread it upon the ground, placing the jewels and gemstones upon it. He tied it securely and, clutching his precious bundle, hurried towards the sea, eventually discovering a cliff along the coastline. It was not particularly high, merely 5 or 6 meters. Figo once again scrutinized the events surrounding Dunham. Without uttering a word about the necessity of casting the treasure into the heart of the ocean, it seemed sufficient as it stood. Yet, just as he prepared to hurl the parcel into the abyss, an inexplicable sense of impending peril surged through him, causing his body to tense instinctively as he lifted his gaze towards the heavens. In the next instant, a crack of thunder erupted without warning, shattering the clear blue sky and conjuring a veil of ominous clouds that enveloped Figo's head. A light drizzle began to fall, the transformation occurring in a mere 3 seconds. Even in the world of pirates, such phenomena could not be attributed to natural occurrences. Indeed, a melodious voice rang out from a distance. "Please, cease at once." Figo turned around and beheld a woman clad in a blue nun's attire striding swiftly towards him. This woman possessed an exquisite visage, porcelain skin, cascading golden curls, and a graceful figure, her large, crystalline eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. She stood as the most strikingly beautiful woman Figo had encountered since his arrival in this realm. However, a slight blemish marred her allure. She held a cigarette at an angle in her mouth, exuding a sense of rebelliousness, yet paradoxically radiating an aura of sanctity. This was a divine admonition. She opened her arms wide, gesturing towards the ominous clouds looming above Figo, and proclaimed, "The divine has bestowed upon you wealth, yet you contemplate casting it into the sea. Your riches could alleviate the suffering of destitute beggars. They could provide for the elderly who are left without support. They could offer a home to the wretched orphans. They should never be squandered so carelessly. Figo lifted his head and then lowered it once more. His attire failed to conceal the entirety of the treasure, revealing a glimmer of gold that caught the eye. Figo naturally does not believe that the thunderclouds in the sky serve as divine warnings. It must be the power of a devil fruit. Thunder fruit? No, it does not seem to fit. Just at this moment, I am preparing to establish a vast family that transcends race and conflict. A sanctuary where all orphan children from various races can coexist harmoniously. Meeting you here, perhaps, is also a sign from the divine. Once again, the thunder roars from above. The nun gazes at Figo with a smile. Are you not going to act according to the divine guidance? Figo paused momentarily, unable to suppress a smile. Why must such a beautiful maiden clutch a cigarette, don a nun's attire, and pose as a mystic? He felt a sense of regret in his heart as he tossed the package containing the treasures of Duum into the sea, swiftly turning to leap after it himself. The nun momentarily hesitated, her expression one of bewilderment, and hurried towards the cliff by the sea, only to stop again after a few steps. With a splash, the drenched Figo astonishingly re-emerged, grasping the treasure-laden package, and leaped back onto the shore, returning to her side. Figo gazed at the character event, and indeed, it was marked as completed, allowing him to select a reward once more. He could choose from any of the myriad abilities possessed by the esteemed Duhan, which filled his heart with quiet joy. He had successfully exploited a glitch. The event required him to cast away a treasure, yet it did not specify that the treasure must be thrown into the water, never to be retrieved. However, this back and forth left the nun across from him utterly bewildered and perplexed. Figo gazed at her and inquired, "Has your deity informed you that I am merely utilizing these treasures to hone my aquatic skills? To perpetrate a ruse upon the esteemed Figo? It seems you are courting imprisonment." The nun remained silent. After a prolonged moment, she extended two slender fingers to withdraw the cigarette from her lips. Exhaling a languid plume of smoke, the sacred radiance dimming, an aura of lethal intent surged forth. How unfortunate! I had intended to engage in a mere rehearsal, only to encounter a lunatic. Had I known, I would have seized the opportunity to act decisively. Chapter 12. Sister Carmelite, the Sin of Villainy. After 8 years of guarding the town, Figo had honed his ability to discern malice with remarkable acuity. This was not a mere manifestation of observation but an instinctual awareness. As the nun resolved to launch an assault, he could sense the weight of more than one innocent life resting upon her hands. Indeed, she was no ordinary nun. Crack! Within the ominous clouds above, thunder roared once more. The air was thick with a dreadful cacophony. The rain intensified, cascading upon Figo, obscuring his vision and disrupting his perception. When suddenly, boom, the sound of thunder transformed. A formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, radiating a heat potent enough to evaporate the seas, illuminating the darkened sky with a ghastly pallor, striking directly towards Figo. Figo did not lift his gaze. Yet the imposing presence of his Kenbunshiko haki enabled him to perceive the trajectory of the thunder and sense the formidable power it harbored. However, it paled in comparison to the raw ferocity of natural lightning. With one hand grasping a treasure and the other drawing a blade from its sheath, he unleashed a radiant slash that soared forth from the tip of his sword, resembling a luminous crescent moon ascending into the heavens. This strike collided with the thunder, exhibiting no sign of inferiority, and erupted into an even more resplendent brilliance. At that moment, the nun slightly raised her arm to shield her eyes from the dazzling light. Sensing an unsettling premonition, Figo, unlike others she had deceived and robbed, emerged as a formidable presence on the vast sea, on the island of disaster. When did such a master swordsman appear? In the next moment, her observation haki enabled her to perceive Figo's movements. With astonishing speed, the distance of several dozen meters between them was traversed in an instant. Figo did not wield a sword. Instead, he swung a damp bag filled with treasures violently towards her head. The treasure bag whistled through the air, propelled by Figo's strength, resembling a cannonball. The nun flicked her fingers lightly, and a wisp of ash and sparks fell from the cigarette she held. The spark seemed to possess a life of its own, suddenly swelling as it fell, transforming into a blazing fireball that hurtled toward Figo. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds resonated. One was the sound of Figo being struck by the fireball, his body below the neck instantly engulfed in flames. The other was the sound of the treasure bag, emerging from the inferno, colliding with the nun's head. A look of astonishment and shock crossed the nun's delicate features, quickly contorting into a grimace. with saliva and shattered teeth spilling from her mouth. Her slender form was propelled high into the air, soaring several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Convulsing twice before losing consciousness, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Figo took a deep breath, lowered his head, and blew. The fierce flames of fluorine danced and vanished, leaving only 2 holes in his clothing, revealing Figo's body, untouched by the searing fire. Figo had long mastered the iron block technique, and even without it, his physique had become as resilient as steel. Such feeble flames could not breach his defenses. Why then would one naively presume that Figo would seek to evade? A first-rate fruit, and everything else is of third-rate quality, merely deserving to be confined within the 5th layer of Impel Down. How little you comprehend the extent of Figo's prowess. Figo slung the package over his shoulder and proceeded to hoist the nun onto his other shoulder. With treasures in one hand and a maiden in the other, he returned to the warship, embodying the essence of a triumphant return. At the ship, a handful of sailors remained, tasked with guarding the vessel. After a few days together, even the ordinary soldiers recognized Figo as the former warden of Impel Down, a figure likely to be promoted to the rank of vice admiral. Seeing Figo return disheveled, carrying a nun barely an hour after his departure, the men exchanged puzzled glances. The leading captain approached and asked, "My lord Figo, have you captured a fraud? Help me find a coat and fetch a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs." A fraud? Sea prism stone? The captain stole a glance at the attractive nun, hesitating for a moment before responding. Indeed, undoubtedly a beauty. The nun's striking appearance was undeniable, even with blood staining her face. Gently, Figo adorned her with a pair of silver bracelets, offering her a new home. Criminal, Carmelo level, SR3 status, incarcerated crime index, 91 participation in capture, 100 potential rewards, devil fruit development, not yet activated, disguise. Commerce character events. Activatable with a crime index of 91, he ranked among the highest even amidst the nefarious elements of levels 5 and 6 of Impel Down. Truly, he was a demon cloaked in angelic guise, far more than just a charlatan. Yet, the name Carmelo echoed in his mind, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Figo fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that she bore a striking resemblance to a female version of Sanji. Could she possibly be Sanji's great-grandmother? Perhaps he should activate the character event for a glimpse. Yamaba, you notorious human trafficker, dare you approach the world government? Do you think we are unaware of your nefarious background? The scene unfolded, leaving Figo astounded. Based on his 8 years of experience, he concluded that the crime index in prison records was determined by the individual's own values. So, she was indeed a trafficker, which explained the high crime index. However, the one questioning her was none other than CP9's Peslo. Why was it always him? Carmelo and Peslo sat across from each other in a dimly lit chamber. Upon hearing Peslo's inquiry, she calmly took a drag from her cigarette and replied, "No need to adopt that stance. If you had no intention of collaborating with me, we wouldn't be meeting today." Peslo paused for a moment before responding. "Let's hear your plan in detail." Let us stage a performance together. My soul fruit allows me to disguise myself as a divine messenger. When you execute the giant pirates, I will masquerade as a deity guiding them to safety, thereby winning the trust of the giant tribe. And then, Carmelo shrugged. Afterward, I shall infiltrate Elbaf and establish an orphanage, aptly named House of Lambs, where I will take in all orphans, regardless of their race or allegiance. Naturally, my primary focus will be on the giants. I will serve as a bridge between your world government and the giant tribe, and after nurturing the giant orphans for a period, I will secretly sell them to your world government and navy. Just imagine, you would effortlessly acquire the might of the giant tribe, possessing invincible giant soldiers. Peslo fell silent again. Carmelo donned a greedy expression, tapping her fingers together. And I merely require a modest sum of money, a trifling amount. The character event concluded. The implications were vast, leaving Figo struggling to digest the information. So, this was CP9's plan. The soul fruit, belonging to the future Yonko Big Mom, could bestow life upon inanimate objects, which explained the manifestations of thunder and fire that felt eerily familiar to Figo. It was no wonder that the name Carmelo rang a bell. Was this not the old nun he had seen in the highlights, who adopted Big Mom only to be devoured by her, leaving her portrait displayed on the table? Chapter 13. CP9's alternative plan on the island of disaster. In the heart of the small town, a makeshift platform had risen, where 7 giants lay bound in chains, unable to move. The time approached noon, and an increasing number of townsfolk gathered, pointing and jeering at the giants who were to be executed, many wearing expressions of hatred and anger. The giant warrior pirates were no benevolent souls. There was scarcely a nearby island that had not suffered their plundering. The public execution of giants was, indeed, a spectacle the islanders relished. In a concealed chamber, 3 CP9 members donned civilian attire, their anxiety palpable. "Where has that woman Yamaba gone? She's late." As the time for the execution drew nearer, Peslo gritted his teeth in frustration, prepared to implement the contingency plan. "Damn it," the female CP9 member remarked. "I knew that unreliable Yamaba would let us down. If we resort to the alternative plan, the Warden Figo at Impel Down could become a problem. The Navy headquarters will likely catch wind of it. That's irrelevant. They will find out sooner or later." Peslo took a deep breath. "Moreover, let us act swiftly. If that warden is not nearby, he may not even react in time." "Are you suggesting we leave him stranded on the island?" Another CP9 member gasped. "Yes, just inform him afterward." Peslo nodded. "Let us move." He vanished from sight, swiftly returning toward the warship, while the other two focused their gaze on the distant execution platform. On the warship, Figo sat opposite Sister Garmelo, who was confined within her cell, gazing at the unconscious nun with a troubled expression. His discomfort did not stem from inadvertently thwarting CP9's plans. After all, it was this nun who had instigated trouble with him first. "We are justified. Why should we fear?" Moreover, collaborating with this trafficker was hardly commendable. If it was to be disrupted, so be it. His dilemma lay in how to manage the impending execution of the giants. Regardless of whether the world government's alliance with a trafficker tarnished the notion of justice, it was evident that their intent was not to publicly execute the 7 giants. Perhaps they feared inciting the wrath of the giant tribe, which had already disbanded the giant warrior pirates, or they sought to harness the giant strength, the giant soldiers. However, with the nun who could potentially halt the execution now captured by Figo, wouldn't the execution proceed uninterrupted? The ensuing consequences would implicate Figo as well, which was the source of his concern. In any case, releasing the captured trafficker was out of the question. Glancing at the sky, he noted that there was still about half an hour until the execution commenced. Figo opened the prison records and indeed observed that the status of the giant Kevin had transitioned from imprisoned to under execution. Upon the conclusion of the execution, his status would inevitably change to deceased. Subsequently, the corresponding page of the prison records would also adopt a grayish-white hue, a conclusion drawn from Figo's 8 years of vigilant oversight at the advancing city. "Let us take a moment to reflect," thought Figo. Yet, at that very instant, the page of the prison records pertaining to Kevin abruptly changed color, not to grayish-white, but to an unprecedented crimson, exuding an intense brilliance. Figo hesitated for a moment before glancing at his information. Status update. Escaped. Figo suddenly realized that CP9 could not find the nun. Was there an alternative plan? 2 minutes prior, on the execution platform, Chief Executioner Shao observed the throngs of people gathering below, their shouts of "kill them," echoing in a tumultuous wave that made him uneasy. Only he, as the commander, was aware that this execution was far from straightforward. The 3 CP9 intelligence agents would undoubtedly take action. Yet, he remained oblivious to the specifics of their plan. How would they act? Would the execution proceed as intended? As he pondered with trepidation, a sudden flash caught his eye. The female CP9 agent appeared before him, launching a punch while casting him a knowing glance. Meanwhile, a series of muffled thuds erupted from another direction, as one of his subordinates, the Marines, were easily dispatched by another CP9 member. Such brutish simplicity. Shao was taken aback, but he had grown considerably over the years. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to resist, only to be swiftly overpowered by the female CP9 agent. In a mere 5 to 6 seconds, the 2 CP9 agents had successfully neutralized all the Marines on the execution platform. The crowd, which had just moments ago clamored for the execution of the giants, now fell into stunned silence, scattering in panic after the male CP9 threw down a knife. A prison break. Why rescue those giants? Run. There's been a murder. The town center descended into chaos. The 2 CP9 agents hastily dismantled the shackles binding the 7 giants, urging them, hurry. The sudden turn of events caught the despondent giants off guard. Looking at the unfamiliar faces before them, they asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "There's no time for explanations. Just come with us." The 2 pretended to retrieve the keys to the shackles from Zhao's possession, freeing the giants. Having been saved at the brink of execution, the 7 giants instinctively placed their trust in the 2 CP9 agents and followed them down from the platform. Though physically weakened, their strides were long, and they swiftly exited the town, hurting the panicked civilians along the way. It was only then that they thought to inquire, "Which direction are you taking us?" The Navy will respond quickly. "We must leave Prison Island at once." The female CP-9 replied, "We need to seize that warship." "Seize a warship?" "Absolutely not." The giants halted abruptly, one towering figure with a bushy beard interjecting, "That warship is manned by the Warden Figo. We are aware of him." "No worries. He is not aboard the warship at present. One of our comrades has already gone to commandeer the ship, so rest assured." The 7 giants exchanged glances and ultimately chose to trust their saviors, racing towards the warship. This was CP-9's contingency plan, bypassing intermediaries like Galmero. They endeavored to win the favor of the giant race themselves. How they would operate thereafter was a matter for the future. Meanwhile, Peslo, who had taken the lead in commandeering the ship, had just boarded when he turned pale upon seeing Figo. "Figo, what are you doing on the ship?" "Oh, I encountered a minor issue and returned for a moment. What about you?" Figo smiled, nonchalantly returning Peslo's inquiry. Peslo was left speechless. A whirlwind of emotions, conflict, anger, and frustration flashed across his face. He even contemplated knocking Figo unconscious, but ultimately chose to restrain himself. Relaying the truth to Figo, the world government has no genuine intention of executing the giants. We were originally to collaborate with a nun, who would devise a plan to rescue the giant pirates, gain their favor, and act as a bridge between the world government and the giants to recruit giant marines. However, for reasons unknown, that none has yet to appear, forcing us to alter our plans. Fortunately, the giants have never seen us. The 2 of them have disguised themselves as passers-by to abduct the giants, while I came to commandeer the ship and rescue the giants. Figo, the chief warden, I hope you can cooperate with the actions of the world government. Please disembark immediately and spend an extended vacation on the island. I will incapacitate the sailors on board and proceed with our plan. Once the dust settles, a ship will come to escort you back home." Figo, however, was taken aback. "You mentioned a nun? Is she the one with golden, cascading curls, a rather beautiful nun?" Peslo was momentarily stunned. "Huh?" Figo furrowed his brows and questioned, "Indeed, it is her. What kind of partner have you chosen?" "That rogue is nothing but a brigand, assaulting me without provocation." Peslo replied, "And then?" Figo gestured towards the direction of the cell. Inside, a prisoner was confined. Peslo erupted in frustration. "I can't believe this." Chapter 14. The Capture of Peslo. "Calm down." He appeared to be unintentional in his outburst. The mission was paramount. Peslo hesitated momentarily, yet could not restrain himself from lowering his voice to inquire, "Why would she attack you without provocation?" "Figo, let me be straightforward. I have my own intentions for this journey." In the city, a notorious pirate has divulged the location of a treasure to mitigate his suffering, and it lies on Hideo Island. I came here to claim the treasure, only to find that the nun, blinded by greed, attempted to deceive me and resorted to violence. Is that so? Given Peslo's understanding of the mountain witch's insatiable thirst for wealth, such behavior is hardly surprising. Infuriatingly, at this critical juncture of collaboration, why provoke anyone, let alone this individual? Nevertheless, Figo's revelation did bring him a modicum of relief. The world government had refrained from informing the Navy about the details of this cooperation, fearing that some steadfastly principled sailors might oppose collaborating with the human trafficker known as the Mountain Witch. While the world government is not obligated to consider the Navy's opinions, minimizing complications is always preferable. Figo's actions can be perceived as an abuse of his position for personal gain, suggesting that he is not entirely a paragon of virtue and may be somewhat approachable. Understood. I will address the matter concerning the nun. For now, please proceed to the island, as the giant clan pirates will soon arrive. Figan paused momentarily before inquiring, "I have another question." I sensed a nefarious aura emanating from that nun. She exudes a repugnant stench akin to certain notorious pirates lurking in the 5th and 6th levels of the city. Where did you find her? Was she not investigated? Peslo frowned, replying, "This matter does not concern you, Chief Warden Figan. It seems that the mountain which must be discreetly executed. She cannot be allowed to remain." Figo felt a twinge of regret as he suddenly unbuttoned his coat and retrieved a transponder snail from within. Moses, Marshal, the situation has unexpectedly escalated. What should I do next?" he inquired. Peslo responded with astonishment. "The transponder snail aboard the warship that can communicate with headquarters? When did this happen? Why? Is he attempting to extract information from me?" The 7 giant pirates had been captured at the cost of hundreds of elite sailors from our naval headquarters. Indeed, The voice emanating from the transponder snail was that of the naval marshal, commanding authority. They must not be released casually. Peslo, flustered, replied, Your Excellency, this operation was ordered directly by the 5 elders. I will personally explain the situation to the 5 elders. Figo, you have done well. Now, proceed to apprehend all 7 of the escaped giants and assemble the sailors to escort them back along the same route, the naval marshal instructed. Understood, Figo replied. What shall we do about the 3 CP9 agents? Let them enjoy their holiday on the island. Peslo interjected. Marshal Oka? If this operation were merely routine, there would be no need for such secrecy. What is the true identity of the captured nun, and what are the genuine intentions behind your actions? Must I inquire further? Peslo's complexion turned pale, and he found himself unable to argue further. Figo chuckled softly. All right, I comprehend. I shall end this call now, Marshal. Apologetically, he added. Peslo, I must ask you to disembark voluntarily. With that, Figo lowered his head and tucked the communication device back into his embrace. Peslo trembled slightly. How could it have come to this? Sacrifice? What is a mere sacrifice in the pursuit of a more enduring and stable governance by the world government? Are you not afraid that the giants will incite even greater chaos, leading to more sacrifices? This mission cannot simply fail. Rage surged within him, igniting a fierce determination. He gazed at Figo, who stood before him, head bowed as he placed the communication device down, and suddenly raised his right arm. Bang! A strike, sharp as a blade, landed forcefully on Figo's right temple. It struck true. Now, sleep peacefully. The scene froze for 2 seconds. Figo furrowed his brow, slightly raising his head while still looking down at Peslo, and inquired, What are you doing? Peslo, taken aback, glanced at his own hand, which was indeed positioned as a blade. He then looked back at the clear-minded Figo, perplexed by the situation. Figo lowered his head once more, retrieving the communication device to say, Moses, Marshal, are you still there? Peslo just struck me. Weren't you supposed to hang up? Peslo felt a chill run through him as cold sweat drenched his body. After a 2-second silence, the voice of the naval marshal, tinged with a hint of a headache, came through. Let us apprehend him together. We must not expose our specific actions. Understood, Figo replied, lifting his head. A sudden chill gripped Peslo's heart, and he instinctively recoiled. But Figo's hands swiftly met his face with a thunderous impact. The overwhelming force drove Peslo sideways into the ship's deck with a resounding crash. The ship's crew was immediately alerted. What happened? Who's there? Figo, the guard. Is there an intruder? They quickly converged. Since the 3 CP9 agents had remained in their quarters after boarding, and meals were personally delivered by Xiao, their movements were a closely guarded secret. The crew had only a vague awareness of their presence, having never seen their faces. Now, with Peslo in a different outfit and pinned to the deck, he was even less recognizable. Thus, Figo remarked, it seems to be a companion of that nun I captured. Bring me another set of chains to bind this intruder. Under Figo's grasp, Peslo clenched his fists in frustration, but ultimately relinquished his resistance. Soon, the shackled Peslo was escorted by Figo to the same cell as the nun, with Figo giving a brief directive to the crew as he approached the giant race fugitive. Simultaneously, Peslo's prison file opened a new chapter, emblazoned with his likeness. Criminal, Peslo level, SR2 status, incarcerated crime index, 11 capture participation, 100 available skills, shaving, stealth, assassination character events. Activatable, a crime index of 11. In Impel Down, such an index would earn him a couple of lashes. However, Peslo was not a pirate, but a member of CP9. It was rather peculiar for agents under the world government to have a crime index of 0. Given Peslo's standing, an index of 11 was not particularly high. At the very least, his distant descendant, Rob Lucci, undoubtedly possessed a far greater score. Figo was preoccupied with another matter. If it is only 11 o'clock, the death of Kevin's daughter should not concern him, should it? Indeed, does he only possess the clues? Figo contemplated and subsequently activated Peslo's character event to reach a conclusion. Several familiar scenes materialized. Figo pointed towards the direction of the cell and stated that the nun was confined in that cell. Figo pulled out his phone bug twice. Figo pressed him against the ship's deck. Character event, activated Peslo, having repeatedly failed his mission, was consumed by extreme fury, vowing to exact a severe revenge on Figo. Event requirement, persuade Peslo or assist him in accusing Figo before the 5 elders. Damn it, he held back too much. Chapter 15, Participation Fulfillment. Meanwhile, 2 CP9 agents, unaware of the events unfolding aboard the warship, were leading 7 giants in a daring escape, already catching sight of the coastline and the ship. The giants, towering in stature, had a broader view. Suddenly, one giant halted, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, "What is that?" The other 6 giants followed suit, noticing a small black dot rapidly approaching them. A person? The 2 CP9 agents exchanged glances, one with slicked back hair stating, "It must be our companions who have seized the warship to rescue us." "No, it's not." "What is that?" Without the giants needing to elaborate, the 2 CP9 agents also caught sight of the swiftly approaching figure, or rather, a walking chain. The figure was adorned with numerous heavy chains that obscured its face, making it difficult for them to discern clearly. However, the chains were evidently designed for giants. Peslo was not that tall. The newcomer could only be Figo. How did he end up here? Both CP9 agents were startled, utterly perplexed. Figo, the warden of Impel Down. The giants recognized Figo before the agents did. One giant's expression shifted, and he stammered, "Gentlemen, it appears we cannot escape smoothly today. We do not yet understand why you would save us, but the giant race will forever remember your kindness. You must flee. We 7 will hold him off here." The giant's attitude astonished the 2 agents, lacking even the courage to fight back. However, fleeing was not an option. The giants were oblivious to the circumstances. Thus, they momentarily remained silent. Another giant quickly added, "That is Figo, the warden of Impel Down. He has patrolled the prison for years without a single incident. It is said he jumps into the sea daily to battle sea kings, devouring an entire sea king in one meal. He is a capricious tyrant who occasionally deprives certain prisoners of food for days, relishing in their slow death from starvation. Or he whimsically selects a notorious pirate to torment, indulging in their humiliation. Countless powerful pirates have attempted to kill him in various ways, yet none have succeeded, although we have never witnessed him in action. In our current weakened state, defeating him is utterly impossible. I regret to inform you, your companion is likely doomed. You must escape." The giants spoke in succession. The 2 CP9 agents found the situation rather peculiar. Were they truly speaking of Figo? The same individual who had lounged on the ship for days, agreeing to everything without a hint of temper? What a misjudgment of character. I only struck them due to their high crime rates, while fulfilling my duties. The inexplicable deprivation of a certain pirate's food must have stemmed from the discomfort I felt witnessing that event. From a distance, Figo overheard the giant's shouts and cast the heavy iron chains to the ground. The resounding crash of the hundreds of pounds of iron echoed, causing the earth to tremble and interrupt the giant's discourse. "Since you understand, come forward and willingly encircle yourselves with the chains. Do not waste time." "And you?" Figo directed at the 2 CP9 agents. "How dare you audaciously disrupt a naval execution? Your companion has already fallen into my grasp. You should surrender promptly." "Oh." Upon hearing this warning, the 2 CP9 agents felt a strange sense of calm. Others might be unaware, but Figo certainly recognized their identities. Capturing Brother Peslo? Impossible. We are agents of the world government. How dare he? Moreover, since he did not expose our identities, it was evident he had conversed with Brother Peslo. Perhaps even reached some form of understanding. Might we stage a battle against him alongside the giants to lend authenticity to our escape? Yes, that must be it. The 2 CP9 agents exchanged subtle glances in the air, formulating their reasonable deduction. "Then let us eliminate him." With a loud shout, the 2 CP9 agents charged towards Figo, startling the 7 giants, some shouting no, while others hurried to follow, unwilling to let their benefactors face Figo alone. At that moment, the slick-haired CP9 agent, leading the charge, had already closed the distance to Figo. "I cannot utilize the 6 powers of the Navy, but since this is a performance, it must be more genuine. At least I must appear to exert my full strength." The giants' descriptions are undoubtedly exaggerated. Having spent several days on the same ship, I know Figo, the warden, possesses a formidable appetite, yet can he truly devour a sea king in one sitting? Regardless, this warden should not be easily injured by me, he thought, as his body began to undergo a rapid transformation. His dark hair shifted to a light yellow hue, revealing aching emblem on his forehead, while his arms and legs sprouted yellow-brown fur, gradually morphing into a massive tiger. Animal-type devil fruit, cat fruit, tiger form. With an intimidating roar, the colossal tiger accelerated, leaping from an appropriate distance to pounce on Figo. Animal-type devil fruits generally enhance strength and speed, and in tiger form, he received a comprehensive boost. The assault was swift and powerful, but as he neared Figo, he suddenly lost sight of him. Then, a sharp pain struck his side, and he was sent spinning through the air, the enormous tiger crashing to the ground like a rag doll, finally letting out a pained whimper. "Oh, what just happened? I didn't see it clearly." He shook his head repeatedly, striving to regain clarity, only to find a massive shadow looming over him, his expression gradually becoming blank. A monster? How can it be so powerful? And why is he not holding back? Boom. Grasping the giant's wrist, Figo swung the 12-meter giant down with tremendous force, rendering the bewildered CP9 agent completely unconscious. Minutes later, Figo shouldered an unconscious CP9 agent, escorting the dust-covered giants, who had been rechained, back to the warship. The giants were utterly disheartened. Life truly has its ups and downs. They had believed they could escape, only to have inadvertently returned, dragging their 3 benefactors into the fray. The sailors aboard the ship had long since heard the commotion. Astonished that someone dared to disrupt an execution and actually succeeded? Is Major Shao all right? Of course, he was fine. If CP9 truly dared to harm sailors, their crime rates would soar to the heavens. Figo was unfazed. In fact, he felt quite pleased. This voyage had been a resounding success. Initially, he could only expect to rescue 1 nun, but now he had also captured 3 CP9 agents. No criminals? Then I shall seize those who create criminals. Disregarding the scowling Peslow, Figo cast his 2 CP9 companions into the same cell, then escorted the giants back to their confines, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the prison records. Just as he secured the first giant, the prison records materialized as anticipated, arriving with such swiftness that Figo felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, the faster the records were generated, the weaker the inmates' capabilities were likely to be. Were these 2 CP9 companions truly merely R-rated? However, upon glancing up, Figo was taken aback. This time, the prison records did not open to a blank page. Instead, it unveiled the corresponding page of the giant he had just incarcerated. Moreover, the information had undergone a transformation. Inmate, Peter level, R8 status, incarcerated crime index, 17 capture participation, 350 yield, giant strength 14,267,405, level 2 giant child. A buoyant sensation enveloped him. His strength had also seen a slight enhancement. Capture participation increased by 350, an additional yield of 14 and 267. Compared to before, the re-imprisoned giant had granted him an additional 50 in capture participation and 267 points of giant strength. A revelation dawned upon him. Capturing inmates in A breakout status and returning them to confinement would yield a supplementary capture participation reward. This supplemental participation was equivalent to half of a normal capture, the maximum being 50. A multitude of surprises and thoughts surged within him. As Figo gazed upon the other 6 giants, it felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. A fleeting thought crossed his mind during the advance into the city. It seemed my vision was rather limited. Chapter 16, The Death of the Marine Rewards. Giant Strength, Rare, 54,540,945, Level 2 Giant Child, Rewards. Giant Strength, Rare, 7700,1645. Level 3 Giant Youth, Rewards. Dominance 17,170,187, Level 2 Giant Warrior. Aboard the warship, Figo gradually received the benefits accrued by the other 6 giants. The level of giant strength experienced a remarkable leap, ascending directly from level 1 to level 3. Figo could distinctly sense a tangible enhancement in his physique, and more crucially, a transformation in his lifespan. The significant elevation of over 1,000 points in giant strength brought about a profound difference, as if a certain restraint within him had been lifted. Every cell brimmed with vitality, reminiscent of a return to his youthful days. This surge likely added at least a decade to his life. However, youthful days? At 28, would I still continue to develop? Aside from the joy, Figo harbored a subtle concern regarding this matter. Other developments were inconsequential, but height was a different story. Already standing at 2.5 meters, he deemed it sufficient. While it was true that in the pirate world, non-giants could grow to a staggering 7 or 8 meters, Figo had no desire to become such a figure. Not to mention, being excessively tall would complicate matters in finding a spouse. He resolved to keep a watchful eye. If growth persisted, he would have to devise a plan, his mental expectation being a maximum height of no more than 3 meters. But that was a consideration for another time. In addition to the giants receiving benefits, 2 other members of CP9 were also recorded in the prison records. They had not yet reached SR status, both remaining at R9. Though their crime indices were slightly higher than Peslow's, one at 14 and the other at 16, perhaps due to their involvement in various tasks, such as publicly rescuing the giants this time around. Figo mused to himself, surveying the 7 cells. I told you the cells were insufficient. The nun and the 3 CP9 members occupied 1 cell, leaving only 6 for the 7 giants. The 2 smallest giants huddled together in 1 cell. Due to the limited capacity of the warship, the height of these cells was merely 8 meters, which made it cramped for giants exceeding 12 meters tall. With 2 giants sharing 1 cell, they were nearly forced to embrace one another. Tears welled in their eyes. "Oh, benefactors, we have caused you trouble this time," they lamented. Casting puzzled glances at the nun, bewildered by the sudden increase in their benefactors from 3 to 4. Yet, that was of little importance. "Please tell us your names, benefactors. Even if we are to face execution, and even if we may never meet again, the giant race will forever remember your friendship." Peslo remained expressionless throughout. "What good is that? You are all captured. No friendship can be conveyed back to Elbaf. Once the identity of the mountain hag is revealed, troubles will ensue. The mission is a complete failure. Everything will have to await our return to the Holy Land and our audience with the Elder Stars." His silence only served to deepen the giant's sentiment. What spirit is this? Why did we not know there were such noble souls among the dwarfs before? Curse the wicked demon warden. Even if we are beaten and humiliated, the warriors of the giant race will never yield. Figo was overwhelmed with a sense of melancholy, recalling the guards who had tearfully bid him farewell. It seemed that individuals in the world of pirates shared this peculiar trait. Now that the rewards had already been secured, he contemplated for a moment before commanding, "Prepare the cabin at the stern of the ship and transfer those 4 into it." "Yes, Lord Figo." The sailors sprang into action without hesitation. Peslo remained silent, cooperating as he was escorted into the rear cabin. Once the door was securely locked, he prodded his companions with his toes to rouse them from their stupor. Little Tiger of CP9, having been struck by a giant, felt as though his bones were shattered. Fortunately, as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, his resilience was formidable. With a long groan, he regained consciousness, attempting to sit up, only to be hindered by the chains binding him. Wow, what happened? The female CP9 member, less injured than he, awoke more swiftly, her voice tinged with confusion. "Brother Peslo? Is that the mountain witch? What is going on? Is it the chief guard? What does he intend to do?" Recovering from his daze, Little Tiger hissed. "That fellow is truly a monster. We underestimated him. Brother Peslo, you 2 have been captured, and the giants were brought back, I presume? So, we must find an opportunity to rescue ourselves and subsequently liberate the giants to strengthen our bonds. But this process seems rather convoluted, doesn't it, Brother Peslo?" The female CP9 interjected. "Peslo, do you really think this is some sort of play?" Outside, the audacious crew expressed their relief. "Fortunately, this time we have you, Lord Figo, aboard the warship. Otherwise, they might have truly succeeded. Lord Figo, we need to make a trip to the island town. Lieutenant Commander and the others are still unaccounted for. Figo, I shall take my leave. You all remain here to guard the ship and watch over the prisoners until my return." One of Figo's objectives for this journey was to experience the scenic beauty of the pirate world town, a goal he had yet to fulfill. The warship's defenses were fully secured, unless CP9 were to lose their wits and reveal their identities, thereby jeopardizing the tacit understanding between both parties regarding the truth of the executions. No unexpected incidents were likely to arise. During this trip, while retrieving individuals, Figo could also take a leisurely tour of the town, allowing old Xiao and the others to procure some supplies before heading back. Thus, Figo disembarked from the warship and set off towards the town. However, not long after departing, he encountered Xiao, who was returning. For some reason, Xiao moved furtively, darting from behind one tree to another, exhibiting an air of extreme caution, as if monstrous beasts lurked near the warship. "Old Xiao, why have you returned alone?" Figo inquired as he approached. Xiao, initially oblivious to Figo's presence, was startled by the sudden voice and fell to the ground, his face ashen and trembling. Only upon recognizing Figo did his expression shift to one of excitement, leaping to his feet. "Figo-sama, you have come from the warship?" Xiao's demeanor was indeed peculiar. Figo, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" "There has been an incident on the warship. I captured 3 members of CP9 and 7 giants." "Well done," Xiao exclaimed with fervor. Xiao trembled as he spoke. "Lord Figo, those bastards from CP9, all the Marines involved in the execution, except for me, are dead." "What?" "Moments earlier, in the town center, at the execution platform. Nearly half an hour had passed since the giants escaped from the CP9 execution grounds, and finally, A few daring townsfolk attempted to ascend the platform to assess the situation of the Marines. Have they all been killed? How could this be? Are there no survivors? Xiao lay on the ground, nearly drifting into slumber. No survivors? Surely, there must be some left. He calculated the time. The work of the esteemed CP9 should be finished by now, and he thought he could rise. Just then, a town resident spotted him, and he let out a groan, clutching his head as he sat up, feigning a dazed appearance. Someone is alive. This esteemed colonel is still among us. The townsfolk exclaimed in delight, asking Colonel, "Are you all right?" "Ah, I'm fine," Xiao replied somewhat ambiguously, feeling perplexed. Did the esteemed members of CP9 strike so brutally that my Marines have not awakened? And the others? What about the enemies? He inquired. The two scoundrels from the execution ground have already fled with the giants, came the response. As for your subordinates, it seems you are the only one left alive. What on earth? Xiao was taken aback, shaking off the townsfolk who attempted to assist him. He hastily approached the nearest Marine lying on the ground and crouched down to inspect. He's gone. His complexion turned pale instantly. This is impossible. He rushed to check the other Marines. Yet, they were all dead. All killed. Chapter 17. The Worry of Mogul Chuck. What? Those Marines have been slaughtered. At the stern of the warship, Peslo responded with astonished disbelief, glancing at his two companions, who shook their heads in bewilderment. No, it wasn't us. How could we have done such a thing? Who else could it be if not you? Xiao glared at the female CP9 agent, asserting, I have been lying here since you defeated me, and no one approached before the townsfolk arrived. The two CP9 agents were furious. They could not accept this blame. Peslo, maintaining a cooler demeanor, turned to Figo, leaning against the door, and said, Chief Figo, I apologize for my previous rudeness. However, you must see that this is not our doing. Figo was well aware that they were not responsible. It was unnecessary, and the crime index did not align. Was there a third party involved? Yet, certain aspects were rather illogical. If they could bypass Xiao and silently eliminate the Marines, they should also be capable of dispatching Xiao. Calm down, Lao Xiao, Figo said, finding himself perplexed. He then turned to Paislu and remarked, At present, you do indeed harbor significant suspicion. To further ingratiate yourselves with the giant race, you might not hesitate to undertake such actions. The young tiger glared. Paislu, equally irate, suddenly seemed to recall something. Casting a glance at Figo before suppressing his anger, How can we gain your trust? I have long desired to inquire about a matter. Figo seized the opportunity. The 7 giants were once imprisoned in Advanced City. I have perused their records. Among them, the last to be apprehended, a giant named Kevin, was a valiant warrior who had repeatedly defended his village against pirate incursions. The circumstances surrounding his descent into piracy are somewhat obscured. I wish to ask if your CP9 may have covertly meddled in this affair, including the selection of the other 6 giants. We lack such capability, Paislu interrupted. Chief Guard Figo, you must be referring to the death of the giant Kevin's daughter. We have indeed investigated this matter, and I even possess some documentation as leverage in recruiting him. The one responsible for her death was undoubtedly the manipulative Morgul Chuck. Manipulative? Indeed, Paislu was well informed, even possessing evidence. Thus, when the demand arose to uncover the truth behind the characters and events, the trail of clues would inevitably lead to him. This manipulation surely did not pertain to mere concern, but rather to the manipulation of human emotions. Figo remained in the advancing city, while Xiao displayed a look of trepidation. Yet, he remained oblivious to the identity of the so-called carefree demon. Peslo, with his hands shackled, struggled to extract a few crumpled pages from his bosom and handed them to Figo. At first glance, Figo's attention was immediately drawn to a bounty notice among them. The image depicted a middle-aged man cloaked in a mantle, with pronounced cheekbones and an insidious grin that rendered his visage grotesque, reminiscent of the extraterrestrial figures circulating on the internet. The carefree demon, Gurdchak. Bounty, 470 million berries. In an era where bounties cap at 1 billion and notorious pirates fetch only 100 million to 200 million, a bounty of 470 million is surely sufficient to secure a position within the top 50. Flipping further down, Figo unearthed a news article from over a decade ago, detailing the tale of a heroic naval couple, accompanied by an image. The couple, entwined in a final embrace, had been simultaneously pierced through their bodies by a single iron spear, meeting their tragic end together. This incident transpired at the G21 outpost, where a colonel valiantly defended his island against a pirate attack. After a prolonged battle, he succeeded in repelling the marauders, but was ultimately impaled from behind by a spear. leaving him on the brink of death. Peslo elaborated to Figo. Before he succumbed, his wife dashed towards him from a distance, unhesitatingly colliding with the spear that had pierced her husband, and they perished in each other's arms. If one were to merely hear this, it indeed sounds like a poignant narrative. However, Peslo continued, look at the next photograph. It was captured surreptitiously by a reporter from an alternate angle. Figo turned to the next page. It was the same scene, the same two individuals. However, this photograph captured the face of the wife who met her demise alongside her husband. Her expression was not one of warmth or serenity, but rather of struggle, grimace, and terror. She did not willingly embrace death. This was the first trace we discovered of the manipulator, Gertichak. He possessed the powers of the string fruit, reveling in his ability to orchestrate misunderstandings, tragedies, tales, and coincidences, and was passionate about manipulating the hearts of men. The string fruit? Figo murmured. He had, at the very least, orchestrated hundreds of tragedies in a similar manner, with the death of the giant Kevin's daughter bearing his unmistakable mark. He was also one of the sovereigns of the dark world, having covertly orchestrated coups in small nations. A pure villain who cared not for his own gain but sought pleasure through the manipulation of human emotions. As his words fell, the narrative surrounding the giant Kevin shifted immediately. The portion of the investigation focused on Leeds had vanished, transforming into a mandate to eliminate or capture the manipulator, Gertichak. Figo concentrated his thoughts, and an arrow-like vision briefly materialized before he retracted it. He then cast a glance at the unconscious human trafficker nun and spoke. Well, as for the matter of giant Kevin, I suppose you have managed to justify yourselves. Now, I must investigate the cause of death of the Marines at the town's execution ground. Lao Shao, calm yourself. It is unlikely that those three are responsible for this. While I am away, keep a close watch on the four of them, and ensure your subordinates do not approach. They must not learn of their identities. As Figo departed, the three CP9 members simultaneously sighed in relief, yet felt a sense of suffocation. Observing Shao, who still gripped the hilt of his sword with evident distrust, their demeanor soured. You, a naval commander, have been so frightened that you returned without thoroughly investigating the Marines' deaths? Lacking any discernment, you hastily concluded that we murdered your subordinates? Fool, Shao, incensed, retorted, why am I the fool? 7 years ago, Jean Xie said the same, prompting my hasty withdrawal from Impel Down. Now that I have left, you accuse me once more. Was my departure for naught? He nearly drew his sword to strike down the three CP9 members, and with a metallic clatter, he unsheathed his blade. For a moment, he froze, and the three CP9 members shared in his surprise. The young tiger scoffed, now you find courage? Come, kill me. Shao trembled as he raised the sword high above his head, poised to strike. No, wait. Peslo, sensing the unnatural quaking of Zhao's body, shouted, Shao, what is wrong with you? Shao shuddered, unable to respond. Stop this charade. At that moment, another voice, clear and melodic, emerged. The previously unconscious nun opened her eyes and remarked, the feeling of being bound by sea-stone handcuffs is hardly amusing. She struggled to sit up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and continued in a subdued tone, the world government is indeed unreliable. Lord Chuck, while that troublesome fellow is absent, let us resolve this swiftly. Lord Chuck? Peslo felt a jolt of surprise. A peculiar, eerie laughter echoed through the air as a cloaked figure silently appeared at the door of the chamber. He extended his right hand, curling his fingers as if manipulating a marionette. The sunlight illuminated his face beneath the cloak, causing the three CP9 members to turn pale. Manipulating the heart demon, Gertchuk? Why would you assist her? The infamous human trafficker, known as Yama, should hold a position inferior to yours in the underworld. Why would you come to her aid? Foolish, the nun replied coldly. Even now, you cannot discern that the entire ruse to deceive the giant clan was Lord Chuck's idea? Without Lord Chuck's influence, how would I dare to collaborate with you? The notion of the heart demon-esque scheme, to deceive the giant clan, gain their friendship, establish an orphanage, and then secretly sell the children to the world government, suddenly crystallized for Peslo, who weakly closed his eyes. Damn it, heart demon, the world government will not spare you. Ha ha ha. The world government has never ceased its pursuit of me, the heart demon rasped. Although the plan has faltered, I must commend you. Your actions have been quite remarkable. The world government excels in manipulating the hearts of men. Thus, as a reward, I shall grant you a swift demise. He swung his right hand downward. Zhao's sword descended heavily towards Peslo. Peslo, brother. The young tiger and the female CP9 cried out in terror. Just as the blade was about to strike Peslo's head, Xiao suddenly regained his mobility, halting the sword's edge perilously above Peslo. He exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Peslo's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw a familiar towering figure looming behind the heart demon, casting a shadow over him. Figo the warden. Ha ha ha. How curious, the heart demon chuckled ominously. You have disrupted CP9's operations. These 3 CP9 members will likely hold a deep grudge against you and might even report you to the world government. Surely, you can deduce this? If I were you, I would have arrived a minute later, allowing my hand to eliminate them. Wouldn't that be perfect? You assassinated the Marines, leaving only Lao Xiao to return with the news. Merely to create an opportune alibi for me? Figo inquired. How intriguing is it not? The heart demon countered. Utterly tedious. Figo unsheathed his sword, delivering a decisive strike. Chapter 18. The Monster. Figo's blade did not strike its intended target. As it neared the body of Gerd Chuck, an invisible web woven from fine threads intercepted the blade, dissipating the force of the strike and producing a piercing shriek. I have long heard of the underwater prison known as Impel Down, established 8 years ago. What manner of place is it? The former warden of Impel Down, Gaston Figo. Fine cracks began to spread from the planks beneath their feet, and Figo lowered his gaze to meet the anxious eyes of the mind manipulator. You shall find out in a few days. Boom. As his words fell, Figo's arms surged with power, propelling the mind manipulator away and shattering the cabin. Simultaneously, Figo flicked his hand at his waistband, casting a set of keys at Zhao's feet, then swiftly pursued the mind manipulator with his blade drawn. Quick, release us. Peslo shouted urgently. He needs our help. Nearby, a nun shrank back, cursing inwardly. Why not save me first before playing with that fellow, Lord Chuck? The battlefield shifted to the heart of the ship, the deafening sound drawing the attention of several sailors assigned to guard the giant. What is happening? More enemies? The word more revealed their frustrations, yet this time, they clearly should not intervene. The mind manipulator deftly evaded 2 of Figo's follow-up strikes, leaping onto a rail, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rain of spears. With both hands raised to the sky and fingers splayed, countless invisible threads shot upward, only to violently refract back down after reaching a certain height. The dense threads enveloped every direction at the center of the warship, not only attacking Figo, but also ensnaring the approaching sailors. The sailors, unable to perceive the perilous threads composed of the mind manipulator's abilities, remained oblivious to the imminent danger, still struggling to identify the figures standing on the rail, when suddenly they were struck in the chest by a crescent-shaped slash, blood spilling as they were sent flying into the sea. Following that, the very spots from which they had stood were obliterated by the barrage of threads, splinters flying. It was Figo, given the circumstances. He could only manage to employ a comparatively gentle slicing motion to knock the sailors into the sea, after which they were left to their fates. He himself required defense. With his observation hockey fully activated, he wielded his sword to block and parry, severing the threads aimed at him. The cacophony of clashing sounds filled the air around him, while other positions erupted with explosive bursts. It rained down like torrential drops, the planks of the ship resonating with a series of dull thuds as they splintered under the relentless assault of razor-like threads. The medium-sized warship, under this concentrated barrage, instantly sank deeper into the water, swaying precariously beneath the onslaught. Quick, leave this place. Warden Figo does not need us causing further chaos. Peslo's urgent shout rang out nearby, and no further interruptions followed. After a considerable time, the threads ceased their reign. The space beneath the rail where the mind manipulator stood and the small area where Figo was stationed became the only 2 intact positions on the warship. In a reversal of offense and defense, a crescent arc flew from Figo's blade, aimed at the mind manipulator, whose outstretched hands sharply pulled inward. Execution of shredding. Clang. 10 exceptionally sturdy threads tore apart Figo's slicing attack, ensnaring his blade. The shrill sound echoed as a fragment of the broken blade flew through the air, falling to the ground. The battle paused. Hee, what formidable swordsmanship. You saved those sailors and managed to defend against my attack flawlessly, but alas, it seems your blade is not of the finest quality. Figo raised the sword and took a glance. It was indeed not a fine blade. His original weapon was a standard prison guard sword, and upon his promotion to deputy warden, he exchanged it for a chief guard's sword, which was merely a more refined version of the prison guard sword. Officers of the Navy and above could apply for it. His proficiency in armament hockey was rather average compared to other abilities, After all, in 8 years, he had only participated in the capture of around 100 SRs, with each capture contributing to his experience as if he had personally apprehended 5. Thus, opportunities for significant advancements in armament hockey were scarce. Now, his adeptness in local armament hockey enhancement was a result of his own training, and he was still far from achieving the level where he could enhance his weapon to the point of nurturing it into a black blade. Therefore, after the recent intense assault of armament hockey threads, his sword broke, leaving him with only half of it. It was indeed time for a replacement. With a flick of his wrist, Figo cast the half of the chief guard's sword, which had accompanied him for over 4 years, into the sea. Simultaneously, not far off, a gust of wind howled as another sword was hurled towards him. It was the sword thrown by Xiao Jinji from a distance. However, as the sword approached within 3 meters of Figo, the manipulative demon curled a finger, causing the blade to change direction and be pulled into his hand by the threads. Xiao was taken aback. The manipulative demon then drew the sword and waved it, teasingly remarking, "This sword is nothing remarkable, but I do not wish to let you have it easily. How about a trade? Among the 4 little mice, if you choose to kill me, I will give you the sword." Hee, how mischievous. Figo chuckled in response, saying, "Mischievous children need proper discipline. Someone like you, if you were to enter the city sooner, I would certainly offer you a month-long training package to let you enjoy it." With that, he unfastened his clothing and retrieved a snail phone from his bosom, saying, Moses, Marshal, I am in quite a predicament here. You heard everything, right? I fear I cannot protect the snail phone and the warship. What should I do?" The familiar scene caused Peslo, who was spying from a distance, to widen his eyes in shock. Not this again. The manipulative demon was also momentarily stunned. "Marshal? Naval Marshal? Who is being mischievous?" A voice came from the other end of the snail phone. "No worries. I will immediately dispatch nearby warships to rescue you from Huiyu Island. Figo, bring Gerd Chuck back to the headquarters. I will personally commend you." Understood. Figo abruptly terminated the call, casting the phone bug onto the shore with a flick of his wrist, leaving the little creature to its own devices. This time, the worry spirit refrained from intercepting the phone bug with a thread, and in a fit of irritation, as Figo hurled the phone bug away, 5 colorful threads shot forth from his fingers, ensnaring Figo in their grasp. The sharply cutting multicolored threads mercilessly tore through Figo's garments, exposing his robust physique while relentlessly tightening their grip into his flesh. However, regardless of how fiercely the worry spirit exerted its force, it could only leave shallow scratches upon Figo's skin. Figo's bulging muscles, adorned with an armor-like hue, and his mastery of iron techniques render his flesh and blood even more resilient than blades and swords. Figo once aspired to become a graceful swordsman, yet the fruits of his prison records merely stemmed from the selection of abilities among pirates. Among the pirates, many wielded blades, yielding approximately 1,000 points in swordsmanship gains per year. Coupled with Figo's dedicated practice, his current swordsmanship experience reached an impressive 9,307 points. He remained a level 3 iron-cutting swordsman, tantalizingly close to becoming a level 4 sword master, and could already be deemed a swordsman of considerable caliber. However, another ability overshadowed his swordsmanship entirely. What is the inherent ability possessed by all? What additional benefits does the power of giants confer, aside from longevity? What does consuming sea king meat replenish? What is the foundation of armament hockey? It is the physique. The physique. The physique. Once more, the physique. With a surge of energy coursing through his body, muscles swelling, the multicolored threads that confined him suddenly snapped, exploding outward in all directions, leaving imprints upon the ship's eaves and causing the worrywart to stagger, revealing a look of astonishment. An aura akin to that of a colossal beast emanated indiscriminately from Figo. Physique, 12, 306 level 4, monster. In the world of pirates, to what extent can human physique reach? The seemingly indestructible Kaido? The steel balloon Big Mom? The Whitebeard who could sink half an island despite losing half his face? Even the relatively normal-sized Akainu could withstand the tremors of the tremor fruit with only a few spatters of blood remaining unscathed. Figo once believed that a physique of 1,000 would elevate him to greatness, yet upon surpassing 10,000, he found himself insatiable, sensing a higher realm and a more formidable future. Higher, faster, stronger. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, the intact deck beneath Figo shattered underfoot, the medium-sized warship finally succumbing to the strain and splitting in half. Waves of water surged upwards. The worrywart, standing on the railing, momentarily set aside concerns of the rising tide, for he first had to confront Figo's onslaught. A figure flickered before him, and Figo, splattered with water, seemingly teleported, launching a punch towards him. The multicolored net. The worrywart spread his fingers wide, and the protective web that initially resisted Figo's assault reappeared. Yet, as Figo swung his fist, flames ignited from the violent friction with the air, roaring into a blazing inferno. One force, fire fist. Clang. The net melted away in an instant. The worrywart's expression shifted slightly as he crossed his arms in defense with armament hockey, but upon the resounding collision, he couldn't help but taste blood in his mouth, propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the sea below. He quickly shot a thread, catapulting himself to the shore, landing in a roll to dissipate the impact. Then, Figo plunged into the water, darting like a swordfish, swiftly leaping onto the shore, charging directly at the worrywart. As the warship buckled under the combined devastation wrought by the worrywart and Figo, the central area began to sink. And the three CP9 agents and Shao struggled to maintain their balance, their expressions dazed. I almost thought I saw Admiral Dog's little tiger stutter. He's simply a monster. No wonder he could toss the giants around earlier. Indeed, responded Peslow. No wonder his ambush was utterly ineffective. 22 years ago, Dog, the architect of the Navy's 6 styles, was one of the strongest admirals, and most CP9 members trained under him to master these techniques, familiar with his combat style. The Figo before them was nearly his doppelganger. He's only 28, right? He's still far from his peak, added a female CP9 member. The pinnacle of strength in the pirate world typically lies between the ages of 35 to 50, meaning that if Figo's growth proceeds smoothly, he is virtually guaranteed a position among the Navy's highest combatants in 10 years. With his unblemished lineage, Figo might even ascend to the rank of admiral. The 3 CP9 members fell into silence. Zhao's eyes brimmed with envy. Of the same batch that entered Impel Down, he held a lieutenant rank, and yet after 8 years, how had Figo surpassed him so dramatically? The captured nun, held by Peslow, was equally astonished, yet remained unperturbed. Do you truly believe that fellow can defeat Lord Chuck? Lord Chuck is far more formidable than you imagine. What is happening? We're about to capsize, shouted the bewildered giants from the other half of the warship as their prison began to slip into the sea. Save the giants. To shore. Peslow gestured for Shao to open the giant's cell, leaping ashore with his 2 companions. With a thud, they were tossed onto the beach, coughing a few times. But the nun paid no heed, craning her neck to observe the 2 figures growing ever more distant. The earth became pockmarked under Figo's relentless stamping and striking. And as the nun looked up, she witnessed the worrywart's webbing once again shatter, sent flying by Figo's punch. Yet, the nun remained composed. Sure enough, as the worrywart flew back, he spread his hands wide, orchestrating a multitude of white threads that coalesced into massive white spiders. Spider strike. The giant spiders raced forth, encircling Figo, and as they drew near, they suddenly burst apart, a dense web of threads exploding forth, engulfing Figo and transforming into a white cocoon. Excellent. Capture him. Lord Worrywart. The threads boasted a resilience unmatched by ordinary strands. Nothing could sever them. It was said that Lord Worrywart had once sealed 2 billionberry bounty pirates within for 10 days and nights, and upon their release, the scene was simply horrifying. Starve him. Lord Worrywart. First, come and eliminate these CP9 members, then rescue me. Bang, bang, bang. The drumming sounds echoed within the white cocoon, and to the nun's disbelief, fine cracks began to spread across its surface. The worrywart continuously entangled new threads, yet they were outpaced by Figo's destructive force. With a thunderous explosion, Figo collided with the worrywart, sending him reeling and spitting blood as he deftly flicked 2 threads, aiming for Figo's eyes. Beautiful. Target his vital spots. Though the attack missed, the nun remained unfazed. Lord Worrywart had already discerned this brute's weakness. No matter how robust the physique, could the vital points withstand an assault? As the combatant speeds escalated, their clashes intensified, with the worrywart shifting his attacks from broad strokes to pinpoint strikes, focusing on Figo's vulnerabilities. Line saw, leg shaving line, thread snap, until a certain moment. Vast expanses of silk threads unfurled once more, transforming the earth's soil and stones into an ocean of strands under the influence of the manipulator's powers. Here it comes. The devil fruit of the manipulator has awakened, capable of converting all inanimate objects into a wave of her command. The tumultuous waves engulfed Figo, akin to a small vessel caught in a tempest, on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Is this the end for him? Suddenly, a fiery fist surged forth from the sea of waves, followed by countless sparks illuminating the pristine ocean, incinerating it in an instant. Yet, the nun remained unperturbed. The manipulator's assault was far from over. The remaining white threads soared high, weaving a net towards a single point in the sky, converging rapidly from all directions like a birdcage closing in. Here it comes. The manipulator, renowned for her ability to obliterate anything, unleashed the holy execution of severance, with the awakened threads possessing a cutting force tenfold stronger. Figo clenched his fists tightly, the sound of thunderous explosions resonating incessantly. Dust and white lines swirled around, obscuring the details of the battle from the nun's view. Suddenly, two immense, pristine wings unfurled, as the carefree demon fashioned wings from threads, soaring into the air. Here it comes. The carefree demon's aerial threads had transformed into wings capable of flight, a means for both travel and escape. But escape? A figure approached swiftly, grasping the carefree demon's legs and forcefully slamming him into the ground. Amidst the earth-shattering tremors, the nun's expression grew increasingly dazed. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding thunder echoed for 3 minutes. Silence fell. From the swirling smoke and dust, Figo emerged, his body marred by cuts from the threads, bloodied yet resolute, dragging the now limp, carefree demon, Gerd Chak, behind him. Truly resilient, I am even famished. His aura was fierce, as if he were ready to devour. The nun was alarmed. Is he going to eat me? Chapter 20. Harvest and Return on the Coastline. 7 giants sat in a row. The cage that had imprisoned them had already sunk into the depths, and Figo retrieved only one, unceremoniously tossing the carefree demon inside. To facilitate their ascent to shore, Shao removed the shackles from their legs, granting them the ability to flee at will. Yet, one sat more obediently than the next. Flee. Who would wish to run? Not only were they still shackled, but they also observed their 3 benefactors, still serving under the oppressive dominion of the demon guards. Not far away, a roaring bonfire blazed as 3 members of CP9 diligently sliced and bled a massive Sea King corpse, roasting it over the flames, swiftly providing portions to Figo. As dozens of tons of the Sea King gradually vanished into Figo's voracious appetite, the little tiger and the female CP9 exchanged furtive glances. It turned out that the jesters were indeed ourselves. The giants were truthful. Figo could truly consume an entire Sea King in one sitting. Thus, his past acts of torment against prisoners were indeed factual, not to be trifled with, not to be trifled with. Following a series of upheavals, Peslo's desire to bring Figo before the elders waned significantly. Figo, normally not one to indulge excessively, had recently acquired a substantial amount of giant strength and, after enduring a fierce battle, was in dire need of replenishment. His formidable digestive capabilities swiftly transformed the ingested meat into energy within his body. After consuming 3/4 of the near Sea King, Figo let out a satisfied belch and rose, supporting his belly. That should suffice. You all can roast the remainder and share it with the giants. The giants, seated in a row, were overwhelmed with gratitude, marveling at their fortune of still having food. Old Shao, how is the little bug faring? Figo inquired towards another side. We cannot establish contact with the headquarters. The phone bug was dropped onto the shore. It did not meet a heroic end, but its shell is slightly damaged, rendering it unable to connect with the main office. We shall have to wait for it to gradually recover. As for the sea soldiers, only 6 remained, each injured and wrapped in bandages like Figo, resting by the shore. Once the first piece of near Sea King meat was cooked, they had each received a share, filling their stomachs. Is that so? I leave the little bug in your care. Old Shao. Fortunately, I had already contacted the marshal. He mentioned that he would dispatch the nearest warship to retrieve us, and it should not take long. After all, we are quite close to Elbaf, and the marshal will undoubtedly consider the giants' need for rescuing the 7 giants, ensuring their prompt extraction. Having conveyed these instructions, Figo found a flat patch of ground to lie down and closed his eyes to rest. Not far away, a nun, shackled with sea stone handcuffs, lay on the ground. Having entirely lost hope, her emotions settling into a calm demeanor. Observing this, she remarked, "Could I borrow a light to ignite a cigarette, sea soldier? Best to quit. Smoking is prohibited in Impel Down." The nun fell silent. The giants admired her courage. Even in captivity, she dared to make a request. Noticing Figo asleep, they consumed their meat cautiously, fearful of awakening the demonic warden, feeling small, pitiful, and helpless. Escape? Look at the puddle of muck within that cage. Observe the shattered ground. Take note of the 2 segments of the warship that have yet to sink. Do not jest. It is better to endure life than to perish. Figo had not truly slumbered. Instead, he was meticulously tallying his gains. Presently, he had 7 benefits to choose from, as long as he had genuinely grasped them. Even if he later relinquished some rewards, they would not vanish. The 3 rewards provided by CP9 predominantly pertained to the 6 powers, and Figo was in no rush to make a selection. He intended to ponder them further. After all, there was still a potential for rapid enhancement within the Navy's 6 powers. Once he found himself unable to advance any further in his training, he would then utilize their rewards to elevate his abilities. The remaining 4 rewards included those from the exploits of Doom and the Giant Kevin, as well as the bounties from capturing the Nun and the Worry Demon. Notably, the Giant Kevin remained unaware that the Worry Demon, recently apprehended after a fierce battle with Figo, was the true culprit behind the murder of his daughter, a fact Figo chose not to disclose. The subsequent decision regarding whether to recruit him into the Navy would be left to the Marshal's discretion. It was also prudent to select Kevin's reward. Reward: Giant Strength, Rare, 187, 1832, Level 3 Giant Youth. Next was Doom, who had initially activated Figo's observation haki but had not mastered armament haki. As he did not wield a sword, Figo naturally opted to enhance his strongest capabilities from the scattered array of abilities available. Reward: Physique 63-1-2399, Level 4 Monster. A fierce battle and a feast of near-sea king meat had further bolstered Figo's physique by more than 20. Now came the main event, 2 SR-level villains with a 100 capture participation rate. The Nuns offered rewards fell within the realms of devil fruit development, disguise, and commerce, none of which were particularly favorable for Figo. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose to pursue devil fruit development. Although he had yet to consume a fruit, rendering this ability dormant, and given his affinity for fishman strength, he would not consider consuming any fruit unless it was exceptionally enticing. Nevertheless, the enhancement in devil fruit development would aid him in battles against users of devil fruit abilities, providing some assistance in assessing enemy threats. Reward: Devil fruit development, not activated, 2093-2093, Level 3 Devil Fruit Mastery, with a 100 capture participation rate, a crime index of 91, and an SR3 level. Figo received a staggering 2,093 points in rewards, the highest he had ever achieved. Yet, this record was poised to be surpassed shortly. Criminal, Gerd Chuck level, SR9 status, incarcerated crime index, 113 capture participation rate, 100 available rewards, armament haki, doctor. Observation haki. The crime index of 113 shattered Figo's previous highest record, and the available rewards were unprecedentedly generous. Typically, individuals possessed a mere few dozen abilities, and obtaining even one quality option from 3 was commendable, yet the Worry Demon had simultaneously revealed both armament and observation haki. The doctor ability, while valuable at other times, presented a genuine dilemma in decision-making. In the end, Figo opted for the armament haki. The benefits: armament haki power surged from 3277 to 6355, the third-level mid-tier armament haki, effectively doubling. Subsequently, Figo could swiftly elevate his prowess through rigorous training, potentially achieving a full-body application of armament haki. If he could personally capture a pirate of the caliber of 100 or so, Figo might soon ascend to the status of the world's strongest. However, such aspirations remain mere fantasies. In this era, the Worry Demon has already secured a place among the top 50 most wanted pirates. Other formidable pirates will not simply stand by for Figo to apprehend them, and crucially, there are many whom he likely cannot yet defeat. This recent battle allowed Figo to gauge his limits. The substantial leap between SR9 and SSR1 signifies a transformative enhancement. He exerted considerable effort to capture the Worry Demon, and against SSR-level pirates, he would most likely still be outmatched. Even among SR7, SR8, and SR9, he cannot guarantee invincibility, as the outcome of battles is influenced by numerous factors. Should he encounter someone like Sugar, an R-level adversary could very well spell his downfall. It appears that, in the short term, the prospect of participating in the capture of SSR-level foes is bleak. As for Impel Down, that too remains an impossibility. Currently, The deepest confines of Impel Down are occupied by an SR-9 prisoner. SSR seemingly represents the pinnacle of the seas, embodying a select few, akin to the ranks of admirals. At least those formidable enough to momentarily stall a Navy admiral. To rephrase, does SSR-1 equate to the average level of future vice admirals? Is SSR-9 the zenith of Roger and Whitebeard? What of Rox? What of Emu? The ascent to the apex becomes increasingly arduous. After 8 years of relentless effort within Impel Down, I find myself merely at the threshold of the summit, having only brushed against it. Figo found himself succumbing to drowsiness, eventually drifting into slumber, as fatigue had indeed taken its toll on him. It was not until nightfall that he was roused by Zhao's voice. "My Lord Figo, our warship has arrived. It is time for us to set sail homeward." As Figo opened his eyes, he wondered if this was it. Ultimately, he had not explored the quaint town on the island. Perhaps next time. Chapter 21. Acquiring an SSR after nearly 4 days of tedious sailing. Figo returned to the naval headquarters aboard a warship. This marked his first visit to the naval headquarters at Marineford. As soon as the small crescent-shaped island emerged on the horizon, he had stepped onto the deck to gaze upon it, prompted by the sailors. The island, adorned with tiered buildings nestled against the mountains, prominently displayed patterns of the vast blue sea and doves symbolizing peace, making it a striking sight. Most notable, however, were the 2 bold characters spelling out Navy on the building. Just like the scenes depicted in anime, it seemed that the naval headquarters had not relocated frequently, at least for the past century. It had not faced the necessity to move. As the warship gradually approached the dock, Figo suddenly noticed another warship drawing near from the opposite side of the crescent-shaped island. Compared to the vessel he was on, the opposing warship appeared significantly larger, roughly twice its size, with its broadside cannons exuding an air of formidable power. "Is that perhaps the ship of Major General Mia?" a sailor exclaimed loudly. "Is it true? Really? Indeed. What splendid fortune. Will we get to see Major General Mia?" One sailor after another rushed to the deck, filled with excitement as they peered towards the approaching warship. Figo scratched his head, pondering the name Mia. It seemed vaguely familiar. He must have known her in a past life. As he rummaged through his memories, he recalled, the flower of the Navy. The most beautiful among the talented female sailors at naval headquarters, she was merely 22 years old and already a naval colonel. Yet, this flower was now 30. Having risen to the rank of rear admiral and still enjoying immense popularity, observing the excited sailors, Figo waved his arm. "Youngsters, bring the ship closer." The sailors hesitated, surprised. "Master Figo, is that permissible? Who do you think I am?" Figo laughed. "I'll take responsibility for any issues." The sailors were invigorated by his words. They skillfully maneuvered the ship, adjusting its course, as the 2 vessels gradually drew near. As if sensing the commotion, a woman clad in Rear Admiral's uniform emerged from the opposite ship's cabin, standing at approximately 1.9 meters tall, with fair skin and strikingly long legs. Her black bangs swept across her forehead, playfully accentuating her features. She appeared far younger than her 30 years. Her demeanor resembled that of a youthful maiden. However, the crispness of her uniform and the precision of her steps bestowed upon her an air of commanding elegance. With the stature of a seasoned officer and the visage of a youthful girl, she indeed captivated all, outshining her peers effortlessly, which explained her popularity. She regarded this side with a hint of curiosity, momentarily pausing upon spotting Figo at the bow. "Are you Figo?" Though they were not well acquainted, they recognized each other. Otherwise, Figo would not have inexplicably drawn the ship closer. In their shared memories, they both stood out as exemplary recruits during basic training, having trained together at the elite camp. However, Mia continued to excel while Figo lingered among the last ranks, resulting in their limited exchanges. Fortunately, Figo's previous self had not retained any memories of youthful infatuation or secret admiration, allowing him to greet Mia with composure, taking the first step toward reconnecting with familiar faces. "It's been a long time, Sister Mia," Figo waved, offering a greeting. Mia smiled faintly. "It truly is you. It has been many years." Just as she began to speak, an unusual wave of energy emanated from Mia's ship. It was indescribable, akin to being targeted by the fiercest of wolves. As if a higher life form loomed above, and the overwhelming presence of a powerful force pressed down upon him. Figo's observation Haki sensed an unfamiliar faint crimson aura sweeping over, triggering a profound discomfort within him. His brow furrowed, and the deck beneath his feet cracked as he struggled to dispel the unsettling sensation. "What is this?" Suddenly, a series of thuds resounded beside him as the sailors, enchanted by Mia's beauty, succumbed to the overwhelming aura, eyes rolling back, mouths agape, all struck down by the sudden surge of crimson energy. The sailors aboard Mia's ship experienced the same fate. Conqueror's haki. A sudden jolt coursed through Figo's heart, and just then, a resounding boom echoed in the air. A massive gash had been torn open in the hull of the opposing warship, and a young man with black hair, tightly bound by chains, unexpectedly crashed through the cabin along with his prison cell, plummeting into the sea. Mia staggered, sensing the imminent danger. Before her alarm could escape her lips, Figo had already leaped into the ocean. The young man, ensnared by chains and confined within his cell, was evidently unable to free himself or swim. Yet, he seemed not to aspire to escape. Instead, he opened his mouth wide, gulping in seawater in a desperate attempt to end his own life. He appeared to be a captured pirate, and Figo would not allow his tragic endeavor to succeed. With a swift motion, he surged forward, hoisting the cage out of the water, and with a powerful arm, he hurled both the young man and his cell back onto the warship. Mia's expression brightened with hope as she called out, "Figo, the ship." Figo had already perceived the situation. The Marines were left dazed by the previous eruption of the Conqueror's haki, and the two warships had gone out of control, drifting towards an imminent collision that could result in disaster. He swiftly swam over and, with great effort, pushed against one of the vessels with his arms. Suddenly, countless fair hands emerged just as the ships were about to collide, supporting both vessels. Together with Figo, they skillfully maneuvered the ships apart, averting catastrophe. She was referred to as the flower of the Navy, not solely for Mia's beauty, but also because she had consumed a fruit that Figo was intimately familiar with, the flower fruit. Realizing that the ships would not crash, Figo climbed up and leaped onto Mia's vessel. "Thank you, Figo. If it weren't for you, I might have succumbed to despair." Mia expressed her gratitude while inspecting the situation of the cage. "No, if I hadn't brought the ships closer, he would have never found the opportunity for such an act," Figo replied. Figo shook his head, dismissing any notion of credit, and gestured towards the dark-haired pirate in the cage, inquiring, "Was that the fabled Conqueror's haki just now? I suppose I cannot ascertain whether he wields such power." Mia nodded thoughtfully, her gaze shifting to the unconscious man who had attempted to take his own life, exclaiming, "Truly, he is none other than Gerald, the notorious captain of the Mad Laugh Pirates, with a bounty of 630 million berries." "How much did you say?" 630 million berries. Figo initially perceived him as a novice pirate, possessing the latent potential of a conqueror's haki, yet plagued by misfortune. How, then, did Mia manage to capture him? Sensing Figo's confusion, Mia shook her head and elucidated. He was recently apprehended by Admiral Mocha himself. As Admiral Mocha was in pursuit of the other members of the Mad Laugh Pirates, to prevent them from executing a diversionary tactic to rescue him, he entrusted me with his safe return, and I nearly overlooked that responsibility. An admiral's capture? Indeed. Wait a moment. Did his recent leap into the sea count as an escape attempt? Was I inadvertently complicit in the apprehension? Figo felt a sudden warmth in his heart. The beautiful female major before him continued to introduce the crazy laughter pirates, her voice melodious, yet Figo found himself disinterested in her chatter. This pirate could very well be the prison records surfaced in his mind, opening a blank page, emblazoned with the image of a dark-haired young man. Criminal, Gerald rank, SSR 1 status, incarcerated crime index, 25 capture participation, 35 selectable benefits, choose one of 5 merchant, swordsmanship, culinary arts, childcare. Navigation character event 1, activatable character event 2, not activatable core event, not activatable. Upon completing all character events, the core event can be activated. Upon completing the core event, 3 benefits can be chosen from the character's ability list. Could this truly be considered a capture? How was the participation rate of 35 calculated? No. More crucially, Figo was acutely aware that prior to this return voyage, he had no opportunity to detain an SSR-level criminal. Today, with just this singular return voyage, a serendipitous encounter, he stumbled upon an SSR? Chapter 22. Doug and the Void Figo? Figo? Ah, my apologies. Figo snapped back to reality, explaining. I was contemplating matters concerning Impel Down. That prison has yet to confine such a formidable pirate, and with his conqueror-s haki, he would likely pose a considerable challenge to Impel Down. Jin Xia was far inferior to him, and Shiza. Figo had lingered in Impel Down for 2 additional years for Jin Xia, who still found the role of warden somewhat taxing. Mia remarked, indeed. Admiral Mocha's orders are to first confine him in the headquarters prison, awaiting the marshal's arrangements. Such a notorious pirate may face immediate execution. Or perhaps they aim to utilize him to capture other members of the crazy laughter pirates. As she spoke, she looked up at Figo, who towered over her by two heads, and with a hint of nostalgia, she said, "By the way, what have you truly experienced in Impel Down over these 8 years?" The former Figo had not been as tall as she. Before Figo could respond, she continued with a chuckle, "Instructor Doug has mentioned you quite frequently over the years. Each time you were promoted during your tenure in Impel Down, he would express his admiration for having recognized your potential." Her smile bore a hint of mischief, and Figo sensed a trace of playful malice. The name of Doug, the Rear Admiral, was familiar to Figo. He was renowned for creating techniques such as iron block, paper drawing, and finger gun, as well as organizing the disparate methods of predecessors into the 6 forms of the Navy. His reputation was legendary. He also served as the chief instructor at the Navy's recruit camp and was one of the teachers in the elite battalion. Thus, Figo could consider him a mentor. With Mia's smile, memories of his last encounter with Doug, which included Mia, were awakened. 8 years prior, the young Figo stood quietly outside the office of Rear Admiral Doug, listening to the impassioned voice emanating from within. "What? Xiaya, you wish to transfer to the newly established Impel Down?" "Absolutely not. At merely 22 years of age, you are already a Navy colonel with limitless potential. Your future lies upon the vast seas, battling formidable pirates, not serving as a warden in a newly constructed underwater prison. You shall become a powerful Navy leader. You will rise to the rank of Rear Admiral, perhaps even Admiral, etching your name into the annals of Navy history. I, Doug, firmly believe this." Soon after, the young Mia exited Doug's office, her face alight with excitement, her small fists clenched at her chest, pumping them as if rallying herself for encouragement. Then Figo entered. "You two wish to be transferred to Impel Down?" Lieutenant, if I recall correctly, you are Figo?" "Haha. Well done. Truly my student. A real man need not only aspire for the sea. If everyone yearned for the boundless ocean, who would take on the role of a warden? Your courage to brave solitude and venture into the deep sea brings me great pride as your teacher. You shall become a remarkable warden, etching your name in the history of Impel Down." I, Doug, firmly believe this. This Figo found himself in a perplexing situation. He shook his head, his fists clenched before his chest, gradually adopting a posture of self-encouragement, exuding a certain charm. I, imitating Mia, retracted my smile, feeling no embarrassment, but rather expressing surprise. "It has been 8 years, and you have become quite cheerful, Figo. The former you would never have made such jokes. Back then, I was influenced by the effects of the fruit. Teacher Doug always wielded his encouragement fruit haphazardly, though he meant no harm." "I understand. It is indeed a waste for a 22-year-old female colonel to be assigned to Impel Down, while a promising 20-year-old captain can still thrive there for a few years." Upon reflection, both General Doug's refusals and approvals are not without merit. However, due to his possession of the encouragement fruit, his impassioned rhetoric in uplifting the two individuals rendered the situation somewhat peculiar. Figo turned to Mia and said, "Sister Mia, let us postpone our reminiscences for a while. Someone has noticed the anomalies regarding our 2 warships. The officers stationed at the dock have observed the situation here and are approaching with a small warship and several dozen Marines." He anchored the 2 warships at the dock, accommodating the Marines who had been momentarily incapacitated by the Conqueror's hockey. Together with Mia, they escorted the 7 giants, the troublesome sorcerer, the nun, and Gerald to the naval headquarters prison, a task that consumed nearly an hour. Subsequently, Figo and Mia ascended the tall edifice of the naval headquarters to meet Marshal Oka. Along the way, Figo acutely felt the extent of Mia's popularity. Fortunately, in the world of pirates, particularly within the naval headquarters, there were no rivalries or jealousies to contend with. The Marines merely fawned over her, their hearts aflame with admiration, exclaiming, "Major Mia," from a distance, often followed by, "Who is that man beside Major Mia, dressed in civilian attire? How enviable." Upon reaching the top floor at the marshal's office, they were informed that the esteemed marshal had departed for the Holy Land Mary Geos and would not return for 2 days. It was a fruitless endeavor. Wasn't it promised that I would bring back the troublesome sorcerer to celebrate my achievements? Figo mused silently. Yet he understood that the marshal's pilgrimage to the Holy Land was likely connected to his own visit to the Isle of Calamity. He pondered the uncertain fate that awaited the 7 giants. "Might you accompany me to visit Teacher Doug?" Mia suggested as they exited the headquarters. "What I said before holds true. Over the years, Teacher Doug has frequently mentioned you. Now that he is older, he seldom leads a fleet to sea and delights in having us students share our experiences with him. The fact that a villain like the troublesome sorcerer was captured by you will surely bring him great joy. Doug, now a venerable 71 years of age, was indeed a figure of respect and admiration. Figo did not hesitate much. All right. As a traveler, he was accustomed to the typical orphan's beginning. There were few remnants of family left. It had been 8 years since he last resided at the Navy headquarters, and he was uncertain of its current state of disrepair. Returning later was of no consequence. The residential area for families lay just behind the Navy headquarters, and as a distinguished vice admiral, Doug's home was in close proximity. Mia was likely a frequent visitor and soon led Figo to the door, gently knocking upon it. The door was opened by a small boy, perhaps 3 or 4 years of age, with a pointed chin and sharp features. Upon seeing Mia, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he turned to run inside, exclaiming, "Grandpa, Sister Mia is here, and she has brought along a man I have never seen before." Mia smiled warmly and introduced, "This is Doug's little grandson, Kong." Figo paused momentarily. Soon, from the inner room emerged a tall, robust elder with hair as white as snow, who laughed heartily and exclaimed, "You're back, Xiaya. Has the pirate who attacked the celestial dragons been captured?" Upon seeing Figo, the elder was taken aback for a moment, adjusting his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. "Ah, you are Fickle from Impel Down, aren't you? Indeed, you have been reassigned from there. What brings you here with Xiaoya to visit the teacher?" "Ha ha ha, welcome, welcome." Mia's expression wavered slightly. Figo glanced at her, helplessly saying, "Teacher Doug, I am Figo." "Oh, right. Figo." The muscular and robust General Doug had a gentle demeanor, and upon misremembering, he apologized to Figo. "My apologies, truly. My memory seems to fade year by year. Your name was right on the tip of my tongue, yet I still managed to call it wrong." "It's all right," Figo smiled, casting a glance at the little boy peering at him from behind Doug, then observing that Doug indeed bore a resemblance to the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies he remembered. "Is this your grandson?" "It is my first time meeting him. This child is remarkably well built. He seems destined to inherit your strength and spirit, to become an extraordinary naval officer, or even surpass you, becoming a general, a naval marshal, forever etched in the annals of naval history." Figo's voice was filled with fervor. "I, Figo, firmly believe this." Mia chuckled softly. Doug, quite pleased, laughed heartily. "Ha, is that so? I share your conviction. Come, sit down, Xiaoya Fickle." Chapter 23, Sapphire Teacher, "My name is Figo." Yes, my apologies." Doug led Figo and Mia to the sofa in the living room, turning to call for Kong, introducing, "This is your brother Figo, a naval officer taught by your grandfather. He is quite remarkable, only 28 this year, and I've been informed he will soon be promoted to Rear Admiral." "Hello, brother Figo," the polite young Kong replied earnestly. "Hello, young Kong," Figo responded with equal seriousness, adding, "Shouldn't you be calling me uncle? You and Xiaoya are yet to start families. Calling each other brother and sister is perfectly fine." Doug shook his head, signaling Kong to return to his room to play, before inquiring about Figo's experiences over the past 8 years in Impel Down. In truth, Doug was already aware of much, as since the incident 7 years ago when Figo apprehended the Fishman invaders, news had reached headquarters. Indeed, Doug had kept an eye on Figo, who had once been a rather inconspicuous student, though he never anticipated Figo's rapid growth. Those 8 years of daily interrogating prisoners must have been both tedious and exhausting. Doug remarked, then asked, "How did you and Xiaoya come to be together and arrive here?" Finally breaking her silence, Mia recounted her encounter at sea with Figo and the suicide of the madcap pirate captain, Gerald. "So he was indeed captured, that man with Conqueror's hockey?" Doug remarked, choosing to take his own life rather than implicate his crew indeed shows a certain toughness. If the madcap pirates continued to roam freely in the New World, the Navy typically wouldn't launch a large-scale assault. Why did they provoke the celestial dragons? Figo had overheard this upon entering, but his attention had been focused on young Kong. Now, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Gerald's crime index was merely 25. While he has committed numerous offenses, this figure hardly aligns with his bounty of 640 million berries. Compared to the nefarious criminals on levels 5 and 6 of Impel Down, he could be considered a good person. Hence, even as an SSR-1, capturing him would yield less profit than apprehending a nun, especially with a capture participation rate of only 35. With this thought, Figo casually dismissed his potential earnings. Swordsmanship 350, 9886, level 3 Blade Master. Indeed, such a meager amount, witnessing the paltry return of a few hundred. Figo felt a twinge of disappointment compared to the 2 or 3,000 he had seen earlier. Meanwhile, Mia, hearing Doug's inquiry, sighed softly and said, "On the way back escorting him, he did share his story with me, though I cannot ascertain its truth. If it is true, I truly do not know how to respond." As Mia narrated, Figo instinctively sensed that Gerald's character event was likely connected to this. Character events typically reflect a person's deepest desires or obsessions. Thus, he activated the character event while listening. Doug listened to the story, while he immersed himself in the animated tale. A boy of 8 or 9 years, wandering the streets, stumbled upon an abandoned infant in a corner of an alley. The infant was unique, possessing striking blue eyes as pure as gemstones, radiating light under the sun, reaching out to him with a smile. The wandering boy hesitated several times before ultimately lifting the infant into his arms. Thus began the story. Figo felt a twinge of reluctance to continue watching. Another little girl. Another tragic tale. In the world of pirates, tragedies are ever present. Yet, he refrained from severing the scene, for Mia was indeed recounting the same story. The ensuing narrative revolved around survival. A homeless boy fetched water for affluent households, earning meager pocket money. One bucket brimmed with water while the other cradled a found infant girl. The boy scavenged scrap metal, fashioning a small cart from an iron pot, dragging the infant along. As he set up a stall to sell his salvaged treasures, the slightly older girl sat beside him, gleefully laughing to attract customers. Once, he had to sustain only himself. Now, he bore the responsibility of 2, which rendered his life more arduous, yet he found joy. Each time he gazed into the infant's pure blue eyes and innocent smile. An authentic smile blossomed on his face. Days turned into weeks, the boy gradually matured into a youth, while the infant transformed into a girl. On her 5th birthday, their fortunes unexpectedly improved. As they passed by several refuse heaps, the girl pointed toward one, and the boy would invariably unearth something valuable, without exception. Her innate observation ability was remarkable. Thanks to the girl's talents, their lives flourished day by day. They donned new garments and even acquired a small home. However, a turning point arrived when the girl turned 7. An elegantly dressed couple found them, tears streaming down their faces, declaring that the girl was their long-lost child. We encountered pirates and, in our haste, left her in a corner. When we returned, she was gone. Thank you, young man. If you are willing, we would like to be your parents. We could become one family." Their words were earnest, their emotions palpable. The boy glanced at the timid girl. Recalling the pirate raids that had plagued the island, and considering her puzzled inquiry about the absence of parents, he accepted their proposition with caution. The 4 formed a new family, and their days grew increasingly joyful. A month passed, then 2. The couple treated both the girl and the boy splendidly, as if he were their own child. The boy gradually lowered his guard, until one fateful day, upon returning from an outing, he found the place deserted. What followed was a frantic search and endless quest. 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years later, the boy acquired his first sword and killed his first pirate. Gifted with immense potential, he grew ever stronger. By the age of 23, he bore a striking resemblance to the captured Gerald and finally located the couple who had once adopted them. As expected, they were human traffickers. They had long set their sights on the uniquely gifted girl. The vigilant street child had thwarted their attempts, but they had disguised themselves for 3 months, ultimately succeeding in abducting the girl. The 2 trembled under Gerald's blade, confessing all. "Where is the sapphire? Tell me where the sapphire is. Who did you sell her to?" The male trafficker stammered. "We took her to the Sabaody archipelago, thinking we could fetch a good price. But then, the celestial dragon made an offer that no one dared contest, and we barely made any belly. I did not inquire how much you sold her for." "The celestial dragon?" Gerald clenched his teeth, teetering on the brink of fury. "Damn it. Has the sapphire become a slave? Which celestial dragon? When?" Yet, no matter how he pressed, the traffickers steadfastly refused to divulge until Gerald, armed with his knife, confronted the auctioneer. "The girl with the blue eyes? I recall her. She was purchased by St. Cecilia." "It has nothing to do with me." Gerald inhaled deeply, feeling he was one step closer to finding the sapphire, only to notice the auctioneer's evasion. If that were the case, the despicable traffickers had no reason to conceal anything from him. A wave of dread enveloped him as he trembled and asked, "And then?" St. Cecilia found her eyes beautiful and ordered the slaves to gouge them out. The extracted eyes no longer resembled sapphires. St. Cecilia was furious and commanded the slaves to reinsert them. The girl was unrecognizable. "It has nothing to do with me." A flash of blood illuminated the scene, followed by an eerie silence. Gerald hung his head low. "Ha ha ha. St. Cecilia." The conqueror's hockey awakened within him. Boom. His massive fist crashed down, shattering the dining table in Admiral Doug's home. The robust elder stood. His demeanor transformed from gentle to tremulous silence as he retreated into his bedroom. Whenever he heard of justice being sullied, the teacher would become enraged. Mia's expression mirrored sorrow. Figo, can you comprehend? This is not sympathy for pirates. It is merely. She paused, locking eyes with Figo. I spent 8 years in Impel Down, encountering all sorts of pirates, many of whom had their own grievances. Figo remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Perhaps because I have not experienced it myself, I still believe that grievances cannot absolve wickedness. He gazed at Mia and continued. Yet, sympathy is indeed possible, and anger is justifiable. I might be gentler toward unfortunate pirates with their own hardships, for after all, as humans, there are some matters one can overlook. Once witnessed, however, it is challenging not to feel compassion. The image of that angelic sapphire-eyed girl lingered in his mind. The unfolding events demanded, either Gerald or someone else must slay, preferably torturing the celestial dragon, Saint Cassilia. It was difficult to suppress the fury. Chapter 24. 2 reasons outside Admiral Doug's residence. Mia and Figo exchanged glances for a moment. Figo raised his head towards the door. Mia said, No, the teacher must be fine. However, he has often expressed anger over similar matters in the past. This is the first time he has driven me out of the house, claiming he needs to rest. It seems that the issue involves those celestial dragons, which has likely intensified his frustration due to his helplessness. Is that so? Figo replied, Indeed, how powerful can the celestial dragons really be? Even the notorious madcap pirates failed to launch a successful attack against them. Of course not, Mia interjected. The madcap pirates were detected immediately upon infiltrating the Sabaody archipelago. We barely managed to react in time, and it was almost too late. Mia thought to herself, perhaps it would have been better if it had been too late. Although she kept this thought to herself, Figo began to formulate his thoughts. A moment of silence enveloped them. The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 7 centuries ago, deeming themselves as the descendants of the Creator. They enjoy unparalleled privileges. Should they be affronted, the highest-ranking admirals of the Navy and the elite intelligence operatives of CP0 must respond unconditionally to ensure their safety. Due to these myriad privileges, the vast majority of celestial dragons are arrogant, ignorant fools and the dregs of humanity, their existence a profound insult to the justice of the Navy. Yet, what can be done? Throughout generations, there has never been a shortage of righteous individuals within the Navy. Yet the existence of such a group as the Celestial Dragons for 700 years speaks volumes. Speaking of which, does Teacher Doug not worry that his sense of justice might waver upon hearing such tales from his students? Figo inquired further. The effects of Teacher's encouragement fruit are not solely applied to us, Maya replied. He often employs it on himself as well. It should pose no issue, likely requiring just a day of rest. Let us visit Teacher's home again tomorrow morning. There should still be a dozen or so from our elite class remaining at the Navy headquarters. I will attempt to locate a few. Humans are social creatures. And Figo graciously accepted Maya's kindness. Thank you. Shall we meet tomorrow? Yes, goodbye, Maya waved. The two parted ways, each departing in their own direction. Figo glanced around, observing that the residential area of the naval headquarters was quite spacious, featuring bustling shops and lively commercial streets, mostly owned by the families of naval personnel, operating with integrity. He carried with him the treasure of Duhan that he had unearthed on Huayu Island, intending to exchange it at a shop later. For now, he decided to visit his home, which had been neglected for 8 years, to see what state it had fallen into. Figo wandered through the neighborhood, and after roughly 20 minutes, he arrived at a place etched in his memory. The surrounding layout had changed little, and his modest abode still stood there, resolute. However, to Figo's surprise, the exterior walls of the house appeared remarkably well maintained, seemingly even more pristine than he recalled, as though they had recently been repainted. With a keen sense of observation, Figo was further astonished to discover that several individuals occupied the house. How could this residence be taken over? In his memory, it was not a rental. This was housing allocated by the Navy. Figo approached and gently knocked on the door. After 3 seconds, the door swung open. At first glance, he saw no one. Instead, his eyes were met with an array of intricately woven ribbons, the living room adorned as if in celebration of a joyous occasion. In the next moment, several individuals leaped forth. What a delightful surprise. Ha ha ha, Lord Figo. Welcome back to the naval headquarters. Oh, how we have longed to see you again. Lord Figo. Figo was momentarily taken aback, a smile breaking across his face. "It is you rascals, ha ha ha." It was the familiar faces of several prison guards who had departed from the advancing city 8 years ago. "Figo, are you pleasantly surprised?" Came another familiar voice from the side. "I heard that our naval flower is accompanied by a stranger, and based on their descriptions, I could only surmise that you have returned. In my haste, I could only manage to inform a few of them. Oh dear, truly worthy of Lord Figo. Though you are indeed Lord Figo, I still find myself envious. Major Mia belongs to everyone." Figo, indifferent to the sniveling worms, turned away. The cloak of justice adorned his shoulders, signifying his rank as a general. Figo greeted, "It has been a long time, Shiza. To think you would ambush me like this." "It is hardly an ambush," Shiza gestured towards Figo's residence. "You have stood in for me in advancing the city for 2 additional years. I ought to do something in return for you. These fellows are quite eager to manage your house, and we have long since prepared it for your arrival. It is ready for you to move in at any time." "Thank you very much," Figo replied with a smile, choosing not to reacquaint himself with former classmates. He was not without acquaintances at the naval headquarters, and in comparison to those individuals, the friends he had personally cultivated felt far more endearing. A merry group exchanged stories and laughter, eventually making their way to an izakaya, where they raised their glasses and indulged in joyous revelry from the afternoon until the late hours of the night. Eventually, only Figo and Shiza remained as they departed the izakaya. Shiza, somewhat inebriated and with a slurred tongue, said, "Figo, I must return home." Figo swayed slightly, giving him an okay gesture as they parted ways. Turning down a street, when he glanced back at Figo, there was no trace of inebriation. His robust physique afforded him an exceptional capacity to metabolize alcohol, far surpassing that of Shiza. Now, he had an alibi, Figo mused. He opened the prison dossier. Flipping to the page corresponding to Gerald, his focus honing in on the incident involving the assassination of the celestial dragon, Saint Cassilia. An arrow pointing in that direction appeared, slowly moving. The celestial dragon attacked by Gerald was indeed Saint Cassilia. Having been assaulted, the disgruntled celestial dragon would undoubtedly hasten his return from the Sabati archipelago to Mariawa, currently traversing the seas, while the Marine Admiral would not accompany him for protection. The triangular route between Marine headquarters, the Sabati archipelago, and Mariawa spanned approximately 500 nautical miles. This stretch of sea was exceedingly safe, situated in a windless zone where pirate vessels would be absent. Moreover, no one could traverse between the two islands in a single night. Figo had merely exhibited swimming capabilities sufficient to cover 50 nautical miles, demonstrating that he was merely an adept swimmer. However, the fishmen were different. Indeed, Figo intended to achieve Gerald's objectives before the celestial dragon returned to Mariawa. Numerous factors urged him against this course of action, and Figo could easily enumerate 100. Tragedies occurred daily across the world. Must you intervene every time you witness one? It is beyond your capacity. Do not become a slave to the records, risking everything merely to fulfill character events. Killing a celestial dragon is akin to provoking a hornet's nest, and failure is a distinct possibility. The windless zone harbors numerous colossal sea kings, making it uncertain whether you can swim through unscathed. Refrain from becoming overly sentimental. Why risk so much for a stranger among pirates? Upon entering the pirate world, one must adapt to the repugnant nature of the celestial dragons. It is best to avoid them. Ultimately, only 2 points could persuade Figo. First, completing this character event would yield benefits of Conqueror's Hockey. Second, he desired to proceed. He was exceedingly eager. Chapter 25, Capturing the Celestial Dragon. Surrounded by the sea, Marine headquarters offered Figo ample opportunities to enter the water with ease. Like a droplet merging with the ocean, Figo discreetly submerged, having spent 8 years stationed in Impel Down. He was well acquainted with the monitoring capabilities of the snail transponders. Following the arrow, he began to swim. Over the years, aside from the initial 4 fishmen, Impel Down had gradually incarcerated around a dozen more, none particularly formidable, yet they had helped Figo elevate his fishman abilities to 655 points. He was still a level 2 fishman child, nearly halfway from becoming a fishman youth, yet his swimming speed far surpassed that of a typical fishman child. His robust physique allowed his arms to move like propellers, propelling him through the water like a speedboat. Within 5 minutes, he had left the lights of Marine headquarters far behind. He drew ever closer to his destination. Meanwhile, on the route from the Sabati archipelago to Mariawa in the windless zone, a lavishly adorned ship was ablaze with light, housing the disgruntled celestial dragon, Saint Cassilia. Having lived nearly 60 years, he had never felt as humiliated or affronted as he did today. Those filthy pirates had dared to attack him, nearly inflicting harm upon his noble body. Even the bubble helmet he typically wore had suffered a slight rupture, forcing him to inhale the foul air of commoners, leaving him nauseated to the point of losing his appetite for dinner. Not only that, but half of his beloved slaves, accumulated over decades, had been injured or killed. Even those who typically cushioned his feet and buttocks were now gone. The wretch beneath him trembled slightly, providing him no comfort. Growing increasingly incensed, Cassilia unsheathed his ornate saber, striking the slave with fury. A splash of blood erupted, and the slave trembled even more violently, yet dared not scream, fearing that such an outburst would lead to the downfall of the celestial dragon seated above him. That would surely mean death. In stark contrast, from the other side of the cabin came a stifled scream of agony. Cassilia's gaze shifted instantly, snorting in disdain as he discarded the bloodied saber and picked up a firearm positioned nearby, striding over. There, in his private dungeon for punishing disobedient slaves, a robust fishman slave hung by chains, enduring the lashes of another slave, his body covered in wounds. "You wretched fishman, do you make a sound?" Upon Cassilia's arrival, the slave administering the beatings stepped back, allowing Cassilia to aim his firearm at the fishman. Weak and feeble, the fishman stammered, "And Master Cassilia, my brother." Bang! The gun roared, and a blood hole appeared in the fishman's arm. Struggling to breathe, the fishman fainted, only to be jolted awake by subsequent shots. "Useless. You were knocked out cold by those filthy pirates in an instant, and you dare make requests to the great creator." Indeed, if it were not for the fishman, today's ambush would have likely done more than merely shatter his bubble helmet, which only fueled Cassilia's fury further. His face contorted. He aimed the firearm directly at the fishman's head. At that moment, a dull thud echoed from behind him. Cassilia turned to see a strong upper body, drenched and clinging to him. He peered up in confusion. "Who are you?" Even when looking up, his expression remained haughty. Cassilia snorted, pointing his gun at Figo. "I don't recall having a slave like you. Who allowed you to stand behind me?" "Get lost." Bang! The firearm belched flames. The bullet struck Figo, bouncing off with a resounding slap. Bang, 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 bang. With a powerful swipe, Figo shattered the glass helmet atop Cassilia's head, striking him in the face. The portly visage contorted grotesquely, teeth and blood flying, as his clumsy form was propelled into the air, executing a difficult somersault before crashing down. With a shriek, Cassilia landed on the deck, writhing and trembling as he pointed a finger at Figo. "You lowly mortal, crack." Figo broke his hand. A chilling scream reverberated through the grand ship, yet no one came to investigate. The slaves aboard had all succumbed into silence, rendered unconscious. Cassilia's body convulsed before his eyes rolled back, and he finally lost consciousness, leaving only the fishman hanging awake. His previously hazy mind sharpened at the scene before him, and he stared wide-eyed at Figo. "How did you come to be in Impel Down?" "Fishman Ager." Figo was astonished to discover the ship of the celestial dragons was so poorly defended, and he was equally taken aback to see him here, the first to be captured and brought to Impel Down, the one who had activated his fishman abilities. Captured from Impel Down, yet not executed, but rather enslaved by the celestial dragons? Damn the celestial dragons! Damn them for snatching my brother without cause! Figo vividly recalled the furious roar of Ager, glancing at the slave mark upon his own body. He stepped outside and discovered a set of keys on the slave at the door of the cell. He liberated Ager from his chains. The incapacitated merman lay helpless on the ground, still in shock as he gazed at Figo, exclaiming, Why are you doing this? Am I dreaming?" Figo did not offer an explanation. Instead, he recalled the celestial dragon, Cassilia Saint, and suspended his limbs upon chains. The prison records resurfaced in his mind. Inmate, Vambage Cassilia. Level, N2. Status, incarcerated, crime index, 2699, capture participation, 100, earnings, swordsmanship 5398 15284, 4th level swordmaster. At first glance, Figo thought he had misread. After several careful observations, he confirmed the astonishing reality. What deeds could have warranted a crime index over 20 times higher than that of the manipulative fiend who revels in tormenting hearts? He slowly turned to gaze towards the Holy Land. Could it be that this was the true treasure for me? A greater bounty than Impel Down, home to a multitude of impotent pirate emperors? Alas, this treasure proved exceedingly difficult to seize. The fishman, sprawled on the ground, finally comprehended that this was not a dream. And with a desperate expression, he pleaded, My brothers, You willingly became his slave for the sake of your brothers, seeking my assistance to inquire about their fates? Figo questioned him. The fisherman nodded with great difficulty. Do not ask, they are all dead. From the moment he encountered Fishman Ager, Figo swiftly searched through the prison records, locating Fishman Papas and the 3 fishmen he had captured during the attack on Impel Down. Their statuses read deceased. Ager's fish-like eyes instantly dimmed. Deep down, he had anticipated this outcome, yet had long refused to accept it. Figo then grasped the whip beside him. Crack, crack, crack. Casillas screamed in agony, awakening only to faint once more. Figo did not indulge him with idle chatter, nor offered him a chance to plead for mercy. Indeed, the arrogant and ignorant celestial dragon was more likely to issue threats. Having spent 8 years in Impel Down, Figo wielded the whip with expertise. Acutely aware of the appropriate force and angle required for varying physiques, injuries, and thresholds of endurance, he resembled the malicious tormentors of the prison. 5 minutes passed, then 10. The celestial dragon oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness, his body gradually devoid of any unscathed flesh, as tears, mucus, and other filth streamed forth, until he was mercilessly whipped to death. Such a fate was perhaps too lenient for him, yet Figo was unwilling to inflict further brutality, desiring neither to prolong this ordeal nor invite unnecessary complications. The matter concerning Gerald had reached its conclusion. Figo cast aside the whip, his gaze hesitantly drifting toward the fishman. Agi. During the brief respite of 10 minutes, Agi seemed to have regained some strength. His complexion was ashen, yet his speech flowed with an almost miraculous coherence. Do not pity me, human. I am unaware of your presence here or your motive for slaying the celestial dragons, but silencing witnesses is imperative. I have lost everything. Nothing can instill fear in me now. If I can attain freedom in my final moments, I am grateful. He turned his attention to the unconscious slaves outside the cell. They must feel the same. No, I am merely contemplating how to implicate you in the death of the celestial dragons. Figo replied, help me devise a plan. Agi paused momentarily, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. You, my friend. A minute later, trembling, he placed his hands upon the collar around the neck of the slave and, with a hearty laugh, exerted force, shattering the collar. With a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted from the slave collar, flames soaring into the sky, engulfing the entire ship in a blaze, which soon triggered a chain reaction with the collars of other slaves, erupting in a cacophony of destruction, not far away in the sea. Figo observed this unfolding spectacle until the flames completely disintegrated the ship, the sea stone section sinking into the depths, while the sea creatures glided over to devour every trace. Only then did he turn to return to the Navy headquarters. Agi, though merely at tier 9 level, could have been swiftly dispatched by Figo's fists, yet this night, Figo experienced an extraordinary force emanating from him. The spirit, camaraderie, freedom, and indescribable emotion stirred within his heart. Even before he chose to reap the rewards of the Gerald character event, a new ability unexpectedly emerged on his list. Conqueror's Hockey, level 27, Budding Conqueror's Hockey. Chapter 26, The World Government in Turmoil. The following morning, Admiral Akainu of the Navy arrived at Mariehua, where he met with one of the 5 elders, Mendez. At 69 years old, Akainu's hair was mostly gray, and his stature was rather diminutive at 1.6 meters, lacking the imposing presence typical of an admiral. Yet his countenance was resolute, exuding great authority, as he stood unbending before the highest authorities of the world government. Mendez. Why has the world government allied with the infamous slave trader, Saint Don Quixote? As the Navy Admiral, I have received no information. He demanded candidly. Are you questioning me? Mendez retorted with an expression of disdain. Gaston Figo has thwarted the world government's plan to unite with the giant race, and I have yet to hold you accountable. Why permit him aboard that military vessel? Is that what you call a united giant race? It is a shameless deception, fraught with peril. Akainu countered angrily. Mendez furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon him. Akainu held his ground, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. After a prolonged silence, Mendez spoke. Enough. The plan has failed. I do not wish to waste further words on this failure. Akainu, I summoned you here to convey 2 matters. The sole fruit of the slave trader has numerous applications, yet I am granting you a concession, allowing her to be imprisoned and Impel Down. Akainu's expression softened slightly. However, the 7 giants cannot be detained. We cannot risk inciting the wrath of the entire giant race or allowing the giant pirate crew to reorganize. They will be taken to the Holy Land, where alternative arrangements will be made. Akainu frowned once more. Yet this matter fell within his tolerance. Mendez had given him some leeway, and he felt obliged to reciprocate. Facing the 5 elders, this admiral ultimately remained in a subordinate position. He merely negotiated. Among the 7 giants, one named Kevin has a vendetta against the captured Maggled and Chuck and joined the giant pirate crew relatively late. Having no blood of Marines on his hands, I wish to retain him and persuade him to become a Navy officer. Mendez pondered for a few seconds. Agreed. The second matter. The world government intends to withdraw Impel Down from the Navy headquarters, bolstering its power and establishing a new warden position, making Impel Down the third institution directly under the government, alongside the Navy headquarters in Judicial Island. Akainu was taken aback. No, it is not a matter of fearing a weakened Navy, rather. I must ask, is the purpose of making the underwater prison a direct institution of the world government to select stronger and more suitable slaves for the celestial dragons? This is a notification, not a negotiation, Akainu, Mendez stated firmly. You must have received news regarding the attack on St. Cassilia yesterday. As a member of the world nobility, the safety of the celestial dragons must be assured. That is a given. The current strength of Impel Down is indeed insufficient to cope with the steadily increasing number of pirates within. The pirate who attacked St. Cassilia, upon capture, was unable to be transferred to Impel Down due to concerns about the prison's insufficient strength. Is this not a jest? Indeed. Akainu fell silent. In any case, this matter is settled. Akainu, you may also recommend candidates for the position of Warden of Impel Down. If none are suitable, the world government will make the appointment. Mendez instructed straightforwardly. Understood, Akainu acknowledged, knowing that further contention would be futile. Not all celestial dragons are inept. Each celestial dragon undergoes selection and training in their youth, with a small elite receiving a completely different education from the mainstream ineptitude, guided by top-tier instructors in various fields, and occupying important positions within the world government as adults. The highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders, comprises the 5 most exceptional celestial dragons from each generation, who undoubtedly seek to reinforce the status of the celestial dragons. The supremacy of the celestial dragons is an immutable fact, starkly distinct from the significance of the slave traders, nuns, and giant race, leaving no room for negotiation. Each time the celestial dragons encounter audacious attackers, it incites turmoil. Had the Mad Clown pirates not been discovered early due to their overwhelming strength, the recent upheaval would likely have been much worse. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the conference hall. After Mendez instructed the visitor to enter, a CP-0 intelligence officer donned in a peculiar mask stepped into the chamber, kneeling on one knee. Elders, the delegation led by St. Cassilia, which was scheduled to return to the Holy Land this morning, has yet to arrive. The golden transponder snail capable of contacting St. Cassilia has also ceased to function, he reported. What? Mendez furrowed his brow, rising to his feet. Admiral Akainu's expression shifted as well. Was St. Cassilia in trouble again? If even the golden transponder snail had failed, it was highly likely. We apologize for our negligence. We discovered the transponder snail's failure only at 4 in the morning, and we can only ascertain that the failure occurred between midnight and 4 o'clock. Subsequently, we dispatched the CP-1 armed forces by ship, yet to this day, we have found no trace of the vessel carrying St. Cassilia. It was nearly certain that St. Cassilia and his party had met with misfortune. Mendez's face darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. What about the clues? CP-0 lowered his head. None. We have contacted the station personnel in Chambord and reached out to several nearby islands. No suspicious vessels were reported to have been present on the vital route to St. Cassilia at that time, and the precise location of St. Cassilia should not have been discerned. At present, we can only speculate that a certain fisherman tribe may have been trailing the ships from Chambord, or it could have been the act of a pirate possessing the ability of the flying devil fruit, or perhaps a mutiny by the slaves aboard led to their self-destruction. A slave mutiny? They were attacked by pirates during the day, and then a mutiny occurred at night? Why would they not initiate the uprising during the pirate attack? Mendez, the saint, immediately dismissed one possibility, huffing. Investigate further. Oka, you are to return to headquarters at once. The Navy will fully cooperate with CP-0 in the investigation. Oka was reluctant to waste naval resources on a celestial dragon, yet could not refuse at this moment. Understood. Furthermore, Mendez paused briefly before adding, Oka, ascertain whether any naval vessels set sail without authorization last night, and compile the movements of all Navy personnel possessing flight capabilities or abilities akin to the devil fruit from last night. Oka's eyes widened in realization. Lord Mendez, what are you implying? Mendez gazed at him impassively before returning to his seat. Oka, if you wish to retain your position as admiral, follow orders. As the world government trembled at the inexplicable demise of a celestial dragon, the culprit, Figo, returned home and energetically knocked on the door of Vice Admiral Doug's residence. "Haha. Figo, you're here. Come in, come in." Vice Admiral Doug's hearty laughter filled the air, a stark contrast to his fury from the previous day. "Teacher, it's Figo." "Ah, yes. Yes, my apologies," Vice Admiral Doug quickly responded. "Figo, I lost my composure yesterday and did not have the opportunity to inquire further about your circumstances. What are your plans moving forward? After being granted the rank of Rear Admiral, you may choose to remain at headquarters, commanding a colossal battleship to patrol the Grand Line periodically. Alternatively, you could opt for one of the 4 seas, becoming the supreme guardian of that maritime territory. Or directly venture to the New World to oversee a branch, engaging in fierce battles with the notorious pirates there and capturing those nefarious individuals. Each option has its merits and drawbacks, yet I firmly believe that with your talents, you will undoubtedly flourish regardless of your choice. Within 10 years, or perhaps even sooner, you could ascend to the rank of Candidate Admiral, eventually becoming an admiral immortalized in the annals of naval history. I, Doug, am unwavering in this belief." The power of the encouragement fruit surged forth. Figo chuckled. "Teacher, your words have stirred a fervor within me. So, which path do you intend to choose?" "I wish to return to the capital," he replied. Doug was taken aback. "Huh?" Chapter 27. I wish to return to the capital. You are ignited with passion. Yet you choose none of the 3 options and instead wish to return to the capital. I suspect you are mocking the fruits of my encouragement, though I lack the evidence to substantiate this claim. General Doug adjusted his glasses, gazing intently at Figo. Figo elucidated. A true man does not necessarily aspire to the vast ocean. If everyone yearned for the boundless sea, who would undertake the role of a prison guard? For the past 8 years, I have indeed feared the solitude and desolation of Impel Down, becoming a coward in the face of it, which I deem unsatisfactory. This sentiment strikes a familiar chord, mused Doug, slightly bewildered. Thus, the captain of the mad laughing pirates cannot be escorted to Impel Down. The title of the world's foremost underwater prison seems somewhat misleading. The duty of guardianship is better suited to my familiarity and capabilities. Moreover, Impel Down serves as an excellent sanctuary for honing one's strength. Hence, after considerable contemplation, I have resolved to return for a few more years. Doug was left speechless. Figo's desire to return to Impel Down is indeed a result of careful contemplation, though the rationale he presented to Doug was not entirely truthful. During his time on the Isle of Disaster, while capturing the escaped giants and uncovering prison records that hinted at the potential for a second capture, Figo began to entertain thoughts of returning. He perceived a significant opportunity for growth in Impel Down, a place that had previously seemed too limited but remained the most convenient venue for him to enhance his power. However, after spending 8 years in Impel Down, he felt somewhat stifled. With his current strength, venturing out to capture pirates would pose minimal danger and yield gradual improvement, which left him in a state of indecision. It was only in the early hours of the morning, upon discovering that the celestial dragons were akin to pirate emperors, a treasure waiting to be unearthed by Figo, that he solidified his resolve to return. Figo is not a person who cannot tolerate even a speck of sand in his eye. The 3 members of CP9 possess significant criminal indices, yet he does not believe that they must meet their demise. After all, given his own identity, having served as a prison guard in Impel Down for 8 years, Figo cannot guarantee that he himself is devoid of a criminal record. Unless he witnesses them engaging in something truly abhorrent, he is unlikely to intervene. It reflects a sentiment of out of sight, out of mind. However, the celestial dragons are an entirely different matter. Their existence fundamentally contradicts Figo's moral compass. Whether it be their inherent cruelty and ignorance, or the slave trade that flourishes because of them, countless tragedies unfold in the pirate world each day. In a fit of rage, the first strike is often followed by a second. Moreover, they happen to be the source of immense profit. And Figo is acutely aware of how difficult it is for him to suppress his ambitions toward them. In the pursuit of prey, one may eventually become the hunted. For a time, he might evade detection, using disguises and crafting alibis, with the unique strength of a fisherman aiding his concealment. Yet, when an organization as powerful as the world government mobilizes, their might is formidable. The celestial dragons, having maintained their unparalleled status for 7 centuries, undoubtedly possess hidden cards. Otherwise, they would have long been eradicated by the lawless pirates. Figo cannot even assure himself that he could triumph over each of the slaves accompanying the celestial dragons. A single misstep would spell certain doom for him in his current state. The notion of directly venturing to the Holy Land in search of treasure is utterly preposterous. Figo requires a more formidable strength, a power akin to that of a grand general. one that would enable him to eliminate the celestial dragons with little concern for the consequences. A strength that allows him to slip away effortlessly, even if his actions are revealed. Impel Down serves as the swiftest means for Figo to transcend the immense threshold separating rear admirals from grand generals. After all, the giant power he acquires on this expedition will at least extend his life by a decade, even if he were to expend those 10 years within Impel Down. What of it? Figo is worth the wait. There is no need to rush. Doug, unaware of Figo's thoughts, hesitated between offering advice and remaining silent. Suddenly, he recalled, Figo. Is it because of what Xiaya said yesterday? Figo shook his head. No, teacher, I am indeed very angry about the little girl's plight, but I am not disheartened. I can always choose to go to the New World or the Four Seas, distancing myself from the repugnant celestial dragons. However, it's not merely about a little girl. If she were alive, she would be of your age now. General Doug first corrected himself and then added, it is evident that this decision is not made impulsively. As your teacher, I can only choose to support you and believe in you. When you emerge from Impel Down once more, you will undoubtedly become a more formidable Marine, etching your name into the annals of naval history. I, Doug, firmly believe this. Habitually offering encouragement, the old man's expression fell slightly. Are you truly not reconsidering? The next morning, Doug arrived at Marshal Oka's office, seemingly burdened by thoughts. Oka, what is it that summoned me? Oka inquired, having just returned from the Holy Land. Doug. The other afternoon, you inexplicably relocated a warship, preparing to set sail, only to ultimately not embark. What was that about? Is this something you need to oversee? I was merely rehearsing for a departure. What of it? Fortunately, I did not actually set sail. Oka remarked, that very night, the celestial dragon, Saint Cassilia, was assassinated while returning to the Holy Land, and the true culprit remains elusive, inciting the wrath of the world government. Doug widened his eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Serves him right. It must have been those madcap pirates who did it. Good riddance. Lower your voice. Oka furrowed his brow and cautioned, it was not the madcap pirates. They have already been defeated. If we do not investigate this matter thoroughly, it may not conclude any time soon. If one can strike the celestial dragons undetected once, they can do so again and again. For the foreseeable future, all celestial dragons will be under the surveillance of CP0 operatives, and we will have to waste our naval resources to protect them in both overt and covert ways. TCH, Doug scoffed, unable to suppress his laughter, tears almost welling in his eyes. He removed his glasses to wipe them and continued, Oka, you have no idea what that celestial dragon did. To be blunt, my intention in relocating the warship was to personally eliminate him. Oka gasped, have you lost your mind? Almost. Doug pulled a chair and sat down. I never imagined that someone would do what I ultimately could not. If I knew who he was, I would certainly express my gratitude. Oka furrowed his brow, glancing at the tightly shut door, then scrutinizing Doug's expression. What did that celestial dragon do? I do not wish to recall it again. It took all my courage to calm myself with the encouragement fruit, reminding myself of my identity as a vice admiral. Doug replied. Is that why you appeared so preoccupied just now? Oka inquired. Not exactly, Doug said. It is about my student who just emerged from Impel Down. He actually wishes to return there. Figo. Oka was taken aback. Yes, Doug recounted Figo's reasons for wanting to return to Impel Down, sighing, that child has indeed matured significantly. With a resolute mind, my encouragement fruit hardly affects him, and I cannot dissuade him. Please, Oka, persuade him. With his talents, remaining in Impel Down would be a waste. No, Oka chuckled. In fact, I am struggling with how to convince Figo to guard Impel Down for a few more years. He informed Doug about Figo's intention to establish an independent position for Impel Down within the Marine hierarchy, a post that must not fall into the hands of the world government, lest Impel Down become a market for the celestial dragons to select slaves. Doug gasped, his face reflecting difficulty, before ultimately waving his hand to depart. Forget it. I cannot dissuade him anyway. You can speak to him. In a few days, you should mention the changes that will occur in Impel Down. For now, I must fully cooperate with the investigation regarding the death of celestial dragon Cassilia. But do not take the investigation too seriously. Doug paused at the door. I beg you. Beg? Oka frowned. What is with this old coot? Days later, at the Holy Land Mariewa, is there still no lead? The underwater squad had meticulously searched the possible locations of Cassilia's attack, but had yet to identify the precise site of his demise. There are no suspicious targets. This is not worthy of mobilizing the military. Is the Marine headquarters genuinely cooperating with the investigation, Mendez? Are you perhaps being overly lenient with Oka? I have long asserted that when selecting the Marine Marshal, one must consider not only capability but also obedience. Due to the assassination of Cassilia, the five elders convened for the third time, yet ultimately reached no conclusions, dispersing hastily. In truth, they did not regard the death of a celestial dragon with excessive concern. Such incidents occurred once or twice every few decades. Their greater worry lay in the inability to uncover the perpetrator's traces. Mendez returned to his residence, questioning Oka's attitude. Disdainful of the four fools. You understand nothing. He retained the pride of a celestial dragon, holding little respect for his four colleagues among the five elders. What use is there for obedient fools? It is the disobedient who possess vitality, and when faced with the disobedient, it becomes interesting to use our wits to make them comply without their awareness. At the entrance to his residence, Peslo and the three CP9 agents who had failed their mission were finally summoned, kneeling on one knee, awaiting Mendez's judgment. Elders, Mendez gestured for them to rise. In this mission, the giant race was entirely unaware of your true identities. Only Figo and that lieutenant were privy to it, correct? Yes. Mendez pondered for a moment. From today onwards, the world government will erase all traces of you. You are no longer CP9. Elders, you were once friends of the giant race, captured after failing to rescue them. And to save 7 lives, you were compelled to join the world government. After 2 years of training, you became CP9. The three were momentarily stunned. 2 years of training? Peslo was the first to react. Are you suggesting we replace the role of the mountain hag? You cannot fully substitute it. The details will require gradual refinement. I need you to become honored guests of the giant race in 2 years, Mendez said. This operation is classified. Gaston Figo and that lieutenant will keep it confidential. As soon as he finished speaking, a miniature transponder snail attached to his arm began to ring. Upon answering, a faint smile appeared on his face. I knew Oka would hear about the independence of Impel Down and persuade Gaston Figo to return as the director. Now, it is sufficient to transfer that naval lieutenant to the world government. The giant race shall not escape my grasp. Chapter 28, Survival Days Later, at the port of headquarters. Mia, Shiza, Doug, and others gathered to bid farewell to Figo, who boarded the warship returning to Impel Down. Gradually, the ship faded from the view of the few on shore, and Figo waved goodbye before turning back into the cabin. A surge of longing for home welled up within, as he toyed with the new saber hanging at his waist. Figo felt no anxiety about the impending return to life in Impel Down. This saber was a gift from Marshal Oka, because Marshal Ao was aware that during his confrontation with the carefree demon, his long saber had been severed. A blade that was also a reward for capturing the carefree demon. At present, there were no classifications such as the Supreme Great Blade. Figo could only ascertain that this blade was far superior to his previous saber. It must be a renowned sword. The scabbard was adorned with magnificent embellishments, featuring fiery patterns that appeared strikingly impressive, yet Figo remained unaware of its name. He approached the rear of the cabin and inquired of the prisoner confined in the cell. What is the name of your sword? Gerald silently lifted his gaze to meet Figo's for a brief moment before lowering his head once more, remaining reticent. Indeed, this blade had recently been seized from the captain of the mad-laughing pirates, Gerald. Meanwhile, the human trafficker nun, the carefree demon, had already been transported to Impel Down. And Gerald had to wait until Figo assumed the role of warden. If you won't tell me, I shall name it as I please. As you wish, Gerald replied. The one who prevented my suicide when I encountered that female naval major was you, Navy. Yes, I will also serve as the warden of Impel Down for a decade. And you shall often see me during the next 10 years, Figo stated. Gerald raised his head and spoke coolly. Would you like to hear my story, Navy? I have already heard it. Mia told me, Figo replied. Is that so? What are your thoughts? Anger and sympathy. And then, once inside Impel Down, I will ensure you receive more meals, with meat, Figo assured. Gerald regarded him, a mocking smile curving his lips, before he once again averted his gaze. Gerald was not seeking the pity of others by recounting his tale. Rather, he aimed to disturb Mia and Figo's state of mind, causing the righteous heart of the Navy to falter and instigate self-doubt. Although his criminal record was not severe and his initial intent was merely to find his sister, after years of piracy, he was no saint. He did not expect Mia and Figo to confront the celestial dragons. He was unaware that a celestial dragon had already perished, and he was merely enacting a form of vengeance through this paltry means. Since you refused to reveal its name, I shall call this blade Ruby, Figo declared. Gerald paused, a mix of surprise and anger flickering across his face as he lifted his head again, saying, change it. It appeared that Figo had guessed correctly. The sword was indeed originally named Ruby, was it not? Your naming ability is rather mediocre, Figo chuckled. And one more thing, have you finished your story? It seems your tale did not explicitly mention the death of Sapphire. Did she truly perish at the hands of that celestial dragon after losing her sight? The corners of Gerald's eyes twitched violently. Are you deliberately provoking and humiliating me? Put away your little tricks. Figo smiled meaningfully before turning on his heel and departing. Behind him, within the confines of the cell, the notorious pirate Gerald clenched his fists in an expression of acute anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In an attempt to unsettle Mia's resolve, he had indeed concealed a fragment of the truth, a secret he held closest to his heart. One he would never divulge to anyone. The sapphire had indeed survived. Yet, how could this man see through his facade? Infuriating. In that moment, he was consumed by dread. Initially, Figo was blissfully unaware of the circumstances. However, he was burdened by a prison record. There exists a distinction between SSR and SR-level criminals, with multiple character events intertwined, culminating in a core event that is activated upon the completion of all character events. Successfully navigating this core event grants the opportunity to select 3 benefits from the counterpart. Following the demise of the celestial dragon and the completion of Gerald's first character event, the second event could then be activated. Thus, 2 days prior, Figo activated it, revealing a scene where Gerald was fiercely embracing a girl, weeping bitterly. That girl was none other than the grown Sapphire. Brother, please don't cry. The girl's voice retained the pure innocence of her childhood. It's all in the past. I knew you would find me. I have been searching for you all along. Your eyes, it's all right. They no longer hurt. There was indeed a moment when I nearly succumbed to death, but it turned into a blessing in disguise. The celestial dragons lost interest in my blindness and did not take me away to become their slave. You understand me, brother? Even without sight, I can't see everything clearly. They discarded me from the auction house, and I managed to find a kind-hearted doctor who took me in and allowed me to survive. Let us leave everything behind, please. No more piracy, brother. Let us find a secluded place where no one knows us and start anew. All right, character event 2. Although Gerald consented to Sapphire's wish to let bygones be bygones, the sight of her tightly shut eyes, marred by scars, and the memory of a 7-year-old girl enduring such agony fueled his inner rage. He resolved to slay the celestial dragon Cassilia, and then he'd Sapphire's counsel to retreat to a remote island, living in seclusion with her. Yet, his plans unraveled, leading to his capture, filling him with regret and profound concern for Sapphire. Event requirement: Gerald, or those assisting him, must persuade Sapphire to forget him and lead a joyful life on her own without seeking revenge or attempting to rescue him. The siblings were caught in a web of their own making. At that moment, Figo was both astonished and speechless, finally grasping Gerald's storytelling tricks. Had he known Sapphire was alive, the listener's anger would have undoubtedly diminished. The disparity between meeting a tragic demise and surviving misfortune is always palpable. Gerald was well attuned to human emotions. Nevertheless, Figo harbored no anger. Such revelations did not tarnish his disdain for the celestial dragons. On the contrary, he felt a twinge of joy that the young girl had not succumbed to despair but had bravely persevered. Her innate observation hockey enabled her to fend for herself despite her blindness. As for the current situation in this character event 2, Figo chose not to intervene. Gerald's capture was inevitable. After 2 decades of struggle and strife, having witnessed the treachery of the world, even with a remnant of principles and steadfastness, he could never return to the past. Killing the celestial dragon to retreat into obscurity? No, that was implausible. Even if he succeeded, his thoughts would shift to, I must protect Sapphire better. I must provide her with a better life. I cannot afford to lose my strength, regardless of where I hide. The risk of exposure looms, and danger can strike at any moment. The pirate crew cannot be disbanded, or similar thoughts. Ultimately, the outcome would be either the girl becoming tainted by darkness, or a rift forming between the siblings, or, even sooner, both perishing together in the sea. For now, this situation was acceptable. Figo cast his gaze towards the distant northwest, following the trajectory of the unfolding events. Cassius had already fallen victim to his hand, and the notion of a blind girl attempting to breach the city in a bid to save others was nothing short of absurd. It is best to simply endure and continue living. Figo silently offered his blessings, turning away to reveal a warm smile. The platform of the 0 layer of the advancement city was now within his line of sight. Chapter 29. As familiar as home, the platform of the 0 layer of the advancement city has arrived. Here it comes. I can see the ship. Is the warden aboard? It's hard to tell. No, we can no longer refer to him as warden. He must be addressed as director. Yes, indeed. By the way, What is the rank of a director? If the advancement city has become independent from the naval headquarters and is directly governed by the world government, does that mean the director is equivalent to a marshal? Ah, is that possible? Director Figo is truly impressive. The guards awaiting Figo's arrival engaged in lively chatter. Yet the joys and sorrows of individuals remained disconnected. Jean Chia stood in the corner with a slight frown, feeling disturbed by their commotion. For 7 long years, Figo remained in his position before finally departing, and now, just a month into his new role, he finds himself grappling with unexpected complications. Wasn't it promised that he would be reassigned from Impel Down? Oh, the irony. Just as he relished his newfound authority as warden, he learned that after a month of vacation, a newly created director position had been bestowed upon him, leaving him still 1 rank below. How could his promotion feel anything but futile? Amidst his simmering frustration, a louder cheer erupted among the guards, clearly in response to the approaching warship, where Figo was now visible on the deck. The guards, who had wept when bidding farewell to Figo a month prior, now exaggerated their tears once more. Without waiting for the ship to dock, Figo leaped from the vessel, landing gracefully with a resounding crack that echoed in the air. He defied gravity with agile bounds, utilizing the moonwalk technique from the 6 styles to ascend to the platform. "Hello, everyone. It's been a while," he exclaimed. "Oh, Master Figo. So handsome. We missed you dearly. We thought we wouldn't see you for years. You must have missed us too." "Indeed, I couldn't bear to be away from all of you. Which is why I have returned." Figo laughed heartily, then turned to Jean Chia and asked, "Old Jean, have those ruffians on levels 5 and 6 been behaving themselves while I was away?" "Old Jean?" Jean Chia was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected nickname. A straightforward guard chimed in. "Old Jean definitely hasn't kept them in line, although we haven't witnessed it ourselves. He always seems to take his frustrations out on the pillars in the training area. He can't even catch a sea king." "Exactly. You're all useless. Your entire families are useless." Jean Chia's face darkened further. His ability to instill fear in the criminals of levels 5 and 6 was indeed inferior to Figo's. But that was due to the brief duration of his tenure. It's not fair to say I'm not effective due to my short time here. As for catching sea kings, that's simply not to my taste. Never mind, lads, has the water been boiled? Ensure the kitchen is prepared as well. We'll baptize the new arrival shortly, and then I'll accompany old Jean down to the lower levels for a round before treating everyone to a grand feast. Cheers erupted in response. Once the clamor subsided, Figo gestured towards the approaching warship. "This time, we have a remarkable individual being transported, a pirate with a bounty of 640 million berries, the maniacal Gerald, a notorious figure on the high seas, rumored to possess the legendary Conqueror's Haki. Do not be intimidated. Fear not. With Master Figo here, even a pirate with a billion-berry bounty poses no threat." Jean Chia silently scoffed. While Figo was indeed formidable, he found it hard to believe that the infamous Gerald could be cowed by him. 1 billion? That could wipe out Impel Down entirely. Soon, Gerald was brought forth, and the guards curiously gathered to assess him. Is this really the pirate with a bounty of 640 million berries? He doesn't seem that special. What a disappointment. Humph. Once we remove his shackles and give him a baptism, you'll see the difference. Unlike the guards, Jean Chia felt his muscles tense at the sight of Gerald. Akin to a cat with bristled fur, he observed as Gerald, seemingly obedient, had his clothes stripped by Figo, then was suspended and submerged in boiling water. Is this the famed pirate? He seems less fearsome than some of the inmates here. You don't understand. He must be overwhelmed by Master Figo's imposing presence. Ah, I see. Master Figo is the strongest. A question mark slowly emerged above Jean Chia's head. Was this truly Gerald? When Gerald was pulled from the water, his skin unscathed by the boiling baptism, he appeared cleaner and more handsome than before, leaving Jean Chia in disbelief. What on earth? What did I lack? The guard's chatter fell on deaf ears for Jean Chia as he wrestled with his self-doubt until Figo stood before him, now accompanied by Gerald in his new prison garb. Let us go, old Jean. What are you pondering? Jean Chia snapped back to reality, offering a nervous chuckle as he followed Figo into Impel Down, traversing the special transport passage downwards. As the guard's raucous noise faded, he regained his composure and reflective ability. Figo. What is this about Impel Down being placed under the direct jurisdiction of the world government? The marshal had informed me via Din Din Mushi to heed your arrangements. He now inquired about the matter. One reason is this man, Figo indicated Gerald. He attacked a celestial dragon, prompting the Gorosei to worry about the strength of the slaves surrounding the celestial dragons, leading to Impel Down being directly governed by the world government for the convenient selection of obedient slaves. Gerald froze. fury igniting in his eyes as the chains rattled in his grip, briefly revealing a glimmer of the pirate's formidable aura. Jean Chia raised his gaze. A hint of caution surfacing, he attacked a celestial dragon? Did the admiral personally intervene? No wonder he was captured. Indeed. Not all prisoners previously taken from Impel Down were executed. What did the marshal say? In a few days, I will receive a din-din mushy that connects directly to the Gora CI, allowing me to take orders from them directly, Figo replied. Thus, the priority now is not what the marshal has to say, but what actions we must undertake. Jean Chia scrutinized Figo's expression. I will always remain a Marine. How fortuitous. So shall I. The two reached a tacit understanding, only for Figo to add, by the way, in a few days, along with the din-din mushy, there will likely be a vice-director affiliated with the world government. I wonder who it could be. Jean Chia's face darkened again. So, not only would Figo return to his command, but there would also be a vice-director? Old Jean, if I were you, I wouldn't stand for this. We've both been here for 8 years. Why should he be the vice-director instead of you? Figo chuckled. Jean Chia clenched his fists, grumbling. If he is stronger than me, then fine. But otherwise, as they spoke, they arrived on the 6th level of Impel Down. Here, in the ocean's darkest depths, only a handful of notorious pirates were incarcerated, creating a chilling silence. As the chains on Gerald clinked, pairs of eerie eyes illuminated from the depths of the cells. Each startled at the sight of Figo. What is this bastard doing back? And that is the mad dog Gerald? You were caught too? Gerald paid no mind to his old acquaintances. Figo observed each individual in turn, noting how gaunt and haggard they appeared after just a month apart. Old Jean. Have you starved them for several days? Jean retorted. Only 5 days. It seems that is insufficient. These fellows still possess the strength to speak. Another 5 days of hunger would not pose a problem. Suddenly, a multitude of fierce, malevolent gazes converged upon Jean. Figo waved his hand, saying, let us postpone further deprivation. Now that I have been promoted to director, it is only fitting that we all share in joy. Once our banquet concludes, we shall send down the remaining meat from the Sea Kings, ensuring everyone is well fed. Jean hesitated, pondering the wisdom of this decision. To his surprise, however, the fearsome individuals in the cells wore expressions of fury and alarm, with one tugging at his chains, shouting, You scoundrel, what are you planning to do? The hunger had not broken their spirit, yet the prospect of receiving meat instilled fear within them. Jean was utterly perplexed. Were these grand pirates truly unhinged? Figo helplessly shook his head, only to suddenly sense a gaze filled with deep malice. Turning to look, he smiled and remarked, Worrywart, how have you transformed into a spider spirit? Your bones have yet to heal, haven't they? Make sure you grow straight. In a couple of days, I shall set you right. The Worrywart, having arrived first at Impel Down, lay languidly on the ground, bitterly closing his eyes. Amidst the scrutiny of the infamous criminals, he made his way to the depths of the 6th level, delivering Gerard into an empty cell and binding him with the iron chains inside. Off you go, old Jean. It's good to see everyone well. Let us take a stroll around the 5th level next. Wait, Navy. Gerard finally could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, I implore you. Rest assured, I am Navy, not one of you pirates or scoundrels. Without turning back, Figo waved his hand dismissively. From now on, consider Impel Down your home. I shall provide you with special treatment. Every meal will be abundant with rice and meat, and soon you shall come to love this place. Gerard exhaled a sigh of relief. The criminals of the 6th level regarded him with even greater trepidation. Even the mad dog Gerard was loathsome. How could that lunatic return after merely a month? The 5th level, in contrast, housed a far greater number of inmates, nearly 100. Upon realizing that Figo had reappeared in Impel Down after a month's absence, the reactions varied. Some turned pale, huddling in corners, fearful of attracting Figo's attention. Others glared with fiery rage. There were even those reckless souls who refused to yield, unleashing a torrent of curses. The denizens of the 6th level were far too adept at assessing the situation, while the 5th level still pulsed with vitality, albeit some with rather limited intellect. Figo exchanged a few words with Jean before locating a familiar face among the cells. The nun had donned prison garb. Her face, once radiant and smooth after her baptism, remained unblemished, retaining its beauty. Yet, her future appeared bleak, and her gaze towards Figo oscillated between hatred and confusion. Figo inquired, Would you care for a cigarette? The nun stirred slightly and replied, I would. Ah, I tell you, those who advocate for smoking cessation, do they still wish for it? Figo's brow furrowed deeply. Old Jean. Let her start for a week. The nun responded with confusion. The clamor on the 5th level abruptly ceased. Here he comes again. That lunatic has returned. The traffickers deserve their fate. Figo felt a certain satisfaction in punishing the nun under any pretext. A smile gracing his lips as he strode past the gazes of the nefarious, continuing with Jean Chia down the long corridor. It felt effortless and pleasant, akin to returning home, or perhaps like a sovereign surveying his realm. Observing the reactions of the miscreants, Jean Chia reflected on his own experiences over the past month, sighing inwardly, acknowledging that things had indeed changed. Chapter 30. The Great Escape. Ah, what a delight! In the prison cafeteria, Jean Chia savored the succulent meat of the Sea Kings, beginning to understand why the guards held Figo in such high regard. After a month without this delicacy, one could truly yearn for it. Indeed, the prison required Figo's presence. Ah, well, if I must toil under his command for another decade, so be it, surely. After 10 years, the position of warden will rightfully belong to me, Jean Chia. 10 years, after all, is but a fleeting moment. By then, I shall merely be 42 years of age. Meanwhile, Figo, equally starved of the Sea King's meat for many days, devoured it voraciously, his jaw working like a meat grinder, reducing chunks the size of a human head to mere morsels in mere seconds. Between bites, he managed to clearly call out, "Hey, you there. I don't believe we've met. Are you a new guard? Don't be shy. Once you enter the prison, we're all family here. Have you had enough? Too weak. Go lend a hand in the kitchen. You there, finished already? Fetch more bowls and chopsticks. Let us serve every inmate a pound of meat. As I ascend to warden, let the prisoners share in the joy and indulge a little. The 5th and 6th levels were included, but be cautious when delivering through the cell bars. Just ensure to reach the spots accessible to those inmates. Oh, and do not forget that none who was brought in 10 days ago, she is not to partake." The cafeteria transformed into a battleground, the clattering of dishes and shouts echoing throughout. As the warden, Figo naturally fought until the end. The enormous empty platter before him had been cleared away 3 times, yet still towered nearly a meter high. Wiping his mouth with a paper provided by a guard, Figo rose and let out a satisfied burp. Having feasted abundantly, it was time to attend to business. "Old Jane, I shall descend once more. You need not accompany me this time, simply hand me the keys." 5th level of the prison. Duum greedily licked the remnants of oil from his plate, displaying none of the restraint one would expect from a notorious pirate. 7 years, it had been a full 7 years. He scarcely recalled what life had been like. A dry loaf of bread every day or two, and occasionally enduring hunger for 3 to 5 days at the hands of that scoundrel. Sometimes he gazed at his arms, his eyes aglow with a hunger that felt insatiable. How could one resist the delectable Sea King's meat? In truth, he was not alone. Many pirates indulged with less decorum. When the guards first descended to distribute the Sea King's meat, they held reservations, suspecting Figo was up to some malicious trick, perhaps poisoning their food. However, as the aroma wafted through the air, one individual remarked, "Even if it were poisoned, what of it?" Another chimed in, "If they truly wished for our demise, would they waste poison?" Though their words cut deep, they rang true. Thus, they feasted in this manner. To date, none of the inmates had succumbed to poisoning, suggesting the meat was safe. The real question was, who could possibly consume such a meager portion? As the last remnants of oil were licked clean, Duum smacked his lips and scanned the room, exclaiming, "Who still has meat left? Give it to me. I have buried treasure outside, worth around 300 million berry. I can disclose its precise location." All he received in return was a chorus of derisive laughter. "Well, that requires me to escape first." "Oh, you have treasure, do you?" Figo's voice echoed from a distance, and the chatter of the prisoners abruptly ceased. This time, no one dared to hurl insults at him. The inmates gazed longingly, hoping for just one more morsel of meat. Just one would suffice. "Yes, I possess it." Duum felt a slight tremor in his heart. "Figo, I shall exchange my treasures for 10 portions of meat." "No, 5 will suffice. 300 million Bailey, an ordinary person, could never exhaust such wealth in 10 lifetimes. Figo approached the cell of Dunham with an air of keen interest, drawing the attention of the other inmates who were equally captivated. If they could exchange places, who among them wouldn't be concealing some treasures? Even a deceitful ruse could yield 2 hearty meals. Being beaten to death would be of little consequence. Merely a fate of a gluttonous ghost. What a fanciful dream. However, Figo erupted into laughter. "You would express gratitude for a morsel of meat? Truly, you are a pitiful band of pirates. Yet, I shall not oblige. What can you do about it? Who seeks the gratitude of mere prisoners?" The inmates' illusions were shattered in an instant, further mocked, and they trembled with indignation. "You scoundrel! If I ever escape this place, I will surely," they hurled venomous curses, envisioning Figo's demise in the most tragic of manners. It was unclear who instigated the rebellion, but soon they hurled their empty bowls, once filled with the flesh of sea creatures, with great force towards Figo. And then, a tempest of flying bulls ensued. Figo's smile faded. And with a subtle motion of his hand at his waist, the new dagger, adorned with a ruby, was unsheathed. A few glimmers of cold light flickered, effortlessly shattering all the bulls into fragments. "Ah, it seems you insolent wretches have grown quite bold. I shall deal with you later." As if his amusement had been disrupted, Figo let out a cold snort and strode out of the prisoner's sight. This time, no one dared to speak. The prisoners even held their breath. Amidst the pile of shattered bowls, a key glimmering faintly lay on the ground. At the moment Figo drew his blade, this key had fallen from the cluster of keys at his side, catching the attention of most of the prisoners. Yet, Figo seemed utterly oblivious. "What is this key?" Their hearts raced, and their gazes fixated on Dunham, who stood closest. It had been many years since Dunham felt such tension. He peered into the distance where Figo had departed, sensing the urgency, and dashed to the cell door, stretching out his hand desperately to grasp the key. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slid the key into the cell, pinching it between his fingers, and turned it. Click. The lock opened. The other prisoners' breaths became ragged. "Can they really come to free me?" "Idiots, hurry up. Quiet down, you fools." As Dunham urged, he skillfully unlocked his own cell and stepped into the fifth-floor corridor, his eyes brimming with elation and disbelief. "Am I truly escaping? Hurry, hurry, you imbecile." After being scolded again, Dunham wanted to disregard the others, yet he knew deep down that he could not escape Impel Down alone. "Don't shout," he hissed. "This key bears a mark, inscribed with 1316. It likely opens only the locks of our 4 cells." He glanced at a few old neighbors in the adjacent cells. "I'll free you, but you must obey. First, we'll deal with that scoundrel Figo. Then we'll liberate everyone and leave together." He was astute, knowing how to placate the crowd. The previously frantic pirates calmed down upon hearing his words. They pondered, realizing that without cooperation, they would not escape the confines of Impel Down, surrounded by the endless sea with no vessel at their disposal. However, there was a sharper mind among them. Sister Carmelita had been quietly observing. And though she had once felt a mix of joy and anticipation due to her peculiar treatment by Figo, her heart sank when she realized that the key would only free 4 individuals. "Kill that monster? Just the 4 of you?" Her eyes flickered, and she suddenly shouted, "Gaston Figo, you dropped your key. What the hell? Are you insane?" The prisoners panicked, and Dunham hastened his pace, while the nun wore a look of disdain, as if to say, "Go ahead, bite me, Figo. Come back." Chapter 31. The attempted escape in the monitoring room of Impel Down, for guards tasked with overseeing the area were languidly playing cards. "What bad luck. Of all days. We have to be on duty here while everyone else enjoys the banquet hosted by Director Figo," grumbled a new guard. The senior guard chuckled. "Don't worry. You don't know the director. He is an incredibly meticulous man. He won't forget us. Just wait. Soon we'll be the ones envied. The director will surely treat us to an extra meal later." "Really? That would be wonderful, Director. By the way, is this monitoring room even necessary? The prisoners have been locked away for 8 years, and the surveillance cameras have never captured a single incident. Isn't it a good thing that there are no incidents?" The old guard tossed down 2 cards and glanced at the monitor screen, his expression suddenly paling. How could this be? Something has gone horribly wrong. He lunged towards the communication device. "Director, Chief Warden Jean Chia, we have an unexplainable escape incident on level 5. 4 prisoners are fleeing towards level 4. Ah. Director Figo has intercepted them. This is bad. Hurry. The director needs reinforcements. Reinforcements." As the communication device relayed the urgent report, every guard within earshot turned pale. Having just finished their meal, Jean Chia, who had been lifting stone blocks in the training area, dropped them and dashed towards the guard passage. At the stairway from level 5 to level 4, the 4 freed prisoners encircled Figo, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Without uttering a word, wary of being overwhelmed by more guards, the 4 pirates exchanged glances and lunged at Figo, their eyes sweeping over the ring of keys at his waist. Years of confinement had not dulled their ferocity, though they often appeared gaunt and sickly. They could still muster their strength when the moment called for it, especially after just consuming a piece of meat. Die. Bam. 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 Clang. 3 fists and 1 drill-like arm struck Figo simultaneously, yet the fierce expressions on the pirates' faces instantly faded into shock and horror. His entire being cloaked in an inky darkness. Radiating a metallic sheen, Figo emanated a terrifying aura of power. With his body enveloped in the might of hockey, he glanced down at the drill-like hand and smiled, extending his arms towards the 4 escapees. Amidst the chilling sounds of bones cracking and anguished screams, silence enveloped the stairway. Alarm deactivated. Alarm deactivated. The 4 prisoners were dispatched by Director Figo in a single encounter. Reinforcements unnecessary. Before Jean Chia could reach the stairway, he heard the communication device relay the message just seconds later. He halted abruptly, speechless for a moment, then shook his head as he returned to the training area. Are you joking with me? The chaos in Impel Down, which had briefly escalated, was swiftly quelled. One guard pointed at the communication device, laughing and scolding, "Fools. You made us panic over 4 measly prisoners. How could Director Figo possibly need reinforcements?" Behind the communication device, the old guard wore a sheepish expression and shouted into the device, "Director Figo is the strongest." Of course, came the chorus of responses. Director Figo is the strongest. Soon, the chant reverberated throughout the room. In stark contrast to the jubilant guards, the inmates on the 5th level, except for the nun, looked as if they had lost their families, witnessing Figo drag 2 limp prisoners back to the prison area. Hope ignited, only to be swiftly extinguished. It would have been better had hope never existed. Damn it. For useless fools. They could only hurl curses and insults at the failed escapees. Such an opportunity had arisen after so many years. Had it been them, they might have already stormed the gates of Impel Down. Useless. All utterly useless. Figo disregarded them and securely locked up the 4 escaped prisoners. The prison records that flashed in his mind filled him with elation. Criminal, Duum level, SR3 status, incarcerated crime index, 55 capture participation, 335 yield, observation hockey 63735, 3955, level 3 mid-tier observation. Character event yield, physique 63735 13107, level 4 monster. Indeed. This method proved effective. Even orchestrating the prisoner's escape merely to recapture them could supplement the capture participation. Remarkably, even the yield from the character event could be compensated. Yet, he pondered why the supplement was 35 rather than the 50 akin to the 7 giants. To enhance the authenticity of the prisoner's escape, he had even provided a piece of sea king meat. What was amiss? Figo contemplated Gerard, retrieving him from the depths of the sea, granting him a score of 35. As he compared the 2 with the giants, Figo gradually formed a hypothesis. The giants had successfully escaped, fully liberated. If I do not capture them, they could flee at will, thus warranting a score of 50. Conversely, although Gerard had plunged into the sea, capable of ending his own life, he was only relatively free, still bound by chains and confined within a cell. Similarly, the prisoners in Impel Down, although freed from their chains, remained ensnared in this underwater prison. They had escaped, yet not entirely. Thus, a score of 35 was all that could be assigned. Figo could not permit their complete escape from Impel Down. However, that was of little consequence. If I were to allow them a second escape, could I then capture them again and potentially recalibrate their score? If so, it might amount to a participation rate of 17. 5, perhaps 8. 75 on a 3rd attempt? If I continue this cycle, I shall inevitably elevate the capture scores of all to surpass 70. As he mentally calculated the figures, Figo surveyed the 4 individuals who had been returned, grievously injured, and momentarily dismissed the thought of releasing them once more for experimentation. Should he grant them freedom, they would be unable to flee. He then turned to the cacophony of prisoners, sneering, "If it were you, would you manage to escape? Fools, even if I handed you a key, would you truly dare to attempt an escape?" With a clang, he tossed a key onto the ground before them. "This is the key to cells 17 and 20. Come now, let us engage in a little game. I shall wait at the staircase for you inept fools to flee. Kill me, and you shall regain your freedom. Do you dare?" Figo mocked. The tumultuous noise of the prisoners abruptly ceased as they turned their attention to Figo, incredulous at his audacity. "Ah," Figo recalled, glancing toward the nun who gazed at him with longing. He commended her. "Only you understood the situation. Well done. I reward you with a week without food." The nun froze, bewildered. The prisoners erupted into laughter. "You thought this demon would show you kindness for your understanding? Ha! Serves you right." The nun had undoubtedly offended them gravely. Their laughter persisted until Figo vanished from their view, leaving the key on the ground, and silence reclaimed the 5th level. "Hey, you 4, how could you be so swiftly defeated by him?" a prisoner inquired. Despite the mockery, they were all of the same caliber, mighty pirates. It was alarming that the 4 had been vanquished so easily, and if they believed they could dispatch Figo with ease, they were unworthy of the title of great pirates. Duhan, slumped on the ground, opened his mouth. In that moment, his feelings were tumultuous. Should he speak the truth? Few monsters in the New World could envelop themselves in hockey, and without weapons, Any combination of the four would likely fail to overcome Figo. Figo stood guard at the sole staircase, effectively eliminating any possibility of circumventing his watch, unless one were to take a circuitous route to the sixth-floor passage on the opposite side. However, without a key, there was no way to release the individuals on the sixth floor. What purpose would it serve to run in that direction? To merely showcase our pitiful state after being beaten by Figo? To allow them the pleasure of mockery? We were merely careless. There was nothing to be done. If we were to perish, let us perish together. Chapter 32. The Commotion Days Later. A grand vessel from the world government docked at the platform outside Level 0 of Impel Down. Among those disembarking were the newly appointed Vice Warden, Ruto, and 20 new guards who had previously served in the garrison on Red Soil Continent. The strength of Impel Down was bolstered. Yet the welcoming guards did not appear particularly pleased. They were all Navy personnel, imbued with naval spirit. Would the inclusion of world government personnel lead to discord? Would they complicate matters? This concern weighed most heavily on Jinche, who found his status diminished once again. Ever since Vice Warden Ruto stepped off the ship, he had been observing him with a sidelong glance. With a gaunt physique, pale skin, and a fragile demeanor, Ruto wore a disingenuous smile, presenting himself as a hypocritical man. "Are you the esteemed Chief Warden Jinche?" Ruto inquired. "Greetings, I am Ruto Lado. I look forward to your guidance, ha ha ha." After greeting Figo, Ruto extended his hand to Jinche. Jinche was taken aback. "Sir?" Ruto smiled and replied, "According to the directives of the five elders, my position as Vice Warden is nominal. In Impel Down, Figo will remain the leader, and you, Chief Warden Jinche, will be second in command. I shall heed your orders." Jinche, momentarily stunned, suddenly became warm and congenial, shaking Ruto's hand. "Is that so? You are too polite. I shall look out for you." This new Vice Warden seemed rather agreeable, his smile appearing sincere and benevolent. Figo observed Jinche's rapid transformation with a knowing smile. It was clear the world government was adopting this approach. It made sense. The likelihood of the newly appointed Vice Warden directly competing with him was slim. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, the world government undoubtedly had formidable warriors capable of besting Figo, but such individuals would be strategically deployed and not sent to Impel Down haphazardly. Moreover, given Figo's burgeoning prowess, it was unwise to dispatch anyone of significant strength. They could not simply bully Jinche, for Figo would surely take sides, leading to chaos within Impel Down. Thus, they opted to send a socialite. As anticipated, Ruto was instructed to cultivate amicable relations with everyone in Impel Down. He was not to seize power or engage in disputes. His sole task was to ensure that no one harbored animosity toward him. He brought with him 2 communication transponders capable of directly contacting Mendez Binsing of the Five Elders, one for Figo and the other for himself. The 20 guards received similar instructions. They were tasked with reporting any noteworthy developments within Impel Down to Mendez Binsing. As Ruto mingled and smiled, it became evident that he made a favorable impression on everyone. He seamlessly integrated into the framework of Impel Down. After settling into his dormitory and donning his uniform, he ventured to various locations to familiarize himself, training areas, the cafeteria, and the surveillance room. "Please, no need to stand," he said warmly. "I am the new Vice Warden, Ruto. Are you all engaged in a card game?" The 4 guards exchanged glances in response. Continue. I am merely observing," Ruto said with a cheerful demeanor, though internally he noted the inadequacies in Figo's management of the surveillance room. However, such matters were trivial and unworthy of reporting to the Five Elders, provided there were no catastrophic incidents like a prison break. As he glanced at the surveillance screens, Ruto nearly leapt in alarm. "What is happening?" The veteran guard turned to him. "The surveillance on Level 5 has captured inmates unlocking their cells and emerging. Vice Warden, they are escaping." "Oh, they are escaping, indeed." The veteran guard replied nonchalantly, causing Ruto to freeze momentarily before erupting. "Escaping? Vice Warden, no need for alarm. You will understand shortly," the veteran guard assured him. "Me? Alarmed? You guards who monitor the surveillance are witnessing an escape and do not report it, yet you say I am alarmed." Ruto stared intently at the screen, noticing the number of escaping inmates rising to 8, who congregated and seemed to deliberate before racing toward the staircase. The reactions of the other inmates were peculiar. They appeared almost apathetic, too indifferent. Ruto, distracted by the 8 escapees, switched to another surveillance feed and witnessed what could only be described as a one-sided brawl at the staircase. The altercation lasted less than 3 minutes, and all 8 escapees were swiftly subdued. Watching Figo drag the 8 men back, Ruto began to comprehend why the guards had remained so calm. It was a form of special punishment. Yet such an occurrence was perilous. If Figo were to be overpowered within this deep-sea prison, it would spell doom for everyone. I must report this to the 5 elders, he declared, racing back to his dormitory. On his first day at Impel Down, he hastily used his specialized transponder to contact Mendez Binsing. A moment later, Mendez Binsing's voice came through. What is it, Lado? You have arrived at Impel Down, I see? Yes, esteemed elder, I must report an alarming incident. Warden Gaston Figo has taken to deliberately releasing prisoners from level 5 for amusement. And he has released 8 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Mendez Binsing fell silent for 2 seconds. Does he dare scheme to use pirate inmates to eliminate you? Ah, it appears that is not the case, Rudo replied, momentarily stunned. Only to Blanche's realization struck him. Indeed, Figo could potentially eliminate him in this manner. Glancing at the transponder, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt and coughed lightly. There should be no risk. It seems this has occurred multiple times prior to my arrival, but esteemed elder, then do not make a fuss. Mendez Binsing interjected with annoyance. This is Figo's method of managing Impel Down, a means of deterring pirates. You need not concern yourself. There are merely 8 pirates imprisoned on level 5. Prolonged confinement must have rendered them quite feeble. If Figo dares to release them, there will be no mishaps. The call was abruptly terminated. Rudo's face fluctuated between green and pale. Could it be that he truly had overreacted? A month later. Esteemed elder. Today, the number of prisoners released from level 5 by Figo has increased by 4, totaling 12. He nearly sustained injuries. Rudo. Mendez Binsing's voice carried discontent from the other end of the transponder. Do not make a fuss. I sent you to Impel Down, not to monitor how Figo punishes prisoners. He is an expert in that regard, and no one is more skilled than he. What I need you to do is identify which pirates cannot endure the hardships of Impel Down and can be made into slaves. His actions do not require intervention. Rudo's complexion paled further under the reprimand. 3 months later. Esteemed elder. Today, Figo released a prisoner from level 6. He is becoming increasingly reckless. This is perilous, too perilous. Should an incident occur, Impel Down will be doomed. The phone clamored with a sharp tone before abruptly disconnecting. Radu glanced at the phone with a blank expression. A year later, the phone rang again, and Radu, somewhat startled and anxious, answered the call. Immediately, the voice of Mendez Binsing resonated through the device, questioning him. Radu. A fortnight ago, Gaston Figo simultaneously released 3 notorious pirates from the 6th level, each with bounties exceeding 300 million. The ensuing battle caused significant damage to the walls, and you were injured, requiring 2 days of recovery. Why did you not report this momentous event to me? I hope there will not be a next time. The phone let out a sharp tone once more before being hung up, leaving Radu feeling the wrath of the 5 elders, his complexion turning pale, and a sense of grievance welling up within him. This is so difficult. I am in such distress. What is the fuss about 3 pirates from the 6th level? Why are the 5 elders making such a commotion over this? Chapter 33, 7 Years, Revolutionary Army. Holy Land, Mariehua. Mendez Binsing, having ended the call, still bristled with anger. As one of the supreme leaders of the world government, he was not one to act irrationally. Indeed, Radu's failure to be more alert was a genuine oversight. The issue was not the methods of punishment employed by Figo against the criminals, but rather the sheer magnitude of the pirates he had released, indicating a significant escalation in Figo's power. Unlike the pirates on the 5th level, who, while also boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, could be apprehended with careful troop deployment and the naval officer's artillery advantage, the 6th level pirates were a different breed altogether. Without mobilizing high-ranking officers, such as vice admirals or admirals, any attempt to confront them would be futile. These pirates were formidable forces in the New World, each adept in both armament hockey and observation hockey, with some even wielding potent devil fruits, possibly awakened. Confronting one was challenging enough. Facing 3 simultaneously? The difficulty was certainly more than tripled. A year ago, Figo had sustained injuries while capturing the troublesome Maggled Chak. Yet in just 1 year, he had grown to such an extent. Did he not encounter a developmental bottleneck? Many promising naval officers in their 30s remain mere vice admirals for life. The limited number of admirals, only 3, was not merely a matter of organizational structure. It reflected the scarcity of individuals capable of standing at the pinnacle of the seas in each generation, occasionally failing to even assemble 3. Yet, observing Figo's meteoric rise, once a rank outsider among the vice admirals, he now had the potential to become an admiral in waiting, with a few years likely to endow him with the strength of an admiral. And this might not even be Figo's ultimate limit. What if he were to obtain an appropriate devil fruit? Could he possess the potential to become the strongest in the world? Mendez bin Saint mused. Although Figo had inadvertently disrupted a carefully orchestrated operation, Mendez bin Saint bore no anger. Such matters were trivial to him. In fact, he admired Figo's capabilities demonstrated in Impel Down, harboring intentions to recruit him for his own purposes. However, there was one matter that troubled him. The mystery surrounding the death of Saint Cecilia remained unresolved, and Figo was a suspect. With the intelligence capabilities of CP0, it was only natural to uncover the intent behind Rear Admiral Doug's naval deployment that afternoon, leading to the involvement of Mia and Figo, who had visited Doug's residence that morning, ultimately revealing the true reason behind Gerald's attack on Saint Cecilia. Figo is motivated, yet lacking in ability, which has led to his exclusion. However, complete exclusion cannot be guaranteed. The world is replete with bizarre phenomena. Some individuals possess two hearts, while others may even have two heads. It is not entirely inconceivable that Figo harbors some undiscovered peculiarity, although new recruits undergo thorough medical examinations. Just as Mendez bin Xing was thoughtfully tapping his fingers against the chair, a sudden knock echoed at the door. An intelligence officer from CP0 hurriedly entered, reporting, "Lord Mendez bin Xing, we have identified a suspect in the murder of Saint Cecilia that occurred a year ago." Mendez raised an inquisitive brow. 2 days ago, a slave ship en route to the Chambadi Islands was attacked, resulting in the liberation of all slaves. According to the surviving crew members, the assailant was a female swordsman with an unknown devil fruit ability, capable of flight with wings and possessing formidable strength. Mendez inquired, "What is her current whereabouts?" "Investigations are ongoing," came the reply. "Ensure clarity is achieved promptly." With a wave, Mendez dismissed the CP0 intelligence officer, his previously furrowed brow now relaxing into a state of calm. Can Figo's suspicions be entirely dismissed? Time flows swiftly like a fleeting shadow, and 6 years have slipped through our fingers in an instant. It has been 7 years since Figo returned to Impel Down to assume the role of warden, and he has held his post for a cumulative total of 15 years. At the age of 35, Figo is engaged in an unusual form of exercise in the training area of Impel Down, not performing a handstand or balancing on his head, but rather using his hair. His fine black hair stands upright, supporting his substantial weight of nearly 500 pounds with remarkable steadiness. Although the passage of time has left its marks on Figo's face, the effects are not particularly pronounced, yet his height continues to grow limitlessly. For years prior, his stature had increased from 250 centimeters to 280 centimeters, prompting him to realize that he could no longer delay addressing this matter. As a traveler across worlds, Figo is aware of a unique ability, known as life restoration, which can only be mastered after attaining proficiency in the 6 forms. This ability allows the user to freely control their body, internal organs, and even hair, proving to be exceptionally effective against the challenges he currently faces. However, it appears that life restoration has yet to be fully developed in this era. Or perhaps it is merely circulating in limited circles, leaving Figo to explore its potential alone. At that time, having diligently trained in the 6 forms, he selected 3 CP9 members for his endeavors, which led to significant progress and ultimately propelled him into the realm of life restoration. For years have swiftly passed, and Figo's development has yielded commendable results as his height has stabilized since reaching 280 centimeters. As he hears the distant sound of approaching guards and the faint buzzing of a din-din mushi, the hair supporting his inverted position bends slightly before springing back, allowing him to effortlessly regain his upright stance. "Warden, Warden, your call. Could it be the 5 elders again?" Figo takes the din-din mushi from the approaching guard and answers, "Moshi Moshi, this is Figo." "Figo, it's me." A weary and somewhat distorted voice comes through the device, one that Figo has not heard in a long time. He pauses for 2 seconds before recognizing the voice. "Teacher Doug? Ah, you can still recognize my voice? Young people have such good memories, unlike me, who always misremembers your name." The old man seems to attempt a jest, though his tone carries a hint of melancholy. "Prepare yourself, Figo. In 2 hours, I will arrive at Impel Down to interrogate the madman Gerald." "Interrogate Gerald?" Figo is taken aback, instantly recalling the surviving Sapphire, the unfortunate yet resilient girl he had occasionally followed through prison records, though his interest had waned in recent years. He opens the prison records, pulls up Gerald's profile, and examines the details of his case, noting that the arrow points far northwest. Is this the direction of the New World? Could that girl ultimately become a pirate? Figo furrows his brow slightly. "What's the matter, teacher?" Doug responds, "Since 6 years ago, a blind female swordsman has been relentlessly attacking celestial dragon and slave trader vessels, having destroyed a total of 32 slave ships and liberated thousands of slaves. Most of those freed have been returned to their homelands, while a few strong individuals have chosen to follow her, leading to an ever-expanding crew that has gradually evolved into a formidable force on the seas. Referred to by the world government as the Blind Witch, with a bounty of 800 million berries, Figo felt a subtle tremor in his heart. The blind swordswoman, indeed? The Navy had launched 2 expeditions, and the world government had laid 3 ambushes, all of which she had sensed in advance, evading battle and returning empty-handed. Gradually, the slaves she rescued began to refer to her as the Saint, and 6 months ago, they rallied to support her in establishing a force known as the Revolutionary Army, with the aim of overthrowing the rule of the world government and the celestial dragons. The world government was enraged, raising her bounty to an unprecedented one, 2 billion. A record-breaking sum, and appointed me as the chief officer tasked with eradicating the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Where did this Revolutionary Army come from? Figo's initial reaction was to ponder his own actions, considering the butterfly effect they might have created. Upon reflection, he realized that even without his involvement, Gerald would likely have been imprisoned in Impel Down, perhaps making his current circumstances preferable. He then contemplated that the emergence of revolutionary armies in any generation is hardly surprising. The distinction lies in the fact that each generation's revolutionary forces have been dismantled by the world government, while the revolutionary narrative and subsequent tales had a significantly greater chance of success. The Revolutionary Army Sapphire. I understand now, teacher. After ending the call, Figo stood in silence for several minutes before turning to leave. His stature was upright, his movements as commanding as a mountain, exuding an aura of invincibility. Chapter 34. Coward. 2 hours later, Figo arrived at the zero-level platform of Impel Down to meet Doug's warship as scheduled. 7 years had not left many marks on Figo's visage, but time had not been as kind to Doug, now aged 78. His hair had turned completely white, and his once erect frame had slightly bent, though for a master of martial arts, such deterioration should not occur unless nearing death. Figo discerned that it was fatigue born from burdensome thoughts. Teacher Doug. The one rushing to support him was not Figo, but the excited Jean Chia. For years older than Figo, Jean Chia was part of an earlier cohort of elite recruits and also a student of Doug. As the old man was grasped by Jean Chia's arm, a look of confusion crossed his eyes. Upon catching sight of Figo bowing respectfully, he finally relaxed. I thought after 7 years, I might not even remember your face, Figo, Doug remarked, patting Jean Chia's arm. What? Do I look so frail that I need assistance to walk? No. Teacher, Jean Chia quickly replied, releasing his grip. I just haven't seen you in almost 20 years. I'm overwhelmed. 20 years? Doug scrutinized Jean Chia closely, then suddenly exclaimed, Oh, I remember. You must be Jean Gong. Teacher, it's Jean Chia. My apologies. The old man apologized with remarkable ease, chuckling as he added, I remember you. You excelled in iron block, one of the finest among that batch of Marines, little Jean. Jean Chia became even more animated. 14 years ago, I was the one Figo defeated using iron block. Little Jean? Figo interjected, Teacher Doug, do you remember Mia's full name? Mia's full name. Doug stepped back in surprise, clearly startled and anxious about not recalling it to report back to Figo. After a few seconds of contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon Figo, declaring, I have a poor memory, not a poor mind. Figo chuckled heartily, and Doug soon joined in laughter, though he quickly composed himself. Shaking his head as he remarked, There is no need to deliberately amuse this old man. I am not so fragile yet. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Figo, Jean. With that, Figo and Jean guided Doug into the advancing city, leading him towards the interrogation room on the first floor. Along the way, Figo inquired, Master, is it confirmed that the Revolutionary Army Saintess, with the staggering bounty of 1.2 billion, is indeed Gerald's sister, the very Sapphire from the tales we heard years ago? In just a few years, she has shattered the bounty limits over the seas? Doug responded, shaking his head, I have long corrected you on this. Although she was a little girl in the stories, she is actually your age and has turned 35 this year. She, like you, is among the world's foremost geniuses. No, if we were to assess purely by innate talent, she may surpass you. Had she joined the Navy in her youth, she would undoubtedly have risen to the rank of admiral. With a note of regret, Doug continued, yet perhaps had she not endured that suffering, she would not have developed to her current stature. After several ambushes from which she escaped, the world government has confirmed that her observation hockey has reached an extraordinarily rare level, enabling her to foresee the future. She has also acquired the snow fruit, a natural-type devil fruit, which has awakened its powers, allowing her to significantly influence weather patterns. Most critically, she can sprout wings from her back, granting her remarkable speed and flight, making her elusive and difficult to capture. Of course, in terms of sheer strength, she may still fall short compared to the infamous Hellman, with a bounty of 965 million, and the Gluttony King, boasting a bounty of 999 million. However, considering her potential for harm and the suspicions surrounding her involvement in the assassination of St. Caecilius 7 years ago, the government has set her bounty at an extraordinary one. 2 billion. Figo paused momentarily before guiding Doug into the interrogation room. Sir, may I observe? Doug nodded. Of course, as the director of Impel Down, your position surpasses mine. Impel Down is your domain. However, it would be best for Jean to remain outside. Ignorance can be a blessing in certain matters. Jean, feeling aggrieved, stayed behind. Inside the interrogation room, Gerald, who had been engulfed in tension since his apprehension, tightened his fist upon seeing Figo enter with the elderly general. A foreboding sensation crept over him. Doug scrutinized Gerald for a moment before sitting down, remarking, "You appear to have gained quite a bit of weight since your wanted poster was issued. Living well, I presume?" "Indeed," Figo replied. "It seems you have been well fed." "Is that so?" Doug continued, "Without a care in the world, enjoying good food and sleep, your fortune surpasses that of the girl Sapphire by several magnitudes." Suddenly, with a violent jerk, Gerald yanked the chains binding him to their maximum length, his eyes widening with bloodshot fury as an overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from him. "What has happened to Sapphire?" Without flinching, Doug responded, "It appears you possess the qualities of a king. Don't bite. Sapphire is well, at least for now." As Doug spoke, the murderous glint in Gerald's eyes gradually faded, and he slumped to the ground, feeling as though reality had become surreal. The once vulnerable girl he had cared for had, unbeknownst to him, far surpassed his achievements, becoming a figure of significance that the world government needed to regard with caution, #1 on their bounty list. Moreover, that despicable celestial dragon is dead? When did that happen? Gerald rasped. "He was killed the night you were captured, ambushed at sea during his return, with the entire crew lost to the depths." "The identity of the assailants remains unknown," Doug replied. Gerald paused, shaking his head. "It can't be Sapphire. She wasn't consuming any devil fruit at that time. That is no longer of consequence. Gerald, the world government has proposed to publicly execute you to lure the witch into their net. Do you believe Sapphire will come to your aid?" Doug inquired. Figo, leaning against the wall, shifted his posture. Gerald's eyes widened once more, pulling the chains taut as he leaned closer to Doug, forcing a deranged smile. "Ah, so this is the so-called righteous Navy? Are you the Navy or mere lapdogs of the world government? You would resort to such despicable tactics against her?" Bam! Without warning, Doug's fist struck Gerald squarely in the face, blood spraying as Gerald crashed against the wall. "Fool! Is this the only childish way you can seek our help? Why should we assist you, pirate? You claim to love Sapphire? Aside from rescuing her from a trafficker, what else have you done for her? You allowed her to be taken. You brought her trouble. Face the truth, Madman Gerald. You are an utter fool. Had you not been so foolish when you attacked the celestial dragons, you would have planned more thoroughly. You would have been more cautious. You would not have arrogantly concealed Sapphire. Perhaps then, everything that followed could have been avoided." As if ignited by fury, Doug's chest heaved, heavy breaths escaping him. His anger was not purely rage but a manifestation of disappointment. Figo had never witnessed such ferocity from Doug, whose indignation was bewildering yet oddly satisfying as Gerald, bloodied, lay crumpled on the floor. Silence enveloped the interrogation room for an extended period. Finally, Gerald spoke. "I beg you, in my life. I see it now. You are different. You are good people. Just kill me, or grant me the ability to take my own life." Doug sank back into his chair. "I wouldn't dare. I am no good man. I am a coward." Gerald lifted his gaze. "I am a coward," Doug reiterated. 7 years ago, that fateful afternoon, upon hearing your tale, I mobilized my fleet, intending to eliminate that blight on justice, the celestial dragon. Ultimately, I lacked the courage and chose to endure. I have endured a lifetime. Whenever I am impulsive, I remind myself, Doug, you are a sailor, bearing the weight of justice. You have trained thousands of young sailors. Your actions must set an example. You cannot act recklessly. You have developed the 6 powers, and at over 70, you cannot leave a stain on your legacy. Your name must be etched in the annals of naval history. The Navy is meant to uphold the world government's rule. Where there is light, there is darkness. It exists everywhere. You must believe this without doubt." He chuckled softly, his back bending further. "The encouragement fruit is indeed a remarkable fruit. after receiving orders to pursue Sapphire. I have encouraged myself daily. She is not a pirate. She has saved many lives, many slaves, yet she could pose a greater threat than the greatest pirate. If left unchecked, the Revolutionary Army will only grow bolder. Conspirators and ambition-driven individuals will emerge, inciting chaos that sweeps across the world, resulting in innocent casualties. Thus, I have chosen to be a coward, following the world government's directive, leading you to your public execution. Gerald ceased his outbursts, falling silent. The elderly man before him smiled, yet his eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling. For reasons unknown, Gerald felt that at this moment, this old man, this general, might be suffering even more than he was. A conflict between justice and duty? A contradiction between heart and responsibility? Gerald lowered his head. I'm sorry. I have ruined everything. Knowing is enough. Doug wiped his eyes with his arm and turned to Figo. I am truly aged. I am indeed weaker than before. Had I known I would lose composure, I would not have allowed you to accompany me and witness this cowardice. That won't do. As you said, this is my domain. I am in charge, Figo replied. Doug smiled faintly, exhaustion evident on his countenance. Figo continued, since I am in charge. You cannot take him away without my consent. At this moment, I say no. Doug halted, bewildered. Chapter 35. Figo, I will handle this. Doug had never fully grasped the thoughts of his student, Figo. Years ago, he had inspired Figo to return to Impel Down. And now Figo was using his words to deny him, a most logical counterargument. You disagree with me taking him away? Well, I am the director of Impel Down. But my authority supersedes yours. In Impel Down, my word is law, and I refuse to let you take him. What can you do about it? Figo smiled. Gerald looked up in confusion. Doug, too, moved his lips, eventually sighing, Figo, it is clear you possess a strong sense of justice. But this matter is a direct order from the 5 elders. Even if the Okashichibukai strongly opposes it, they cannot sway the 5 elders. I will handle it, Figo declared. He retrieved a personal transponder snail from his pocket and dialed Mendez from the 5 elders. Mendez, I have been in frequent contact with you over the years. We have a good relationship. I can resolve this. Is that true? Doug expressed disbelief. Shortly, the transponder snail connected, and Mendez's voice resonated from the other side. Gaston Figo? It is I, esteemed Elder Mendez. Figo addressed the transponder snail. At this moment, my mentor, General Doug, stands beside me. I have heard him mention that he has received your orders to apprehend the madcap Gerald. Do you have anything to say? The voice on the other end, belonging to Mendez of the Holy Saint, grew considerably more grave. I indeed have matters to discuss, Figo continued. I find this entire situation to be quite troubling. Is it truly the case that the vast naval forces and the world government possess no alternative means to capture the witch? Why must they resort to such despicable tactics? Furthermore, why is it necessary for an octogenarian like my mentor, General Doug, to lead this operation? Does the Navy lack other capable individuals? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the transponder snail. Figo continued, Esteemed Gorosei, grant me this favor and allow me to take charge. There is no need for a public execution of Gerald. I shall handle the eradication of the Revolutionary Army myself. I assure you that within a year, all matters will be resolved, employing no despicable tactics, yet successfully eliminating the Revolutionary Army. Would this not exemplify the might of the world government? Doug understood now. Figo intended to shoulder this burden for the sake of his mentor, navigating a precarious dilemma. He felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, mingled with a sense of shame. However, on the other end, the Gorosei responded with palpable indignation. A favor? Indeed. The voice of Mendez from the Din Din Mushi echoed with anger. Figo, recognize your place. What is your standing worth? The authority of the world government cannot be challenged. Despicable tactics? Is that truly your assessment? As expected, the Gorosei were insufferably arrogant. Doug forced a wry smile, intending to snatch the Din Din Mushi from Figo to address the Gorosei himself, hoping to spare Figo from their wrath. Yet, to his surprise, Figo brought the device close to his mouth and spoke rapidly. My identity? I was first a Marine, then the director of Impel Down, but above all, I am a human being, one with a sense of right and wrong. Fool. With that, the Din Din Mushi emitted a sharp tone, indicating the call had been abruptly terminated. Figo shrugged at Doug, asserting his authority. Doug was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Figo, you. Gerald was equally astonished. Even a lawless pirate recognized that on the other end of the transponder snail was a figure of utmost power, the 5 elders of the world government. How could they go to such lengths for us? Ignoring his counsel, it would take considerable effort to resolve this. Unfazed, Figo continued. I must slightly offend you now, teacher. At Mary Gios, Mendez benching stared blankly at the disconnected transponder snail, feeling as if he were in a dream. Was what just transpired real? The term fool was uttered in Mandarin, a language he did not comprehend, yet he discerned from the tone that it was not a compliment. Moreover, in the first half of the conversation, Figo's tone held no respect for him whatsoever. Was this a refusal of my command? Or a blatant rejection? Mendez Bencheng suddenly rose, an unprecedented fury surging within him, nearly crushing the transponder snail in his grip. How outrageous. Figo, what are you doing? Meanwhile, within Impel Down, Jean Jia expressed his astonishment and confusion. How could he be interrogating Gerald one moment, and then suddenly imprisoning Teacher Doug? Teacher, this is a clean solitary room. I'll bring you a bed shortly. You can rest here for a few days without concern. Through the bars, Figo reassured Doug, who had been incarcerated, and understood Figo's intentions. With gravity, he said, Figo, have you truly considered the consequences of your actions? Yes, Figo replied succinctly. Doug fell silent for a few seconds, then released the teacher. You cannot bear all the responsibility alone. No, Figo shook his head. You are destined to be a figure of naval history, of that I am certain. This is a matter of student conduct, unrelated to the teacher. Doug was rendered speechless, his eyes moistening once more. You little rascal, are you scolding your teacher? What is happening? What on earth is going on? Jean Jia, still bewildered, inquired. It's nothing, old Jean. You need not know, nor should you attempt to free the teacher. In a few days, you might even succeed me as the director. I trust you to handle it, Figo said, patting his shoulder. A prison dossier appeared before him. Inmate, Doug rank, SSR2 status, Imprisoned Crime Index, 25 capture participation, 100 available rewards, 6 styles, iron block, teaching, swimming, culinary. 6 styles, moonwalk character event 1, pinning activation character event 2, not activatable core event, not activatable indeed. The old man was quite formidable. He must be the strongest vice admiral in the Navy. If he resisted, he would not be easily subdued. Figo mused to himself. The SSR rank was a challenging ascent, and advancing to SSR2 was no simple task. Vice Admiral Doug, at SSR2, would not easily overpower Gerald at SSR1, but he certainly could maintain a strong upper hand. Resolving the situation would not be swift. Individuals of such rank possessed near superhuman physiques. His crime index of 25 was on par with Gerald S., which was not surprising. An 78-year-old retired naval officer, having engaged in countless campaigns against pirates, undoubtedly had made mistakes or caused collateral damage. Performing good deeds does not negate one's crime index. In the case of Akina S. absolute justice and later generations, a crime index exceeding 100 would not be unusual. As the prison dossier's data flashed in Figo's mind, he turned to Doug and asked, Teacher, more than anything else, I am curious about which admiral will arrive next. I wonder if I can strive to confine him adjacent to your cell. Jean Jia was horrified. What did Figo just say? Doug then inquired. Do you truly have confidence? Figo remarked, I shall make an effort. Doug inquired, what if 2 individuals were to arrive? Figo paused momentarily, then smiled and said, just run. Doug fell silent, letting out a long sigh before responding, why must it come to this? You are still young, Figo. Unlike me, an old man on the verge of the grave, you possess ample time to pursue your ideals of justice. Why must you be so fervent as to reach this extreme? After a long silence, Doug finally admitted, Indeed, my teacher is a coward. He truly pales in comparison to you. Figo remarked, I have resided in Impel Down for a full 15 years, diligently training inmates, enforcing discipline, and honing their combat abilities. My life has followed a regimented routine for these 15 years, not achieved through compromise. So, who will the incoming admiral be? Chapter 36, The Pinnacle. Who could it possibly be? The current Navy is undergoing a generational transition. Among the 3 admirals, the oldest, Mocha, is of my generation and has recently been reassigned to the Holy Land, where he is familiarizing himself with the command of all 3 armed forces and is poised for promotion. As for the Oka family, that stubborn old man is a nuisance to the 5 elders. How could they possibly allow him to take on such a role? The other 2 admirals are occupied. One is monitoring the hellish man, Hebris, in the New World, while the other maintains a strong rapport with the Oka family and myself. Thus is unlikely to be dispatched. Therefore, the one who will be promoted is likely to be Raoul, the candidate poised to succeed Mocha. Does that name ring a bell? Raoul is not a typical recruit from the naval headquarters. He was once a renowned bounty hunter of the seas, later personally recruited by the Oka family into the Navy. He is a prodigy, akin to you and Sapphire, having been exceptionally promoted to colonel at the tender age of 24. When Impel Down was initially established, he was appointed by the Oka family as chief warden. Within a year, he was promoted beyond the rank of brigadier general to major general, and 4 years later, he ascended to lieutenant general. Subsequently, he acquired the win-win fruit, a natural-type devil fruit, further enhancing his prowess. However, the old fool from the Oka family misjudged him. Raoul is not a suitable successor. For several years now, he has frequently engaged with the 5 elders of the world government, which is likely weary of the Oka family's admiral, seeking to cultivate a more obedient figure. The Oka family deliberately suppressed him for 2 years, but even they can no longer restrain him. Now at the age of 40, he has reached a level of maturity in all respects. Thus, do not underestimate him simply because he has yet to be formally recognized as an admiral. He possesses the authority and strength of one, and is acknowledged as the 4th admiral by all Marines of the naval headquarters. Of course, if you possess the capability, it would be even better to give that scoundrel a good thrashing. Figo. Standing on the 0-level platform of Impel Down, Figo gripped the hilt of his sword, his mind echoing with Doug's narrative, gradually adjusting to a state of peak readiness. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the sea, lifting Figo's jet-black warden's cloak high, fluttering audibly. Having lingered too long in the calm, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of the wind on his skin. Figo uttered a soft exclamation and drew his sword in a swift motion. The searing white blade aura surged forth with a strike, seemingly vying with the brilliance of the sun, rendering the vast expanse of the ocean momentarily dominated by this colossal crescent, leaving naught else in sight. Before Figo, the vast ocean, hundreds of meters deep, split in two with a single stroke. The surging waters cascaded to either side, while the fierce winds that swept toward him were similarly cleaved in two. The violent gusts that had been buffeting him suddenly dissipated. A few hundred meters ahead, the severed sources of wind morphed into a semi-solid form, plummeting into the abyss that Figo had just carved. 3 seconds later, a terrifying hurricane erupted from the depths of the ocean, spiraling skyward, creating a vortex several kilometers in diameter within the previously calm doldrums. The surrounding waters were rapidly displaced, massive waves crashing relentlessly against the platform of the advanced city, sweeping toward the horizon. After lying submerged for over a decade, the advanced city was gradually laid bare to the air. Centered around the spot where the 2 segments of wind had fallen, the sea was driven away by the hurricane, pushed back thousands of meters, and then obstructed by an invisible wall of wind, unable to return. In less than half a minute, the marine environment transformed into land. As the 2 fallen wind sources converged, taking the form of a human hovering about a meter above the ocean floor, clad in a cyan shirt and white trousers. With a pristine, billowing cape of justice, he bore a height similar to Figo's, grayish-brown eyes, and a long face with a slightly pointed chin devoid of facial hair. The 4th Admiral, Raoul. Lord Mendez had informed me that you might resort to violence. I could scarcely believe it. With his hands tucked into his pockets, his figure swayed gently with the breeze as he gazed up at Figo on the platform below. I remember you, Gaston Figo. When I was in the advanced city, you were merely a young captain striving to garner attention. Who would have thought that 14 years would pass, and you would possess the audacity to challenge me? I admire your courage and determination, but the authority of the world government and the 5 elders is not to be trifled with. Surrender peacefully. From above the platform, Figo looked down at him, a silent smile gracing his lips. Are you jesting with me? The long blade suddenly swept sideways. Another wave of slashing energy erupted from his sword, cleaving through the wind wall that separated them from the sea, shattering it. The waters surged back with a tumultuous roar, and Raoul's eyes widened in astonishment and fury as he quickly thrust his hands forward, summoning another gust to repel the returning waves. Those with devil fruit powers cannot touch seawater. Yet, Figo feigned another strike toward the opposing wind wall, causing Raoul's expression to darken as he cursed under his breath. Intending to ascend once more into the sky, abandoning the land formation to avoid being endlessly drained by Figo. However, this time, Figo merely feigned a strike, no attack issuing forth from his blade, and sheathed it afterward. No need to be alarmed. I'm merely jesting. I have no desire to fight you in the air. Should you wish to flee, I would find it difficult to impede you. Figo shrugged off his cloak and leapt into the fray. The initial 2 slashes were his final defiance against his dream of being a gallant swordsman. When pitted against a genuinely formidable adversary, he would resort to his most proficient skill, his physical prowess. As he descended, darkness enveloped his fists, morphing into something new. A golden aura enveloped the layer of armed haki, flowing like water, imbuing him with a fresh and stronger power. Armed haki. For 7698, Level 4, Advanced Armed Hockey. You can make your hockey flow? Is that your confidence? Raoul's expression remained impassive. The ability to make armed hockey flow, ignoring defenses to inflict real damage, was merely foundational for a marine admiral. No matter how powerful, it could not strike the wind. Situated at the ocean's heart, he could not damage the structures of advanced city. If you were to ceaselessly cleave through my wind walls, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted, severing Raoul's thoughts. Figo, having leapt down, landed on the ocean floor, and in that instant, the ground cracked as if struck by a meteorite, sending massive fragments soaring into the air, the center resembling an erupting volcano, the shockwave obliterating everything in its path. As the blinding shockwave ascended, Figo's form traversed the space as if teleporting, appearing beside Raoul in the blink of an eye, his fists enveloped in flowing hockey smashing toward Raoul's head. What is this? A shave? No, it cannot be. Is it pure physical explosion? This madman jumped from hundreds of meters high without dissipating any force, and instead converted his descending momentum into greater speed. How can such a lunatic exist? Are his legs truly unscathed? This speed surpasses the wind itself, leaving Raoul no time to evade. Hurricane shield. Raoul had no choice but to brace himself, crossing his arms to form a massive shield of wind to block Figo's punch. Accompanied by another thunderous explosion, the ground beneath them erupted once more like a volcanic blast. Figo's attacking arm sleeve suddenly shattered, while Raoul's hurricane shield was instantaneously crushed by his blow. His body soared through the air, tumbling and bouncing across the ground, before finally dissipating into a gentle breeze over 100 meters away. In midair, he reassembled, raising a hand to wipe away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, his expression growing solemn. Figo glanced at his tattered sleeves, then resolutely tore his shirt apart, revealing his chiseled, muscular torso. Stamina. 135880, Level 5, Peak Physique. The term peak physique is unmistakably clear. It signifies that within the realm of pirates, encompassing all of humanity, other races, and even various monsters, Figo's physical prowess has ascended to the highest echelons. Chapter 37, The Capture of the Admiral. The brief clash shattered all of Raoul's arrogance, as his subtly aching arms incessantly signaled their warning. Is this monstrous physique your confidence against the celestial dragons? It seems I must impart some lessons to awaken you from your delusions. The only means to compel fools to listen to me is through overwhelming force. Figo subtly responded, extending his right hand and beckoning Raoul. Enough with the prattle. If you're not planning to flee, let us continue. Arrogant. Raoul's expression hardened as he crossed his arms before him. A gentle breeze stirred, coalescing countless tiny azure wind blades in front of him. Then, with a sweeping motion of his arms, the wind blades surged forth, enveloping Figo in a tempestuous assault. Figo, undeterred, advanced toward Raoul against the oncoming wind blades, quickening his pace with each step. With outstretched arms, his fists partially clenched, he executed a preparatory gesture between his index finger and thumb, signaling the impending launch of his formidable technique. Then, he unleashed a relentless barrage. Flying finger gun. Fire. One after another, orbs of pitch-black energy, enveloped in the aura of his formidable will, were propelled forth by Figo, colliding with the incoming wind blades, resulting in a spectacular annihilation of both forces. The speed of Figo's strikes accelerated, and the number of fingers in motion gradually increased, all four fingers moving in unison. Flying finger gun. Scattershot. A dense barrage of dark projectiles rapidly engulfed the azure blades of wind, subsequently targeting Raoul, transforming him into a sieve amidst a cacophony of thuds. However, the attack proved ineffective. While the armament hockey could indeed strike a Logia-type user, it required a direct hit to be effective. Through the perception granted by Kinbunchaku, Raoul preemptively rendered all areas susceptible to the projectiles into nothingness, making the strikes appear to connect while, in reality, they had missed entirely, thus yielding no result. Instead, Raoul surged forward, embracing Figo's onslaught, creating a powerful whirlwind that shattered the ground before him, sending debris and fine sand swirling toward Figo. Blinded by the tempest, Figo paused, closing his eyes to identify his surroundings through Kinbunchaku. Upon sensing Raoul within an optimal range, he swiftly unleashed his right leg like a whip, enveloping it once more in flowing armament hockey, striking Raoul's wind-formed body at the waist. As he was struck, Raoul effortlessly split into two halves, his lower body dissipated, while his upper half twisted and maneuvered instantaneously to Figo's rear. His right arm transformed into a spiraling vortex, piercing directly into Figo's back, breaching the defenses of armament hockey and twisting Figo's muscles into a helix, aiming to inflict damage upon his internal organs. You cannot strike the wind. You cannot hurt the father. Figo's right arm swung back, a surge of power erupting. With a resounding crash, Raoul was once again sent flying. Simultaneously, a violent whirlwind suddenly rose beneath Figo's feet, its diameter stretching 100 meters and soaring nearly 1,000 meters high, lifting Figo into the sky. The rapid motion of the tornado constrained Figo's movements, rendering him unable to escape as he tumbled helplessly. Meanwhile, Raoul, having bounced off the ground several times, knelt momentarily to steady himself before launching into the air. With his hands clasped above his head, his body spun continuously, transforming him into a colossal wind cannon, delivering an unparalleled and formidable attack. Within the tornado, Figo clenched his right fist. The structure and density of the muscles in his arm underwent a swift transformation, causing it to swell to an astonishing thickness, double its original size. Concurrently, Figo's weight escalated dramatically, defying the laws of science as he unleashed a hidden energy within, propelling him from a mere 500 pounds to nearly 500 kilograms. This increased weight might slightly diminish his speed, yet it conferred greater strength and a more stable center of gravity, while his now bulging arm appeared capable of shattering anything. Life rebirth, arm of the war god. Boom. Figo's colossal fist collided with the tip of Raoul's wind cannon, instantly shattering the surrounding cyclone into radiant azure halos that surged into the distance. At the epicenter of the impact, blue flames and flowing light dazzled with an unmatched brilliance. Not far from the battlefield, the advancing city trembled ominously, on the verge of collapse. At the exit of the zero-level platform, Deputy Director Radu lay on the ground, trembling as he cradled a communication device, exclaiming, "The advancing city is going to collapse. We will drown in the sea. We will be devoured by the Sea Kings. Someone, send a warship to rescue us." Silence. Came the furious roar of Mendez from the other end of the line. The advancing city was fortified to withstand the fiercest assaults from the strongest pirates of the sea. Unless they are deliberately attacked, the city will not collapse. Radu, I demand an update on the battle situation. Go and see. Are really 1T collapse? Radu reluctantly stood, his expression suddenly frozen in disbelief. What is it? Has Gaston Figo truly acquired the strength to contend with Raoul? Radu murmured, 5 elder stars, the sky. The sky is splitting apart. High above, the heavy clouds were cleaved in two by an unseen force, the azure sky appearing as if it had opened a gaping chasm. On the other end of the communication device, in Mariehua, Mendez turned his gaze toward the window, observing the strange phenomenon in the distant sky, his countenance darkening. After a moment of silence, he picked up another communication device and instructed, Mocha, immediately mobilize the warships. Wait? 5 elder stars, there hasn't been any movement for a while. It seems the battle has ended. The sea is returning. Radu's voice echoed, causing Mendez to pause mid-sentence. Ended? Regardless of the victor. The battle should not conclude so swiftly. Mendez thought shifted, a sinking feeling settling in his heart. If it were a fair and just contest, it would take more than a day and night to determine a victor. But now, time was no longer on his side. Figo pressed Raoul firmly against the slightly crumbling outer wall of Impel Down with one hand, addressing the powerless Raoul. You are not entirely to blame, without the win-win fruit. You would lack the ability to contend with me. While enjoying the strength bestowed by the fruit, you must also accept its drawbacks. Furthermore, was I merely a diligent little underboss back in the day? How audacious of you, a prison warden who does nothing to pass judgment. You couldn't even remember that the walls of Impel Down were reinforced with sea prism stone to prevent the intrusion of Sea Kings. If I were to strike you here, would you truly dare to charge at me? Raoul's eyes blazed with fury. You despicable scoundrel. I was captivated by his reckless demeanor. It was such a grave oversight, how infuriating. He, too, needed to guard against the seawater that surged back due to the earlier collision with the wind barrier. In a moment of negligence, he forgot that the outer walls of Impel Down were entirely composed of sea prism stone, leading him to this awkward predicament, abruptly halting what had just reached its zenith. What do you truly intend to do, Figo? Allowing you to stay in Impel Down for a couple of days, to see if some individuals can converse with me calmly this time. Yes, indeed, you are a hostage. You bastard, where's your sense of justice? The crashing waves rolled back, drowning Raoul's final roar, leaving him utterly drained, gulping down seawater. When one can overpower, they speak of lessons. When one cannot, they invoke justice. Is obedience to justice still considered justice? Figo chuckled as he lifted himself up. Chapter 38, Events and Controversies. Criminal, Raoul rank, SSR 4 status, Imprisoned crime index, 37. Capture participation, 100 available rewards: navigation, theft, swordsmanship, forging. Commerce character event 1. Awaiting activation character event 2. Currently inactive core event. Currently inactive choosing the reward of swordsmanship. Reward: Swordsmanship 29677650, level 4 Swordmaster. Quite the versatile one, mastering both forging and swordsmanship. How did he abandon the blade? Solely honing his fruit abilities. Casting a glance at Raoul, bound and unconscious in his cell, Figo flicked his finger and released an energy orb. Awaken. The orb struck Raoul's abdomen, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of seawater. As his blurred vision sharpened, Raoul feebly struggled against his chains and attempted to sit upright. In that moment of unconsciousness, he had realized the predicament he would face upon awakening. Exuding a semblance of a commanding presence, he refrained from futilely shouting in anger. Instead, he glanced at Figo through the bars, then turned to the elderly man in the adjacent cell. The old man, with a rosy complexion, praised Figo. "Are you unleashing the power of the spear? I don't recall teaching you that technique. It seems you developed it on your own, huh? Quite impressive. Back in the elite class, you mastered the 6 styles remarkably well. It appears you have not ceased your training over the years. The 6 styles will undoubtedly become even more formidable in your hands." I, Doug, firmly believe this. Learned very well, yet not a single technique grasped? Figo chuckled helplessly. Raoul's gaze lingered on Doug's unrestrained limbs, and he inquired, "Are you deliberately cooperating with Gaston Figo, General Doug? Do you comprehend your current actions?" The old man tilted his head, deliberately avoiding Raoul's gaze, and retorted, "What? Our 4th general is imprisoned, yet you still seek to lecture me?" Figo has indeed triumphed over Raoul, his lips curling into an ecstatic smile that seems impossible to suppress. Raoul, feeling somewhat disgruntled, could do nothing against this elder and coldly averted his gaze, only to catch sight of Jinxia approaching from a distance. "Jinxia, are you also joining the rebellion?" he inquired, deliberately using the term rebellion. Jinxia's expression turned somewhat uneasy. During Raoul's tenure as the chief warden, Jinxia had been his deputy, once filled with admiration and envy for Raoul's strength. Yet, after a lapse of 14 years, he now found Raoul reduced to a prisoner in the advancing city. However, a year of subordination could not compare to the 15 years spent alongside Figo. Even though he longed for the position of warden, he ultimately chose to support Figo. He averted his gaze, refraining from responding to Raoul, and addressed Figo instead. "I have already informed all the guards in the monitoring room of the general situation." Capturing Doug was relatively quiet, but the recent upheaval from the battle cannot be concealed from the guards and prisoners in the advancing city, without an explanation. It will surely incite panic. As for the guards' reactions, Jinxia need not elaborate. The distant, indistinct shouts already conveyed everything. The warden is indeed the strongest. What of the admiral? He is no match for the greatest warden. The warden's choice to reject the world government's orders must indicate something amiss with those orders. Long live the warden! Doug erupted in hearty laughter. Yet Raoul struggled to accept what he was hearing. Were not most of these guards from the Navy headquarters? "I am an admiral." How dare Figo reveal the truth to them? Now that they are aware of the reality, why do they still choose to follow Figo into madness? Why do they dare to claim that the world government's orders are flawed? Has the entire advancing city gone mad? Figo sat casually in front of Raoul, shaking his head with a smile. Although the guards in Impel Down were notoriously ruthless when punishing prisoners, their long-term isolation had rendered them almost innocently charming within their confined realm. This trust weighed heavily upon them. What followed was a period of waiting. Raoul, plagued by existential doubts, fell silent, while the exuberant Doug continued to cheer, his face aglow. Figo, overwhelmed, activated the character events for Doug and Raoul to observe the animation. Character Event 1. Activated 10 years prior, Doug's son and daughter-in-law perished when their ship encountered the fearsome Hellman, Hebrews, leaving only their 2-year-old grandson, Kong. Following this tragedy, Doug's memory began to decline, and his health deteriorated, yet he never uttered a word of vengeance. As one of the formidable powers in the New World, the Hell Pirate crew could only be dismantled with the leadership of at least 2 Marine admirals, a significant undertaking that Doug was reluctant to initiate for personal revenge. Event requirement: capture or eliminate Hebrews and dismantle the Hell Pirate crew. The narrative was brief, yet the textual exposition was extensive. This was a formidable challenge. It was akin to dismantling one of the 4 emperors or slaying one of them, wasn't it? No wonder during his last visit to the old man's residence, he only encountered Kong and not his parents. Perhaps it was for the best that he refrained from inquiring. The old man harbored secrets, however difficult it seemed. There remained a glimmer of hope for completion, while Raoul's character event, posed an insurmountable challenge. Event requirement: defeat or assist Raul in capturing Gaston Figo. Simultaneously, the ramifications of Raul's defeat and capture by Figo swiftly proliferated. Within the Marine headquarters, only high-ranking officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above were privy to the general news. Figo was a name they had heard before, but none could anticipate that the man who had declined the rank of Rear Admiral to return to Impel Down as Warden had quietly become an Admiral. Vice Admiral Shiza was left dumbfounded, while newly promoted Rear Admiral Mia, though pleased, felt a twinge of concern for Doug and Figo's situation, prompting her to seek out Marshal Aquino. Aquino was engrossed in making calls to the Gorosei, his expression not grave, but rather somewhat relieved and relaxed, urging Mia to remain patient. At Mariahua, the Gorosei convened once more, and Mendez spoke succinctly to the others regarding the origins and developments of the incident. Slamming his hand on the table in anger, "This is an unprecedented malevolent incident that requires severe punishment. I wish to deploy the God Army's Admiral alongside Mocha to apprehend him." The so-called God Army was a special force directly under the Gorosei, comprised of elite celestial dragons, acting as the fourth military branch beyond the three managed by the world government's military commanders. As the highest authorities of the world government, the Gorosei did not necessarily need to comprise entirely of supreme combatants, but they could not be devoid of strength either. Throughout history, at least one of the Gorosei had to possess the power to stand at the apex of the pirate world. In their youth, many of them had served as admirals in the God Army, formidable beings on par with, or even slightly superior to most admirals of the Navy, serving as one of the trump cards that enabled the celestial dragons to maintain their ruling status for 7 centuries. Upon hearing Mendez's suggestion, the other 4 Gorosei expressed differing opinions. Do we truly need to mobilize the God Army? Is it impossible to resolve this incident solely through the Navy? Must we disturb Lord Emo? Mendez, along with the Navy, Judicial Island, and Impel Down, all fall under your command. This significant mishap cannot be overlooked. This is not the time for assigning blame. Openly defying the Gorosei's orders, Gaston Figo is indeed the first to do so during our tenure. If we do not resolve this decisively by any means necessary, he has directly defeated a top combatant of the Navy. How can we simply allow this? If we refrain from deploying the God Army and yet still fail to achieve results, the authority of the world government will truly plummet. A heated debate erupted among the 5, with Mendez internally cursing the others multiple times. After prolonged discussion without resolution, they resorted to connecting with Marshal Aquino, who had been persistently calling. Aquino articulated 3 key points. Gorosei, Figo is a Marine who grew up in the Marine headquarters, a paragon of justice, possessing the potential to become an admiral. No, he has transcended mere potential. Our internal discord is a spectacle for the world. You should be aware that Figo frequently ventures 50 to 100 miles beyond Impel Down to capture sea kings, possessing extraordinary swimming abilities and physical prowess. Even if all 3 admirals, including myself, mobilize, we may not capture him, but rather push him towards piracy. No, he will not become a pirate. The incident's catalyst is the Revolutionary Army's blind witch. Her plight requires no reiteration. Figo's demands are not devoid of justice. Are you not concerned that Figo may defect to the Revolutionary Army and ally with that girl, truly bringing about a crisis for the world government? Somewhere within his words lay the key to resolution. The debate surrounding this incident finally drew to a close. The Gorosei devised a solution to be executed by Aquino, after which Mendez returned to smash the table in frustration. Chapter 39. Intermission. In the evening, Marine Marshal Aquino arrived for the first time at Impel Down aboard a warship. Upon receiving the news, Figo awaited him outside, encountering once more the diminutive old man, barely 5 feet tall, devoid of the imposing presence typical of an admiral. Like Doug, 7 years had etched deep lines upon his face, the wrinkles so pronounced that one could easily crush a mosquito with them. Are you waiting here to have me thrown into prison as well? Upon seeing Figo, Aquino adopted a stern expression. Not at all, sir, Figo replied. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, Marshal. Aquino glanced at Figo, his stern demeanor suddenly softening into a smile. It's no trouble at all. You have done exceptionally well, Figo. Raul did not grow in the direction I anticipated, which has been a source of disappointment for me. But your appearance has been a pleasant surprise. The Just Marines cannot be solely comprised of individuals like you, yet they cannot do without you either. Someone must steadfastly uphold the boundaries of justice. You flatter me, Figo thought, recognizing that the outcome of this incident would likely be favorable. As he accompanied Akainu into Impel Down, the marshal emphasized, the revolutionary army must be dismantled. Figo, I comprehend. Agia nodded. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the primary intention of the revolutionary army's saint, Sapphire, appears to be the liberation of those slaves who might endure similar fates as hers. However, among the slaves she has rescued, many bear a history as pirates and would not willingly accept the role of a selfless liberator. The establishment of the revolutionary army came rather abruptly, leading me to suspect that Sapphire was reluctantly thrust into the position of leader. Therefore, we cannot allow the revolutionary army to continue its unchecked growth. I understand. Figo replied. I anticipated this possibility. The suggestion I presented to the 5 Elder Stars was for me to take over from Teacher Doug and lead the campaign against the revolutionary army, rather than allowing it to go unaddressed. This matter is not feasible. However, Agia shook his head. You cannot go. Figo was taken aback. This represented the final bottom line of the 5 Elders. Your stance during the events involving Gerald and the Sapphire siblings was excessively resolute, leading the 5 Elders to fear that your military actions would provoke even more uncontrollable issues. In simpler terms, they are concerned that not only will you refrain from suppressing the revolutionary army, but you might also choose to join their ranks. In confronting Figo, the AO family spoke candidly, stating, I trust you would never act in such a manner, yet the 5 Elders remain skeptical. The decision to not fully address your demands in resolving this incident is, after all, the 5 Elders' last stand for their own dignity. Figo, at this moment, AO Jiadao, terminate the public execution of Gerald and continue to detain him in Advanced City. Abolish the designation of Doug as the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, transferring authority to the world government CP0. Furthermore, you are prohibited from leaving Advanced City at your discretion until the conclusion of your remaining 3-year term as director. Figo furrowed his brow. He believed that his undertaking of the mission to eradicate the revolutionary army was due to his ability to connect the events surrounding Gerald to the elusive Sapphire. No matter where Sapphire resided in the world of pirates, Figo was certain he would locate her. At that time, he would have ample opportunity to discern the specific circumstances of the revolutionary army, ensuring that all parties involved would arrive at a reasonable and favorable resolution. But now, he questioned, do you truly wish to abandon the Navy? Agia replied, I have served as admiral for nearly 30 years, consistently yielding to the pressures of the 5 Elders. At times, I have longed to resign and simply walk away, yet I have persevered day by day until now. For as long as I hold this position, even if I achieve something in the struggle against a single issue, assisting 1 or 2 individuals, all that endurance is worthwhile. This is my sense of justice. And what of you, Figo? Figo shook his head, refraining from providing an answer. The marshal of the AO family, who had grown up in the world of pirates, could not comprehend Figo's perspective. The world government was supreme, and the celestial dragons held the highest authority. This was an ingrained belief. Consequently, the AO family dared only to resist, not to rebel. As a transmigrator, Figo lacked such reverence. Upon witnessing injustice, why not oppose it? Sensing Figo's thoughts, AO felt a mixture of concern and admiration. No wonder you can accomplish what I have never achieved. You possess more determination and courage than I imagined. I only hope you steadfastly uphold your sense of justice, ensuring that your formidable strength is not wielded for nefarious purposes, Figo. Rest assured, I shall not falter, Figo replied. After a brief pause, AO continued, CP0 specializes in covert operations and intelligence gathering. They cannot contend with the well-established Sapphire. Even if they trace the revolutionary army's whereabouts, they will require the Navy's assistance to orchestrate their actions. When that time comes, I will inform you of the specifics, and you shall decide how to act. Whether to leave Impel Down to fulfill your justice or not will be entirely up to you. This may be my final stand against the 5 Elders and the celestial dragons during my tenure as marshal, and I must rely on you to see it through. You will not disappoint me. You will handle everything, will you not, Figo? Rest assured, I shall, Figo replied, hesitating momentarily before adding with a smile, very well. I shall await your news. A smile creased Ao's aging face. You can be assured, I shall not let you down either. Ao took Doug and Raoul away. Meanwhile, Jean Xia, puzzled by the sudden vacancy of the director's position, announced the conclusion of the incident from the monitoring room. The guards cheered and celebrated the great Director Figo. As Impel Down gradually returned to its previous calm, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Figo understood that this was merely a pause in the unfolding drama. After consuming a substantial meal in the cafeteria, he descended directly to the 6th level of Impel Down through the prisoner passage. The tremors from Raoul's earlier collision with the outer wall had been most pronounced here, and the villains on the 6th level were oblivious to the recent events, even speculating that an escape attempt was underway. Upon Figo's arrival, their disappointment was palpable, and someone called out, "Which fool has come to assault Impel Down? Where is that madman Gerald? You didn't rescue him, did you?" "No," Figo replied with a smile. "I merely had a minor disagreement with the world government and engaged in a brief skirmish with a marine admiral, but all is well now. Thank you for your concern." "Huh?" The pirates of the 6th level were momentarily taken aback before laughter erupted. "Director Figo, I suspected long ago that you were no ordinary rule follower. How about we defect together? I would gladly follow you." The other villains felt a stir of excitement. "Indeed, if you were to defect, I too would follow you." And I. Haha. "If you were to become the captain of a pirate crew, we would set sail together and instantly become the strongest pirate crew in history." Gaston Figo. "Ha ha ha, that sounds splendid. Come on, Director Figo." Figo raised a finger. "I require 10 individuals." The voices of the rogues faltered momentarily before erupting into a cacophony. I shall go. I shall go. I was once a navigator. I have served as a shipwright. I am a marksman." Laughter resonated, igniting a fervor among them. "Captain Figo, how exhilarating." "What captain?" Figo chuckled softly. "What I mean is that my battle with the general was unsatisfactory. This time, I wish to face 10. As if a mute button had been pressed. The raucous noise abruptly ceased. The expressions of the pirates froze upon their faces, glancing at one another in bewilderment. "Who will step forward?" The pirates exchanged glances laden with challenge. "Will you go?" "Why not you?" "My injuries have yet to heal. You should take the lead." Figo let out a low chuckle, revealing a hint of ferocity. Upon hearing that subdued laughter, several individuals felt a surge of anger and shouted, "Do not be so arrogant. I shall take you on." Figo surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of 5 individuals. Silence enveloped the group. After 7 long years, they had become so timid that even the prospect of escape failed to ignite their courage. In resignation, Figo cast the key before the 5 prisoners who responded with startled expressions. "So it shall be you 5, he declared. The 5 were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "You cowardly scoundrels! Hasten, there is no time to waste." Figo's voice echoed ominously, instilling terror upon the faces of the 5. "No, please don't come any closer. I truly do not wish to escape." Chapter 40. The Demon-Slaying Order. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had elapsed. As the 16th year of Figo's advancement in the city unfolded, life appeared to have regained its tranquility following that tumultuous conflict. Each day was spent monitoring convicts and capturing various delectable sea creatures, as he continued to develop and refine his life restoration with an ever-strengthening physique. The once frequent communications from Mendez, the 5 elders, had waned, and instead, Figo found himself re-establishing contact with Marshal Ao. Information regarding the recent activities of the Revolutionary Army, as well as the progress of the world government's investigations, was relayed to Figo by Ao's family. For the better part of 6 months, the Revolutionary Army had remained inactive, while the Sapphire had made 2 bold strikes. One assault targeted a slave ship, while the other took advantage of an opportunity to sink a vessel carrying celestial dragons, resulting in the tragic demise of a celestial dragon father and daughter. Unlike Figo's midnight raid, which had been known to only a few, the Sapphire's audacious daylight attack was witnessed by onlookers, sending shockwaves throughout the pirate world. Enraged, the world government dispatched additional forces in a frantic search for her whereabouts, and Figo sensed that her capture was imminent. Indeed, shortly thereafter, he received news via the transponder snail that the Revolutionary Army's headquarters had been located just days prior. The 5 elders had directly bypassed the Marine headquarters to issue an extermination order, and the fleet was now en route. "Figo, should you still choose to proceed, advance 50 miles southwest of the city, where a warship awaits your arrival. We will stay in contact along the way." "Very well, I shall make my way there." Figo hung up the phone and removed the director's cloak. He approached the training area to find Jean Xie, saying, "Old Jean, I am stepping out for a while. Keep an eye on the city." "Are you going to capture the Sea Kings again?" Jean asked. "Let it be so. I will do my utmost to delay Ladu from discovering my absence," Figo replied. "Oh." Watching Figo's retreating figure, Jean Xie stared blankly, tossing aside a stone block that nearly struck his foot. "Am I about to become the director?" For Figo, traversing 50 miles was a mere trifle. With practiced ease, he departed from the city, and within moments, he spotted the warship the Marshal of the Ao family had mentioned. The vessel was familiar, He had previously boarded it. Sister Mia, long time no see. As he stepped aboard with a graceful gait, he greeted the still dashing female rear admiral. You arrived quite swiftly. Mia handed Figo a towel, exclaiming, set sail. The warship began to move, gliding into the distance. Once Figo had dried his face, Mia continued. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is situated on an uninhabited, nameless island in the New World, which the world government has designated as Witch Island. The 10 warships under the Demon Slayer Order are the finest of the Navy's colossal vessels, renowned for their speed and have set sail ahead of us. We must now hasten our journey. The so-called Demon Slayer Order represents one of the Navy headquarters' most formidable military operations, possessing the capability to erase an island from the map. This initiative will deploy 10 of the Navy's premier giant warships, accompanied by 5 vice admirals, dozens of rear admirals, and elite sailors among thousands, to unleash overwhelming destructive firepower upon the target, followed by a brutal slaughter of any survivors. It is an act of extermination against the designated target. Only the Navy Marshal and the 3 admirals can initiate the Demon Slayer Order. Of course, the 5 Elder Stars, wielding even greater authority, may do so as well. Figo was not overly surprised by the Revolutionary Army's mobilization of the Demon Slayer Order. What astonished him was the revelation he gleaned from Mia. Is it true that Teacher Doug is leading the team? Mia shook her head. It was originally supposed to be General Raoul in command, but upon learning of the situation, the teacher seized the command from the Marshal. Given the capabilities of the Flying Sapphire, it seemed far more sensible to dispatch Raoul. The world government would hardly consent to Doug leading the mission. Figo pondered for a moment and shook his head in resignation. What on earth does this stubborn old man intend to do? His tone elicited a faint smile from Mia, though she quickly suppressed her amusement and handed Figo a communication device. As for further matters, you may contact the Marshal directly, Figo. In light of your open defiance of the 5 Elders' orders this time, do you genuinely believe there will be no repercussions? What are your plans moving forward? Figo remarked. I can only hope that the 5 Elders will grant me a favor this time. Otherwise, Sister Mia, the next time you see me, it will be my wanted poster. So please don't capture me. Ha ha ha. Mia paused for a moment and replied, if we hadn't fortuitously encountered each other that day. If I hadn't invited you to the teacher's house or shared that story with you, then at most, I would have heard the tales of the emerald and amethyst a bit later. I guess I'm just too fond of meddling. Figo chuckled. Mia fell silent for a moment and then smiled. You have truly transformed from the person you were in the elite class. This demeanor of yours is, indeed, quite handsome. Meanwhile, 10 colossal warships were navigating through the windless zone, the iron beasts arranged in a formidable line, their heavy cannons protruding menacingly from either side. On one of the ships, 79-year-old Admiral Doug stood at the bow, arms crossed, gazing into the distant horizon, his posture erect. Though he had secured the position of the commander for this demon-slaying decree, the golden snail telephone to officially initiate the decree was not in his possession. He cast a sidelong glance at the silver-haired youth on the adjacent ship, a member of CP0, who held the golden telephone. Just then, the voice of the telephone echoed through the air. All ships, pay attention. We are about to leave the windless zone and enter the New World. We may encounter pirate crews at any moment. To prevent the Revolutionary Army and the witches from receiving advance notice and escaping, once we encounter the pirate crews. At an appropriate distance, the warships may open fire without leaving any survivors. I will repeat, there is no need for boarding actions, simply cleanse them with cannon fire. Doug withdrew his gaze and continued to survey the distant sea, his expression deepening with contemplation. 3 days later, at noon, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. On Sanus Island, within a building, Sapphire wore a gentle smile as she watched and responded to the children passing by her. Sanus, good afternoon. Sanus. Sanus. I learned 10 characters this morning. I learned 12. I practiced my sword for an hour. I woke up at 5 and practiced for 2 hours. Lazybones. You're the lazy one. Everyone was doing splendidly. The words that flowed from Sapphire possessed a soothing power that quickly calmed the children. They passed by with bright smiles. And the last in line was a golden-haired boy of 2 or 3 years, still sniffling. Saintus, what is wrong, Jebek? I had a nightmare last night. Sapphire smiled gently, ruffling the boy's hair in comfort. It's all right. Don't be afraid. What did you dream about? A fire. A really big fire. A big dog engulfed in flames burned us. Burned everything here. And there was a person running on the sea, the boy mumbled. Fire? A dog? Running on the sea? How could someone run on the sea? It's just a nightmare. Don't be scared, Jebek. She reassured him, but then suddenly froze, turning her head southwest. Her expression growing grave. At that moment, a distant, terrified shout echoed. Saintus! Saintus! Something wrong. Warships! So many warships! The Navy has discovered us. Chapter 41. Doug's resolution. Chaos erupted on Saintus Island. When the demon-slaying warships were spotted, they were already within 50 miles of the island. At such a distance, they could reach within half an hour. Quick! We must relocate immediately. Why were we discovered? And at this time, the last supply run was a month ago. No one has left the island recently. There were no unfamiliar ships nearby. Could it be the Saintus? What foolish talk. How could the Saintus be followed without knowing? It was indeed reckless to directly confront the celestial dragons. You fool! Are you blaming the Saintus? Voices clamored together as the Revolutionary Army members hastily made their way to the docked vessels, amidst a flurry of panicking and confused children running alongside them. Over the years, Sapphire had not only rescued many slaves but had also taken in numerous children. The older ones were around 10 years old, while the younger ones were merely 2 or 3, all orphans who had wandered the streets, akin to her former self and Gerard. Sapphire provided these orphans with the home she and Gerard had longed for, teaching them literacy and the basics of cultivation. Transforming her body into a form as light as snow, she sprouted a pair of snowy wings and floated gracefully in the air, scanning the fleeing crowd for any left behind. However, her brow furrowed slightly at the unfolding scene. In times of disaster, the true nature of people is revealed. Some Revolutionary Army members, upon seeing the children, hastily grabbed several to hasten their escape, while others deliberately lagged behind to maintain order. Yet, some only cared for their own escape, even brutally shoving children out of the way if they obstructed their path, uttering harsh words in the process. She was not unaware that the captured slaves came from varying backgrounds. Some were fierce pirates before being captured and had chosen to follow her for their own reasons, even harboring thoughts of making her the captain of a powerful pirate crew, voicing their discontent over her attacks on slave ships, let alone her audacious acts against the celestial dragons. She had considered cleansing the ranks, but ultimately refrained. The establishment of the Revolutionary Army was not merely a result of others pushing her. It was genuinely her own desire to guide everyone in such a manner. Yet now it seemed that perhaps time was insufficient, or perhaps I truly lacked the capability. With her support from the air, amidst the chaos, the entire Revolutionary Army swiftly evacuated to the docked ships. In truth, their numbers were not significant. Together with the children, they barely exceeded 300. Although they were dubbed the Revolutionary Army, without Sapphire's involvement, they resembled a mere rabble. A single captured slave ship could accommodate them all, making the demon-slaying decree feel akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Quick! Turn the helm! Set sail! We're running out of time. The 10 iron beasts were now visible on the horizon, their cannons trained upon them. Time is running out. On the other side, Mia, looking somewhat disheveled, stood at the bow alongside Figo, her expression grave. What should we do? We are still about 100 miles from Witch Island, but the demon-slaying warships are likely already nearing. The weather in the New World changes with little warning, and Figo, having left the windless zone for the first time, was taken aback by its peculiarity. The onset of the storm came without any forewarning, causing him to react a beat slower. Even stranger was the presence of wind and rain without any clouds in the sky, leaving him unable to find a place to cut through with his sword, resulting in a 2-hour delay in their voyage. Navigation skill 11212, level 4, navigation expert. In truth, Figo's navigation skill was indeed quite high, one of the few abilities he possessed at level 4. After all, most pirates venturing out to sea have some understanding of navigation. It is akin to physical prowess, something everyone possesses with an exceedingly high drop rate. Yet, this number remained theoretical, as no substantial navigational knowledge had been instilled in Figo's mind. Just as he would swiftly enhance his swordsmanship through practice, the benefits of navigation would likely require extensive training to transform into tangible skills. Perhaps he should delve into some navigation literature? Figo was somewhat concerned about this. The inexplicable changes in weather indeed hinder one's endeavors. For now, I shall take my leave, Figo remarked. Mia was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, saying, All right, I will escort you part way. Take care, Figo. She interlaced her hands before her chest, and a colossal hand emerged from the rear deck, reaching towards the vast expanse above. Figo leaped into action, his palm descending slightly before he unleashed an even swifter, more powerful strike, sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball at the perfect angle. With Mia, now a vice admiral, having fully harnessed the power of her devil fruit, the force of her throw propelled Figo over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, Figo executed several aerial steps, leveraging this momentum to soar an additional 3 to 5 kilometers before he began his descent, having reached the limits of his capabilities. Mia presumed that the remaining distance would necessitate Figo to swim, yet what transpired next astonished her. As Figo landed on the water's surface, a golden aura of hockey enveloped his feet, allowing him to sprint across the sea with remarkable speed, defying the conventional expectation of sinking. How was this possible? While there were a few formidable individuals capable of manipulating hockey in such a manner, none had ever been known to run atop the ocean's surface, never. It was clear that Figo was employing two techniques simultaneously, life return to reduce his weight, and fisherman karate to propel himself off the water. As a traveler from another world, he had long contemplated whether he could devise a technique akin to the water-walking methods seen in Naruto, to avoid the constant necessity of swimming in this ocean-dominated realm. The conclusion was that it was not feasible. Standing still was impossible. He had to run at maximum speed, which demanded immense stamina, making it suitable only for short bursts of rapid travel. Yet, it was several times faster than his swimming. Outside St. Lady Island, the massive ship carrying the entire Revolutionary Army altered its course, but the 10 colossal warships drew ever closer, gradually bringing them within the range of their cannons. Time was of the essence. They were running out of options. Why had they been discovered? Was this the fabled Demon Slayer order? Damn the Navy. What to do? Saint Lady? Shall we fight them? Ahead. What is that? Sapphire tilted her head, a look of astonishment and confusion crossing her face. Utilizing her observation hockey, she soon located the terrified visage of a golden-haired boy named Jibek. Approaching him, she soothingly patted his head and retrieved a pendant from her pocket, placing it around his neck. It seems you were destined for greatness, Jibek. Keep it safe. Saint Lady? Is that a person? How is that possible? Someone is running on the water. Finally, they discerned what was racing toward them, a revelation that momentarily distracted them from the encroaching warships. On board those ships, the likes of Dog and CP0 had also spotted Figo. The silver-haired CP0 agent furrowed his brow, yet continued his motion to raise the golden transponder snail. All personnel, aim at the enemy ship. The keen-eyed officers paused slightly upon hearing the command, recognizing the blind witch in the Revolutionary Army aboard the vessel. Yet they also noticed the many young children present. Such matters had not been mentioned prior to their departure. However, after a brief hesitation, they executed the order, directing the cannons of each warship toward the opposing ship. A cacophony erupted on board, as most of the Revolutionary Army turned pale, feeling the ominous shadow of death looming over them, while a few roared to bolster their courage, preparing to fight to the last breath. Sapphire moved to the front, gazing at the warship's cannons, her sword half-drawn, the blade emanating a chilling aura. Suddenly, Figo's right leg swelled and thickened, preparing to deliver a powerful kick. The silver-haired CP0 agent opened his mouth to speak. Bang! Out of nowhere, a fist struck him from the side, interrupting his words. CP0 spun and fell into the water, the golden transponder snail flying into the air, only to be caught by a large hand. Do not fire. Dog shouted into the transponder snail. I will bear all consequences myself. Blind witch, this is Rear Admiral Dog of the Navy. You cannot escape. Surrender at once, and I assure you, I will ensure the safety of all the children aboard your ship. Not a single innocent life will be harmed. Rear Admiral Dog. The fleet was thrown into chaos. The Revolutionary Army was momentarily stunned. Rear Admiral Dog laughed heartily, slamming the golden transponder snail to the ground. As a teacher, I cannot allow my students to bear everything alone. What legacy am I leaving in the annals of Navy history? I no longer care for that. At this moment, he radiated confidence, as if he had returned to his youthful days 40 years ago. Oh, I suspected you would choose this course of action, teacher. A figure flickered beside him as Figo remarked, Be confident. Perhaps you will be remembered in history as a cautionary tale in the Navy. Why must you accompany me in this? Is that so? I was only handsome for 3 seconds, the old man pouted, nearly shedding tears. Rascal. Chapter 42. Justice truly exists. Regretful now, are we? You see, I predicted you would act this way. Surely the world government and the 5 elders anticipated this as well? Why take such action yourself? I could have intervened earlier, Figo stated. Regret? Never. Dog's demeanor shifted as he shook his head, having persuaded myself for decades with the encouragement of the fruit of inspiration. I doubt I have many years left. Thus, I deemed it more crucial to once again shoulder the mantle of justice than to be immortalized in the Navy's history. Raising his voice, he proclaimed, All naval personnel. From the very first day I joined the Navy, I inscribed the word justice upon my soul. What is justice? Is Navy justice merely following orders and exterminating pirates? No. Justice is fairness. When confronted with injustice, we naval personnel must possess the discernment to act justly. Look at the children aboard that ship, innocent and unaware. Must they be condemned to death by cannon fire simply because they are aboard a revolutionary ship? Rear Admiral Dog, the silver-haired CP-0 agent, having just emerged from the water, his mask cracked and a fury burning in his eyes, retorted, "Do you know what you're doing? Those children are not innocent. They have already been corrupted by the witch. They are seeds of evil. They must be given the right to choose. Today, I intend to show them that justice still exists in this world. Even if only a few are swayed by my actions, it will all be worthwhile," Dog replied. Yet before the CP-0 agent could respond further, a shadow suddenly loomed behind him. Figo looked down upon him with an air of superiority. "If the future could dictate the sins of the present, then I fear that what you are about to say will be quite unpleasant. Thus, it seems prudent to eliminate you now. You have no objections, I presume?" Gaston Figo CP-0 trembled slightly, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Ultimately, he dared neither to move nor to utter another word. Doug flashed a grin. Surveying the surrounding warships, where numerous naval officers had gathered at the ship's edge, their gazes fixed upon him. With the weight of his concerns finally lifted, he noticed many familiar faces among them, his former students, though he struggled to recall their names. "Doug, please guide us on what to do next," a rear admiral inquired. "It has been a long time since we have heard your teachings," a Navy colonel echoed. "Indeed, we are eager to hear your wisdom." The voices gradually crescendoed as Doug, having inspired countless individuals over his 30 years of naval instruction, commanded a reputation rivaling that of an admiral or a general. Doug bellowed with laughter, his voice booming. "Then allow me to impart another lesson. You must firmly believe that despite the Navy's shortcomings, there will always be those who uphold the sanctity of justice. One day, a figure will rouse the innate sense of righteousness within us all. This world will never be beyond redemption. All sins shall be met with their due punishment. To the Marines, the blind witch, the children, the villains, and the innocents, regardless of what you have endured, what you have done, or the suffering you have faced, know this: the just Navy is not merely a pack of obedient hounds. Justice is, indeed, a tangible reality. The power of inspiration surged forth, resonating across the ocean's surface. The Marines stood at attention, absorbing his words. The children aboard the revolutionary ship appeared bewildered, yet the concept of justice echoed within their hearts. Perhaps one day, as they matured, they would come to grasp the significance of the old man's actions. The once innocent members of the Revolutionary Army fell into silence, pondering the existence of justice in this world. Meanwhile, the irredeemable scoundrels were gripped by a deepening sense of panic, with some murmuring, "This is our chance. The Navy is in disarray. Let us escape the range of their cannon fire and not be swayed by their vile rhetoric." Sapphire observed everything with keen perception. The ship slowly began to move again, and her observation hockey revealed further scenes. Scene 1. Figo delivered a powerful kick to the bow of their vessel, shattering it and sending the massive ship sliding back towards the shore. Scene 2. As Figo approached with his flying kick, she stepped forward to intercept with her sword, only to be repelled by his arm, and their ship was pushed back to the shore once more. Scene 3. Scene 4. No matter how she attempted to block or what method she employed, she could not alter the outcome of Figo's strike. Thus, she declared, "Stop the ship. Saintus? Stop." She raised her voice, somewhat reluctant but dared not defy Sapphire's authority. The ship that had just begun to move halted, and in the next moment, Figo leaped onto their ship's bow with a series of moonwalks. The spectacle of his earlier agility at sea combined with his innate aura forced the revolutionary crew at the bow to step back cautiously. The children's gazes were drawn to him, their eyes a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Sapphire stepped forth, her words sending shivers down the spines of the villains. "Admiral of the Navy?" "No, not at all," Figo replied. "I am Figo, the director of Impel Down. Greetings. Gerald is well. He eats, drinks, and sleeps well, though I constantly worry about him," Sapphire said, momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing her lips. "So many children. There must be over 100, right? Is this your way of nurturing future forces for the Revolutionary Army?" Figo inquired. Sapphire shook her head. "I wish I could say that is not the case. I simply wanted to provide a home for the lost. However, I know that this scene was inevitable. My decision to adopt them may not have improved their circumstances compared to a life of wandering. So perhaps it is true. I owe them an apology. I selfishly chose their futures. I wish to ask them where I and my brother went wrong. I want them to inquire if there is still justice and hope in this world. I want them to ask why slavery exists. I want them to question the existence of the celestial dragons. I want to know why life is so incredibly difficult. Ultimately, resentment lingered. Are you willing to believe in justice now? Yes, I am willing, Sapphire affirmed. A smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of the innocent girl Figo had seen in Gerald's past, shining with purity. At the same time, she extended her hands, palms together, as if inviting Figo to bind her, saying, I miss brother Gerald. Saintess. Figo glanced at the crowd and said, there will be reunions. Since you do not intend to resist, there is no urgency in apprehending you. As for these children, we shall not directly dictate their fate. Select 3 individuals from the Revolutionary Army whom you deem most suitable to accompany the children. Those willing to join the Navy may board the vessel. While the rest can be led away by these 3, they can go wherever they wish, and no one will pursue them. However, you must persuade them to abandon any notions of joining the Revolutionary Army, for it holds no promise of hope. In a world where power is concentrated in a single entity, the prospect of revolution is far from simple. Even Figo finds it challenging to conceive a viable solution. The individuals aboard this ship are merely a disorganized multitude, risking their lives in vain. Upon the utterance of Figo's words, the uproar aboard the vessel escalated significantly. Saintess, why should you heed the Navy's insidious temptations? They are sowing discord among us. Let us confront them head-on. One audacious individual dared to board our ship alone. If we can seize him, I beg your pardon, everyone, but I am weary. The sapphire-hued figure interjected with an air of remorse, then turned to Figo and inquired, is it permissible for 5 of us? Figo pondered for a moment. 4, perhaps. It felt reminiscent of haggling at a market. In an instant, the fate of this ragtag revolutionary army seemed already sealed. Chapter 43, The Hell Pirates. In the Marine headquarters, within the marshal's office, Akiji was preoccupied, intently awaiting a call from the telephone snail on his desk. According to the expected voyage duration, the demon-slaying order fleet should have already arrived at Witch Island. What was the situation? What were the old man Doug and Figo planning to do? Finally, the telephone snail rang, and Akiji promptly answered. This is Akiji. Akiji. There has been an incident. The voice on the other end was not that of Figo or Doug. Akiji paused, realizing it was Admiral Gandaroo, who had been monitoring the movements of the Hell Pirates in the New World. What has happened, Gandaroo? Has the Hell Pirates taken action? Akiji inquired solemnly. I lost track of them. Rubris has mysteriously vanished from his Hell Garden along with several of the Hell Pirates officers. Only some small fry remain in the Hell Garden. Should we take this opportunity to eliminate them? What? Akiji frowned. What is that scoundrel Rubris planning? His thoughts raced, and a pallor crossed his face as he pressed further. Gandaroo, can you confirm when Rubris disappeared? Ah, well, I'm afraid I can only confirm he was here 3 days ago. Akiji abruptly hung up the telephone snail and swiftly dialed another number. What is the matter, Akiji? The voice of the 5 Elder Stars, Mendez Bint Singh, came through. Lord Mendez Bint Singh, is the Hell Pirates movement connected to the Revolutionary Army? Mind your tone, Akiji. Mendez Bint Singh's voice was indifferent. The Hell Pirates? How would I know? It is the Navy's duty to handle pirates. However, it is CP0 that has gathered intel on the Revolutionary Army's whereabouts from the Hell Pirates. Rubris has long aspired to defeat the glutton and become the sole king among pirates, and he has shown a keen interest in recruiting the blind witch into his ranks. You are aware of this, aren't you, Akiji? Akiji grasped Mendez Bint Singh's underlying message and replied with a mixture of astonishment and anger. Are you mad? Mendez Bint Singh, it is you who has lost your mind, Akiji. Humph. Prepare to step down from the position of marshal. The telephone snail clicked off. Akiji sat in stunned silence for 2 seconds before hastily dialing another number. In the Holy Land Mariehua, Mendez Bint Singh's expression remained cold as he tossed the telephone snail aside. Across the seas, in the Grand Line, the intelligence agencies under the world government held an absolute advantage, but in the New World, where the strongest pirate crews thrived, local forces were far more formidable. CP0 had yet to investigate a solitary island in the New World, but the Hell Pirates were a different matter. As long as they existed, traces of their presence would remain. Over 6 months ago, Rubris, intent on locating the Revolutionary Army, had discovered evidence when members of the Revolutionary Army secretly purchased provisions sufficient for 200 individuals for a month. Wasn't it peculiar that the purchasing habits of a pirate crew showed no signs of their presence? He had intended to act, but the Navy had responded promptly, dispatching an admiral to keep watch. This delay persisted until today. CP0 had gathered general intelligence regarding the Revolutionary Army's location from the Hell Pirates. Inevitably, this would alert Rubris to certain movements within the world government and the Navy, and given Rubris's nature, he would undoubtedly take action. Sending soldiers to their demise? No, that was not the plan. Mendez Binsing had long surmised and was fully aware of the communications between Akiji and Figo. Figo would certainly find himself among those tasked with subduing the revolutionary army, whether he agreed or not, coupled with the forces of the demon-slaying order. The Hell Pirates were not without their fighting capabilities. However, both sides would suffer grievous losses. A war that would eliminate a portion of the pirates while claiming the lives of disobedient soldiers would be ideal. Especially if the disobedient Figo were to fall at the hands of the hellish man, Robrus. This was not merely about maintaining his own authority. Over the past 6 months, Mendez Binsing had grown increasingly aware of the severity of the situation. While Figo alone was not a significant threat, no matter how formidable his personal power, he could not genuinely disrupt the world government's dominion. However, if Doug, influenced by Figo, were to join him, it would pose a considerable dilemma. Doug held a unique position within the Navy. As the architect behind the Navy's 6 styles, he had been a mentor to countless individuals, inspiring many disoriented young soldiers. If a faction led by a figure like Figo were to rally under Doug, it would present a considerable risk to the world government's authority over the Navy. Thus, it would be best to see a portion of them perish. Lost in these thoughts, the telephone snail rang once more. Lord Elderstars, Lord Elderstars. Urgent news, urgent news. Figo has vanished. The voice on the other end was that of Radu, filled with panic and anxiety. As expected, Mendez Binsing let out a low hum, addressing the telephone snail. The last time he was seen was yesterday morning, correct? You know? Indeed. I'm already aware. How is it that you've only just found out? Mendez Binsing narrowed his eyes. Radu was in trouble again. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army's flagship had been forced back to shore by 10 naval vessels, with the members of the Revolutionary Army being shackled and escorted aboard. Saint, how could this happen? Have you betrayed the Revolutionary Army? Though there was resistance, those who fought back were swiftly subdued by Figo. And the only member capable of standing against Figo, the Sapphire, was instead aiding him in subduing the dissenters. Betrayal? That's an intriguing notion. Figo could not suppress a smile as he found himself surrounded by a group of children and 4 revolutionaries, each displaying a complex array of emotions, chosen by the Sapphire. The prison records had yielded a bountiful harvest, revealing over 100 blank pages. Most of the captured individuals had participation rates between 60 to 80, with 4 possessing a crime index below 3 and around 20 falling between 4 to 10, while the rest exceeded 10. Among them, one individual stood out with an astonishing score of 80. Their previous identity remained a mystery. However, since 4 were released and could be deemed innocent, Figo was inclined to trust that there would be no issues with liberating the 4 chosen by the Sapphire. He gestured for the Sapphire to offer some final words to the 4 individuals and the children, but the Sapphire suddenly looked surprised and inquired, "Apart from you, has the Navy headquarters dispatched an admiral and a ship of elite forces?" Figo was taken aback for a moment before swiftly regaining his composure, gazing towards the horizon. A massive ship, pitch black and larger than a colossal warship, gradually emerged from the edge of the sea, its mast adorned with a skull bearing a dog's face. It was evident that this was a pirate vessel. Could it be? The Navy officials who spotted the pirate ship were taken aback, and within moments, they shouted in unison, "All personnel, stand guard." That was the emblem of the Hell Pirates, one of the 2 factions in the New World. How could they be here? The Hell Pirates? Doug clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, his transponder snail rang, and upon answering, the voice of Marshal Ao filled the air. "Doug, be cautious. I have spotted him." With a low growl, Doug abruptly hung up the call. On the distant pirate ship, a figure towering over 6 meters, immensely robust, appeared at the forefront of the deck, his booming laughter resonating across the waters, radiating an overwhelming aura of intimidation, his conqueror's haki unleashed without restraint. What a grand spectacle. "Navy, have you captured the blind witch due to some minor inconveniences? Ha ha ha. Shall we arrange a prisoner exchange? I find the blind witch's character quite appealing. How about joining my pirate crew? A prisoner exchange?" Figo's expression turned grave. Was that not Rear Admiral Mia? Chapter 44. Figo's Conqueror's Haki, 3,000-word extension. As the Hell Pirate ship drew closer, more individuals discerned Mia, bound by stone chains, slumped against the ship's edge, unconscious. Alongside her were several naval officers and ensigns in similar predicaments. It was likely a misfortune encountered during their voyage, even with Mia's rank as Rear Admiral. She had little room for resistance against the Hell Pirates, unable to even escape. Including Doug, 5 Rear Admirals joined Figo at the bow of a warship. Gazing at the scene unfolding before them, Doug's fist clenched tighter, his body trembling with barely contained fury. "Xiaya, that despicable fiend! Figo, aware of Doug's enmity with the Hell Pirates, maintained his composure, scrutinizing the situation aboard the opposing ship. It wasn't just that scoundrel, Rebus. The other 4 rear admirals also reported their observations. The majority of the Hell Pirates crew is aboard. 2 vice captains, the Hell Spear Aaron Jackson, with a bounty of 780 million. And the Hell Shield Tony Toya, with a bounty of 735 million, were present on the ship. The 4 beasts of the underworld were also there, each boasting bounties exceeding 400 million. Are they all mobilized? Those who achieved the rank of Rear Admiral were not foolish upon witnessing this assembly. They could surmise that the news of the demon-slaying Order-S activation had leaked. Otherwise, the Hell Pirates would not have emerged in full force. As for the source of the leak, they chose not to delve too deeply, preferring to investigate further upon their return. Only a prisoner exchange, no engagement? Those who believe a pirate's words do not live long. The Hell Pirates had fully mobilized, making their presence known, and would not simply rescue the blind witch and depart. It was clear that this would escalate into a conflict. One side comprised elite naval forces of the demon-slaying order, while the other was one of the strongest pirate factions in the New World, the Hell Pirates. The 4 rear admirals looked towards Figo, who, though unknown to the ordinary naval ensigns, was well known among the rear admirals for having previously defeated Admiral Raoul. The crucial factor in determining whether this battle would take place was whether Figo possessed the strength to confront the hellish man, Rebus. Doug, remain calm, Figo advised. Let us first attempt to negotiate the exchange. Doug inhaled deeply. I entrust Shaya's safety to you, Figo. Figo nodded and proclaimed, Hell Pirate crew, we have agreed. Let us exchange the captives. On the opposing vessel, Hebrus slightly tilted his head, inquiring about the peculiar figures behind him. Who is that individual? As the pinnacle of piracy, he was acquainted with the formidable admirals of the Navy, including the Fleet Admiral and the 3 admirals, as well as the 16 principal vice admirals. Yet Figo's visage was entirely unfamiliar. His subordinates exchanged glances, none recognizing Figo. Some speculated, with those 2 old geezers among the admirals stepping down. Could he be a candidate for promotion? Regardless of his identity, it mattered not. Our captain has summoned us all, and with the 3 admirals absent, the presence of any individual is inconsequential. Laughter erupted among the pirates. Captain, are we truly to exchange captives? Hebrus gently stroked his oddly shaped gray nose with his finger and grinned. Jackson, you go. Bring back that female vice admiral, the blind witch. Be careful not to harm her. She shall become our 3rd vice captain. Behind him, a gray-haired man with a chiseled face responded solemnly, Understood, Captain. The pirates understood. Chuckling softly, Vice Captain? That female vice admiral is rather attractive. Be gentle, ha ha ha. Jackson offered no reply. Soon, a small boat was dispatched from the Hell Pirate cruise ship, and several captured sailors, including Mia, were placed aboard, while Jackson took 2 apprentice crew members and rowed forward. Similarly, Figo boarded a lifeboat, accompanied by the Sapphire, rowing towards them. The moment the Hell Pirate crew proposed the exchange of captives, Figo had swiftly secured Sapphire with sea stone handcuffs. The 2 boats drifted apart, gradually approaching one another, with countless eyes following their every move. Despite being 37 years old, Mia, the flower of the Navy, had not lost her beauty and was surrounded by admirers. Many sailors were filled with anger and anxiety on her behalf. The Revolutionary Army, both captured and free, was closely monitored to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The cannons of 10 warships, capable of annihilating islands, were aimed at the pirate ship across the water, ready to unleash their fury at the slightest provocation. Hebrus stood at the bow, unfazed by the artillery, his gaze fixed on Figo. Suddenly, he remarked, That fellow gives me an unsettling feeling. Tony, be prepared. No way, Captain. Could the vice captain truly be no match for him? Is he really the next admiral? Tony Toya, the 2nd vice captain, a rotund man of nearly equal height and width, replied, I too sense something amiss, Captain. Look at the blind witch. She does not seem like an easy opponent, yet she bears no visible injuries. How was she captured? Hebrus shifted his gaze, his fingers lightly flickering, a faint flame shimmering at his fingertips. Tony Toya immediately understood and inched closer, while the other pirates fell silent. In the central waters, the distance between the 2 small boats narrowed to less than 100 meters. Figo's rowing cadence slowed slightly as he calculated time and speed in his mind. Suddenly, Jackson, the vice captain of the Hell Pirate crew, called out, Hey, never seen you before. Who are you? And Blind Witch, we are here to rescue you. Yet you have remained silent until now. Figo remained silent. Sapphire weakly remarked, He is the warden of Impel Down, Gaston Figo. I do not require your assistance. I shall not become a pirate. Humph, Jackson snorted. You truly believe that your bounty of over 1.2 billion is legitimate, despite being captured? The warden of Impel Down. Gaston Figo? I recall your name. A few years back, did you not capture that troublesome Magglechuck? Though he lacked strength, he possessed a rather troublesome ability. Capturing him was indeed a commendable feat. He glanced at the sword hanging from Figo's waist, his eyes sparkling with interest. Are you a swordsman? How fortuitous. I am, too. I relish the opportunity to spar with fellow swordsmen. Shall we engage in a friendly duel? As he spoke, two small boats approached within 50 meters. Figo cast a quick glance at Jackson and inquired, Oh, where is your sword? At that moment, he tightened the muscles in his seated legs, preparing for action. However, Jackson suddenly wore a sinister grin, bending down to seize Mia by the neck and hurling her toward Figo with great force. Mia soared through the air like a cannonball, pain flickering across her face beneath her disheveled hair. Figo's gaze darkened as he remained immovable, while Mia was abruptly caught in his embrace, her body not swaying in the slightest. From a distance behind, several urgent shouts echoed, Watch out! Suddenly, Jackson emerged from an angle, his speed surpassing that of Mia, who had been thrown. His right arm transformed into an exceedingly sharp blade, enveloped in a flowing crimson hue of hockey, striking fiercely towards Figo's back. The sword aura and blade advancing in unison. I am the sword. The sword is me. Aaron Jackson, the vice captain of the Hell Pirates, a user of the / fruit, is exceptionally skilled in hockey, having developed his abilities to an extraordinary degree. The blades he manifests are sharper and more resilient than any renowned sword, often cleaving both adversaries and their weapons in two during battle, making him the most formidable offensive force within the Hell Pirates. A resounding clash of metal reverberated. The blade formed from his arm successfully breached Figo's hockey and muscle, causing a spray of blood to erupt. Yet, Jackson's expression froze in disbelief. What is this sensation? It feels just like the captain's. I can't penetrate it. I'm stuck. This hurts. My defenses have been breached. Figo set Mia down and stood upright, the blade of his muscles seemingly sharp enough to lift Jackson slightly off the ground. Simultaneously, a breathtaking force radiated outward, erupting like a thunderclap that resonated in the minds of everyone present on the waters. The two apprentice sailors who had rowed Jackson over rolled their eyes and collapsed backward. The expressions of the Marines froze in alarm, while Admiral Doug and his comrades displayed astonishment. The pirates' excitement waned. Even the notorious Hot Bruce exhibited a hint of disbelief. Conqueror's hockey. How could this be? Isn't he a Navy officer? Just a breath away. Jackson's mind momentarily blanked before jolting back to alertness under the frenzied warning of his observation hockey. Before him, Figo loomed large, his fist clenched, radiating golden armament hockey that descended upon Jackson's head, the rushing wind pressure making it nearly impossible for him to keep his eyes open. A frontal assault? Underestimate him. Will you? Let's see who bears the greater wounds. He gritted his teeth, his head rapidly transforming into a conical shape reminiscent of a future bell pepper, its tip sharp and glimmering with a metallic sheen, enveloped in flowing armament hockey as he charged toward Figo's fist. Boom. Figo unleashed his full force, striking the metallic tip with such intensity that the small vessel beneath him shattered instantly. In that very moment, Jackson's metal conical head was also crushed back into its original form. His flesh and blood head transformed grotesquely, resembling jelly with its features jarringly swaying, the skin loosened and quivering, blood pouring from his orifices, saliva and teeth scattering as he rolled his eyes and plunged into the depths of the water. Figo grasped Mia with one hand and the sapphire with the other, leaping onto the small boat that had been swept away by the tumultuous waves. With a flurry of splashes, he surged through the towering swells, swiftly carrying the sailors back to the naval camp. Drip, drip. A trickle of blood cascaded from his clenched fist. Figo cast a glance, and truly, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 700 million. With the second strike, his defenses were breached again. Chapter 45, Shattered. Long before he vanquished the celestial dragons, a latent aura had awakened within Figo's heart. His conqueror's hockey had reached the nascent level of Tier 1. Subsequently, the benefits garnered from the incident involving Gerald elevated his hockey to Tier 2, marking him as a mid-tier conqueror. At this juncture, should he encounter a situation that incited extreme emotional agitation, Figo could unconsciously unleash the impact of his hockey. Unfortunately, over the years, such opportunities had been scarce. When he insulted the five elders and confronted Raoul, his inner vigor surged once more. However, Raoul was not formidable enough, leaving his hockey stalled at just over 900 points, shy of reaching Tier 3. It was only moments ago, at the instant Mia was hurled towards him, that this aura awakened again within Figo, advancing rapidly. Conqueror's hockey, 2891, Tier 3, mid-tier conqueror. In this moment, Figo could adeptly wield his conqueror's haki. Akin to the prowess of Luffy after 2 years of training, invincible against lesser foes, and even possessing utility in confrontations with stronger adversaries, augmented by his own might and presence. Moreover, his identity added an element of surprise to his haki. Throughout the history of the Navy, beneath the world government, few possessed the qualifications to awaken conqueror's haki. Over 7 centuries, among hundreds of admirals and marshals, those endowed with this power could be counted on one hand. In the original narrative, only Sengoku was noted to possess it. The Navy's identity and regulations seemingly constrained their potential, whereas the pirates at the pinnacle awakened this power with greater frequency. Naval admirals boasted superior foundations, enhanced growth potential, and abundant resources to seek out devil fruits suited to their strengths, leading them to surpass the pirate elites in many respects. Yet, in the realm of conqueror's haki, they consistently lagged behind, resulting in a negligible gap between the two factions, often tipping in favor of the pirates' mightiest. It was precisely this element of surprise that granted him the precious 5 seconds needed. Jackson, the vice-captain of the Hell Pirates, was defeated and fell into the water, while Mia and other captured sailors were rescued, pushed back by over 100 meters towards the Navy. Before Helbrus could react, his expression darkened, flames of fury igniting within him. The purple-black flames enveloped his surroundings as another vice-captain of the Hell Pirates, the corpulent Tony, lunged at him, transforming in that instant into a pair of metallic wings that sprouted from his back. Get out of the way. The boss is furious. Damn it. How dare he take down Vice-Captain Jackson? Boss, eliminate him. Amidst the clamor of the pirates, Helbrus took to the skies, his form shrouded in purple flames. Resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, hurtling towards Figo's small vessel at an alarming speed. From the warship, Doug snapped to action, bellowing, aim for him. Fire. Boom. 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 A cacophony of cannon fire erupted as the powerful artillery, enhanced by the elite marksmanship of the naval personnel, engulfed Helbrus in a relentless barrage of projectiles. His metallic wings folded inward, and the shock waves of the explosions reverberated through the air, momentarily halting Helbrus's advance. Smoke billowed forth, the sea roiling beneath the tumultuous waves, hastening Figo's return to the naval formation. Yet, suddenly a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the smoke of cannon fire, leaving Helbrus and his metallic wings unscathed. The Shield of Hell, Tony Toya, a user of the shield fruit, had deeply developed his abilities, claiming to be able to withstand any assault. Even inventing the practical yet unconventional technique known as the gliding shield, Doug showed no hesitation, his voice laced with murderous intent. Fire. Fire. The relentless barrage of cannonballs continued to impede Helbrus's movements, granting Figo precious seconds. However, before he could escort Mia and the others back to the naval formation, Helbrus caught up to them. The purple flames surged toward the small boat. Figo continued to swim rapidly away, unaware that the sea prison handcuffs made of sapphire had fallen from her wrists. Drawing the blade from her waist, she struck upwards, unleashing a tempest of blizzards that emanated from her sword. The intense chill instantaneously plummeted the surrounding temperature by several degrees, freezing the air and extinguishing the violet flames. Colliding with the heat of Bruce, the blind sorceress, Bruce uttered a gasp of astonishment and fury. Figo seized the opportunity to leap into the air, delivering a powerful rising dragon fist that struck the metallic wings of Hebrith, sending him spiraling backward with a resounding crash. Instantly, Figo plunged into the water, and with a tremendous effort, he heaved the entire small boat, along with its wounded occupants, into the air, casting them toward the not-so-distant warship. By 2 seconds, Sapphire transformed her ethereal wings into pure snow, ascending gracefully to collide with the descending Hebrith. A dazzling display of white and purple light danced in the air, locked in a fierce standoff, until Hebrith let out a furious roar. You dare assist the Navy? Boom. Purple flames erupted, engulfing the snow. Sapphires form disintegrated, scattering into a flurry of snowflakes that swiftly drifted back, reassembling upon the warship. Her sword-bearing hand trembled slightly, evidently singed by the flames. She offered no reply, standing resolutely alongside Admiral Doug and 5 other commanders, confronting the airborne Hebrith. Meanwhile, Mia and the others, flung back by Figo, were caught and safely placed. The rescue of the hostages was a success. Hebrith glared furiously at Sapphire, then suddenly paused, murmuring, "Where did that guy go?" His observation haki detected something, and he swiftly turned around. Figo stealthily swam backwards through the sea, and upon being discovered, he leapt out of the water, racing across the surface towards the distant pirate ship that followed the formidable Red Bruce. What on earth is this rascal up to? Red Bruce did not dwell on it for long and quickly took flight in pursuit. However, Figo's legs propelled him faster and faster across the water, creating waves that parted in his wake, transforming his form into a mere shadow, leaving the flying Red Bruce momentarily unable to catch up. Meanwhile, the crew members of the Hell Pirates, who had just been cursing the blind witch a moment ago, began to take notice of this scene, bracing themselves. What does he intend to do? His blade remains sheathed, and he can already overpower First Mate Jackson with just his fists. We must be cautious. Do we need a reminder? Fire the cannons. The tides of battle had shifted, but while the Hell Pirates ship was of decent quality, its firepower could not compare to that of a Demon Slayer warship, not to mention their solitary vessel struggled to capture the comparatively smaller Figo. The cannonballs failed to hinder Figo in the slightest. The swordsman and marksman among the pirates merely caused him a brief delay. He drew ever closer to the pirate ship, showing no signs of slowing down. The pirates aboard gradually realized his intentions, their expressions morphing into shock and fury. One pirate howled, "Are you mad? Hellas ship. Smash him." Only Red Bruce, who had recently clashed with Figo, understood the extraordinary power concealed within this 2'8" individual. He bellowed, "Stop, you fool. Stop?" How could he possibly halt now? The pirate ship loomed ahead, and in an instant, Figo's arms swelled and thickened, his fists clenched tightly. Life restoration, God of War strike. His arms, now doubled in size and enveloped in flowing haki, collided with the oncoming hell ship. A thunderous boom erupted. Compared to the hundreds of tons of the massive vessel, Figo's stature seemed minuscule, yet upon impact, the ship was brought to a sudden halt. Following this, a penetrating force radiated from Figo's fists, cracking the ship's bones and extending even 100 meters along its length, where the bow met the stern. A tremendous hole burst open. The sound of splintering wood echoed incessantly. Under the horrified gazes of the Hell Pirates, the ship's planks exploded skyward, sending countless pirates into a frenzy of panic. The stronger members of the pirate crew steadied themselves, searching for stable ground, only to discover that their ship was collapsing inward, sinking towards the depths of the sea, hopelessly lost. What has the scoundrel done? Red Bruce was even more enraged. His fist wreathed in purple flames crashing down upon Figo, who had momentarily stiffened. With a resounding thud, Figo was hurled like a cannonball, drifting hundreds of meters across the water before sinking into the depths. Red Bruce found himself unable to pursue. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he flapped his wings, lifting several of his nearly submerged crewmates into the air, soaring over the warship to reach Witch Island. More of the pirates, however, fell into the water. Figo surfaced, bubbles escaping his lips, gazing back at the unfolding scene. The heist was a success. The Hell Pirates boasted many capable individuals. Yet the inherent weakness of those with devil fruit powers lay in the ocean and sea stone. As the pirate ship crumbled, many of the fallen would lose their ability to resist. Red Bruce could only save a few key officers of the pirate crew, bringing them ashore, while the rest of their forces were decimated in that single blow. Yet the ensuing troubles were far greater. At the edge of Witch Island, the ominous Red Bruce was engulfed in surging purple flames, his conqueror's haki darkening the sky above. The numbing pain in Figo's shoulder served as a stark reminder that the strength and physique of this foe likely surpassed his own. Chapter 46. Full-Scale Warfare. Is this a trap, Navy? Red Bruce's voice echoed. You Navy have long been in clandestine collusion with the Blind Witch, all to lure us here? Among the 10 warships ahead, 5 were swiftly retreating from Witch Island, carrying revolutionary prisoners, children, injured, and most of the lower-ranking naval officers. They no longer needed to be involved in the battle. They had their own battlefield to contend with. Soon, the thunderous sounds of cannon fire resonated once more. Not all of the Hell Pirates who fell into the sea were devil fruit users, and some pirates were stealthily swimming towards the island. Meanwhile, over 20 naval brigadiers, 5 naval vice-admirals, and Sapphire remained behind to confront Red Bruce and the Hell Pirates officers. A commendable strategy. The purple flames singed Red Bruce's visage, searing into his eyes. His first mate had reverted to his original form, stepping back, while the other officers retreated in unison, suppressing their rage as they watched their captain unleash his fury, careful to avoid being swept up in it. Red Bruce's appearance underwent a rapid transformation, his gray nose elongated, his head morphing into that of a beast, his hands and feet swiftly becoming hoofs. From a towering 6-meter human, he transformed into a massive beast of over 10 meters in length, a hellhound. A rare creature of the Zoan type shrouded in eerie purple flames. All shall perish. Howl. The gigantic hound roared, its mouth agape, unleashing torrents of purple fire. The flames surged forth, enveloping everyone in its path, including the 5 warships moored by the shore, sweeping across them like a tsunami. The searing heat reddening and scorching the faces of all who stood against the purple inferno, threatening to consume them. Yet suddenly, the purple flames seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, halting their advance. Standing at the forefront, Figo positioned himself centrally, flanked by Doug and Sapphire. All three thrusting their hands forward in unison, the flowing hockey adhering to their palms, firmly resisting the spread of the purple flames, dissipating the force. As the flames subsided, the colossal hellhound snorted disdainfully, charging towards Figo with an overwhelming force. Sapphire's blade descended, and a sudden tempest erupted, a fierce blizzard descending upon them. Icy winds swirling violently towards Red Bruce, yet at the moment of impact, the purple flames consumed it entirely, leaving only a thick blanket of snow in Red Bruce's wake. Faced with the impending weight of the giant hound, Figo's spirit surged, his conqueror's hockey erupted once more. Throughout his journey, he had been honing his skills in Impel Down, dominating every encounter, yet this did not diminish the courage he had cultivated through 16 years of relentless training, confronting what may be a stronger foe in Red Bruce. Every cell in his body ignited with fervor. His physique suddenly expanded, towering at 3.5 meters, his muscular form tearing through his garments, exposing his upper body. Life restoration, god of war body. He did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward. With a resounding crash, his body collided with the giant hound, unleashing a tempest of wind that shattered the ground beneath them, causing layers of earth to upheave, the shockwave obliterating the snowfall Sapphire had just conjured, sending the officers of the Hell Pirates and Navy staggering. The clash of power reached for the heavens, as if tearing the very sky apart. A terrifying vortex formed, a cosmic phenomenon whose depths were unfathomable. The impact held them in a stalemate for a good 10 seconds before they finally separated. The Hellhound's forehooves plunged into the earth, swiftly carving 2 deep furrows as it slid towards the cadre of the Hell Pirate crew. The crew members hurriedly stepped back to maintain their distance. "Boss," one exclaimed. "Humph, this fellow seems even more troublesome than that detestable Gandora, but I shall slay him." The words of Hebrus were imbued with both lethal intent and unwavering confidence. "Indeed, boss." The cadre of the Hell Pirate crew firmly believed in his words. Meanwhile, Figo was sent tumbling backward, caught by several vice-admirals, including Duck. "How are you, Figo?" Figo sat on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and declared, "No problem, teacher. Today we shall annihilate the Hell Pirate crew together. Have you figured it out, you rascal? Did Shaya tell you?" Doug momentarily appeared dazed but soon regained his resolute demeanor, affirming, "Indeed, I firmly believe that we can obliterate the Hell Pirate crew here today." The power of the encouragement fruit surged through him. This time, Figo did not resist the influx of that energy. Instead, he embraced it, feeling his blood flow quicker. Gaining a boost of vitality, he rose to his feet and once more clashed with the Hellhound, fist against razor-sharp claws, his body ablaze with fervor. 1 strike. 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The shockwaves expanded recklessly. No one could intervene in their collision, not even the Sapphire, who seemed diminished in comparison. A corner of which island began to crumble, seawater encroaching upon it. Upon witnessing this, Hot Bruce let out a muffled grunt, intentionally sweeping Figo towards the center of the island with his tail, shifting the battlefield. The Sapphire, witnessing this, sprouted her snowy white wings, intending to support Figo from the edge, yet ultimately refrained from taking flight. Her observation hockey foresaw the moment she would be struck down midair by a colossal shield. Her gaze fell upon Tony Tora, the vice-captain of the Hell Pirate crew. The rotund figure of the man quivered slightly, his body enveloped in a dark hue of armament hockey, transforming him into a massive black sphere. "Navy, you shall not disturb our captain's enjoyment. Do not ignore us," he bellowed. "Damn blind-eyed witch." The hefty man charged towards Sapphire with a speed utterly incongruous with his size, his arm morphing into a pitch-black round shield aimed at her face. The clash resonated as she blocked it with her sword, gradually freezing it. Other members of the Hell Pirate crew also sprang into action, launching assaults on the naval officers. One pirate transformed into a colossal brown rhinoceros, 8 meters long with 3-meter horns, an ancient zoan-type named board-toothed rhino. Another morphed into a gigantic white tiger, over 10 meters long, an ancient zoan-type known as the Great Jaw Tiger. Alongside them were a 10-meter-tall ancient ape and a flat-headed boar, all members of the Hell Pirate crew converging upon the officers. From a bird's-eye view, the most captivating sight was the clash between the Hellhound and Figo at the center of the island, each impact causing the entire isle to tremble, creating deep craters that spread with each collision. The purple flames had engulfed all remnants of the Revolutionary Army's buildings and the surrounding flora in a fiery inferno. Meanwhile, the outer edges were adorned with gracefully drifting snowflakes, continuously freezing a dark sphere that would then shatter under pressure. The officers banded together, battling against the 4 ancient beasts and several other cadre members of the Hell Pirate crew. In the outer seas, non-powered pirates who had fallen into the water boarded the military ships sent to eliminate them, engaging in fierce combat with the officers aboard. Surrounding Witch Island, the battle between the demon-slaying fleet and the Hell Pirate crew escalated rapidly, plunging into a state of intense conflict. Chapter 47. The Island Splits, a special update for the Elephant Alliance leader, Boom. At the center of Witch Island, the sky suddenly erupted with a deafening thunder. A vast expanse of purple radiance expanded across the ground, causing the Revolutionary Army's building, hundreds of meters away, to collapse with a thunderous roar. Amongst the swirling sand and wind, books, perhaps children's textbooks, flickered into view, only to be consumed by the searing purple flames. The purple fire, accompanied by successive shockwaves, continuously radiated outward. While at the heart of this fiery aura, Figo braced against the Hellhound's descending upper body, engaged in a fierce struggle. The clash of conquerors' hockey resonated, darkening the sky as ominous clouds gathered, thickening and deepening. The entire island quaked in response to the contest between man and beast, the ground's debris trembling violently before disintegrating into dust. Numerous fissures spread outward until the land, unable to bear the burden, sank 10 meters, erupting with a tremendous roar, sending both man and beast flying apart. The residual shockwaves surged towards the heavens, dispersing the accumulated dark clouds, parting the fog, and restoring light. Figo exhaled sharply, extinguishing the flames that scorched his shoulder. The violet fire swirled around Hybris' claws as the broken talons regenerated with ease. Both were beings of the utmost caliber, having clashed fiercely over a dozen times. Yet the injuries they sustained were negligible, and their exhaustion was hardly worth mentioning. They had merely begun to warm up. A long plume of violet smoke erupted from the mouth of the Hellhound, who scoffed, "If this is a trap set by the world government against me, why is it that you stand alone? Where are the other admirals? Have you offended the world government?" "I am not entirely certain yet, but you may be onto something," Figo replied candidly. Hybris paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. "How amusing. Would you care to join my pirate crew? Those with the potential for greatness should not remain under the thumb of the world government. Come, be my first mate. Your past deeds shall be forgiven, and together we shall vanquish that glutton and reign as the sole kings of these seas." "You seem quite fond of extending invitations for a first mate," Figo countered. "Much like myself, who enjoys inviting pirates to my domain for a visit. What do you say? Care to join me in Impel Down for a lifetime?" With a dismissive scoff, Hybris exhaled another cloud of smoke as the violet flames danced and morphed around him. His limbs reformed into hands and feet, and he stood upright, embodying the visage of a canine-headed humanoid. The violet fire coalesced around his fist, enhancing its girth and elevating its perilous nature. As he spoke, his voice deepened. "It seems I must first illuminate the disparity between us." With a thunderous crack, his legs shattered the ground as he lunged toward Figo, his massive right fist aimed at Figo's face. What appeared to be a punch to Figo's perception, honed by his observation hockey, morphed into a crescent moon of violet flames. Hell's lunar eclipse. A warning blared within Figo's mind. He chose not to absorb the blow directly, evading just in time as the crescent-shaped wave of violet fire surged past him. Unlike the flames he had carelessly extinguished before, the intensity of these flames, amplified by Hybris, had soared to several times its previous heat. The purple moon imprint scorched the earth beneath, instantly melting the soil and rock, leaving behind a colossal crater in the shape of a crescent moon. The sizzling hot magma trickled, narrating the sheer might of the prior strike. The temperature was perilous. This could pierce through my defenses, Figo assessed internally, pushing off the ground with his right leg, propelling his compact frame upward, his eyes flaring wide, hair standing on end, muscles in his arms swelling slightly as he drove his fist into the abdomen of the canine-headed warrior. War Goddess strike. The force capable of obliterating ships weighing hundreds of tons crashed into Hybris with a resounding boom that tore his clothing to shreds. Barely a scratch. Had the Hellhound not spewed blood from his mouth while speaking, the impact of that statement would have resonated more. Yet, Hybris' superhuman physique allowed Figo to experience firsthand the futility of withstanding an opponent's lethal assault. Hybris remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. As he steadied his footing and swung his left fist toward Figo's head, he concentrated all the violet fire into his right fist, leaving the left void. Yet Figo's observation hockey detected an imminent threat comparable to that of the right punch. Figo managed to evade the attack, but not entirely. Though Hebrus's fist did not directly strike him, a flash of crimson lightning erupted before it. An unexpected assault was unleashed. Figo, as if struck by thunder, felt a piercing pain on his cheek, blood spilling from his mouth as he was hurled sideways, skidding across the ground for several dozen meters before kneeling, gasping for breath. This was no ordinary devil fruit ability. Was it the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki? Wrapping Conqueror's Haki around an attack is a sophisticated technique, in many respects. Its destructive power surpasses that of standard armament Haki by several folds. As he raised his head to face the advancing Hebrus once more, Figo's mind raced, contemplating the various ways to utilize the technique of Haki wrapping. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of collisions echoed, shattering the ground beneath them as if the area had been struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Debris scattered in tumult, engulfed in a cloud of dust. And Figo was once again sent flying. Damn it, I cannot master this in such a short time, he muttered under his breath, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and charged towards Hebrus once more. Increase it, increase it. The Hell Pirates, who had fallen into the sea, were captured by the Marines, and Figo participated in the apprehensions, most of which ranged from 20 to 50. Their strengths varied from R5 to SR6, all bearing significant criminal indices. Just moments ago, profits had begun to etch themselves into Figo's prison records, alongside the Revolutionary Army he had previously captured, with no time to select rewards. If not now, then when? Physical Strength 309, Armament Haki 257, Observation Haki 377, Armament Haki 206. The influx of hundreds in rewards, while not monumental compared to Figo's current strength, was palpable to Hebrus, who felt the tides turning as Figo, once subdued by his Conqueror's Haki, grew bolder and began to regain the upper hand. What is happening with this guy? Die. Die. Go die. Helllight Kill Gun. We're God S Drawing, Fist Pointer Cannon. Yomi no Sumi. We're God S Drawing. Iron Shred Strangle. Boom. 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 The two engaged in close combat, their clash of wills and strikes reaching a crescendo, obliterating everything in their wake amidst the thunderous roars. Dark clouds churned in the sky, ominous and tumultuous, as if the world itself were on the brink of annihilation. The shockwaves reverberated downward, accumulating force until the already small Witch Island could no longer bear the burden. Crack. Crack. An unfathomable cross-shaped fissure spread from the epicenter of their clash, extending into the sea as waves rushed in, cleaving Witch Island into four. Figo and Hebrus finally parted ways, standing on two islands, gazing at each other across the chasm of the sea. Suddenly, Figo crouched down, scooping seawater to splash on his face, washing away the bloodstains and emerging refreshed. He stood up and smiled at Hot Bruce. Hot Bruce, with a gloomy expression, found the blood on his face only deepening his dark demeanor. Chapter 48. The Disparity in Equipment at the Age of 65. Hot Bruce had traversed the vast oceans for half a century, enduring countless battles. Having established himself as a sovereign of the seas, he became an unstoppable force, invincible in his pursuits. 3 admiral commanders? In a one-on-one scenario, even the mightiest Mocha would be compelled to yield before him. The pressure once imposed by the diminutive Ajah, who had yet to ascend to the rank of admiral 30 years prior, was hardly comparable. As for the newly appointed Admiral Raoul, what was he? Merely a fledgling. Yet, before him stood Figo, evidently younger, and today as clash awakened in Hot Bruce a long-forgotten scent of peril. The disparity in forces and the disadvantageous terrain necessitated that he defeat Figo with utmost swiftness. However, despite employing nearly all his tactics, Figo remained remarkably resilient, sustaining only minor injuries. The island had already fragmented into 4 smaller islets, which could barely sustain the prolonged conflict between him and Figo. If this conventional combat continued, it was implausible for him to vanquish or even eliminate Figo before losing his foothold. A breakthrough was imperative. Fortunately, his first mate, Tony Toya, was an astute and portly individual. Suddenly, a whirring sound sliced through the air from the side, and a round shield hurtled toward Hot Bruce like a flying saucer. Figo's observation Haki had long since perceived the impending threat, and his form had already initiated movement, leaping across the newly formed trench of over 10 meters with an indomitable momentum as he swung his fist toward the whirling shield that approached. Hebrus sidestepped, positioning his body to absorb Figo's assault. With a resounding thud, Figo's fist transformed into a sharp jab, unleashing a stream of light that pierced through Hebrus's flesh, causing blood to spatter. Hebrus staggered, his right leg carving deep grooves into the ground to dissipate the force, while his other hand firmly grasped the incoming shield. With a swift rotation of his body, he struck at Figo with the shield, which was immediately enveloped in a flowing aura of haki, and before the shield, crimson bolts of lightning began to coalesce. Crack! Figo's elbows sank as he once more collided with the attack imbued with Conqueror's haki, causing a thunderous explosion in the sky. The ground beneath him rumbled violently, fracturing and sliding down into the abyss. Observing this, Hotbrush instinctively released his force, attempting to retreat. However, Figo steadied his stance, deftly grasping the edge of the round shield with one hand, leaning back deeply in a bid to wrest it away. Either hand over the shield to me, or we both plunge into the depths for a bath. The struggle for dominance ensued, the ground's disintegration accelerating. Suddenly, a plump foot emerged from the center of the round shield, violently striking Figo in the chest and propelling him into the water. After bubbling to the surface and frowning, Figo noticed that Hotbrush, now wielding the round shield, had retreated a fair distance inland. That hurt, Captain. This fellow indeed possesses great strength. I apologize. I am not proficient in offense and cannot contend with the blind sorceress, came the voice of Tony Toria from within the shield. No, well done. You must not falter. Hotbrush praised in a low tone. Given the impending annihilation of the island due to their clash, if Hotbrush, as a power wielder, could not fly, he would soon find himself at a disadvantage. However, with his first mate at his side, the situation transformed entirely. He was in need of a reliable weapon. The Hell Pirate crew's two vice-captains, the Spear of Hell and the Shield of Hell, were originally the captain's own armaments. Hotbrush's peak combat state involved wielding the shield fruit user, Tony, in one hand, and the slash fruit user, Jackson, in the other. Only when utilizing both vice-captains in battle could he unleash his full potential. Unfortunately, Jackson had been vanquished by Figo's initial strikes and was likely in the hands of the Navy by now, leaving Hotbrush with only the shield. Yet, it was still stronger than being unarmed. With one hand enveloped in purple flames and the other gripping the massive round shield that would automatically deploy its tendrils, Hotbrush's figure appeared even more imposing, as if the aura of Conqueror's haki had grown slightly more formidable. Figo observed as he landed. The abilities of a user of the shield fruit did not significantly alter the overall situation. With just the force of that single kick, even if Figo stood still and allowed him to strike, it would take the opponent 5 minutes to inflict any damage. A troubling factor was that Figo had just begun to adapt to Hybilu's style of attack, and now it seemed that his approach would inevitably change once more. Behind him, Sapphire, adorned with snow-white wings, approached and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him." "That's all right. Provide me with support." Figo nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward. Without attacking Hybilu, he halted at a distance of 100 meters. Suddenly, a smile graced his face as he raised his right foot and brought it down heavily upon the ground. "Attack the island." A thunderous roar erupted as deep fissures spread outward. Hybilu had never encountered such an audacious opponent. A flash of anger and disbelief crossed his canine visage. Gripping his round shield, he charged towards Figo like a colossal battleship, the force of his shield shattering the air around him. Figo had long been gathering his strength, his fist striking with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered, and the sky instantaneously tore open a vast chasm, as if in a responsive call. His feet dug into the earth as Figo was pushed back by the impact of the shield. Sliding a distance before a voice echoed behind him, Sapphire shouted, "To the lower left gap." His gaze shifted, his body pivoted, and the towering Figo suddenly transformed into a mere wisp, employing the relatively obscure paper drawing technique from the Six Styles, slipping through the narrow opening beneath the gigantic shield. Just in time, Hotbrush's right fist, enveloped in purple flames, descended with ferocity, a violet moon scorching the very ground where Figo had just stood, incinerating it into a molten pit. Yet, Figo, with prophetic foresight, evaded the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Figo maneuvered to the side, delivering a devastating whip kick capable of shattering mountains, striking heavily against Hotbrush. Blood sprayed from his mouth as Hotbrush was sent hurtling 100 meters away. Tumbling to his feet, casting a dark glare at the airborne Sapphire. Brandishing his round shield, he charged once more at Figo, each step deeply imprinting the earth and stirring up clouds of dust. Upper left, middle right, down. The brief and urgent warnings poured forth from Sapphire. But as Hotbrush surged towards Figo, he found himself unable to unleash a single formal attack amidst the flurry of evasive maneuvers. Figo, similarly, swayed his body under the guidance of Sapphire, seeking openings. The two maintained a distance of approximately 10 meters, capable of launching an attack upon their opponent in less than half a second, yet they refrained from closing the gap. In synchrony with Sapphire's words, they engaged in a brief dance resembling a mechanical ballet. It was not until Sapphire ceased her reminders that Figo suddenly swung his sword, delivering a decisive strike to Hybulus. The dancing Hybulus hastily ducked, narrowly avoiding the severing of his hair, while Figo seized the opportunity to execute a frontal kick to Hybulus's knee, sending both him and his shield tumbling through the air once more. He then glanced at Sapphire, unable to suppress a smile, and declared, "Continue. Hybulus, you possess equipment. And so do I. Yet there appears to be a disparity between our armaments. Your hefty round shield pales in comparison to my foresight gem." Figo sounded the horn of counterattack. Chapter 49. The curtain falls on Hebrus. Snowflakes danced gracefully through the air. After 3 unfortunate encounters with the Sapphire's foresight, Hebrus set his sights on the Sapphire as his target. However, with the awakened powers of a natural-type devil fruit and the ability to foresee events, capturing the elusive Sapphire proved to be no simple task. The swirling blizzard enveloped the entire Witch Island, with snowflakes falling thick and heavy, quickly blanketing the ground in a deep layer of snow. Looking up, the sky was obscured, visibility reduced to a mere 10 meters. As the Sapphire concealed himself within the storm, Hebrus, relying on his foresight, attempted to penetrate the blizzard, only to be met with Figo's formidable onslaught. In their face-off, while Hebrus had a slight advantage in terms of his fruit abilities, the dynamics shifted to a 2-on-2 scenario, placing Hebrus at a distinct disadvantage as he suffered continuous effective damage from Figo. No, soon it was no longer just a 2-on-2. After nearly half an hour of fierce combat, 3 figures emerged through the snowstorm onto the battlefield. Leading the trio was Doug, with each of them wielding a heavy sea prism stone chain, signifying that the remaining members of the Hell Pirates had been captured. "Teacher." The other 2 majors. Figo approached the 3 individuals and inquired, "Are you all right?" "It's nothing, just a few injuries. I've stationed them to guard the warship." Doug replied. He refrained from mentioning the casualties among the rear admiral, the officers, and the lower-ranked Marines. He gestured towards the sea tower's stone chain and asked, "Can it be of use?" Figo shook his head. The sea prism stone was said to incapacitate a devil fruit user upon contact. Otherwise, one could easily dispatch them by wielding a chain of sea prism stone in the hands of a single Marine, as long as one is not fully restrained. By preemptively utilizing hockey to cover oneself and minimizing contact, one could effectively resist the power of the sea prism stone. In this era, there is no Vegapunk, and it seems the Marines lack high-purity sea prism stone weapons that could render a devil fruit user defenseless with a mere jab, akin to Smoker's javelin. It is naive to assume that Red Bruce would be careless enough to be bound by a chain of sea prism stone, as it would be trivial to hurl him into the water. Therefore, let us take action. Doug understood that the 3 of them had no sea prism stone chains, which would have no bearing on Red Bruce. They would provide support around him, ensuring that this fellow does not escape. Figo did not refuse. "Be cautious." When Doug and his companions appeared, the rotund man murmured to Hebrus, "Boss, should we retreat?" Hebrus maintained an impassive demeanor, offering no response. Retreat? That would be akin to fleeing. The situation was indeed growing increasingly dire. Even the Navy had begun to anticipate his escape. But to flee? Allowing the Navy to capture all the officers of his Hell Pirate crew, leaving only him and his first mate, Tony Toya, to scurry away like frightened dogs? From a sovereign to a mere jest upon the seas? "I am Hebrus of Hell." Crack, crack. The aura of Conqueror's hockey surged forth, and the skies reverberated with thunderous roars. He charged once more at Figo and the admirals, his momentum unyielding. Today, either they would perish, or he would be the one to fall. Figo confronted boldly, while Doug's laughter echoed. "Come on, Hebrus, let us proceed. Do not let this old man look down upon you. As the king of the seas, retreat is simply not an option. I, Doug, am unwavering in this belief." The power of the encouragement fruit surged forth, igniting another fierce battle. Half an hour later, 2 of Doug's admirals were struck by Hebrus's assault, gravely injured, and forced to flee the battlefield, creating an opportunity for Figo to deal devastating internal damage to Hebrus. As night fell, Hebrus could no longer tolerate Doug's encouragement fruit and the predictive disturbances from Sapphire, opting instead for a trade of injuries. The weary elder suffered severe blows but seized the moment to ensnare the corpulent shield with sea stone chains. Sapphire advanced to completely freeze the exhausted foe with his snow fruit, yet was inevitably struck by Hebrus's attack, causing him to cough up blood and sustain serious injuries. Simultaneously, Figo's fist connected directly with Hebrus's eye socket, shattering it and delivering a critical blow. The corpulent Shield, Sapphire, and Doug subsequently exited the battlefield, while two segments of the Enchanted Witch Island were gradually consumed by the encroaching sea. On the remaining land, Figo and the One-Eyed, cornered Hybris engaged in a relentless duel. Their fierce combat continued until dawn, a full day and night since the battle commenced, with precious little ground remaining to stand upon. The perimeter of Witch Island was tightly surrounded by 10 warships, while sailors and captured pirates anxiously awaited the outcome of the conflict. Bandaged and weary, Doug stood at the bow with the now conscious Mia, their hands occasionally clenching tightly, then tremblingly releasing. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the battlefield, followed by the emergence of a colossal figure wreathed in purple flames, ascending majestically. The violet fire soared over 200 meters high, taking the shape of a gigantic hound, surveying the land and the entire sea. Beneath the warships, the seawater began to boil with the appearance of this figure, bubbling vigorously, however, as the waters flowed. This heat was quickly extinguished. In the center of the sea, the divine apparition also faded into nothingness. To attempt to evaporate the ocean? The sea is merciless. Hybris, your end is nigh. Doug clenched his fists in exhilaration, tears glimmering in his aged eyes. Beside him, Mia, her pallid face brightening with a smile, declared, Figo will surely prevail. Otherwise, he would have returned by now, utilizing the demon-slaying cannon to obliterate Hybris into the depths. You must have unwavering faith in this. Haha. Criminal, Hybris level, SSR 6 status, imprisoned crime index, 675 capture participation, 80 optional rewards, shipwright, captain, navigation skills, armament hockey, swordsmanship character event 1, awaiting activation character event 2, temporarily inactive core event, temporarily inactive to bombard with the demon-slaying cannon. What will become of my participation rate? Having fought to this extent, Figo could never resort to underhanded tactics. Even a deduction of 20 from the participation rate causes him distress. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, he indeed faced a significant risk of defeat. If Hybris chose to flee, there would be no means to intercept him. Yet, how could this fellow's crime index be merely 14, akin to a celestial dragon? The crime index is a metric that becomes increasingly difficult to elevate. It does not rise incrementally with each kill. With a score of 20 or 30, one might not see any increase even after slaying 10. Among the notorious pirates currently residing in Impel Down, the highest crime index barely reaches 150. In comparison, 675 points is exceedingly high, yet when juxtaposed with the celestial dragons, it appears rather low. Figo pondered deeply, contemplating two possibilities. Firstly, it may be that Hybris is malevolent, fully aware of his actions, with ambitions of dominion rather than deriving pleasure from murder. Unlike the celestial dragons, who might encounter a family on the road and, with a deranged smile, point at a girl and demand her as a slave. Secondly, it is plausible that the celestial dragons bear the weight of the origins of the slave trade or other nefarious deeds. At present, Figo found himself unable to delve into the specifics. His thoughts were primarily occupied with the choice of benefits pertaining to swordsmanship, his swordsmanship. The choice of benefit, Busashoka Haki. Busashoka Haki 64800124795 Level 5, Master of Busashoku. Figo suddenly contemplated releasing the recently imprisoned Hybris for another bout. Chapter 50, Curiosity. The ocean harbors few secrets. As the Demon Slayer fleet passed through, 3 unfortunate pirate crews were sent crashing into the depths, yet this could not fully impede the circulation of information. The notorious Hybris, one of the dual polarities of the New World, mobilized all his officers, making it impossible to keep a lid on the situation. The collision of these two factions heralded an event of monumental significance, rare in occurrence over decades. Even as the battle erupted, nearby sea rogues caught wind of the commotion, particularly those pirates operating just beneath the dual polarities, who eagerly seized the opportunity to act. Would the Hell Pirates suffer catastrophic losses? Might we seize the throne from them? Would the Navy retaliate with a purge? Yet even the boldest of pirates could not foresee the ultimate annihilation of Hybris and his cadre. The tides of this ocean were shifting. Who had engaged in a fierce clash with Hybris for a day and night? Such formidable strength lay hidden within the Navy. The notorious pirate Egwene, with a bounty of 620 million, stood at the bow of his ship, reflecting gravely. A nearby pirate inquired, Captain, if we linger any longer, we are likely to encounter the returning Demon Slayer fleet in half an hour. Should we not set course away from their path? Ah, we have witnessed enough excitement. Egwene displayed a bloodthirsty grin and commanded, "Lads, turn back. Let us swiftly divide the territory of the Hell Pirates. This vast ocean is ample. The King of Gluttony cannot monopolize the entirety of the New World. He requires allies to share the burden of the Navy's pressure. We shall ascend as the new dual polarities of the sea. The new rulers." Cheers erupted. Amidst the revelry, an off-key voice interjected, "Captain, look to the sky. Is someone flying?" Egwene glanced up, locking eyes with a diminutive figure soaring high above. In the next moment, his smile froze, pupils dilating, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. The old man descended. Egwene trembled in fear. "No, don't come near. I merely approached to observe the spectacle. Flee. Flee. That is Admiral Oka. Set sail, now." 2 minutes later, the ship, once a vessel of a pirate's dreams, sank beneath the waves, carrying its crew into silence. Oka soared back into the sky, astonished yet relieved. Had victory truly been achieved? The former strongest admiral, possibly the mightiest of the current navy. The user of the float fruit, Admiral Oka. "Ha ha ha, Oka, you old fool, you arrived quite swiftly." Doug's laughter resonated as he remarked, "Did you fly at full speed? Alas, alas. If only you had arrived a tad earlier, you might have shared in the glory of capturing Hebris." Oka shot Doug a glare, the old man esquely evident. "Is it merely a matter of having a strong student? What have you taught him? Had I not been assigned to the elite training camp, Figo would undoubtedly be even stronger than he is now. He would call me teacher, more sincerely, no doubt." Ignoring Doug, Oka greeted the sailors on his ship and those adjacent. Noticing their faces still alight with excitement, unaware of the fervor that erupted upon their victory and the reverence Figo had garnered. "Truly fortunate, that old fool Doug," he mused inwardly, then looked at Figo, smiling. "Well done, Figo. How are your injuries?" 2 points, Figo replied, his body wrapped in bandages from Hebris's desperate final strike. Though the wounds were not severe enough to hinder him, 2 Sea Kings would remedy them. Oka patted Figo on the back, confirming his sturdy form, saying, "To be honest, I still find it hard to believe that you managed to defeat that Hebris fellow. What could this old body of mine have accomplished? You have held the title of the strongest admiral for over 30 years. Perhaps it is time for a change." Doug grinned widely. Oka shot him another glare. Unable to contain his retort to the overjoyed Doug, "Did you just call me an old bone? You ancient relic. I am still 2 years your junior. I could live another 20 years. What about you? Don't let capturing Hebris deflate your spirits. In a couple of years, you might find yourself buried." "Then I would die without regrets," Doug countered. "Your grandson is still young, with so many students who could not assist me." "Oka, how could you imply that I am on the brink of death?" The 2 old men exchanged banter, each taking jabs at the other. Figo and Mia exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's intent as they ushered the 2 individuals into the cabin, ensuring their facade remained intact before the Marines. Once only the 4 of them remained. Silence enveloped the space, and their expressions turned grave. Doug inquired in a low voice, "Ayo, can you inform me in advance via the phone bug if there are any hidden truths regarding our conflict with the Hell Pirates?" Ayo countered, "Were the casualties severe?" Doug nodded silently. After all, it was a war. How could there be no casualties? The Hell Pirates were no mere pushovers. Fortunately, the battle did not unfold on their home turf, and their affiliated forces did not engage. Otherwise, even a ship of the demon-slaying order might not suffice in terms of manpower. Among the Hell Pirates' ranks, 2 vice-captains were SSR-1. One of the 4 beasts was also SSR-1, alongside 3 SR-9 and other formidable individuals. Despite the naval forces having a numerical advantage, during the desperate counterattack from the enemy, 3 rear admirals unfortunately lost their lives. In the maritime skirmishes, 4 officers and nearly 100 elite lieutenants and below also perished, largely thanks to Figo's ship-destroying tactics. The most tragic fate befell Mia's ship, which encountered the Hell Blues early on, leaving only Mia and a few high-ranking members as captives who were later rescued by Figo. Speaking of these events, the previously light atmosphere grew heavy. Ao glanced at Mia, realizing the perilous situations that had unfolded. The casualties were far fewer than I had anticipated. Having witnessed such occurrences for decades, Ao silently thought, the Navy will remember the sacrifices of the fallen Marines. The newly appointed Marshal Gandora will ensure their affairs are handled appropriately. Newly appointed Marshal. The others exclaimed in surprise, and Figo asked, "Is this because of me, Marshal?" Ao shook his head. "You are but a small part of the reason. Over the years, Mendez Binching has grown increasingly intolerant of me. Even if he does not dismiss me, I have no desire to continue as the Navy's Marshal. This time, he has truly gone too far. So, the timing of the Hell Pirates attack is indeed related to the Five Elders? Doug's anger flared as he clenched his fists. Ao nodded and explained the events leading up to this moment. I believe he is not merely targeting Figo. Rather, Figo's words alone would not provoke such a direct confrontation. Perhaps he wishes for you, Doug, to meet your end here. Doug's thought shifted, and he scoffed. I never expected that as I prepared to retire, this old coward, who has spent a lifetime in fear, would finally stand firm, only to earn the Five Elders' apprehension. Marshal Ao, Figo interjected suddenly, I have long harbored a perplexity. How is it that the world government and the celestial dragons can command the marine headquarters, including powerful figures like you and the three admirals? Ao paused, taken aback. Figo. Doug couldn't help but laugh heartily. Young people are indeed bold. You may not be aware, Ao. But Figo has awakened the conqueror's haki and possesses the qualities of a king. Ao's expression shifted in astonishment. Figo hastily clarified. No, it is unrelated to that. I am merely curious. After a brief silence, Ojia cautioned, Figo, you must not entertain any reckless thoughts. The world government commands a total of 157 member states, and this number continues to rise each year. While the powerful member states are noteworthy, the weaker ones rely heavily on the protective presence of the world government stationed troops, which outnumber the naval forces by several hundred times. Should any upheaval occur within the world government, the entire world would descend into chaos in an instant. You are still young and lack a comprehensive understanding of the global landscape. The Navy represents only the tip of the iceberg for the world government. As for the colossal land forces, Figo pondered for a moment before inquiring, do these armies include individuals as formidable as you and the naval admirals? Ojia paused, staring intently at Figo. Figo, I am merely curious, intrigued. Furthermore, over the span of these 7 centuries, has there truly been no sovereign of the seas who has boldly ascended upon Mariehua, seeking to upend the world? This time, Doug did not chuckle, and alongside Mia. The three gazed intently at Figo. Figo smirked, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Chapter 51. The Reason for Returning. Suppress your curiosity. Aojia's tone turned exasperated. Indeed, the number of top-tier warriors upon the ocean is limited, regardless of the means. Your ability to defeat Hebris signifies that your power undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of the world. In this contemporary era, including myself, there are certainly no more than a handful of individuals capable of confronting you directly. You may take pride in that. Moreover, you are yet to reach the age of 36, and your peak has not yet dawned. I have no doubt that you can become the strongest of this era. The old man expressed his firm belief. Doug instinctively offered encouragement. Aojia shot him a sidelong glance before turning back to Figo, who was curiously observing him, and emphasized with a warning. As far as I know, there are indeed no top-tier warriors among the military forces of various nations. Even the strongest among them cannot surpass the likes of Doug, who thrives on sheer numbers in the hundreds of thousands or millions. Over the past 7 centuries, numerous maritime sovereigns have sought to challenge the world government, even attempting to ascend to the Holy Land, yet without exception, they all perished there. Are the 5 elders also formidable? Upon hearing Aojia's willingness to elaborate, Figo eagerly pressed for further details. Aojia paused for a few seconds, then sighed softly. The 5 elders occupy the highest echelon among the celestial dragons. Mendez, the Holy One, is responsible for the Navy, Judicial Island, and the newly added Impel Down under your command. These 3 are direct institutions of the world government. The other 4 oversee the internal affairs of the world government, manage the intelligence agency, handle diplomacy with allied nations, and, finally, 1 is solely dedicated to martial training and combat. Understanding Figo's genuine interest, he directly elucidated. Indeed, combat. After assuming the position of marshal, I discovered that the world government possesses a small, elite force entirely composed of celestial dragon warriors. Chaler Lin Sheng once served as the commander of this unit, and though no one has witnessed him in action, he is believed to possess extraordinary combat prowess, rivaling that of the ocean's apex. Figo immediately recalls the elder of the 5 elders, often mentioned in the highlights, who wields the original ghost slash, exuding an aura of formidable strength akin to that of an elite celestial dragon force. With one of the 5 elders and the current commander of the troops, they embody a power equivalent to that of 2 admirals. This number is neither excessive nor insufficient. Attaining the status of an admiral is no trivial feat, and it is improbable for the world government to suddenly produce 10 or 8 such figures. However, It is equally unlikely that they possess no one aside from their subordinate navy. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The celestial dragons have maintained their dominion over the world for 7 centuries, and beyond the legend of their ancestors rescuing the world. A more significant factor lies in their possession of 2 national treasures. 2 national treasures? Figo has encountered this notion in various highlights and fan works. Although it has always been stated that there exists but one national treasure, not some so-called king of heaven or the enormous straw hat. How has this transformed into 2 treasures? Is there both a king of heaven and an enormous straw hat? Figo continued to gaze with curiosity. Yet Jia shook his head and remarked, what these 2 national treasures truly are, even I am uncertain. All I know is that those who once charged at Mariua either fell victim to the encirclement of the naval admirals or met their demise at the hands of the celestial dragons. Without exception, these secrets were hardly known even to Doug, who inquired on behalf of Figo, is that all? Isn't that sufficient? Jia, exasperated, nearly leaped to strike Doug's head. Doug laughed heartily. Do not be hasty, I am merely intrigued. Figo quickly reassured him. Yet internally, he comprehended that Jia was oblivious to the existence of him. Who exactly is I? Regardless of his identity, at this moment, Figo could only harbor curiosity. Based on the strength of Red Bruce, it was estimated that prior to his defeat, his power was approximately SSR 5, nearing 6. After capturing Red Bruce and reaping substantial rewards, and with his mastery of Busashoka Haki reaching the pinnacle, he was likely at SSR 6, approaching 7. Red Bruce possessed 2 abilities at the apex level, one pertaining to physical prowess and the other to his devil fruit. As for Conqueror's Haki, Busashoku, and Kinbunshoku, they merely represented a superior tier. His mastery of Conqueror's Haki was evidently still in its infancy, thus not particularly formidable. Figo felt confident in surpassing Red Bruce, as there was a layer of separation between his physical capabilities and those of the devil fruit, making their combination less than perfect. Conversely, his physical strength and Busashoka Haki were exceptionally well suited, which was precisely why Figo reluctantly refrained from choosing swordsmanship. However, even if he overestimated his own prowess, there remained the voids of SSR 8 and 9 above him. Furthermore, the disparities in strength among top-tier warriors were negligible. Figo currently held no confidence in confronting even the 2 weakest admirals, Raoul. By the time he reached SSR 9, he might still struggle against 2 SSR 7 opponents. The peak-level rocks had even succumbed to a brutal beating from the not-yet peak Roger and Garp. All were monsters who could overpower whom in a drawn-out battle. It was evident that 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands, leaving the choices to flee or be worn down to defeat. Yet for Figo, his growth appeared limitless. If SSR 9 were insufficient, what if he could double his capabilities in every aspect? Observing his contemplative demeanor, Jia hastily shot an irate glance at Doug, urging him to counsel the youth. Doug, with a smile, remarked, what is it, Figo? Do you wish to seek justice from the world government for the fallen Marines? No problem, I shall accompany you. Mia smiled gently. Jia nearly lost his composure. Figo hurriedly reassured the old man. There's nothing to it, nothing at all. I am merely a tad curious, harboring no ulterior motives. What could those ulterior motives possibly be? How could you utter such words if you truly had no other intentions? Although Ao was somewhat reluctant to engage with this master and disciple duo, after a brief silence, he nodded in agreement, stating, justice must be pursued. For in the span of 7 centuries, there has never been a precedent like Mendez's insidious encouragement of the sailors to battle the sovereign of the seas while remaining blissfully unaware. Figo, what are your plans moving forward? Do you intend to return to Impel Down? I still have over 2 years left in my term, and I am inclined to serve another 2 years as the warden. The officers of the Hell Pirates have yet to be dealt with, within their ranks. There are 3 SSR-1 and many SR-9. Moreover, the recent battle has significantly aided us, and I wish to implement some regulatory changes in Impel Down to afford special privileges to someone in her situation. Figo pondered for a moment and remarked, yet, everything hinges on the decision of the 5 elders. What if they impose a bounty of 1 billion on me? Do they dare? Doug exclaimed furiously. Certainly not, replied Oka. You, who have annihilated the Hell Pirates, are now a hero of the Navy. The 5 elders would not easily act against you. Are you still planning to return to Impel Down? He then turned to Doug. What about that CP0 agent who followed the extermination order? Where have you locked him away? Surely, that is what you seek. Doug retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. Oka nodded and took it, directly dialing the 5 elders Mendez Bensing. Hello, this is Oka. There was a moment of silence before Mendez Binsing's voice resonated on the other end. Oka, have you reached the fleet? How is the battle faring? Before my arrival, Figo successfully defeated the capture of Hybris and dismantled the Hell Pirates, all thanks to your arrangements. Silence lingered longer on the transponder snail, and with Figo's keen hearing, he could faintly detect Mendez Binsing's breathing becoming more labored. What were the casualties? Mendez Binsing inquired. Not too severe. Doug is still as spry as ever, Oka replied. Good, good, Mendez Binsing said, the words seeming to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. Given the magnificent results achieved, I shall no longer pursue the matter of Gaston Figo's absence from duty. Oka, you may continue as the marshal. That is unnecessary, Mendez Binsing. I am already 77 years old. It is indeed time for me to step down. However, I do not intend to retire completely. I would like to take on a more leisurely position. How about the deputy warden of Impel Down? If we are to detain Hybris, it cannot solely rely on Figo. We cannot guarantee the complete security of Impel Down. Figo paused, gazing in astonishment at the AO family. The AO family returned his look with a smile, saying, Do as you wish. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Doug also displayed a hint of a smile. Figo found himself in a state of complex emotions. Impel Down was hardly an ideal sanctuary, and the world government in this new realm left much to be desired. Yet, the majority of the Navy, particularly the venerable figures of Dog and Oka, had never disappointed him. His decision to return to Impel Down stemmed not only from the rapid enhancement of his abilities there, but also from the presence of these two elders, who were significant reasons preventing him from committing to a solitary path. On the other end of the transponder snail, Mendez Binsing's mood was evidently even more intricate. He spoke slowly. Very well, I agree, Oka. Additionally, how is the purge of the Revolutionary Army proceeding? What of the Blind Witch? Figo interjected. This battle was made possible thanks to the Blind Witch being persuaded by Master Doug to join our naval ranks, allowing us to vanquish the Hell Pirates with minimal losses. However, this does not absolve her of her transgressions. I have still apprehended her, intending to send her to Impel Down. Yet, upon her arrival at Impel Down, I shall grant her certain privileges. This shall not pose any issue, will it, esteemed five elders? No problem. Excellent. Gaston Figo, you are commendable. Should you so desire, you may remain in Impel Down for eternity alongside the Blind Witch and her brother. Figo swiftly ended the phone call, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness towards the two elderly men. He was flustered. The esteemed leader of the world government, the five elders, was indeed in a state of agitation. Laughter erupted in the cabin, a cacophony of mirth at such an unexpected sight. Chapter 52, Renowned, Level 4. 5. Additional chapter for Wind-Blown Martial Alliance Leader. 3 days later, a sensational headline emerged. One of the dual powers of the New World, the Hell Pirate crew, had been obliterated by the Navy headquarters. What? Who was responsible for this? I had yet to claim the head of the hellish man. And now he has been dispatched by another? Truly pitiful. Robert, perhaps you should reduce your alcohol intake. The notorious Gaston Figo, director of Impel Down, a name previously unheard of, is yet another formidable figure about to make waves across the seas. I will be next. I have heard of him. He is known as the tyrant of the prison, relishing in the torment of inmates. Even the most notorious pirates, with bounties in the hundreds of millions, dare not breathe in his presence. Exercise caution, do not end up captured. That deep-sea prison harbors such monsters. Once incarcerated, one may never escape. Captain, your bounty stands at a mere 1 million. You should be safe. Throughout the East Sea, West Sea, North Sea, South Sea, the Grand Line, and the New World, conversations echoed similarly. Some pirates reveled in the downfall of a ruler, while others prudently withdrew, wary of the upheaval caused by the imbalance of naval and pirate forces. Others, in their ignorance, leaped directly into the jaws of imprisonment. In an instant, the ocean surged with turmoil. Amidst the tumult, Figo's name reverberated, the subject of incessant discussion. Even the infamous Impel Down was widely acknowledged by the world, regarded by pirates as a forbidden realm. Not only pirates, but the Navy headquarters branches were also well aware of Figo's name. Cheers erupted. This was a rare and significant victory for the Navy in decades. Figo was hailed as a hero, basking in the limelight. Those who had previously served in Impel Down had ample tales to share. Some recounted feasting on sea kings roasted by Figo himself, while others spoke of his amiable nature. There were whispers of his adeptness with the whip. Westsay, Figo's former superior, was incessantly bombarded with inquiries about Figo. He was a pupil of Vice Admiral Dog. He shared a close bond with Mia. and he had once defeated Admiral Raoul. The capture of the hellish man was neither surprising nor unexpected. Subsequently, some naval officers spotted Admiral Raoul training fervently, further substantiating West Zay's claims. Upon Mia's return to headquarters, a group of sailors surrounded her, lamenting their youth. After grasping the situation, they chastised the loquacious West Zay. As the epicenter of this fervor, Figo escorted a group of revolutionary forces and hell pirates back to Impel Down, maintaining a low profile. In contrast, the guards within Impel Down exhibited little surprise. Had they not received the news? It was only natural for the director to accomplish such feats. What was there to be astonished about? After all, he had dealt with pirates with bounties totaling nearly $1 billion. This was a trivial matter. Oh, look at this fellow. Shackled in sea-stone handcuffs, one eye blinded, yet his demeanor remains fierce. Get him inside for a wash. His size is impressive. He can barely fit in the pot. The officers of the Hell Pirate crew glared with fiery eyes, unleashing a torrent of curses, though most were devil fruit users, easily bullied by the ordinary guards. The guards relished the challenge. These prisoners resisted far more vigorously than those in the past. In stark contrast to the youthful, mad guards, Jean Xie remained tense, his expression more strained than when the infamous Gerald had first been imprisoned. Impel Down had been established for less than 16 years. Yet the legend of the hellish man had echoed across the seas for over 20 years. What manner of individual was he? Did they not see the fleet admiral personally escorting them? What? The fleet admiral is here to serve as deputy director of Impel Down? Huh. Do not jest. Though 3 days prior, Radu had indeed been reassigned from Impel Down, it was hard to believe the fleet admiral would take on such a role. Whatever. It is what it is. I am accustomed to it. Prisoner. Sapphire level. SSR 3 status. Incarcerated crime index. 17 capture participation. 100 reward. Physique 1020 character event 1. Completed reunite Sapphire with her brother Gerald. Choice reward. Armament hockey 1020 character event 2. Awaiting activation core event. Not activatable at present in a scenario where good deeds cannot outweigh evil. Sapphire's crime index of 17 is not particularly high. Incitement to crime is still a crime. Her act of adopting over 100 children to guide them towards the revolution accounts for the majority of her crime index, with the remainder likely stemming from her rescue of numerous notorious pirates during her efforts to liberate slaves. After enduring numerous events, Figo no longer regarded the absolute justice of prison records as the sole measure of guilt. After all, even Vice Admiral Dog had a crime index of 25. If Fleet Admiral O were incarcerated, he might well exceed 60 or 70. Could Figo truly label these two elders as villainous? Imprisoning Fleet Admiral O? At this thought, Figo suddenly paused, glancing down at O, now donned in the deputy director's uniform, and began to ponder. Why are you suddenly looking at me? O sensed the malice. Figo smiled, unable to bear the sight of such poignant sorrow, fearing tears might escape him. Not far ahead, a brother and sister wept bitterly. Gerald was in tears while Blue Sapphire sobbed softly, creating a profoundly melancholic atmosphere. How easily one can be affected. After all, they are still young. The old man glanced at Figo several times, then surveyed the cavernous surroundings, asking, "Is this what you call the transformation you intend to undertake?" The two found themselves in what could be termed the 4th level of the advancement city, a dungeon carved from the depths of the 4th level. The cavern was quite spacious, spanning approximately 2,000 square meters, a project undertaken by Gerald himself. After defeating the captor of Raoul, Figo had initiated this endeavor to prepare for this very moment. I refer to this place as the learning and reform level of Advancement City. Figo nodded, stating, "Among the prisoners confined in Advancement City, some are worthy of sympathy, even bearing wrongful accusations. I will allow them to enter this level during the day for expansion, providing ample food and water, and return them to their cells at night. Once this space has been expanded to about a quarter of the size of the normal 1st to 6th levels, I will procure various books, allowing them to study subjects of interest during the day. For instance, Gerald?" asked Ajia. "Indeed, Gerald," Figo confirmed. "Blue Sapphire will serve as the overseer of this level, transforming it into a unique space that is part prison, part freedom. They will also have corresponding sentences. Once their terms are completed, they may reside here permanently. Gerald's sentence is 20 years, and nearly 8 years have passed. Given his commendable behavior, he may even have 2 years reduced." Ajia inquired, "Who will determine the sentences?" "I will personally oversee that," Figo replied. "And what about after you leave?" "Old Jean is trustworthy, and even if I depart, Advancement City may not escape my influence," Figo stated candidly. Given Blue Sapphire's significant involvement in the downfall of the Celestial Dragon, and considering the current restraint of Mendez and others due to my presence, what if they discover she has not only avoided imprisonment, but has also become a special overseer? What if they demand her execution, akin to what happened to Gerald? It seems you have considered every angle, Ajia remarked, shaking his head before asking, what is the purpose of having the prisoners read? After all, they are still prisoners. Even if they enjoy better conditions in this level, they may never leave. They must have something to occupy their time. Who knows? Perhaps someone may uncover a latent talent and contribute in some way. Figo smiled briefly before adopting a serious demeanor. Of course, I wish to gather insights from various criminals to better comprehend the world. What if, just hypothetically, years or even decades from now, a meteor were to plummet from the sky, obliterating the 5 elder stars and the celestial dragons? How could we prevent a world suddenly devoid of the world government from descending into chaos and destruction? Oka widened his eyes. What if? Just what if? You were curious before, and now it's what if. I truly find your claims unbelievable. P.S. At the end of this chapter, I would like to clarify an issue. I often see readers suggesting that one could simply arrive at the Holy Land and become invincible with a single punch. It is essential to note that this golden finger pertains to capturing criminals for benefits. Directly killing is not within its purview. Capturing celestial dragons and killing them involves 2 different levels of difficulty. Currently, Figo does not possess the capability to venture into the Holy Land and capture each celestial dragon. Nonetheless, rest assured that when he is able, he will make the journey. Figo would never make the foolish error of prolonging his existence for a century, causing discomfort to others. Please trust that I, the author, can craft a plot development that is both reasonable and compelling. Chapter 53. Bad news today. The 6th level of Impel Down was particularly clamorous. The notorious pirates confined to this level had all traversed the New World. Who among them did not recognize the legendary figure known as the Twin Extremes, Red Bruce? Even if they had not seen him in person, they had certainly glimpsed his bounty poster, and should they encounter him one day, whether to flee or submit, they would be one step ahead. How could such a formidable pirate be captured? How could an entire pirate crew be apprehended in one fell swoop? More crucially, the raucous jeers they heard when being escorted down were directed at none other than Gaston Figo, the director of Impel Down. This world is indeed surreal. That infamous director vanished for a week only to return with one of the Twin Extremes in tow. After another week, would the King of Gluttony also become a cellmate? It felt as though there was little future left for a pirate. Even as a prisoner, Red Bruce's fearsome presence remained. No pirate dared to disturb him. Yet those familiar with the Hell Pirates cadre were vociferously demanding to know what had transpired. No one answered. The cadre of the Hell Pirates exuded a palpable tension, scrutinizing their chains and the environment around them. This was a rite of passage for new prisoners contemplating escape. It was futile. The chains were forged from exceptionally durable material. Even if one possessed a sword, not even the most renowned swordsman of the seas could sever them, nor could brute force break them. In this 6th level, only Figo and Chief Guard Jean Chia would appear, providing no opportunities for escape. Some advised against wasting their efforts. The anxious Maggled Chuck found it hard to believe. He was a prisoner who had watched Figo grow. 8 years ago, when Figo captured him, he was gravely injured. Later, within the 6th level, he had transformed from a lone prisoner into a formidable force capable of defeating 10 adversaries, growing stronger piece by piece. Now, he was even capable of confronting Red Bruce. Such an unprecedented rate of improvement was simply unreasonable. Hey, Jackson, what on earth happened? He considered Jackson a familiar acquaintance. However, to his surprise, Jackson's gaze was filled with foreboding. It's this scoundrel who caused me to misjudge Gaston Figo's strength. Jackson was consumed with both anger and guilt. Had he not been eliminated prematurely, had their leader possessed his reliable weapon, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. He bore the blame for this debacle. The anxious Maggled was bewildered. What audacity these scoundrels exhibited even after being captured. Wait until they faced Figo's wrath. When footsteps echoed, silence fell over the 6th level of Impel Down, and Figo's voice resonated. To the members of the Hell Pirates, are you satisfied with your new accommodations? You arrogant bastard! If it weren't for your ambush, your advantageous terrain, and underhanded tactics, how could you have captured us? What is there to be proud of? You scoundrel! The new prisoners were spirited. Silence! Red Bruce's deep voice interjected, silencing the cadre of Hell Pirates. Gaston Figo, we, as powerful individuals, regardless of our past grievances, need not continue to humiliate the defeated now that the outcome is clear. Jackson, Tony, Bailu, there is no need for further discussion. We have indeed lost. In the vast sea, generations come and go. Who can claim to be an eternal victor? When defeated, one must acknowledge it. Tears welled in the eyes of the Hell Pirates cadre as they felt the weight of their defeat. Our era has not yet come to an end. We are sorry for dragging you down, Captain. I did not intend to humiliate you, Figo replied. There is little merit in doing so. It merely appears that your cadre is quite unwilling to accept defeat and capture, which may lead to complications in my duties within the prison. He produced a set of keys, dangling them from his finger. How about this? I shall offer you a chance. 1 spear, 1 shield, for beasts. I will release 6 of you to confront me. Should you succeed in defeating me, you may rescue your captain. Otherwise, you will remain in your cells. Red Bruce's loan I narrowed slightly. The 6 cadre members of the Hell Pirates, named by Figo, were momentarily taken aback, their chains rattling with excitement. Are you serious? You scoundrel. Surely you are not toying with us. Figo directly retrieved the corresponding keys and tossed them into their cell. 3 SSR-1 and 2 SR-9 would require a considerable amount of effort, yet these 6 individuals had a crime index exceeding 100. With supplemental gains ranging from 1 to 2,000, worth it. The other prisoners fell into a stunned silence. He has arrived, he has returned. The tormentor, the tyrant. Soon. A resounding cacophony echoed through the 6th level of the prison as the AO family stood guard at the stairway, their faces etched with astonishment. Is this how Figo hones his skills? No wonder he has progressed so rapidly, achieving such a level at such a young age. However, it is somewhat perilous. Glancing at the fallen bricks above, the old man furrowed his brow once more. Moreover, the boy's thoughts are becoming increasingly hazardous. He must be counseled well. There are myriad ways to uphold justice, but one must first ensure their own survival in order to assist others effectively. Thus, during lunch, an elderly man began regaling Figo with tales. 300 years ago, a sovereign of the seas was hailed as the strongest in the world, leading his men to storm Mariewa, only to meet a silent demise, leaving little commotion in his wake. And 580 years prior, interwoven with the old man's own life experiences, the stories unfolded for over 2 years. Figo's decade-long tenure as director has come to an end. However, the nearly 80-year-old Augia received a retirement notice, while Figo was bestowed yet another appointment from the 5 elders to continue his role as director of Advanced City for an astonishing 20 years. The 5 elders, asserting a lack of suitable candidates to succeed Figo, seem intent on keeping him in Advanced City, treating him as if he were a prisoner. Augia, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "How can there be such a sudden appointment, and for a duration of 20 years? Do not worry, there is no need for haste," Figo reassured the elderly man. Wasn't this anticipated? The message I intercepted from the phone worm hinted that Mendez Benson wished for me to accompany the Sapphire siblings in Advanced City for a lifetime. But fret not, you should leave. This environment is hardly suitable for retirement. The construction of the reform area is finally gaining momentum, and I shall oversee it for a few more years. Figo smiled, adding, ever since the capture of Hebulus, the number of pirates sent here has been steadily increasing, indicating a favorable situation for the Navy. I must keep a vigilant watch over this rear guard. Otherwise, these pirates could very well become slaves to the celestial dragons. But 20 years is simply inconceivable, Augia countered. In 20 years, Figo will be nearing 60. Although for one endowed with the strength of a giant, that may still be considered youth. The confinement could prove suffocating. Figo responded resolutely, when the day comes that I wish to leave, nothing will stand in my way. Augia paused, momentarily taken aback, recalling the prior 2 years when he had urged Figo to avoid direct confrontation with the world government. Yet now he found himself unable to voice those words. You must surely find me tiresome and wish to evade my presence for a few years. He muttered disheartenedly before departing Advanced City aboard a warship. After serving as deputy director for 2 years, he had made his stance clear before the world government and the 5 elders. Continuing in that role held little significance. Jean Chia finally assumed the position of deputy director, feeling as though he were trapped in a surreal dream, utterly unreal. Figo continued to serve as the director, relentlessly pursuing criminals and establishing a personal benchmark for departure that did not rely on the sea tower stone or seawater, managing to defeat or even kill the naval admiral Raoul within half an hour. However, at that moment, he was oblivious to the unforeseen news that would disrupt his meticulously laid plans. In the year 1439 of the sea calendar, marking Figo's 25th year of guarding the Advanced City, a message arrived from Mia. Admiral Doug from the naval headquarters was gravely ill. Chapter 54. A visit what? I cannot return? Figo, feeling the weight of the situation, was met with the somewhat resigned voice of the current naval marshal, Gandoro, on the other end of the phone. The reason is that Advanced City cannot be left unattended for an extended period under your watch. Admiral Doug is merely ill at present. The directive from Mendez Ben Saint stipulates that only when he is truly in danger, or even at his funeral, may you be granted a brief leave to return. Figo gazed at the Din Mushy in silence for a moment before speaking. Marshal Gandora, I currently have no means to contact the five elders. Could you convey a message to Mendez Benching for me? Yes. Tell him I find his behavior rather unreasonable. Just instruct him to get lost. The Din Mushy emitted a beep and hung up. In the marshal's office, Gandora sat in stunned silence for a while before slamming his fist on the table in frustration. Being a marshal is truly a challenging endeavor. As Figo advanced into the city, he felt his mood slightly lift after a loud shout. He was not entirely unprepared. After all, he was dealing with an 88-year-old man. Having spent 2 years in Impel Down, it was evident that the elderly gentleman was visibly aging each passing day. It wouldn't be surprising for either of them to depart from this world at any time, yet the suddenness of it all was still jarring. Just a month ago, Figo had communicated with Mia Douche via Din Mushy, and the old man had been in robust health, boasting a voice even louder than Figo's. Had illness truly struck him down so swiftly? Nearby, Jean Chia attentively monitored Figo's conversation with Gandora. For the first time, he found Figo's assertiveness both rational and exhilarating. Would they grant Figo time off to return home only upon the teacher's critical condition or even death? Was such an arrangement humane? Yet, he also felt conflicted. What would happen to the 5th and 6th levels of Impel Down if both of them returned? He had little faith in that rascal Close. The current chief warden. Never mind, let him be cautious. Those notorious pirates can endure hunger for days on end, Figo remarked. Without a warship to pick you up. I'll swim back to Marine headquarters first and then arrange for a ship to fetch you, old Jean. Jean Chia nodded. Fully confident that Figo could swim from Impel Down to Marine headquarters, yet he cautioned, but be careful, Figo. This is your second time openly defying the orders of the five elders. What if? Figo patted Jean Chia on the shoulder and said, This is the third time. Once I leave this time, I have no intention of returning. It is highly probable that you will assume my position, and from now on, the affairs of the 4th and 5th floors will require your vigilant oversight. Jean Chia paused, feeling rather discontented. Without you here, I cannot openly defy the orders of the five elders. Wherever I may be, my presence will linger, as long as I draw breath. The five elders will not dare to act recklessly. Jean Chia found himself momentarily swayed by Figo's words. All right, old Jean, before I depart, I must make one last visit to the 6th floor to deliver a grand gift to those notorious pirates. Please keep an eye on the stairway for me. Thus, they proceeded towards the 6th floor of the city. As Figo's footsteps echoed, the gazes of the infamous pirates were dulled and weary. The officers of the Hell Pirate crew, having endured multiple suppressions during their escape attempts over the years, gradually succumbed to despair and lethargy. The once melodious sound of clashing keys now resonated like a harbinger of doom. They could only hope that Figo's arrival signified the distribution of food rather than the granting of freedom. Yet today, the clinking of keys was particularly abundant. Figo spoke with utmost decisiveness. I intend to leave Impel Down, and this may very well be our final encounter. Is there truly no one willing to make one last attempt to escape from my grasp? The eyes of the pirates flickered with newfound vigor. Was this fellow really departing? The hope arrived too abruptly. As for making a final attempt, only a fool would dare. This time, I shall free everyone except for the wretched Red Bruce, Figo declared. The 6th level of Impel Down fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop would have echoed. In the next instant, a pirate clanked his chains, roaring. If you are so eager to die, I shall grant you your wish. Do you truly dare to do that? The sound of clinking chains resonated. Figo cast the keys into the air. Red Bruce, who had been feigning slumber while enduring hunger, opened his solitary eye and regarded Figo with unexpected interest. Are you serious? With enough underlings, one might inadvertently bite the true dragon. Moreover, not all present are mere underlings. There are even golden dragons among us. The pirates who had seized the key swiftly and adeptly unlocked their shackles, one by one emerging from their cells and stepping into the corridor. Over the span of 25 years, the pirates on the 6th level had come and gone, some succumbing to illness, while others lingered on the brink of death, stripped of their combat abilities. Yet, nearly 40 of them remained capable of fighting. Their ranks ranged from SR6 to SSR1, each having once carved a name for themselves upon the seas, with bounties no less than 200 million berries. However, even with such numerical superiority against Figo, no one rushed forward recklessly. The pirates first congregated, exchanging glances, tempering their ferocity, and, with remarkable coordination, arranged themselves strategically before launching a collective assault on Figo. The air was thick with roars, ferocity, and the palpable scent of impending violence. Figo stood tall, his expression unwavering, as his tightly clenched right fist was enveloped by a seemingly tangible layer of armament hockey. With a powerful swing, he struck. An hour later, Figo, drenched in blood, dragged two lifeless bodies to the staircase, addressing the somewhat dazed Jean Xie. I couldn't restrain my strength to have perished. Please send someone to assist in cleaning the floor and repairing the wall. With us both gone, we need not worry excessively about the pirates on the 6th floor. I shall take a shower and depart first, old Jean. Ah, understood. Jean Xie gazed at Figo's retreating figure, feeling a sense of acceptance in living forever in the shadow of such a formidable individual. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the upper corridor of the Naval Hospital was filled with young and middle-aged sailors bearing gifts or flowers, only to be halted at the entrance by Mia. Teacher Doug requires rest. I will convey your sentiments. Indeed, the teacher will recover. The once radiant Mia, the flower of the Navy at 47, now bore the marks of time upon her face. Yet, she did not lose her brilliance despite the emergence of a new flower of the Navy. As one of the only 16 elite vice admirals in the Marine headquarters, aside from Figo, she remained the most distinguished and formidable among Admiral Doug's students, nurturing a bond with him akin to that of a father and daughter, even as she forced a smile. Her sorrow was difficult to conceal until Figo's figure appeared at the end of the corridor, prompting her to reveal a genuine smile as she exclaimed, "You have arrived, Figo." Figo? Is he the same Gaston Figo, the director of the Urban Advancement Bureau, who apprehended the notorious Hell's Man, Hebris, a few years ago, the naval hero? As Figo strode down the corridor, the Marines parted respectfully, casting him attentive glances. He acknowledged them with a slight nod as he passed. Turning to Mia, he inquired, "How is the teacher? Why the sudden change?" "There's nothing sudden about it," Mia sighed. "After all, she's advanced in age, and her temperament is quite direct. When her emotions fluctuate, she becomes susceptible to illness. Over the past few years, she has suffered from minor ailments on numerous occasions. However, this time," she glanced at Figo and added, "it's not as if you, seemingly ageless, would understand." Figo could only shake his head as he entered Doug's hospital room alongside Mia. The elderly man lying in bed was receiving an intravenous drip, his complexion weak and pale. Compared to a few years ago, age spots had noticeably increased on his skin, and his hair had transformed from a common white to a ghostly pale hue. With Figo's expertise in physical health and his keen observation skills, a sense of foreboding washed over him at first glance. He realized that the old man might not endure beyond a month. His condition seemed beyond salvation. The elderly man likely understood his fate as well, yet he remained remarkably optimistic. Upon seeing Figo, he immediately broke into a genuine smile, showing no signs of strain. "Ha ha ha. Fattel, you've come." Figo paused, pondering whether he had transformed into Fetter after Fickle and Fitz. In his helplessness, he sought to remind and correct. But the old man suddenly interrupted with a laugh. "Were you startled? Are you feeling rather disheartened? Did you think the teacher had forgotten your name again?" "Ha ha, Figo. Even if the teacher forgets everyone else, he would never forget you." The old man laughed like a child who had just stolen a piece of candy. Figo remained silent, lost in thought. The old man still had some spirit left. Chapter 55, The Empty Stubbornness. Despite his frail condition, Doug, a master of physical arts, managed to sit up with a determined effort, brushing away Figo's hand as he attempted to assist him. With a smile, Doug remarked, "Do not be so serious. Who among us can escape the inevitability of aging? At 88 years, I have reached a venerable age. 9 years ago, I finally cast aside the label of cowardice. And I have no regrets now. Smile a little, Mia. Smile a little, Figo." Mia forced a smile, but Figo was uncooperative. His reluctant grin was less appealing than tears, rendering the moment even more awkward. "Let it be, Professor Doug. We are all in our 40s now. We are not children. There is no need for such consolation. We will not weep for you." "Scoundrel." Doug chuckled in reprimand. "How did you suddenly fall ill?" "Just last month. We were conversing over the phone." "What tale stirred you so?" Doug's gaze shifted to the young man standing by the window. The hospital room was not occupied solely by Mia and Figo, Doug's only relative. A 20-year-old prodigy named Kong had graduated from the elite military academy and was now a colonel. The last time Figo saw him, he was a charming 3-year-old boy, polite and endearing. Now, at 20, Kong had begun to embody the future prowess of a formidable soldier, standing tall and robust, his height of 2.6 meters almost matching Figo's usual stature, with potential for further growth. However, Perhaps due to a rebellious phase, Kong did not greet Figo as he had in his youth. He merely nodded stiffly upon Figo's entrance, his gaze drawn back to the outside, as though something captivating lingered beyond the window. Coughing repeatedly, Doug attempted to break the tension. While Figo frowned and Mia promptly patted Doug's back, steering the conversation elsewhere. Figo, was your return journey smooth? The world government did not grant me leave. I hastened back from the sea, Figo replied. Moreover, I do not intend to return to Impel Down. Do not worry, the 5 elders are powerless against me. They can only stew in their frustration. Doug laughed heartily. Ah, you are truly at ease, my boy. Do those 5 wish to constrain you as they do others? They are merely inviting their own misery. Others? Figo inquired. With a hint of pride, Doug huffed. My students are not limited to those in the corridor. Many more are scattered across the globe. Upon hearing of my illness, numerous young ones intended to request leave to return, but the world government denied their pleas, as if fearing that I might impart further wisdom before my time comes. He taught an elite class, and among those rising from the naval recruit camp, a considerable portion comprised of students. Among them, only Mia and the often overlooked Jean Xia held the rank of Rear Admiral, while at least 4 or 5 held the rank of Rear Admiral in the branches, with more serving as brigadiers and officers. Figo inquired. Are they all not permitted to return? If one were to say that half of the reason lies in the tasks at hand, making it difficult to grant leave for their return, it is utterly unreasonable that the other half is also barred from coming back. He had thought that the 5 elders merely wished to confine him within the confines of Impel Down, but he never anticipated such a comprehensive decree. I only instructed Xia to inform a few available individuals. Since the world government has prohibited their return, there seems little point in notifying others. The old man chuckled softly. It matters not. I had no intention of making a grand spectacle at the end. That would be rather unbecoming. It is merely a slight disappointment that a few children will not see me one last time. As the conversation drew to a close, Doug could not help but reveal a hint of melancholy. Which elder does not yearn for their children to be by their side in their final moments? This cannot be. We may forego our desires, but he must not be deprived of this. Thus, Figo declared, I understand. I will find a way to communicate with the Marshal and the 5 elders. Who do you wish to return? Communicate with the 5 elders? Simply to confer and perhaps request a favor from them. It is not the first time, after all. Figo smiled and gestured to Mia, inquiring. What is this child sulking about? Little Kong, do you not recognize me? Kong turned and, with reluctance, greeted him. Director Figo. The formality of the address felt rather distant. Doug huffed in irritation. Call me uncle. After a moment of hesitation, Kong managed to mutter, Uncle Figo. This impudent child. Doug remained unsatisfied and sighed. Having taught countless students throughout my life, many Marine soldiers have inherited my sense of justice. Yet, at this final juncture, it is precisely my own grandson who has been taught to oppose the very justice I uphold. Your insistence on justice is flawed. At this juncture, Kong's tone grew resolute. It has been proven that you were mistaken. The children raised by those blind witches you chose to spare 9 years ago have, in fact, given rise to several pirates. Doug immediately erupted into a fit of coughs, his anger palpable. Figo squinted his eyes, while Mia quietly elucidated the background to him. It turned out that Kong had somehow learned about the events that transpired 9 years ago, including how Doug intervened to halt the execution of the demon-slaying order, thereby saving those children. Among those children, a few who were older chose to venture out to sea and become pirates, which led to a heated argument with Doug. This was what ultimately caused the old man to be infuriated. Truly, what a commendable grandson. Figo pondered for a moment and could not help but chuckle. It is indeed a series of intricate schemes. Appointing me to guard the advancing city indefinitely, preventing your student from escorting you, and subtly diminishing your influence from all angles, while also manipulating your indecisive grandson. 20 years hence, who will remember General Doug from our division? Who will recall that someone dared to defy the orders of the world government? Who will remember the Marine's steadfast commitment to justice? Moreover, have your students not been dispatched to various corners of the globe more frequently in recent years? Doug was taken aback, and after a brief pause, he burst into hearty laughter once more. Is that so? It appears you have a keen insight. The world government indeed fears this old man nearing his twilight years? Indeed. Do not underestimate your own influence, and certainly not mine, Figo affirmed, nodding, and then turned to Kong. Have you come to realize your mistake? Kong, defiantly lifting his chin, replied, I have committed no error. In the face of evil, even if it comes from children, it must be eradicated at its roots. Compassion is not an option. Mia furrowed her brow slightly, while Doug shook his head in resignation. Figo, however, met Kong's gaze directly. Confronted by Figo, the legendary naval hero, Kong's eyes momentarily averted. But the pride of youth compelled him to return the stare resolutely. Figo chuckled and remarked to Doug, "This is quite agreeable. Your grandson will undoubtedly surpass you. This obstinate old man who refuses to listen. He may become a general, a marshal, or even the supreme commander, earning the admiration of the five elders and the affection of the celestial dragons. Living in the Holy Land, beside the celestial dragons, will surely be far more comfortable than your current situation." Doug glared at him. "You rascal. Even with a teacher like this, you still dare to provoke my ire." Figo chuckled, addressing Kong. "Did you think I was praising you, young man?" Kong remained silent, steadfast in his defiance. "There are numerous truths I could share with you. Yet when a person's obstinacy arises, they may not be inclined to heed them," Figo continued. "Among the children who survived due to teacher Doug, some undoubtedly chose to become naval officers, while others pursued various professions. The few who became pirates do not represent the whole. It is unreasonable for the others to accompany them to their demise." Kong opened his mouth. "You might argue that it is better to mistakenly kill than to let a criminal escape." Figo silenced him. "Let me present another example. If teacher Doug had, from your infancy, refused to allow you to join the Navy due to your parents' sacrifices, adamantly hindering any training or cultivation, what would you be like now? Children possess little agency in their choices. They were once like you." Kong attempted to respond again. "You could counter that the situation is different. At least the teacher is a naval officer. Under his guidance, you would never become a criminal, whereas those children were taught by a blind witch, a criminal." Once more, Kong found himself at a loss for words, feeling as if Figo had completely penetrated his thoughts, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of strength enveloped him, compelling him to instinctively retreat a step, leaning against the windowsill. It dawned on him that Figo had approached him, his gaze imbued with an intensity he had never before experienced, far surpassing anyone he had ever encountered. "Today, I shall impart but one lesson. The worthiness of sympathy for criminals is debatable, yet the necessity for family to compromise is beyond doubt." Figo lowered his gaze towards the emptiness. "Regardless of the thoughts and convictions one may hold, the fact remains that you have caused your beloved grandfather, who raised you, to fall ill in his bed. This is undeniably your fault. At such a moment, even if it requires disingenuous appeasement, an apology and acknowledgement of wrongdoing are in order. It is not the time to stubbornly engage in disputes with your elders, clinging to pride and obstinacy. Those who refuse to yield even a fraction, even in the face of their ailing grandfather's love, are inferior to pirates, criminals, and the most despicable of beings, rendering them wholly unworthy of invoking the concept of justice." In that instant, Kong was rendered speechless. Figo waved his hand towards the bedside, saying, "All right, teacher, I shall contact the marshal regarding the five elders." Doug leaned against the bed, a frail countenance adorned with an indescribable smile of joy. "Figo, having a student like you is truly a blessing for a teacher. You may not become a great Marine, but you will undoubtedly become a remarkable individual, leaving an indelible mark on the annals of human history." He coughed. Figo did not look back, smiling as he replied, "You can be completely assured of that, Doug." Doug burst into hearty laughter, while Mia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 56. Journey to the Holy Land. In the marshal's office, Gandeo was seated, troubled in thought. He found himself at the mercy of the elders. He could not afford to offend the five elders, nor did he wish to provoke Figo. At the age of 74, he recognized himself as merely a transitional marshal, with the world government favoring the obedient Raoul as the true successor. However, Raoul was still not sufficiently seasoned, allowing Gandeo to temporarily hold the position. He simply wished to navigate his term peacefully and retire to enjoy his twilight years. When Figo requested that he convey a curt message to Mendez, he could not fathom actually doing so. Yet, how could he articulate his reluctance? Just moments ago, a Marine had reported that Figo had already arrived at the hospital. It was no longer feasible to withhold this information from the five elders. As he grappled with his dilemma, a sudden knock echoed at his office door, straightening his posture. He spoke in a deep voice, "Come in." To his astonishment, the person who entered was Figo. Rising, he asked, "Figo, what brings you here?" "I have come to apologize to the esteemed marshal," Figo said earnestly. "I was in a foul mood earlier and spoke too harshly. I am truly sorry." Gandeo's expression softened. "It is quite all right. I understand. However, has the marshal spoken with the five elders yet?" Figo inquired. "Not yet," Gandeo admitted, unable to maintain a facade of bravado. "You dare speak, but I cannot convey." "Forgive me for putting you in a difficult position," Figo replied apologetically. "Initially, I thought Mendez was solely targeting me. and I reacted in anger. I did not realize that Mendez was prioritizing the greater good. Concerned that Doug's many students would need to rush back from all corners of the world, causing chaos. Gondair's demeanor became slightly strained. Was this a veiled insult? How could it not be seen as targeting? A director like Figo, with the authority to arrange a month of leave without incident, should not have faced such opposition. At worst, he could have alternated vacation time with Deputy Director Jane. The same applied to Doug's numerous students. A commanding officer stationed at a critical post could not all return simultaneously, yet a major general's absence for a month would hardly disrupt operations. They were entitled to regular leave each year to reunite with their families, yet this time, leave was denied? This was undeniably a targeted action. He too found it unreasonable. Yet unwilling to voice his opinion, he ultimately just smiled amiably and remained silent. Seeing this, Figo said, "I shall not trouble the marshal, if you do not mind. I would like to speak with Mendez personally." "That would be splendid," Gandaluba replied, nodding eagerly as he swiftly handed the communicator to Figo. Figo accepted it and promptly dialed the number. "What is it, Gandaluba?" "It is I, Mendez." Figo's opening remarks sent a jolt through Gandora's heart. Goodness. He addressed him without even using the honorific sir? Truly formidable. Gandora stepped back, pressing against the wall to grant Figo the space he required. On the other end of the phone, Mendez Binchang remained silent for a considerable time. Gaston Figo? "Gandoru, are you beside him?" "He is." "Please do not trouble the marshal. It was my impulsive decision to leave the Citadel of Advancement without authorization. I feel deep remorse and now wish to resign from my position as the director of the Citadel," Figo stated. "Resign? Ah, Gaston Figo. This is an appointment from the world government. Do you believe you can simply resign at will? You have already visited Dog, correct? Now return to the Citadel immediately. I can still overlook your dereliction of duty this time. Then I shall apply for retirement. Since I turned 20, I have dedicated a full 25 years to guarding the Citadel. I have spent my youth within its confines, akin to imprisonment, and I am utterly exhausted." "I can no longer endure it," Figo replied. "I wish to marry and start a family, to experience the world while I am still young. Surely, you can understand?" The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, and Mendez Binching scoffed. "The government will not grant your retirement. Return at once, Gaston Figo." Figo was astonished, not allowing me to resign or retire. I should have joined the Navy back in the day rather than consigning myself to slavery. "Stop feigning ignorance, Figo," Mendez said bluntly. "You must understand my point. You have repeatedly defied government orders. Now you are both the director of Advanced City and a prisoner. You must remain in Advanced City obediently, and after 30 or 40 years, we will allow you to retire. To think they intend to exhaust me until I am old and frail?" In truth, this prospect is rather trivial for Figo. The five elders believe they can wear him down, but in reality, he could outlast several cycles of the five elders. By the time he emerges from Advanced City, he would be invincible, ready to confront the celestial dragons directly. Yet, I reiterate, I can choose to stay, but you cannot strip me of my freedom. I may willingly remain in Advanced City to train and build, but I refuse to be treated like a convict. After some contemplation, Figo was willing to compromise. "I can return, whether it be 30 or 40 years, it matters not. However, I have one final request. Allow me to accompany my teacher during his last days, and let his students, those who can return, come back." "What say you?" "Impossible." Mendez firmly rejected his request. Why was he opposed to the students returning? Was he afraid of what Douglas might do in his final moments? No, what he truly feared was Figo. He feared that Douglas would transform the students he had taught over the decades into Figo's connections. This way, Figo would possess not just prestige and strength at Navy headquarters, but also genuine influence. And Figo was not one to obey. There was a possibility he might lead the Navy away from their control. A Navy that willingly serves as a tool to uphold the celestial dragon's reign is the only good Navy. Those blinded by misguided justice must awaken. At that moment, the phone bug suddenly emitted a sound before being abruptly hung up. Mendez, taken aback, huffed in frustration. Once again, this insolent behavior. In the marshal's office, Figo shook his head at Gandaru. "Marshal, 9 years ago, you were tasked with monitoring the Hell Pirates, so you should know that the encounter was not a mere crackdown, but a shameful betrayal from the world government." Gandaru's expression grew uneasy as he nodded slightly. "I understand. Thanks to you. Otherwise, the 10 ships of the Demon Slayer fleet, including Rear Admiral Mia Douglas, would have suffered countless casualties. You see," Figo continued, "they became soldiers for justice, yet the world government treats them like dogs. Now, they won't even grant a dying soldier's basic request. This is far from an isolated incident. How many more like Douglas have suffered over the past 7 centuries? Decades from now, when their wives and children are slain by pirates, their students butchered, and their arms severed, only to see those very pirates, like Zifa, welcomed into the 7 warlords by the world government. How much worse could it be? Gandara was rendered speechless, watching as Figo departed. And he slumped back into his chair in despair. As Figo descended the steps of Navy headquarters, a flame of discontent simmered within him as he contemplated seeking out the Oka family for a discussion. However, to his surprise, Mia awaited him in the square. Following her were several familiar faces, those students of Douglas who had participated in the Demon Slayer campaign 9 years prior. "Figo, you have failed, haven't you?" Mia remarked. "The teacher said he understands the arrogance of the 5 elders better than you do. You were bound to fail. With your fearless nature, you might even impulsively rush to the Holy Land and cause a scene." Figo was taken aback. "I am not as impulsive as it may seem. It is not only you who is a student of the esteemed teacher. I shall accompany you as well." Mia continued. 9 years ago, the betrayal of the world government and the casualties of my crew demand an explanation. An explanation. Behind her, a rear admiral of the Navy echoed loudly. "We too are students of Doug, and we shall accompany you. Together we go. Together we go." The chorus grew louder, not merely for Doug, but for the tarnished sense of justice that resides within us and the questions surrounding our uniforms. The collective spirit of dozens merged into one. 9 years have passed. Yet they have not forgotten the treachery of the world government. Instead, the memory has become even more profound. Suddenly, Figo broke into a smile. In a moment of impulsiveness, he declared, "Let us depart." He strode ahead, with Mia closely trailing behind him, followed by a contingent of other Marines. This unexpected procession captured the attention of an increasing number of onlookers. Abruptly, another figure appeared beside Mia, a lieutenant general who had participated in the Demon Slayer Order 9 years prior. He merely smiled, uttering not a single word, and silently joined the ranks. As the procession advanced, the number of participants swelled, growing ever larger and more formidable. Upon reaching the port where the warships were docked, the assembly had already exceeded 300 individuals. A frail old man obstructed their path, prompting the procession to halt. Figo regarded him, and he returned the gaze, suddenly breaking into a grin. "Are you bringing this old man along? I thought you were going to recount the terrors of the Holy Land," Figo remarked. The old man, known as Ojia, chided him lightly, his eyes scanning the Marines behind Figo. "Rebellion? No, it is not. This is the tenacity and valor the Navy requires. The Navy must not become a mere echo of the government." Soon, 2 warships ascended, soaring directly towards the Holy Land of Mariehua, the seat of the world government. Chapter 57. Figo's Justice. "What did you say?" In the Holy Land of Mariehua, the elder Mendez Benching was filled with rage and disbelief. The voice of Gandora emanating from the transponder snail sounded distant and unclear. He slammed the transponder snail down, his heavy breathing betraying a hint of anxiety. Something significant was amiss. What was this? A mutiny. An unprecedented naval insurrection after 7 centuries. How could matters have escalated to this scale? Accursed Gaston Figo. Accursed Ojia. Have you both lost your minds? With his mind still functioning, he swiftly summoned the other 4 elders to convene, relaying the alarming news of Ojia and Figo rallying over 300 Marines towards the Holy Land. The other 4 elders were equally taken aback, their astonishment quickly giving way to fury. "Mendez Benching, is this how you manage the Navy? I have long warned against being too lenient with Ojia. The present crisis is a direct result of your negligence." Mendez Benching felt a twinge of regret, yet he sensed his own innocence in this calamity. If only Ojia were the sole villain, the real trouble lay with Gaston Figo. One Ojia, one Figo, 2 old fools, both swayed by him. He could only accept this blame. Now is not the time for discussions of accountability. "This is indeed my fault. I shall seek an audience with Lord M." Given the circumstances, it was imperative to alert Lord M. Alert Lord M? Absolutely not. The 800-year period is approaching. Both the Celestial King and the Sea King are on the verge of revival, and those bearing the name D are gradually becoming active. At such a pivotal moment, you wish to disturb Lord M over this matter? Furthermore, this involves the Navy. This is not akin to the pirates who previously intruded upon the Holy Land without consequence. Do you truly wish to incite a full-scale mutiny within the Navy, plunging the world into chaos, only for us to slowly restore order afterward? Mendez Benchang clenched his fists in frustration. Then what do you propose we do? The world government cannot possibly compromise with the Navy. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, we cannot set a precedent for the Navy to assault the world government. This matter must be suppressed. At this moment, a rarely vocal elder, who silently cradled his sword, spoke. drawing the attention of the other four. Chai Erolin, the elder with the least authority, was primarily responsible for combat. Typically, he resembled a mere ornament among the elders. Yet the unfolding situation granted him newfound influence. There is no need to disturb Lord M. Our strength is sufficient. Immediately summon Raoul to intercept them. They must not breach the Holy Land, and have Mocha join as well. Mendez Bincheng, you, above all, understand their intentions and why it has escalated to this point. What truths have you concealed? Mendez Bincheng's expression fluctuated between shadows of doubt and resolution. Ultimately, he closed his eyes and let out a long, weary sigh. On the surface of the sea leading to the Holy Land of Mariehua, under the influence of Ojia's floating fruit, two warships glided steadily towards their destination. Figo stood at the bow of the ship, addressing all the sailors. I wish for everyone to comprehend the gravity of our mission. There is no turning back. Let it be known that we are heading towards the sanctum of the world government. Should the elders maintain a rigid stance and seek to eradicate those of us who dare to confront the world government? Even I and General Ao may find ourselves unable to ensure our own safety. As for you, your fates lie in the balance, either death or imprisonment. If you have any regrets, now is the time to act. Board the warship to your right. General Ao will ensure your safe passage back. In the face of life and death, pride pales in significance. As he finished speaking, no one on his ship moved, while the sailors on the right hesitated, contemplating their leap towards safety. Figo chuckled and shook his head. I understand. No more jumping. It is rather high. Ha ha ha. Lord Figo, do not underestimate us. A Marine laughed heartily. On our very first day as Marines, we pledged to unwaveringly uphold the principles of justice. Without your guidance, we might have perished at the hands of the Hell's pirate crew 9 years ago. What is there to fear now? The sacrifices of Major General Trey and Major General Meister should have long been avenged by the world government. We may lack the courage to confront this alone. But with you and the old marshal leading us, what could possibly instill fear within us? Figo smiled softly, turning away. In the distance, the endless expanse of the red Earth continent appeared at the edge of his vision, and at its highest point. The pristine castle-like structure of Mary Geos began to be captured by his gaze. As they drew closer, silence enveloped the ship. Some felt anxious, but more were filled with fervor, the sailors pressing onward with unwavering resolve. Just as they were about to approach the land, Figo's brow furrowed suddenly. In the next moment, a fierce wind surged forth, causing the two ships hovering in the air to sway violently, halting their advance. The wind fruit, an old acquaintance, has made its presence known. Ojia let out a low grunt, maneuvering the two vessels to descend. Though he had reached the age of 86 and his body was deteriorating year by year. In terms of fruit abilities, how could Raoul possibly compare and obstruct him? Alas, the ships could not withstand it. This tempest was Raoul's warning. As the two ships settled on the sea's surface, the gale ceased, and at that moment, the warships were still about a kilometer from the land of Mary Geos. At the edge of that land, a figure emerged, gazing intently at the two ships. It was none other than General Raoul. The sailors, who had been preoccupied with stabilizing themselves, also caught sight of him, and their focus swiftly shifted to Figo and Ojia. Raise the sails, steer, advance. Upon Figo's command, the sailors regained their courage, springing into action. The warships continued their voyage, and Raoul's voice echoed across the waters. Figo, Ojia, what are you rascals up to? Figo retorted, do you wish to impede us? A decade ago, after I defeated you, you swiftly ascended to the rank of admiral. Now, are you so eager to wade into these murky waters, perhaps yearning for a promotion to marshal? Raoul's face flickered with anger. The tale of his defeat at the hands of Figo had spread throughout the naval headquarters, tarnishing his reputation as an admiral. For years, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training, anticipating the day he might reclaim his honor. As he gazed upon the two approaching vessels, a tempest surged within him. You believe you are invincible, having narrowly triumphed over me once by exploiting favorable terrain and subsequently capturing Hebris? I cannot allow your advance to continue. The Navy represents the world government, and your actions bring shame upon us. Ao let out a soft sigh. Figo leaped into the water, propelling himself forward with a single push, soaring 100 meters above the surface. After several such graceful arcs, he landed ashore and confronted Raoul directly. Surely, you must be aware of the events from 9 years ago. Raoul, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, scoffed. Was it not your betrayal that instigated those events? If you had not refused to publicly execute the brother of the blind witch, how could all that transpire afterwards? Figo was taken aback, then smiled. Never mind, I still have the patience to teach a little lesson to Shao Kong, but with you, it is futile. You are unworthy. Let me ask you once more, do you intend to obstruct us? Is it the will of the 5 elders that we should not set foot on land? Raoul drew his sword, signaling his stance. I do not wish to engage in a debate with you, Gaston Figo. What exactly are your intentions? What is your sense of justice? What connection do the blind witch and her brother have with you? Why would one born of the Marines defy the world government that has raised us, and now, even more audaciously, bring others to challenge it? Are you not aware that this will only provoke laughter from pirates and delight among villains? I am aware. Yet the five elders seem oblivious. What ties do I have with Sapphire? None. Even regarding the old man dog's impending departure from this world, Figo merely felt a tinge of sadness. His visit to the world government was not solely for him. After all, the one who shared a true master-disciple bond with Dog was his predecessor. The current Figo shares only the camaraderie forged in battle with him, along with a sense of familiarity. In recent years, Figo has occasionally found himself reflecting on a pivotal moment from 17 years prior, when he first heard the tale of the Sapphire and, without hesitation, embarked on a raid against the celestial dragons, undeterred by the repercussions that might ensue. Why? Despite his intention to survive another decade or two before confronting the celestial dragons again, does he now stand at the foot of Mariehua? Was he merely influenced by the Marines aboard the ship behind him? Does the concept of justice truly resonate so profoundly within my core as a transmigrator? Ultimately, he arrives at one conclusion. Figo feels elated by his choices. He relishes the path he has chosen and is eager to act upon it. Before him, Raoul brandishes his sword high above his head. Over the years, he has evidently honed his swordsmanship, and with the combination of the wind fruit and his skills, a colossal sword materializes. Clearly, Raoul intends not only to strike at Figo, but also to utilize this sword of wind to blow away the warships that draw ever closer to the sacred land. As the wind sword descends, a tempest erupts, tearing asunder the clouds and altering the very hues of the heavens. What remarkable progress! The distant ship's occupants, Theo family, squint in disbelief. Mia and another vice admiral stand at the bow, poised for action. Yet in the next moment, their expressions soften, and they appear momentarily dazed. This lad, mutters the O family member. A faint smile begins to grace Mia's lips. The Marines are left in stunned silence. A hand, outstretched towards the sky, quietly intercepts the windsword, its golden hockey swirling about as it effortlessly diminishes the colossal blade to naught, leaving no trace of its passage. Impossible! Raoul's pupils dilate in disbelief as he grapples with the astonishing sight before him. Figo, with his left hand raised to the heavens and his right hand wielding a blade, questioned, "Is this my justice? Perhaps it shall be deemed a capricious form of justice." With a crack, a slender bolt of crimson lightning erupted at the tip of Figo's sword, the blade never touching Raoul, yet an overwhelming force struck him with ferocity. The conqueror's hockey entwined. A spurt of blood erupted from Raoul's mouth as he, in a daze, was sent flying backward like a gust of wind, hurtling towards the pristine white stone steps leading to the lofty holy land of Mariehua, leaving a mark upon them. With a thunderous roar akin to an earthquake, a long fissure spread from the base, cleaving the hundreds of pristine stone steps neatly in two. The holy land trembled. Chapter 58, The Prelude to a New Era. Gaston Figo. At the summit of the shattered steps, a furious roar erupted, and four figures clad in black uniforms, accompanied by an elder in white attire, emerged. Figo's gaze first swept over the figure clad in a white uniform, with a long sword at the waist, before settling on the one who let out a furious roar. The old man, with a white beard and around 70 years of age, was neither stout nor thin, lacking any remarkable features, yet exuding a certain aura. It was an air of authority befitting one of high rank rather than that of a formidable warrior. Judging by his physique, he appeared to be, at most, an SR9. Is this truly Mendez of the Holy Palace? This marks the first occasion for Figo to encounter the esteemed five elders in person. The figure at the center imparted a formidable presence. Behind the five elders, a cadre of armored guards swiftly emerged, and the elder leading them commanded Figo's attention once more. It was none other than the current supreme commander, Mocha. In the next moment, Raoul, embedded within the stone steps, ascended like the wind to stand behind the five elders, bowing his head in apology for his inadequacy. A fresh wound, oozing blood, marred his chest, yet for one of his stature, it was merely a minor injury, swiftly clotting and healing. However, his expression had grown somewhat dazed, his gaze vacant. Unlike a decade ago, when he could attribute his defeat to Figo's cunning, their recent brief clash had starkly illuminated the widening chasm between them. Figo could now decisively overwhelm him, triumphing in a straightforward manner, given merely a modicum of time. The decade of arduous training he had undergone was intolerable to accept. Raoul has also progressed, with both physique and offensive capabilities evidently enhanced, possibly advancing from SSR-4 to SSR-5. 3 generals, is it? Fewer than I had anticipated. Has the special army of the Celestial Dragons not stationed here? Figo pondered. Meanwhile, a tempest of fury threatened to cloud Mendez's judgment. Noticing Figo's silence, he turned his gaze towards the two warships that had approached the base of the Red Soul continent. Bellowing, "O family, what exactly do you intend to do?" From the ships, members of the O family descended, joining Figo's side, and a contingent of sailors, led by Mia, disembarked and took their positions behind them. No one responded to Mendez. The sailors stood resolutely, undaunted by the five elders' authority, silently affirming their stance. Figo did not retract his blade. Instead, he directed the tip of the knife towards the five elders above, specifically the central figure, St. Charloran. St. Charloran, in turn, rested his hand upon the hilt, casting a cold, menacing gaze at Figo. The inquiry about our intentions leads me to question the intelligence of the supreme rulers of the world government, Mendez bin Saint. After a moment of silence, Figo spoke slowly. The reasons for our arrival are abundantly clear to you. We merely wish to impart a truth. Not every Marine cowers before the authority of the world government. In the face of injustice and unreasonable commands, there are those who dare to draw their swords. The sound of unsheathing blades echoed continuously. Figo and the soldiers behind the O family, draw your blades. The expression of the five elders shifted dramatically. A low murmur arose among the guards behind them. The supreme commander, Mocha, could not refrain from stepping forward, urging, "O family, must you truly take it this far? You know what I know." The O family patriarch interjected, smiling at this veteran of the same era. "It has been decades since we last clashed. In our youth, you were always at a disadvantage against me. Now, it seems your physical condition surpasses this old frame of mine. Should a conflict erupt, you might just have a chance to best me this time." Mocha's body tensed, letting out a soft sigh. St. Charloran descended the steps. The authority of the world government is not to be trifled with. The previous actions of Mendez were indeed inappropriate. We are not unwilling to offer you fairness. However, the moment you stormed the sacred ground and drew your swords, you became rebels that must be dealt with. Gaston Figo. "O family." A commanding voice resonated from St. Charloran, and as he approached, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki emanated from him, pressing down upon all present. Could it be that even the five elders, who submit to him, could exude such a powerful presence? Figo was somewhat taken aback and stepped forward, cautiously ascending the fractured stone steps. The surging imperial hue burst forth, clashing with the presence of St. Charloran, igniting the very heavens with a tempest of color. Justice? No. If it were truly justice, Raoul would not have rushed here at such speed, intent on intercepting us beyond the Red Earth. If it were justice, you would have been the first to appear for a direct dialogue with us. The justice you speak of is merely a trivial compensation, a mere act of charity. There is no difference. The five elders and the lower-tier celestial dragons are alike, brimming with condescension and arrogance. St. Charloran let out a low hum, his aura gradually reaching its zenith as he drew his sword. A piercing resonance erupted as two obsidian blades met, yet they did not make contact. When the blades were a mere half-meter apart, two crimson lightning bolts intertwined at their center, tearing and ultimately bursting into a spherical explosion. The fierce shockwave expanded outward, obscuring the vision of all present. The AO family pushed forward, while Raoul conjured a wall of wind, redirecting the terrifying forces into the sky, shrouding it in ominous clouds. At the epicenter of the collision, the pristine stone steps vanished, leaving behind a colossal crater, reminiscent of a meteorite impact. Boom, boom, boom. Figo staggered back 3 steps, each footfall sinking deep into the earth. Yet, St. Charloran remained steadfast, coldly and grimly observing Figo. Is this all? Above, Mendez, the saint of the five elders, displayed a glimmer of exhilaration. Kill him, and it will all be over, Charloran. However, in the next moment, his expression abruptly shifted. Figo sheathed his sword, empty-handed, and beckoned Raoul above. Come together, one is insufficient. If you possess national treasures, bring them forth. If I'm as truly formidable, let him emerge. This is still insufficient. St. Charloran frowned slightly, tightening his grip on the sword as he recalled Figo's intelligence report. It is well known that the sword Figo carries at his waist is merely ornamental. The incessant thunder soon enveloped the sacred land of Mariewa. A week later, a significant news event sent shockwaves throughout the world. A seaquake struck near Mariewa, the seat of the world government, demolishing a quarter of the sacred buildings. Mendez, the saint of the five elders, suffered severe injuries during the quake and was compelled to withdraw from the ranks of the five elders, with Raoul assuming his position. Could a seaquake truly injure a member of the five elders? People found it hard to believe. Powerful figures of the sea began their investigations, Yet both the world government and the Navy remained tight-lipped, leaving no one aware of what transpired that day. Half a month later, another major news story captivated the world's attention. Vice Admiral Dog of the Navy passed away at the age of 88. On the day of his death, thousands of sailors donned black mourning attire, and naval branches across the globe bowed in respect, bidding farewell to the venerable Admiral Dog, who devoted his life to the Navy and inspired countless young sailors. In a small town along the Grand Line, a boy holding a newspaper rushed into a home. Jibek. Jibek, look at this old man in the newspaper. Isn't he the one from over 9 years ago on the warship? The blonde-haired boy before him was packing his belongings. As if preparing for a journey, Valanso, I've seen it, just a fraud, preaching about justice while the Sanus was captured by them. Valanso hesitated. Jibek. Don't be too quick to believe what Brother Awo says. The Sanus mentioned she was going to find her brother. She might have reunited with him by now. Just words of comfort, Jibek said, touching the pendant around his neck. Valanso, I'm setting sail. Will you join me? You are my best friend. Setting sail? Becoming a pirate? Valanso exclaimed in shock. But we're only 12. ISNT that a bit too. Jibek shook his head, confidence radiating from his youthful face. I can't wait any longer. Besides, the two of us won't be weaker than anyone. Indeed, that's certain. Valanso hesitated for a few seconds before gritting his teeth. All right, I'll go with you, Jibek. Jibek smiled with delight. Then, don't call me Jibek anymore. Valanso paused, then quickly replied loudly. Yes, Captain Rox. In the year 1439 of the sea calendar, the 12-year-old Rox D. Jibek set sail to become a pirate. A new era had begun. Chapter 59, The Two Elders of Impel Down in the year 1464 of the sea calendar. A naval ship gently docked at the first-level platform of Impel Down. Young Navy Colonel Monkey D. Garp, brimming with spirit, commanded his subordinates to escort the notorious pirate, with a bounty of 180 million berries, onto the vessel. Be careful. This one is no ordinary foe. He can unleash strange electric currents, warned a sailor to the guards. Fear not, for this is Impel Down. We have imprisoned several fur-tribe pirates before, the guards responded nonchalantly. As the world's foremost prison, Impel Down was notorious. A place that sent shivers down the spines of pirates worldwide, having housed many with bounties of around 1 billion. It seemed the fur tribe was not a novelty for them. This was Garp's first time escorting a prisoner here. As he surveyed the first level's arrangement, his attention was suddenly drawn to two figures ahead. One appeared to be in his 70s, with hair as white as snow and a remarkably strong physique. Yet he held a cup in both hands, sipping a green liquid tea? A supplement? The other figure appeared younger, perhaps in his 50s. Yet he bore the shackles of a prisoner, and strangely, the guards had entrusted the escorting of the infamous pirate to him, allowing prisoners to escort prisoners? Garp murmured, only to see the middle-aged prisoner casually remove a hand from the chains, scratch his head, and then return it, his eyes widening in disbelief. What peculiar hobby is this? Who do you call a prisoner? A guard replied angrily. This is your first time at Impel Down? ISNT it, you rude fellow. That is our legendary figure. The world's strongest man, the first director, Lord Figo. The director is the strongest? Humph. The tales of the director could fill 3 days and nights, but since you, young sailor, wish to hear it, I shall indulge you. I never asked to hear it, Garp chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. But the sailors grew indignant. Show some respect to Colonel Garp. Huh. A horde of guards glared at them. The sailors felt a pang of fear. Garp quickly laughed heartily. Ha ha, it's fine. So, this first director, what was his name again? What stories does he have? His demeanor caused the guards' expressions to soften. His name is Gaston Figo. He was one of the first recruits to enter Impel Down when it was established 50 years ago. 50 years. How old is he this year? Haha. It seems unbelievable. The chief has created a 7th style beyond the 6, a return to life. With a mastery over his body so profound that the passage of time has slowed for him, no one can discern his true age. Remarkably, the chief is now a venerable 70 years old. The creator of the return to life? 70? Garp is intrigued, and his attentive demeanor encourages the guards to divulge more. Let me recount a few events to illustrate the chief's formidable strength. Approximately 42 years ago, when the chief was a mere 28, he happened upon a vacation during which he witnessed the world government deceitfully manipulating the giant race. Enraged, he exposed their treachery, inciting the wrath of the world government. They dispatched an admiral to apprehend him, yet they were unaware that this 28-year-old had quietly amassed power rivaling that of an admiral. The ensuing confrontation resulted in a stalemate. And with the backing of his mentor, Rear Admiral Doug, the world government begrudgingly permitted the chief to return and oversee Impel Down. To stand toe-to-toe with an admiral at the age of 28? The Marines were astounded, captivated by the tale. The guards were animated in their discussion. Today, many young people are unfamiliar with the name Rear Admiral Doug, only learning of his legacy when studying the Six Styles. But they know of the thousands of Marines who honored him at his passing. However, Doug's grandson, the renowned Steelbone Kong, recently ascended to the rank of Admiral. Admiral Steelbone Kong? But few realize that his rise to power was solely due to the chief's guidance during his youth. The chief is Steelbone Kong's only mentor. The guards proudly asserted. The Marines were even more astonished, such a figure hidden within Impel Down? How had they not heard of him? The guards quickly clarified. The origins of this tale trace back to the chief's disruption of the world government's actions against the Giants. The government, unable to exact punishment on the chief, harbored resentment towards Rear Admiral Doug, who had defended him. As Doug approached his final days, the world government, in a cowardly act, forbade the chief and Doug's students from attending his last rites, especially the chief. Infuriated, the chief left Impel Down, and following a confrontation with the five elders, he single-handedly stormed Mariehua. Incredible. Is that truly the case? And then, the guards smirked with a sense of pride. At 28, the chief could match an admiral in combat. The five elders, having learned from this encounter, dispatched 3 admirals to subdue him. Yet, they could not have anticipated that the now 45-year-old chief, having reached the pinnacle of his power, could single-handedly confront 3 admirals. The battle was cataclysmic, shrouding the Holy Land in chaos, lasting for a grueling 10 days and nights without a clear victor. The 5 elders, exasperated, could only beseech the chief for negotiations. Disillusioned by the series of events, the chief resolved not to disrupt the world's peace. Since Rear Admiral Doug's passing, he had confined himself to Impel Down, emerging only occasionally to champion the cause of the wrongfully imprisoned. Yet, under the deliberate neglect of the world government, Marines like you have gradually forgotten the existence of the great chief. One man, standing against 3 admirals. The Marines struggled to process this revelation, utterly astonished. Remarkable. The young guards, however, found it hard to believe such tall tales. As they escorted a prisoner downstairs, Jean Chia, clutching a thermos, remarked incredulously, am I exaggerating? Figo withdrew his right hand from the chains, twirling it casually before tossing it aside, stating, the facts align closely with what the guards have recounted, do they not? Far from it. Jean Chia retorted, do you think we, the witnesses, have lost our memories? Confronting 3 admirals? Why not add the marshal to that list? Confined to Impel Down? Surely, that is not the basis for negotiation. He chuckled at his own words, while Figo shook his head in amusement. The prisoner, sensing their disdain, resolved to resist. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through him, rendering the sea-stone chains ineffective. He charged at Figo, but in a blur. He felt a sharp pain and collapsed, losing consciousness without ever perceiving the source of the attack. Jean Chia lightly kicked the prisoner. In recent years, many fur tribe pirates have been captured here. They are not a common sight on the seas. Who knows? Perhaps it relates to the tale of the moonlit hunter that circulates over the ocean? Figo, having subdued the bull-headed prisoner, dismissed him into a cell, locking the door. Benefit: Fur Tribe Power, Rare, 772755, Level 3 Fur Tribe Youth. I had no choice but to alter my narrative. The world government seeks to obscure the truth, and I merely refine my experiences, Figo explained. Jean Chia was speechless. The new truth he had fabricated would likely be even less palatable to the world government. Haha. Well then, old Jean, I must take my leave for a while. Figo chuckled once more. Leaving again? Jean Chia was taken aback. Oh. The young carp bears some resemblance to the future carp, yet Figo recognized him immediately. Unbeknownst to them, 50 years had already passed. Figo, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, Old Jean, perhaps I will not return from this trip. The position of director will henceforth be yours. Jean Chia rolled his eyes, too apathetic to respond. After Figo departed, the 74-year-old Jean Chia leisurely lifted his thermos, taking a sip of the nourishing concoction within. You have been saying the same words to me for nearly 40 years. Yet I remain the deputy director. I suspect your sincerity. Chapter 60. The Figo Accord. Is it truly a fabrication? How could someone like this never have been mentioned before? No. I seem to vaguely recall a significant event that occurred over 20 years ago, one that the world government and the naval headquarters meticulously concealed. If I calculate the timeline, it aligns perfectly. Is it genuine? On the naval vessel returning to headquarters, the sailors were abuzz with excitement over the revelations they had just encountered in Advanced City. A sailor inquired, Colonel Carp, have you heard the tale of this inaugural director? Carp mused, standing at the bow, scratching his head in contemplation. The sailors held their breath, anticipating his response. Suddenly, a rhythmic snoring filled the air. "Is he asleep?" the sailors exclaimed, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. With a loud pop, a bubble burst on Carp's nose, waking him from his slumber. He surveyed the curious sailors around him and burst into laughter. "Ah, I might have heard something about it, or perhaps not. I'm going back to my cabin for a nap. Summon me when we arrive at headquarters." The sailors watched him depart, bemused. Upon entering his quarters, Carp was taken aback to find a figure seated on his bed, one hand cradling his donut bag, while the other incessantly stuffed donuts into his mouth. A chain dangling from the hand holding the bag. Carp's face flushed with anger. "Why are you stealing my donuts?" "Because they are delicious," Figo replied. "Fair enough." Carp conceded, nodding in agreement as he hurried over to snatch a donut for himself. In a minute, the donuts were nearly gone. Carp reached for an empty space. Momentarily dazed, and then abruptly stared at Figo in astonishment, his eyes widening. "What are you doing on my ship?" "Just enjoying the donuts," Figo responded. Figo's response was expected. Carp felt something was amiss, yet he could not articulate what it was. Moments later, the warship passed through the gate of justice, and Carp, along with the entire crew of Marines, stared in disbelief as Figo leapt into the water, absurdly sprinting across the surface, growing ever more distant. They exchanged glances, wide-eyed and speechless. "What? He has gone out again." At the Navy headquarters, in the office of the 74-year-old Admiral Raoul, he clutched his chest and shouted angrily. The mere mention of Figo's name sent pangs of pain through the scar left on his chest. After hanging up the phone, Raoul swiftly dialed the Gorosei, a task he performed with practiced ease. Soon after, in Mariewa, the new generation of the Gorosei convened. Gaston Figo had become increasingly outrageous, entirely disregarding the agreements of yesteryear. "The chains have become his toys," Raoul pointedly remarked, "and the perpetual confinement of Impel Down has been cast aside." Initially, Figo had been relatively stable, leaving Impel Down only once every few years, but recently, his departures had become alarmingly frequent, with this latest one occurring a mere 4 months after the last. What did he consider Impel Down to be? His own kingdom? His own home? The other 4 did not echo his sentiment. The events of 25 years prior were a humiliating history the world government preferred to keep buried. The esteemed ruling body, the Gorosei, had ultimately been compelled to compromise with the Marines, signing a contract internally dubbed the Figo Agreement. This contract stipulated that the Navy headquarters would collaborate with the world government to conceal the truth, while Figo would remain confined to Impel Down for life. This was the world government's veil of shame. As a price for this arrangement, one of the Gorosei, Mendez Ben Saint, was to step down early. The Navy headquarters would hold a state funeral for Doug, and the families of those Marines who perished in the demon-slaying order would receive the highest compensation possible. Moreover, a new chief of staff position would be created, with Mia appointed to it. Simultaneously, Mia would assume the role of instructor for the elite corps, spreading the ideals of justice. Over the past 25 years, countless Marines had awakened to their self-awareness, and even Admiral Raoul found himself powerless to intervene. Now, Figo repeatedly violated the agreement and transformed Impel Down into his private domain. Yet, what could they do? The previous generation of the Gorosei had already been nailed to the pillar of shame. They were unwilling to suffer the same fate. Raoul often sought to incite the 4 of them to take action, but they were far from foolish. One Gorosei interjected. "There is no need to repeatedly discuss Gaston Figo. 25 years have passed, and that batch of Marines has aged or perished. In 10 or 20 years, with Figo and Mia both gone, the issue will resolve itself. With several decades remaining before the resurgence of the King of Heaven and the King of the Sea, we and our successors have ample time to restore the Navy to its rightful path. Indeed, while Gaston Figo may occasionally leave Impel Down, his excursions are minor matters, and we can take the opportunity to select some prisoners from Impel Down. 25 years ago, Shaler Lin and Raoul had struggled to defeat him easily. Now, he evidently possessed strength equal to or even greater than his peak. How could they restrain him? According to the former Gorosei speculations, Figo's willingness to negotiate back then was not solely due to concerns about the declining strength of the O family and Mia. He likely sensed the presence of Lord Emu. Knowing fear, he refrained from committing further atrocities, and thus, we need not provoke him. Raoul felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He was undoubtedly aware of this, yet he felt frustrated. Originally, as a member of the Gorosei managing the Navy and Impel Down, his authority should have been paramount. But what had it become? All due to Mendez Ben Saint. After a moment of restraint, he could only say, Let us keep an eye on him as before and urge him to return swiftly. As for the slave ship currently sailing the seas, that was unfortunate. Additionally, regarding the missing child from CP0, meanwhile, Steelbone Kong received the notification, expertly assembling the Marines and setting sail. Gazing at the azure sea, he wore an expression of helplessness. Over the years, he had been tasked with pursuing Figo almost every time he ventured out. The Gorosei clearly did not expect anyone to retrieve Figo, merely hoping that Kong's identity as the grandson of a certain individual would instill some caution in Figo. Even after his promotion to admiral, the situation remained unchanged. This time, there was a newcomer aboard his warship. Monkey D. Carp, I've heard of you, Kong remarked. You graduated with distinction from the elite class last year, promptly receiving the rank of colonel. Over the past year, you've led your ship to capture numerous pirates with bounties nearing 100 million. And you are on the verge of accruing enough merit for a promotion to admiral, possessing formidable potential in both physical combat and hockey. Is Uncle Figo aboard your ship leaving Impel Down? Yes. Carp turned slightly, pointing. He seems to be running in the direction the ship is presently sailing. I understand. Kong replied. His routes after leaving Impel Down are fairly consistent. He will first head to Sabaody. He requires a ship. Stealing a ship at Sabaody? Carp exclaimed. Uncle Figo possesses an extraordinary range of observation hockey, extending over 100 miles. Even in the vast ocean, he can swiftly locate a slave ship or pirate vessel bound for Sabaody. 100 miles. Carp gasped. Meanwhile, on a slave ship traversing the ocean, a lookout stared in astonishment at the distance. Sir, there's someone running on the surface of the sea. What? A plump slave trader seized the telescope, his expression shifting. A rare species? A devil fruit user? Is he a runaway slave? He appears to be quite valuable. Bring the ship closer. Capture him. Chapter 61. The King of the Sea. The slave ship was presented with two choices upon sighting him. The wise would flee, while the foolish would attempt to capture him. Yet, regardless of the choice, anyone ensnared by him would undoubtedly meet annihilation. On the warship, Steelbone Kong continued to explain to Carp, after seizing the slave ship. Uncle Figo will be delayed for a while. Among the captured slaves, there are not only innocent civilians but also notorious pirates and even undercover agents planted by slave traders. Having guarded Impel Down for 50 years, Uncle Figo possessed an unparalleled sensitivity to evil. He typically chose to release all slaves before suddenly commanding them to return to their cells, discerning the good from the wicked through their subtle expressions. On the slave ship, guards lay scattered, defeated, while the slave trader had fainted from fear. Figo methodically unlocked the cages of the enslaved individuals. Inside, the once despondent and numb captives could hardly believe their deliverance as they were on the verge of being sent to the somber islands. Among the slaves were the elderly, children, strong men, maidens, and even a merman. They emerged from their confinement, overflowing with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. What is your name, benefactor? We have been saved. Hold your gratitude for a moment, Figo interjected, pointing back at the cells. Return to your quarters. The chorus of thanks and sobs came to an abrupt halt. As the captives exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had angered their savior, fear flickered in many eyes. Had they merely escaped one perilous den only to stumble into another? A few among them, however, glanced at the shackles that had bound them, a glint of defiance igniting in their gazes. There will always be foolish souls who underestimate Uncle Figo's prowess, attempting to ambush him and thereby sealing their own fates. The others, obediently returning to their cells, would only be released again after another round of scrutiny, with Figo reassuring them, do not fear, you are safe now. With a warm smile directed at the apprehensive freed slaves, whose criminal records were all rated below 3, he asked, does anyone possess knowledge of navigation? Even a little will suffice. We must set sail from here. The newly liberated individuals hesitated, casting glances at their unconscious captors within the cells. After a brief silence, a robust man timidly raised his hand, stuttering, I have served as a helmsman. I can handle the sails. I can row. Please do not imprison us again. You shall not be confined any longer, Figo replied with a gentle smile. This luxurious slave ship is equipped with its own propulsion, so oars are unnecessary. Those locked inside are likely pirates. You, however, are mere civilians. Rest assured, you are free. You can return to your homeland and resume your former lives. Believe it wholeheartedly. His words bore an infectious fervor, causing the freed slaves to remain momentarily stunned before their eyes brimmed with tears once more. The girls wept softly, and the children cried out joyfully. After this emotional release, Uncle Figo granted the liberated individuals some time to compose themselves. Should none among the captives possess the ability to steer a ship, he would need to invest additional time teaching them the basics before they could navigate the vessel. Kong continued to relay to Karp, with this buffer period, under normal circumstances, we, who set sail from the Navy headquarters, should be able to locate them if our course does not fortuitously lead us astray. Steelbone Admiral, a suspected slave ship intercepted by Director Figo. At that moment, the lookout shouted across the deck. Indeed, that was remarkably precise. Karp marveled at Kong, wondering if this was the judgment of an admiral. Yet, Kong's expression remained grave, his heart burdened by resignation. You see my accurate analysis, but you do not witness the countless times I have honed this skill. While explaining this to Karp, a thought crossed his mind. Historically, whenever Figo emerged from Impel Down, he would sprint across the sea without ever commandeering a naval vessel. Now, not only had he boarded a warship, but he also engaged in brief dialogue with Karp. Could it be that Uncle Figo recognized Karp's latent potential and took an interest in him? Reflecting on Karp's growth, he realized they were indeed quite similar, their strengths comparable at their respective ages. However, the pivotal difference lay in Karp's upbringing, having been guided closely by Dog. Whereas Karp had risen from the ranks of the Navy's recruit camp, initially serving as a mere Marine in the East Blue. From this perspective, Karp's innate talent in combat and hockey might even surpass his own. There were numerous examples of admirals swiftly ascending to vice admiral status only to exhaust their potential. And Kong merely hoped that in the near future, Karp would succeed him in the pursuit of the ever-elusive Figo. Chasing after Figo was no simple task. The warship altered its course, swiftly heading toward the direction of the slave ship spotted by the lookout, who had also begun to navigate the waters. The distance between the two vessels gradually diminished. Yet, Kong's demeanor grew serious, his hands clasped behind his back as he stood at the bow, warning. But do not presume that this will ensure our successful pursuit of Uncle Figo. He never allows himself to be easily caught before fulfilling his objectives. He is one of the strongest swordsmen in the world and among the finest navigators. The combination of these two attributes yields an extraordinarily formidable effect. A swordsman and the best navigator? Karp mused, gazing out at the distant slave ship, where he faintly discerned Figo standing at the stern, casually drawing his blade and slicing through the air above the ocean. Two arcs of slashing energy soared forth. In the far distance, the sea roared with tumultuous waves. He will not directly attack us, but rather engage us in a game. Kong's voice grew louder, the sky ahead darkening ominously. He can use the most mundane of slashes to evaporate seawater, creating updrafts that clash and form rain clouds in the sky, even altering the weather itself. As Kong's voice crescendoed, the atmosphere thickened with foreboding. Be cautious. A storm is approaching, he bellowed. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck down. The once clear sky transformed into a dark void. Large droplets of rain lashed against Karp's face, the warship surging violently upon the tumultuous waves. Karp raised his arm to shield himself from the tempest, his eyes wide with astonishment, caught off guard yet again. Incredible! Truly astounding. Is this something a human can achieve? Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the waters surrounding the slave ship remained eerily calm. Figo sat cross-legged at the stern, sheathing his black blade. Navigation skill, 50,000, level 5. King of the Seas, max level. Unlike physical prowess and swordsmanship, navigation skills possess a lower cap. While the weather in the pirate world is notoriously capricious, it ultimately remains finite. The knowledge of navigation is limited. Reaching a level of 50,000 does not require 100,000 points. It merely demands 50,000. Upon achieving this milestone, navigation skills can ascend no further. In other words, as long as Figo converts these 50,000 points into tangible data and amasses sufficient experience, he will undoubtedly command the most comprehensive knowledge of navigation in the pirate world. Drawing his black blade, he casually executed 2 more slashes, thickening the clouds above. Figo chuckled with a mischievous grin. Once again, it is a delightful journey, little Kong-chan. Chapter 62, Roguetown. A few days later, aboard the warship, Karp collapsed in the cabin, clumsily wiping his face, his complexion pale and somewhat numb. Heaven knows what he had endured. Storms, tsunamis, thick fog, thunder and lightning, extreme cold, and attacks from sea kings. The extreme dangers faced at sea within just a few days surpassed the cumulative threats he had encountered over the past decade. Even with a robust physique, he was beginning to feel the strain. Yet, the sailors on board, even the lieutenants and soldiers, appeared to take it all in stride, skillfully navigating the warship and deftly avoiding one peril after another. It can be said that they truly lived up to the reputation of a great admiral's crew, having grown accustomed to such challenges. Steelbone Kong pushed open the door and entered. "Kid, are you all right?" "Yes, just fine," Carp exclaimed upon seeing him. Springing to his feet as if rejuvenated, eagerly inquiring, "Is it time for dinner, Admiral Steelbone?" "Not yet," Kong replied. Carp plopped back down, exasperated. "Still not ready? I'm so hungry. Admiral Steelbone, how many more days until we catch up with that warden of Impel Down? He has conjured so many storms. Why hasn't he managed to shake us off? Indeed, if they were to sail in a straight line, it would be easy to elude us. However, along the way, Uncle Figo's observation hockey continuously detects the pirate crews they encounter, leading to their capture, which naturally consumes time and allows us to close the gap repeatedly. Steelbone Kong replied, calculating the time. "It should be soon. The cells aboard that slaver ship should be nearing capacity. And he is likely approaching the destination of this voyage." Capacity? This is the first time I've heard that someone set sail with the goal of filling the cells on their ship. One must commend the warden of Impel Down. Or perhaps the strongest in the world. Figo's cargo is not merely a conventional load, as the emptiness within his heart suggests. In the distant sea, a foreboding pirate ship sails forth, its flag emblazoned with a skull and two crossed axes, signifying the identity of the double-axe pirate crew. The captain and first mate of this crew are a pair of towering twin brothers, each exceeding 3 meters in height and remarkably strong, wielding colossal axes as their weapons, earning them a modicum of fame in the first half of the Grand Line. "Brother, there appears to be a ship ahead," the younger sibling, Jishu, remarked, gazing towards the distant waters. "Is it a pirate ship?" inquired his elder brother, Jide. "I don't see a pirate flag." This decoration seems reminiscent of a slave ship." He noted. "A slave ship? Should we steer clear?" asked Jishu. "No need. While we have no desire to provoke those slave traders, it is they who should avoid us upon encountering our presence," Jide proclaimed, moving to the bow of the ship and laughing heartily. "We are notorious pirates with a bounty of 60 million. Those slave traders would not dare target us." "Indeed, brother," they exclaimed in unison. 2 minutes later, the brothers found themselves being hoisted by Figo, tears streaming down their faces in regret for their earlier bravado. "Slave traders, where are you? What is this madness?" Figo urged them to squeeze in closer. "Squeeze in." The brothers glanced up, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Before them stood 2 rows of cages, a total of 20 holding slaves, crammed to the brim in a literal sense. "Why are they all stacked together like that?" Jide exclaimed. "Wait, is that the bounty of 76 million for Grey Sword Mike? And that foaming at the mouth fellow is Iron Head Latham, with a bounty of 90 million? Unbelievable. Even 170 million. Soon enough, they lost interest in their astonishment at the prisoners as Figo opened a relatively empty cell, using his body to block the inmates from surging out while he shoved the twins inside. The scene resembled a rush hour bus, if not worse. "I can hardly breathe," they gasped. Finally satisfied that the cell was full, Figo shut the door and clapped his hands. "Well, this expedition shall suffice for now. Continuing further would surely frighten the civilians. We are nearing our destination. Full speed ahead." "Oh, have we entered the doldrums?" Aki remarked, surprised. "Are we heading to the East Blue? This direction could accommodate so many pirates, returning captured slaves only to the Rogtown branch of the Navy. Adjust course to Rogtown, full speed ahead." Furthermore, the highest-ranking officer stationed at Rogtown is Colonel Valente. Immediately contact him using the transponder snail to explain the situation. Kappa was taken aback. The East Blue was his home, and he was quite familiar with Rogtown. Before being reassigned to headquarters, he had spent some time there. What a coincidence. "Steelbone, is this Figo Sr. from the East Blue?" Kapu inquired. Aki shook his head. "I have not delved into that." "Isn't he your mentor?" Aki recalled the lessons imparted by Figo during their time in the hospital and nodded gently. "Indeed, he is my mentor. Though our time together was limited." "I see. So he truly could single-handedly battle 3 admirals?" Aki paused, then chuckled softly. "The tales of Impel Down have taken on another version? To single-handedly face 3 admirals? That instance could only be considered a duel against 2, and he was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been shackled and remained in Impel Down for 25 years. Nonetheless, that is still remarkable." Having attained the strength equivalent to an admiral, Aki now understood how formidable Figo was, having once engaged both Raoul and Chaler in combat, managing to keep them at bay long enough for negotiations. At such a level, merely possessing physical prowess and vitality creates a chasm between him and the average person. Even with a clear advantage, resolving a confrontation without over a day and night of fighting remains arduous. When the number of adversaries increases from 1 to 2, the difficulty does not merely double, it escalates exponentially. Engaging two opponents means one cannot consistently inflict damage on a single target. Both could alternate as the primary aggressors, recovering while fighting, and even the strongest would be gradually worn down if their attacks were to synchronize. They could inflict severe injury upon an equally ranked opponent in an instant. No one can contend with two admirals simultaneously, let alone three. Not even Figo can manage that. Aki held firm in his belief. Yet, to Kapu, he remarked, that is indeed the case. In this world, there are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. Yet Uncle Figo undoubtedly stands atop that pinnacle. Keep striving, young one. On the coastline of Rog Town in the East Blue, a small boat bobbed at the dock where a young man with golden hair lay asleep. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps jolted him awake. He furrowed his brow and sat up, observing a battalion of over 100 naval soldiers marching in formation along the shore, led by a colonel. The young man's expression shifted dramatically as he crouched at the edge of the boat, secretly watching with a hint of tension. His name was Silbaz Rayleigh. 20 years of age, recently rendered homeless by pirates who had burned down his house. He had stolen this small vessel to wander aimlessly, treating it as his home, and had only recently arrived in Rock Town. But what was happening? Did I not merely steal a boat? Why does it seem as though the entire naval branch of Rock Town is mobilizing? Chapter 63. Rayleigh. I thought the Navy was coming to capture me. It appeared they were not there to apprehend him. After observing for a while, Rayleigh gradually relaxed. The marching soldiers seemed more like they were awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Exactly. I am not a wanted criminal. He took a swig from his flask to steady himself, feigning calm as he straightened up and made eye contact with the naval colonel who had turned his gaze towards him. Sir, what is happening? Do not be alarmed. Is this boat yours? Yes, of course it is mine. Then, could you kindly move it a bit in that direction? A large ship will be docking shortly. Colonel Valente, stationed at Rog Town, spoke with a gentle demeanor, and Rayleigh complied. In truth, he wished to paddle away from the area outright, but his provisions were not yet replenished, and he feared showing any sign of cowardice. Thus, he unmoored the vessel and pushed off the shore, swiftly rowing in the direction indicated by Valente while maintaining a respectful distance. Valente, however, felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. As a 30-something colonel overseeing a significant branch like Rog Town, he had achieved success at a young age. Yet he had never had the opportunity to engage with Admiral Steelbone. Moreover, the transponder snail had mentioned that before Steelbone's arrival, the director of the underwater prison, Impel Down, would arrive first, instructing him to gather all naval personnel at Rog Town to receive a ship carrying a considerable number of pirates. The order held an air of peculiarity. He was unfamiliar with the director of Impel Down by position. He was indeed of equal standing to an admiral or even a fleet admiral. However, why would someone overseeing a prison suddenly travel to Rog Town with a large contingent of pirates? Moreover, one may ponder the extent of the gathering, questioning whether it truly warrants such an extravagant reception for the entire Marine Corps. In a state of unease, the silhouette of a large vessel gradually emerged at the horizon. To Valente's astonishment, this ship was not a warship. It appeared to be a slave ship from the Shambadi archipelago. The prominent slave traders of Shambadi pride themselves on serving the celestial dragons, yet they lack subtlety, adorning their vessels in ostentatious splendor that starkly contrasts with typical merchant ships. Valente had encountered such ships on several occasions and, as a man of justice, harbored deep disdain for them. His brow furrowed slightly until the ship drew nearer, at which point he was taken aback upon recognizing a figure standing at the bow, prompting a cascade of memories. A few of his subordinate officers approached him, inquiring about the situation, but he simply shook his head, prepared to receive the ship. As the slave ship gradually docked, Figo leaped onto the shore, and Valente hurried to greet him. Are you the director of Impel Down? Just call me Director Figo, he replied with a smile. Your reaction suggests we have met before. Are you a student of Miss Mia? Is it truly you? Valente said, a hint of excitement evident in his voice. Yes, many years ago, when I was still in the elite training camp, I saw Miss Mia chatting with you. Your appearance has scarcely changed. The chains adorning Figo's wrist were particularly striking. Once seen, they were hard to forget. Pausing for a moment, Valente hesitantly asked, You refer to Miss Mia as sister? Are you her? We were part of the same cohort of recruits in the elite training camp. I am 70 years old this year, Figo chuckled. Valente's eyes widened in astonishment, and his officers stood speechless. Surely this was a jest. Figo appeared to be no more than 40 or 50, hardly resembling a peer of the esteemed Admiral Mia. Well, since you are a student of Miss Mia, I can rest easy about the ensuing matters, Figo continued. This ship is one I seized, and aboard are some slaves I rescued. You are tasked with arranging their return to their homelands, and should any issues arise, I shall have Miss Mia deal with you." He then called out, "Disembark." Understanding dawned upon Valente as he looked at Figo with admiration. Indeed, a friend of Miss Mia. Transforming justice into tangible action by seizing a slave ship. He observed the former slaves disembarking and proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured." A quiet murmur spread among the Marines, reflecting the affinity between leaders and their troops as they noted the expressions of kindness on the faces of the former slaves. This served to soothe the hearts of the liberated individuals, though some still timidly implored, "Benefactor, you have saved our lives. May we follow you?" Among them were strong men and beautiful young women alike. Figo merely shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. "How delightful to contemplate. Many wish to follow me. But this good fortune is not for you. You shall all obediently return home with these Marines." The strong man choked on his emotions, while tears streamed down the face of the young woman. Figo remarked to Valente, "On my way here, I happened to capture some pirates and lock them aboard the ship. Take the sailors on board and temporarily detain them in the prison of Rogue Town. Sort through them and transfer the worthy ones to Impel Down." "Yes," Valente replied loudly, leading his subordinates aboard, reflecting that the captures were merely incidental, not a dedicated escort. "You capture at your leisure. What on earth are these?" In the distance, Rayleigh observed discreetly. "Has a significant figure indeed arrived?" Catching sight of Figo, he quickly stepped aside, his heart racing. "Did he see me? No, surely not." "Stay calm, Rayleigh. You are not a wanted criminal, merely having stolen a ship. There are at least 20 more like it owned by that vile merchant. However, lingering here is unwise." Rayleigh decided to wait for the sailors to return before hastily replenishing his supplies and rowing away from Rogue Town. Soon, he witnessed a stir among the sailors, as they dragged a series of despondent figures from the arriving vessel, seemingly all captured pirates. Although the ship appeared to be a merchant vessel, was that individual truly a naval officer? One pirate was escorted down, then 10, then 100, then 300. Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Figo and then at the seemingly inadequate slave ship. This. I must leave immediately." He leaped ashore and dashed toward the nearby shop. Meanwhile, the extraordinarily long convoy drew the attention of all passers-by. Before the era of great pirates, Rogue Town had not yet transformed into the obligatory sanctuary for all East Blue pirates. Its security remained decent, and residents seldom encountered pirates, let alone so many at once. A young man, with a package slung over his shoulder and a straw hat in hand, stood among the crowd, his mouth agape in astonishment. His name was Gold. Roger, 19 years old, preparing to embark on his adventure, unwittingly caught up in this turn of events. How perilous pirates appear! Yet, a thrill surged within him. As the procession moved on, he grinned widely and continued striding toward the coast. "You continue to escort them, and be cautious to avoid any mishaps. Small Kong will be arriving shortly. I shall fetch him. You need not accompany me." Figo suddenly smiled at Valente. Small Kong? Valente, now a devoted admirer of Figo, looked even more reverent. "Yes. I shall ensure their proper confinement and promptly welcome you and Admiral Sogeking." On the other side, Rayleigh, with freshly acquired provisions, boarded his ship and was about to depart when he was suddenly met with exaggerated exclamations. "Incredible! Amazing! What a grand ship! How beautiful!" Instinctively, Rayleigh turned to the shore, where Roger, twirling his straw hat, stood beneath the massive slave ship, marveling at it. Alas, such a large vessel cannot be manned by just 2 individuals. Roger looked at him. "Your ship is quite commendable. It should withstand a fair degree of storm. Greetings, I am Roger, Gold. Roger, what is your name? Who is this overly familiar child?" Initially, Rayleigh had no intention of engaging, but a thought struck him. 2 individuals cannot sail? Who are those 2? He and I? Is it so natural to contemplate stealing a ship? Suddenly, he found the boy somewhat endearing and replied, "Rayleigh. Rayleigh, is it? Huh, it's settled. We shall set sail on your ship." Roger's face broke into a broad grin. "Let us together stir the world into chaos, Rayleigh. What nonsense is this? So this child is deranged?" Rayleigh was taken aback, his pupils dilating as he glanced behind Roger, his expression hardening. "Whose child are you? Stop spouting nonsense about turning the world upside down. Are you still half asleep? Depart at once, for I intend to become a naval officer. Speak any more foolishness, and I shall arrest you." "Ah, a naval officer?" Roger blinked, sensing something amiss, then abruptly turned around. A tall figure stood there. Chapter 64, The World Weeps. "Ah, sir, I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." Roger gazed up at Figo. "Seen? Certainly." Figo had visited Rogue Town once when Roger was 5 and again when he was 12. It was indeed a curious coincidence that the future pirate king Roger and his first mate Rayleigh were setting sail at this very moment, yet it was not entirely fortuitous. Figo, with a premeditated demeanor, gazed at Rayleigh and inquired, "Do you aspire to join the Navy? A commendable notion. Do accompany me back to the naval headquarters shortly." Rayleigh's eye twitched slightly as he chuckled awkwardly and replied, "You are part of the Navy, aren't you?" "Oh my, the Navy!" Roger exclaimed. "Ah. It just dawned on me. You were amidst the convoy escorting those captured individuals." Figo finally lowered his gaze to him and inquired, "Why do you claim that you wish to turn the world upside down?" Rayleigh, feeling a hint of tension, glanced at Roger. The intricacies of human connections are often elusive. Perhaps it was Roger's simple statement, "The two of us cannot depart," that sparked a sense of affinity within him, leading to a burgeoning concern for this individual. Given that he had witnessed Roger escorting so many pirates, it was prudent not to speak recklessly. Roger paused, locking eyes with Figo, and suddenly let out a chuckle. "I can hear it, you know. This world is weeping." He adjusted the straw hat atop his head. A subtle yet profound aura radiated from him, as if time itself had slowed and space had come to a standstill, rendering everything else around them dull and colorless, leaving only the smiling visage of Roger. Rayleigh stared in astonishment at Roger. This fellow. Abruptly, a faint crack resonated through the air. The atmosphere resumed its flow. Hey, sir, why have you shackled me to you?" Roger exclaimed in astonishment. Figo chuckled. "The world is weeping? You, little rascal, should weep first. What a fool this guy is." Rayleigh cursed inwardly. "Uncle, let me go, let me go." Hey, I won't hold back any longer. I truly won't." With a dull thud, Roger's free fist struck heavily against Figo's arm. "Put some strength into it, Master Rowe," Figo remarked, dragging Roger onto the slave-capturing ship, while a flurry of prison records flashed rapidly through his mind. Indeed, this counts as capturing. Long ago, Figo realized that confining a criminal in a cell was rather inconvenient for activating the prison records, prompting him to seek alternative, more flexible methods. With the inability to find the cage fruit, or any similar fruits, Figo once contemplated carrying a detachable cell with him, assembling it to imprison foes upon defeat. However, this proved too cumbersome. It wasn't until a serendipitous moment that Figo discovered that handcuffing one side to himself while securing the other to the criminal also constituted capturing. In this manner, he became a mobile cell, with the prisoner shackled to him fulfilling the condition of absolute inability to escape. Thus, he became accustomed to wearing handcuffs, never removing them even after leaving Impel Down. Meanwhile, Roger was relentlessly punching and kicking him, which Figo completely ignored, casually perusing Roger's profile while dragging him onto the ship. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, and his steps faltered. Ha, Uncle, did I hurt you? Let me go?" Roger exclaimed triumphantly. Truly a larger version of Luffy, Figo mused, glancing at him before continuing to pull him aboard. "Ah, damn. My wrist hurts. Wait, is this your ship? It's beautiful, Uncle." Roger continued his pointless assaults while expressing curiosity. Only when Figo dragged him to the cage beside the slave ship did he finally grow anxious. "I won't hold back any longer." A heavier punch landed with a resounding thud on Figo's cheek. "Ah, ouch, what is this? Why does my face suddenly feel so hard?" "This is called iron block, a martial arts technique exclusive to the Navy. But alas, you won't have the opportunity to learn it," Figo declared, his fingers exuding dominance as he finally unlocked Roger's cuffs, pushing him into the cage. "Want to turn the world upside down? In you go." Just as Roger fell into the cage, about to be locked in by Figo, an unexpected figure charged in, forcefully colliding with Figo and preventing the cage from locking. Of course, it was Rayleigh. He swiftly pulled Roger up, urging, "Run?" No. Roger, however, disregarded him, gripping Rayleigh's arm, and with a grin on his face, he moved his other wrist, exclaiming, "I'm finally free." "Thank you, Rayleigh, haha. This uncle is truly strong. Let him be our first opponent after we set sail." Damn, it sprouted. Rayleigh felt like a fool himself, warily observing Figo as he warned, "Don't be foolish. We are no match for him. Hurry up. Aren't you planning to join the Navy?" "Why save him?" Figo questioned. Rayleigh chuckled wryly. "I don't know." "Is that so?" Crack. The two hardly comprehended, merely sensing Figo's speed was as swift as his voice. Before they could react, he interposed himself between them, handcuffing Rayleigh with his cuffs. "Oh no." In a panic, Rayleigh drew the sword at his waist, but hesitated slightly, diminishing his strength mid-swing. "You even hold back on me." Figo laughed, flicking Rayleigh's sword aside, then casually tossing Roger away. Unlocking Rayleigh's cuffs, Figo shoved him into the cell just as he had done with Roger. The outcome was identical. At the last moment, Roger desperately tried to collide with Figo. After several attempts, both emerged disheveled. And Roger finally grasped that Figo was not an opponent he could defeat at this moment. Together with Rayleigh, they leapt off the ship. Jumping onto the small boat Rayleigh had previously maneuvered, swiftly rowing away. Water splashed everywhere, and the small boat sped forth like a speedboat, leaving Figo unable to intercept. Watching helplessly as they vanished into the distance. "Uncle, I will defeat you," Roger shouted back at the figure standing at the ship's edge. But upon seeing Figo feign a punch, he quickly tucked his neck and rowed fervently. Figo embraced silence, offering no response. Criminal. Hilbaz Riley level. R9 status. Escaped convict crime index. 2 capture participation. 100 optional skills. Swordsmanship, navigation, theft. Riley's crime index stands at a mere 2. While Roger's is even lower at just 1, likely due to being forcibly classified as such when it falls below 1. Figo is certainly not inclined to extinguish the potential of these fledgling newcomers. Rather, he would find greater satisfaction in traversing the new world, capturing a few ruthless pirates. On one hand, he had briefly entertained the notion of recruiting Rayleigh into the Navy, yet upon their first encounter, Figo quickly realized the impracticality of such an endeavor. Rayleigh, too, is a man who yearns for the sea and the freedom it embodies. Even if Figo were to forcibly enlist him, Rayleigh would inevitably evolve into a figure akin to Luffy or Ace, nurtured by Carp. On the other hand, Figo's purpose here is to secure a position. Even in the midst of a prison break, he would undoubtedly locate the two, regardless of how distant they may be. Criminal. GOLD. Roger rank. R9 status. Escaped crime index. 1 capture participation. 100 possible rewards. Weaving. Aquatic skills. Power of the Dark King. Legendary. Can you hear the world weeping? Figo's observation haki has long attained a level of foresight akin to that of a sapphire, surpassing many others in its potency. Yet, he has yet to grasp even a hint of the realm of hearing the voices of all things. He had long speculated that this was not merely a higher echelon of observation haki. Even the most formidable talents must encounter some limitations. Indeed, a golden legend has surfaced. But why is it referred to as the power of Hades? Among the 3 ancient weapons, isn't Hades a colossal warship? Why not the power of the Celestial King? Figo found himself perplexed. Yet he was acutely aware that he had inadvertently brushed against one of the most profound secrets hidden within this world, the clandestine existence of the D-Clan. However, the notion that they would be the ones to upend the world simply because they heard its cries was utterly out of their league. Chapter 65. The turbulent departure amidst the vastness of the ocean. The novice pirate duo, Roger and Rayleigh, fervently maneuvered their small vessel, propelling it swiftly until their arms grew weary. Only when the imposing ship at the shore and Figo's figure disappeared from their sight did they finally relax. With a resounding splash, they collapsed onto the deck, Rayleigh gazing skyward, his expression one of bewilderment. How had things escalated so swiftly? Am I losing my sanity? A hearty laugh erupted from Roger, who, having released a breath of relief, exuded pure joy. For reasons unknown, Rayleigh's spirits lifted in tandem, and he too burst into laughter. What an infectious character he was. Amidst their laughter, their gazes met. Roger adjusted his fallen straw hat, declaring, "We are safe now. That uncle is truly formidable. We were no match for him. I wonder who suggested he be our first adversary after setting sail." Rayleigh teased in return, feeling at ease. "We will surely defeat him one day," Roger asserted confidently. "Right, first mate? First mate?" Rayleigh was taken aback but did not reject the title. Responding with a chuckle as he sat up, his gaze drifting towards the direction of Rog Town, his expression gradually becoming vacant. 2 seconds later, he shouted, "What opponent? Quick, row the boat. He is coming after us." "Coming after us?" Roger blinked, sitting up to look behind them, only to find Figo sprinting across the water towards them. Equally stunned, running on the ocean's surface, how magnificent. Yet, his reaction diverged from Rayleigh's. After a moment of shock, his eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Hey, uncle. How on earth are you doing that?" Rayleigh suddenly felt as though he had unwittingly invited a thief aboard. He swiftly smacked Roger on the head, shouting, "Run." Roger finally snapped back to reality, settling down to row furiously alongside Rayleigh, yet glancing back occasionally with his head swiveling. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Is that a warship?" "Huh." Rayleigh followed his gaze, his complexion paling. In the distance, a colossal warship was advancing towards them. This was dire. "Turn. We must change course immediately." On the warship, Steelbone Kong stood at the prow, observing the small boat frantically trying to evade them. "Pirates? No, that cannot be." What sort of pirate could escape from Uncle Figo's grasp? He hesitated, pondering whether to assist Figo in intercepting the two, only to notice that Figo was not veering away but rather charging directly towards the warship. His expression turned serious as he shouted, "He is coming. Everyone, protect yourselves." The sailors on board promptly complied, retreating to the cabin, their vigilance heightened. Carp, who stood beside Steelbone, shifted his gaze from Roger and Rayleigh, confusion etched on his face. Steelbone remarked, "Every time I successfully catch up to him, he greets me in a unique manner to gauge my progress. Step back, Carp, you are not ready to withstand this yet. Let us see if Steelbone has improved." Carp thought, instinctively taking a few steps back. He observed Steelbone advance, leaping high from the bow of the ship, executing a moonwalk as he soared through the air towards Figo. Figo smiled, mirroring the action with a leap of his own. "How impressive! He can fly!" Roger exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with awe. Yet, a wave of unease washed over Rayleigh as he pondered the identity of the figure soaring from the warship, questioning why he bore such a striking resemblance to the legendary Admiral Steelbone Kong. What have I gotten myself into? As Carp leaned against the cabin door, the two airborne figures drew closer, their right fists enveloped in a pitch-black armament, poised to collide. With a thunderous boom, their fists met. Crack! A bolt of lightning erupted in the sky, the dark waves of their power expanding outward, engulfing the light. The heavens trembled, yielding to their force. Beneath them, the sea swirled into a vortex, tumultuous waves accompanied by fierce winds and shock waves surged forth, sweeping their small vessel away into the distance. Much to Roger's wide-eyed shock and Rayleigh's horror. On board the warship, Carp braced himself, arms crossed before him, his body pressed tightly against the cabin door. Unable to open his eyes, gritting his teeth as he struggled to maintain his stance against the onslaught of the wind. Was this merely the residual impact from 100 meters away? Is this the power of an admiral? The dark flow emanated from the point of collision, spreading throughout the sky as the flowing armament seemed to stain half the firmament black. Steelbone Kong's expression was grave and resolute, exerting force with his hand, while Figo, slightly furrowing his brow, appeared somewhat dissatisfied. "Little Kong, this time, it seems you Haven-T made much progress since our last encounter." Kong, feeling helpless, managed to respond through gritted teeth. "It has only been 4 months since you last dashed out. How much progress could I possibly make?" "Oh, right, I forgot," Figo chuckled, applying more pressure with his fist, the dark aura erupting like cannon fire, sending a gale that parted the clouds above. Kong was thrust backward onto the warship, staggering slightly to regain his balance. Figo gracefully descended beside him, simultaneously opening the prison file to glance at the empty records. Inmate, none, level, SSR-6, status, escaped. Crime index, 19, capture participation, 100, rewards, armament hockey 340,189,251,433. Character Event 1, completed allows Steelbone Kong or himself to become an admiral. Event Reward, physique. Character Event 2, activated allows Steelbone Kong or himself to become a fleet admiral. Core Event, not yet activated. It is not merely the increase in capture participation that brings supplementary rewards. The inmate strength and the rise in crime index can also yield benefits. After capturing Kong from SR9, each time his strength has markedly improved and his crime index has risen, Figo has been able to gain rewards anew, having compensated over a dozen times already. However, advancing from SSR-6 to SSR-7 is evidently a formidable challenge. At 45 years old, Kong has, to some extent, reached his pinnacle, and SSR-7 likely represents the limit of his potential, making it difficult to obtain supplementary rewards. Time indeed flies, Figo mused, grateful that the crime index remains. As the highest combat power among the Navy admirals, Kong inevitably accumulates a crime index due to accidental injuries sustained during missions. Nevertheless, Figo felt that with merely 4 months having passed, there would be no significant increase in Kong's crime index. So perhaps it would be best not to engage in the cuffed conversation typical of their uncle-nephew relationship just yet. Kong had already warily glanced at Figo's handcuffed arm, relieved that Figo did not indulge in his mischievous tendencies to ambush and tease him with the sea prism stone handcuffs under the pretense of helping him build resistance to the substance. He turned to inquire about Carp's condition while casting a glance at the surrounding waters. The waves had begun to calm. Those two individuals suspected of being pirates had been carried away by the tide. It seemed that Uncle Figo was intentionally sending them off. Was he here to check on the offspring of some innocent pirate left behind in Impel Down? Dozens of kilometers away, soaking wet, Roger and Rayleigh lay in their small boat, gasping for breath. "Incredible! Truly impressive. Roger exclaimed, that old man is remarkable. And we are remarkable as well. Having escaped from him, Rayleigh rolled his eyes, increasingly feeling the weight of uncertainty regarding their future. Their captain was utterly oblivious. Did he really think they could defeat him? Roger paused, a grin spreading across his face, of course. We will definitely grow stronger, brother. Rayleigh, spitting out seawater, managed to smile, only to hear Roger exclaim, finally, we are safe. Safe? You said that before. An unsettling feeling surged within Rayleigh as he sat up, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no. The boat is leaking. Roger. Plug it up. What? Where? No way. I can't swim. What? You're a devil fruit user. No, I'm just not very good at it. Not very good at swimming, and yet you want to see. Ah, haha, he chuckled, still laughing. Hurry, the boat is sinking. Ah, yes, yes. Amidst the chaos and haste, the little boat, laden with dreams, sailed towards the horizon. Chapter 66. The changes brought by Figo. Director Figo. Senior Figo. As the shockwaves from Figo's collision with Kong dissipated, the sailors aboard the warship emerged from the cabins, greeting him with familiarity and warmth. Figo waved in response, saying, It has been a long time. I appreciate everyone's efforts on this journey. It's nothing, really. As long as we can savor the seafood grilled by Director Figo on our way back, it is all worthwhile. The mention of grilled seafood sparked a vivid image in Carp's mind, instantly overshadowing the shock from their earlier collision. The sailors aboard the ship could only marvel at Figo's enthusiasm, acknowledging that their pursuit of him bore its own advantages, despite his weariness. The myriad tempests conjured by Figo have significantly honed the sailors' ability to confront extreme weather conditions. Those who have served aboard his warships are invariably sought after for future assignments, particularly in the unpredictable realms of the New World, where Marines disembarking from his vessels become coveted by vice admirals. On another note, the exquisite taste of Figo's barbecued Sea Kings is truly unforgettable after just one meal. It is the culmination of 50 years of experience. The Marines exchanged greetings with Figo before returning to their posts, maneuvering the warship onward towards Rogue Town. Figo then inquired of Carp, Did you bring any donuts aboard? Carp, instantly alert, responded, They've all been devoured. Figo chuckled and turned to Kong, inquiring, Have there been any significant events in the past 4 months? Kong, sensing that Figo's attitude towards Carp was indeed somewhat different, straightened his expression and replied, The bounty on rocks has once again escalated, now surpassing 2 billion. He has recently defeated the second among the 6 kings of the New World, prompting the remaining 4 to heighten their vigilance and begin coordinating their efforts, suggesting that a grand showdown is not far off. Quite capable, Figo remarked. The so-called 6 kings of the New World emerged from the remnants of the previous era. Following the capture of the 2 notorious pirate kings, Red Loose by Figo, and the dissolution of the Gluttony King S crew, these 6 formidable pirate crews represent a scenario of when the tiger is away, the monkeys become kings, and they are likely of SSR-2 or SSR-3 caliber. A solitary Marine admiral could easily subdue them, even managing 1 against 2. Yet, they are notoriously difficult to apprehend. For over a decade, the 6 factions have subtly supported one another, maintaining a precarious balance in the New World. However, 3 years ago, the Ascending Rocks pirate crew astonishingly shattered one of the 6 kings with tremendous force, sending ripples throughout the entire pirate world. The fall of the old king heralded the rise of a new one, and the other 5 kings tacitly accepted Rock's ascension to the position of the former king. Yet, it is evident that Rock's recent audacious assault on another king signifies his ambition to become the sole ruler among the pirates of the New World. He possesses the strength to vie for that singular title. As a traveler from another world, Figo was well aware of Rocks. This individual, who had once commanded the likes of Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion, was the unparalleled sovereign of an era, known for his extreme brutality and infamous reputation throughout the pirate realm. He even posed a significant threat to the dominion of the world government, ultimately being vanquished only through the combined efforts of Carp and Roger. Figo had long been keeping an eye on him. Individuals like Roger and Rayleigh resembled adventurers rather than pirates. At least prior to the onset of the Great Pirate Era, they leaned towards the side of justice. Presently, the criminal indices of the two should not warrant their capture. It is unreasonable to extinguish their potential based on what they might eventually do, especially since the future would be irrevocably altered by Figo's presence. Thus, after establishing a position, Figo chose to grant them a measure of freedom, allowing them to embark on their own adventures, confident they would not rise to power should their criminal indices escalate. he could swiftly apprehend them for education in Impel Down. However, concerning the notorious rocks, Figo contemplated a preemptive capture. Yet, an unexpected situation arose. Over a decade ago, when he first learned about the rocks pirates, he uncovered two critical pieces of information. First, rocks had once been among the children adopted by the Blue Diamond. Second, the rocks pirates were exceptionally united and possessed a profound sense of justice. They protected many lands tormented by pirates, and wherever they roamed, they struck down the slave trade with thunderous force, inciting the deep ire of the world government. What could have prompted such a transformation? If not for the corroboration from the notorious figures within the confines of Impel Down, Figo would scarcely believe it. His curiosity had been festering for years, and this time, he resolved to witness the new world with his own eyes. Given that he could defeat the two, the remaining four forming an alliance would prove of little consequence. It seemed that the pirate world was on the verge of giving rise to a true sovereign. Contemplating this, Figo addressed Sora. Has there been any response from the world government? With the destruction of numerous underground slave trade markets, surely some individuals must harbor a deep-seated hatred for the rocks pirates? Sora nodded, stating, indeed, Chacamos has been leading a search for them in the New World. However, the rocks pirates typically do not remain in fixed territories, and the intelligence agencies of the world government have been unable to allocate significant resources for their pursuit. I heard CP0 has lost a member. Lost a member? How did that happen? Figo inquired, intrigued. Sora, with a hint of exasperation, replied, they simply went missing. I have just recently learned that CP0 discovered a child with the potential to become the strongest CP0 agent in history. It is said he is merely 10 years old yet possesses strength nearing that of a Marine Admiral, which the world government regards with utmost importance. Figo chuckled. Who said that? Little Kong. You, a genuine naval commander, didn't teach him a lesson? How contemptuous. A 10-year-old naval commander. Even a certain novelist wouldn't dare to write such a thing. What do they think a commander is? Kong shook his head and replied, I truly find it hard to believe, but the information from the government is indeed as such. It is said that this was her first mission or training, and she got lost near Maradi Island in the New World. The government speculates that she may have been lured away by pirates due to her naive nature. Yes, she is a girl named Charlotte Linlin. Figo's expression grew peculiar. If this name were to be considered, possessing the strength akin to that of a great general at the tender age of 10 is indeed not entirely implausible. If one were to inquire about the most exceptional talent within the pirate world, disregarding the unreasonable protagonist group, Figo firmly believes that it must undoubtedly be Charlotte Linlin. The future emperor, Big Mom. She is a natural sovereign who, at merely 5 years of age, had the ability to annihilate an entire village of giants. Endowed with a physique so formidable it defies humanity. Alas, her potential was squandered due to her impaired mental state, suffering from an eating disorder. Figo once came across an article that recounted how she gave birth to her eldest son at the tender age of 18, and by the time she turned 28, she had brought forth a remarkable total of 28 children. Her pregnancies were incessant, often involving multiple births. The decade between her 18th and 28th years coincided with her time in the Rocks Pirates. During that period, it is likely that she endured numerous battles, marking a significant phase of her rapid growth and strength. Could it be that motherhood had no bearing on her development? Perhaps not. Nevertheless, she eventually ascended to the pinnacle of the world, earning her place as one of the 4 emperors. How did she transition into CP0? Ah, right, I captured the nun, who has since perished in Impel Down. Perhaps the starvation she endured hastened her demise. This must surely be a consequence of my influence in her youth. She appeared to be an innocent and endearing child. It is somewhat regrettable. Whether she became CP0 or a pirate, Figo pondered silently before addressing the void. I shall not accompany you to the island. Please keep an eye on the slaves I have rescued and the slave ship I seized. Do not pursue me any further. You will not catch me. If Raoul inquires about the situation, you may inform him directly, including any suspicions regarding my whereabouts, and relay that to the world government as well. The expression on Kong's face shifted, and he watched as Figo leaped back into the water, swiftly gliding away across the surface. Nearby, Carp was momentarily stunned. While the soldiers aboard the ship exchanged bewildered glances, Steel Bone Admiral, why has Director Figo fled again? Indeed, he had vanished once more. Kong gazed at Figo's receding figure, his countenance growing increasingly grave. For the past 25 years, Figo and the world government had maintained an unspoken understanding. Despite being ostensibly imprisoned, Figo would escape from Impel Down every year or two. After completing his affairs, he would be apprehended and returned to his cell. Thus, the world government tacitly accepted his annual escapades as a form of leave. In these 25 years, there had never been a precedent of Figo evading capture and subsequently departing again. Moreover, he had explicitly instructed against pursuit, urging a direct report to the world government. The equilibrium had finally been disrupted. A man of Figo's caliber would not remain confined to Impel Down until death after that agreement. Kong's heart grew heavy with concern. Has the world's strongest, who has been absent for 25 years, finally re-emerged into the public eye? The world shall soon be in turmoil. Chapter 67. Little girl, would you like to eat? At the Holy Land Mary Geos, the 5 elders convened once more. The existence of Figo had led to the most frequent meetings among this generation of 5 elders, each gathering imbued with a palpable tension. This time, however, the atmosphere felt particularly oppressive. After a prolonged silence, Saint Riola slammed his palm on the table. I knew that scoundrel would not settle down quietly and die slowly and Impel Down. How dare he? We have made such considerable concessions to the Navy. Does he believe we are truly incapable of dismantling the current Navy headquarters and rebuilding it? With the AO family gone for over a decade, does he think we cannot eliminate him? How infuriating. Can we not enjoy a tranquil term? The other 4 elders shared his frustration, one stating, the priority now is to determine where he is gone and what his intentions are. Kong replied, I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. He simply stated that Gaston Figo would not allow me to accompany him, and my fleet is entirely unable to pursue or intercept him. That man is the grandson of Doug. Over the years, Gaston Figo has certainly instilled rebelliousness in him, and he certainly would not attempt to stop him. How vexing. Both are disobedient. Mendez Ben Saint has now settled into a quiet retirement, leaving behind this mess for whom to clean up. We should have been bolder back then, seeking assistance from Lord M to eliminate them all. What good are such reflections now? Riola, perceiving the reluctance of the other 4 to shoulder responsibility, after all, Impel Down and Gaston Figo were under his oversight, took a deep breath. Striving to compose himself, he should not cause too much of a commotion. If he intends to undertake anything, he would at least visit the Navy headquarters and meet with Mia. The others looked at him, acknowledging the logic in his reasoning. Continue. Riola's eye twitched. He is a man who lacks subtlety. Even without Kong following, he is likely to encounter and apprehend some pirates along the way. If he were to deliver them to a nearby Navy branch, we could pinpoint his location. The 4 nodded in agreement. And then what? Let's first ascertain his destination. It may not be entirely negative. Riola paused before adding, regardless, that man has a naval background and rarely shows mercy to pirates. Even after establishing a city within a city in Impel Down and treating some pirates well, he has never allowed any of them to leave. If he intends to venture into the New World, we must devise a way for him to encounter the Rock's pirates. Perhaps. Indeed. It would be best if he were to engage in battle with the Rock's pirates. The other 4 elders, having long since the looming threat posed by the Rock's pirates, immediately expressed their concurrence. 5 days later, the 5 elders reconvened. The meeting was convened by the elder responsible for the intelligence division, Saint Noboro, who announced, Gentlemen, I bear both good news and bad news. Gaston Figo has indeed surfaced in the New World, but his location is on Maradi Island. Riola responded, No? How could it happen so swiftly? Is it possible in just 5 days, from Logue Town in the East Sea to the New World? This speed suggests that he must have sprinted across the sea in a manner akin to running on water through the doldrums. Another elder interjected, his capabilities, at least in terms of technique, have surpassed what they were 25 years ago. It will be increasingly challenging to restrain him. That is the bad news, I presume? Noboro paused, then clarified. No, Maradi Island is where Lingling went missing. A sudden silence enveloped the room. The 4 elders glared at him, exasperated. Why have you withheld such crucial information? So the target is that girl? How infuriating. Steelbone Kong must have leaked this information to him while claiming ignorance. Does he intend to bring Lingling back to Impel Down to train her as his successor? That cannot happen. We must absolutely prevent him. Since the incident involving Figo 25 years ago, the world government has grown increasingly urgent about possessing high-level powers beyond the Navy headquarters. After all, had they had an additional top-tier force during that battle, the outcome might have been entirely different. The Divine Army's station position is unique under ordinary circumstances. They cannot be mobilized, and any emergency response would be too late. Thus, the strength of CP0 to CP9 has surged in the past 25 years, particularly CP0, which now boasts several vice-admiral level powers. However, cultivating a top-tier force remains a distant prospect. Therefore, Charlotte Lingling is held in high hopes. Moreover, upon witnessing Charlotte Lingling's extraordinary talents, the five elders aspire for one of their subordinates to emerge as a world's strongest akin to Figo, thereby reinforcing the government's dominion. Consequently, since Lingling was brought to the world government at the age of 5, she has undergone the most rigorous foundational training for 5 years. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, Lingling would not have been allowed to venture out this time. Who could have anticipated that issues would arise on her first outing? How infuriating. We should have prioritized strengthening Charlotte Lingling's mental training much earlier. How is the preparation for Happy Street progressing? We must bring Lingling back before Gaston Figo finds her. No, what if I propose to mobilize Silverfoot Chakamu to the vicinity first? The five elders began deliberating strategies. Meanwhile, on a small island town located hundreds of kilometers away from Mardi Island, a girl cloaked in heavy robes was blissfully savoring a gigantic lollipop. Beside her, a petite blonde girl anxiously bounced on her feet. Listen, Lingling, we cannot attend that food festival at Happy Street. It is clearly a trap, she urged. Remember your previous life, where you were constantly subjected to rigorous training and your meals were strictly controlled. Now, look at these past few days. You can eat whatever you desire. Which is truly more fulfilling? Lingling lowered her head. Right now. Can you still deceive me, sister? Said the girl. If we attend that culinary gala, we might be apprehended by the world government. Do you understand? However, Lingling retrieved a promotional flyer for the food festival from her bosom, adorned with images of a myriad of delectable dishes, and lamented, I really want to eat. A fleeting shadow crossed the golden-haired girl's eyes, but she quickly forced a smile, replying, You have already spent all of sister's money these past few days. I must find a way to earn some more before I can buy you anything. Lingling, if you join the Rocks Pirates with me, you know, right? The most formidable pirate crew in the New World. Once you join them, you can feast upon whatever your heart desires. If we cannot buy it, we can simply take it. Charlotte Lingling appeared conflicted, licking her lollipop a few more times. Suddenly, her nose twitched, and her large eyes brightened as she hurriedly exited the alley. Huh, Lingling, where are you going? It smells so good, sister. The golden-haired girl sniffed the air and caught a whiff of something savory, feeling a headache coming on. Lingling, I have no money left. Huh? Isn't it for sale? Her words halted as she noticed Charlotte Lingling had already halted at the source of the enticing aroma. Before them was a large skewer of succulent, roasted meat, glistening with juices, perfectly cooked to a golden hue, sprinkled with cumin and chili, emanating a mouth-watering scent that stirred even her appetite, causing her to swallow involuntarily. In the next moment, she became alert, scrutinizing the man holding the skewer. He had black hair and eyes, was tall and robust, and appeared to be around 50 years of age, yet he bore no signs of aging, instead exuding a mature charm. There seemed to be a hint of captivating life experiences reflected in his gaze, suggesting that his true age was far beyond mere 50 years. What piqued her curiosity even more was the handcuff hanging loosely from the man's wrist, raising suspicions of him being a fugitive or a pirate. In stark contrast to her, Charlotte Lingling was entirely captivated by the roasted meat, drooling uncontrollably as saliva dripped to the ground. Little girl, would you like to have some? Lingling nodded eagerly. Is it really okay? Here, take it. Enjoy. Figo revealed a smile. Chapter 68, Abduction. No, don't eat food from strangers. The blonde girl had not yet had the chance to warn her when Charlotte Lingling, with unsteady gratitude, snatched the roasted meat from Figo's hand and stuffed it into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in delight as her cheeks flushed pink. Delicious, she mumbled. Oh no. What if it's poisoned? The blonde girl eyed Figo warily. You just happened to pass by? Figo remarked, what a tall little girl. At such a young age. You're already slightly taller than me. How remarkable. He observed Charlotte Lingling, who, at just 10 years old, stood over 3 meters tall. Likely due to the rigorous training she endured in CP0. Her underdeveloped frame resembled that of an ordinary little girl, yet beneath her fair skin lay hidden muscles and strength. Her face retained a hint of baby fat, and with her pink bangs framing her features, she appeared utterly adorable. In stark contrast, the blonde girl beside her seemed to embody another extreme. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a slender figure and cascading curls, exuding an air of sophistication, yet standing at less than 1 meter tall. The dissonance was striking. Are you her sister? Figo inquired. I am Figo. You may call me Grandfather Figo. What are your names? Grandfather? The blonde girl raised an eyebrow at Figo, questioning his self-assigned title. She glanced at Lingling, who was nearly finished with her roasted meat. confirming that it was indeed safe to eat. Upon recalling Lingling's formidable strength, she relaxed and replied, "Her name is Lingling, and I am Bakeen. Thank you for the meat you gave her. This child always has an insatiable appetite." Bakeen? So it's true. She really is the one. Oda has a peculiar sense of humor. Every beautiful girl seems to transform into someone entirely different in old age. Miss Bakeen, who would later claim to be Whitebeard's most beloved woman and give birth to Whitebeard too, was indeed a surprising encounter for Charlotte Lingling, who had avoided nuns only to meet her instead. "No need to mention it," Figo said. "Little Lingling is quite charming. How old is she?" 10, Lingling answered herself. "Grandfather Figo? Figo? I feel as though I've heard that name before, but I don't recognize it." Bakeen's heart sank. Could this be a notorious pirate watched by the world government? She had never heard of this name. She quickly interrupted Lingling. "I'm sorry, but we have things to attend to, so we must take our leave. Are you heading to the food festival at Joy Street?" Figo pointed at the promotional flyer Lingling was awkwardly holding. "What a coincidence. I wish to go as well. I am a skilled chef. And the meat you just had was my creation, wasn't it, Lingling?" Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to suppress her drool. "Delicious. I've never tasted anything so wonderful. Shall we go together then? I plan to set up a barbecue stall at the festival, and you can eat as much as you want for free." "Really?" Lingling exclaimed in delight. Bakeen's expression darkened. What was this fool scheming? "I have no intention of going to that festival. It is a trap set by the world government. Damn it. And to let this pig eat for free? In less than a month, this scoundrel would devour the fortune I had painstakingly saved, amounting to over 1,000,000 berries. Surely, he has never witnessed a voracious appetite like this. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I wouldn't have to resort to such risks just to abduct a member of CP0, having already spent a month together." It was absurd to think a piece of roasted meat could sway her. Considering Lingling's power, Bakeen confronted Figo. "Are you a pirate? Lingling and I plan to join the Rocks Pirates. You know of them, right? For your safety, we should part ways." "What a coincidence." Figo interrupted with a smile. "I also wish to seek out the Rocks Pirates. We are destined to travel the same path." Bakeen fell silent for a moment. "Are you intending to be their cook?" "Close enough," Figo replied. "Damn it." Bakeen cursed inwardly. Figo suggested, "Shall we first attend the culinary festival at Joy Street, and then visit the Rocks Pirates together?" Inwardly, Bakeen protested vehemently. "Not at all." Lin, however, exclaimed, "Sounds great. Such a good girl." Figo smiled gently, reaching out to stroke Lin's head. Lin momentarily froze, then leaned her forehead against Figo's palm, basking in the warmth. Suddenly, her eyes glistened with tears, and her lips pouted as if on the verge of crying. Figo inquired curiously, "What's the matter?" I miss Grandpa Peslow," replied Lingling. "Peslow?" In an instant, Figo's memory was transported back 42 years to that incident involving the capture of the nun, recalling the leading figure among the 3 CP9 members. So it was him. Upon hearing that name, Figo began to speculate about Lingling's presence in CP0 and asked, "Does your Grandpa Peslow pat your head like I do? What happened to him?" Tears streamed down Lingling's face as she replied, "Grandpa Peslow. He passed away 3 months ago." "Is that so? He was not much older than me." "Truly a short life. No wonder they released you at the tender age of 10. It seems the world government allowed you to roam free for solace. It's all right. You still have Grandpa Figo." Wiping away her tears, Figo gently stroked her head and led her towards the coast. Behind them, Bakeen stood frozen for a moment, feeling superfluous. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, she finally took off after them with her short legs. Joy Street, aptly named, was in fact an island. It was a notorious locale within the New World, rife with casinos, taverns, and various forms of entertainment, a veritable paradise for pirates and rogues. Yet, few were aware that it also served as a crucial intelligence hub for CP0, with every reigning queen of Joy Street being affiliated with CP0. Even the ferries from nearby islands to Joy Street were under the control of extrajudicial members of the world government. Charlotte Lingling's figure could not be concealed by a mere cloak. As soon as she appeared at the ferry terminal, several individuals took notice. Bakeen, acutely aware of this, half concealed herself behind Lingling, her eyes darting around, cursing under her breath. A glance at the seemingly oblivious Figo beside Lingling made her nearly explode with frustration. "What imbecile? Imbecile! I was so close to succeeding. What now? No, I must leave. I cannot accompany this fool and this little pig to their doom," she scolded internally. At that moment, Figo suddenly turned around and said, "Stop cursing me in your mind. Show some basic respect to your senior, little girl." Bakeen was startled. Had he guessed she was berating him? No, it felt more like he knew. Grandpa Figo, Bakin's sister is always like this, Lingling chimed in. Bakin's sister, although you bought me lots of food, which I really enjoy, I don't like that you constantly think of me as a pig. I am not a pig. Bakin's eyes widened in shock as sweat poured down her forehead. How could this be? The world is vast beyond comprehension. You are still so young, little girl. Even those adept in observation can only vaguely perceive the thoughts of others. Did she truly believe she could deceive clever Lingling? Figo remarked, being a pirate holds no future. Let us explore this world together, and you can follow Lingling as her companion. Bakin was momentarily dumbfounded. Receiving praise for her intelligence, Lingling instantly beamed with joy. Gazing at Figo, Figo patted her head again and extended his hand, which Lingling eagerly grasped. Grandpa Figo, why can't I hear your thoughts at all? That's because my observation hockey surpasses yours. Lingling still has much to learn. But I can feel that you are a good person, Grandpa Figo. Of course. They boarded the ferry, chatting and laughing together. Bakin stood there dazed, her spirit seemingly lost. P.S. The character card for Charlotte Lingling has been released. Everyone, please show your support. Chapter 69. The Collapse of Saint Riola Holy Mary Geos. The five elders convened once more. I have good news and bad news, said Saint Neilboro. Charlotte Lingling has been spotted on a ship heading to Joy Street Island, and she has been locked onto by CP0 intelligence personnel. The four elders perked up at this news, only to hear Saint Neilboro continue gravely, but Gaston Figo is accompanying her. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. What a roller coaster of emotions. The four were reluctant to speak up. The worst fears had materialized. Saint Riola clenched his fist and exclaimed, that bastard. I will immediately send Silverfoot Chacamos to retrieve Lingling. Bring her back. Wait, that doesn't seem right, interjected another elder. With Gaston Figo's strength, forcibly taking Lingling would be a trivial task. He must be aware that the culinary festival at Joy Street is a bait for those searching for Lingling. Why would he go there with her? That makes sense. The five fell into contemplation, unease creeping into their hearts. Saint Riola stated, could it be that he is deliberately luring us into action? Luring us? What purpose would that serve? There is something amiss. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. How much more so for Figo, the fiercest beast in the world? Seeing the other four again fall silent. Awaiting his decision, Saint Riola's expression darkened as he slammed the table and declared, then let us stick to the original plan. We'll use Gaston Figo to eliminate the Rocks pirates and find a way to draw them to Joy Street. Have Chacamos wait outside the island for an opportunity to take Lingling or eliminate the Rocks. No, send Saint Tyketampu as well. Everyone, all of you, go, go. As he spoke, his voice unexpectedly rose to a near roar, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Saint Riola. The four were taken aback. How had he suddenly gone mad? Saint Tyketampu, the current commander of the goddess army, represented the highest combat power of the world government. Did sending him mean they intended to take action against Figo once more? Are you certain, Saint Riola? A being as formidable as Figo, a marine admiral, and a commander of the goddess army, combined with the Rocks pirates, how can we control the situation? I'm certain. 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 Saint Riola glared fiercely at the other four. I even want Raoul to go with them. I'll kill him if it takes my life. I have had enough. Enough of this. And enough of all four of you watching. He was only a few years younger than Figo. At 70, Figo's hair was still untouched by gray. And Riola had no confidence in outlasting him. Was he to endure this entire term in frustration? Why should he? He was one of the five elders, the highest authority of the world government. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Just moments ago, when the other four fell silent, waiting for him to speak, he could no longer contain himself. The collapse of an adult often occurs in an instant, and the five elders were no exception. Criminal, Miss Backen level, R6 status, escaped capture participation, 100 crime index, 12 earnings, theft 192 in an instant. Without any forewarning, Backen found herself handcuffed by Figo. Extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Resigned, she followed Figo and Lingling off the ship and onto Joyful Street Island. As night descended, the island, ironically named for its joyfulness, was ablaze with lights, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, casting the darkness into a semblance of daylight. The distant streets thrummed with activity. Even the dock was bustling with a constant flow of people. Beautiful women, clad in revealing attire, beckoned patrons to the tavern, while seemingly naive children inquired if newcomers required guidance. The robust guards of Joyful Street vigilantly surveyed the arriving crowd, preventing any outbreak of pirate skirmishes or conflicts. Backen remained acutely aware of her surroundings, tensing at the sight of any notorious pirate, while anyone else appeared to her as agents of the world government, making her feel increasingly unstable. You two, capable of hearing thoughts, should comprehend the perilous nature of this place. She glanced at the grandfather and grandson duo, only to note their complete lack of urgency as they conversed. Are you hungry, Lingling? Yes, I'm hungry. Just hold on for a couple of minutes. I usually don't carry money when I go out. I'll first acquire some funds, and then we can find something to eat, Figo replied. Acquire some funds? Bakken interjected hastily. I spent my last money on the boat ticket. You're not thinking of robbing anyone, are you? This is Joyful Street, second only to the Four Kings, the domain of the Dark World's Queen, Rocks. Did you see those formidable guards? They are all loyal to the Queen of Joyful Street, and any acts of violence or robbery are strictly forbidden here. Figo cast a glance at her, then strode directly to the robust guard she had mentioned. Addressing the guard, he said, I have no money. Grant me a little, Bakken. The guard's reaction was even more peculiar. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as his body trembled. Frantically, he rummaged through his belongings and presented all his coins to Figo. Thank you. Tell the 5 elders to reimburse you double, Figo remarked, patting him on the shoulder before returning to Lingling's side. Let us go, Lingling. Lingling grasped Figo's hand. Bakken, in a daze, watched as the grandfather and granddaughter walked away, then turned numbly to regard the perspiring guard. Who on earth is this man? Is this the aura of the world's strongest man, Gaston Figo? Meanwhile, a tall, alluring woman discreetly wiped away non-existent sweat from her brow. But Elder Tari, if he speaks recklessly in Happy Street, the reputation of Happy Street will be tarnished. His aura? If demanding money from a guard requires any semblance of might, he would not be the man who once made the world government retreat. An elderly man with silver hair interjected, reputation tarnished? Whether Happy Street will endure after this remains uncertain. The woman, hesitating, sighed. I understand. They've headed towards the gourmet festival. Should we continue to follow them in secrecy? What if we are discovered? What if? The elder replied. From the moment he stepped onto the island, nothing here will escape his notice. He is fully aware of who belongs to us, even our covert observation, yet he simply chooses to disregard it. The woman gasped, then we. Let us not regard him as an adversary. We are unworthy of being his foes, the elder chuckled softly. We merely need to fulfill our obligations and leave the rest to fate. He gazed at the retreating figures of Figo and Lingling, pondering. Lingling seems quite fond of him. Indeed. Following him is preferable to remaining with CP0. Grandfather Figo, I feel as though Grandfather Tari is nearby. Just like Grandfather Peslo, he has always treated me well. Figo gestured towards Lingling, his hands forming claws. Little tiger? Lingling's eyes brightened. Exactly. Grandpa Tiley can transform into a little tiger, but he is too small now. He refused to let me ride him 3 years ago. Oh, Figo Grandpa, do you know Grandpa Tiley? Yes, I have met him, Figo replied. Lingling, would you like to visit your Grandpa Tiley? He inquired. Lingling hesitated, shaking her head. Never mind. Grandpa Tiley would persuade me to return. And I don't want to go back. Aside from Grandpa Peslo and Grandpa Tiley, everyone else is quite strict with me. As she spoke, her nose twitched, and saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth. I can smell something delicious. Then let us hurry along. Figo quickened her pace, spotting a fluttering promotional poster along the way, which she seized with a swift motion. 10 days later, a feast of desserts, it proclaimed. Unlimited complimentary servings. A competition of appetites. With a glance, she captured the keywords, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she handed it to Lingling. Soon, Lingling's jubilant cheers echoed. Desserts? How wonderful. Chapter 70. The portly old man, a culinary extravaganza, a dessert feast? Captain Locks, the queen of Joyful Street, that woman, had previously maneuvered among the 6 kings. Why would she suddenly extend an invitation to us? Could this be a trap? Are you suggesting the 6 kings? No, it should be 4 now, ha ha ha. Do those 4 awaiting their demise dare to set a trap in Joyful Street? Do they possess such audacity? Captain, shall we proceed? Seated at the head, 37-year-old Locks had seen his golden hair of youth fade to black, his demeanor now more composed and reserved. After perusing the Joyful Street flyer for a moment longer, he smirked. Is that even a question? Ha ha ha. Even if it is a trap, we shall vanquish all 4 of them in one fell swoop. Cheers erupted around him. Yet, beside Locks, a blue-haired youth furrowed his brow and remarked, We can go, but we must bring along our new companion, Shiki. If it turns perilous, we should retreat. I refuse to witness any harm befall my comrades. Locke sighed in exasperation. The pirates burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Vice Captain Chris, your caution is resurfacing again. Hee hee. But of course, Shiki's abilities are incredibly convenient. Among the crew, the 19-year-old Shiki, who had recently joined Locke's pirate band, laughed awkwardly under their gaze. 9 days later, at Joyful Street, the so-called culinary extravaganza was nothing more than a grand food fair, where the queen of Joyful Street leveraged her connections to invite chefs from across the seas in the Grand Line to showcase their distinctive delicacies. Hence, the stalls at this feast often bore regional names, such as East Sea Sukiyaki, West Sea Grilled Fish, and New World Intestine Sashimi. Among these establishments, one newly opened 8 days prior bore a conspicuous and peculiar name, Prison Barbecue. This name was decidedly off-putting for pirates. However, occasionally, some would venture in to experience it for themselves, leaving with contented expressions, even yearning for a second helping. Alas, the proprietor enforced strange rules, refusing to serve returning customers and disallowing takeout, much to their frustration. Had this not been Joyful Street, they would have surely wreaked havoc upon the establishment, dragging the owner aboard their ship. Within this barbecue restaurant, there existed a rather peculiar rule, or rather a game, befitting its name: escape artistry. Figo demonstrated to the gathered pirates how he secured one end of handcuffs on his left wrist, fastening the other to his right hand. With his hands bound, he struggled slightly, inviting the pirates to inspect the cuffs for their sturdiness. Once they confirmed all was well, his right hand suddenly twitched, and the cuffs sprang open, restoring his freedom, leaving the pirates astonished. Oh, how intriguing. How did you accomplish that? The pirates were utterly baffled. You may each take a turn. If one of you can escape from the cuffs, this meal shall be yours for free. If unsuccessful, you simply pay the standard price, Figo explained. With nothing to lose and feeling secure in Joyful Street, the pirates eagerly lined up to try, one after another, attempting to free themselves from Figo's handcuffs using various methods. Yet none succeeded. Remarkably, Figo seemed to require no key. With a mere flick of his left wrist, the pirates would find themselves liberated from the cuffs, an astonishing feat. In the end, none discerned the secret behind it, and the pirates could only depart in wonder, each paying for their meal. In Figo's mind, the prison files dispersed, and he silently expressed his gratitude to them. The art of escape? Having been handcuffed once, he found that running to the ends of the earth could not grant freedom. Leaning against the doorway, Lingling struggled against the gnawing hunger in her belly, feeling on the verge of collapse. It was not Figo who restrained her, but rather her own self-discipline. She intended to save room for tomorrow's sumptuous dessert feast. Fearing that indulging in Figo's roasted meat would render her unable to enjoy her beloved sweets the following day, a torment indeed. Enduring hunger and overcoming her eating disorder was a frequent training regimen imposed by CP0 upon her. In the past, she had often been shackled with heavy chains, struggling until she fainted from starvation. After 5 years, she had developed some semblance of self-control, yet merely a month after departing from CP0, she felt herself reverting to her former state, as if she would perish if she missed a single meal. Desserts distract myself. She glanced at Figo's handcuffs. Criminal, Charlotte Lingling rank, SSR 2 status, in Escape Crime Index, 17 capture participation, 100 reward. Observation Hockey 850 character Event 1. Activated allow Charlotte Lingling to enjoy the giant tribe specialty. Caramel Puff Pastry. Character Event 2. Not yet activated core event. Not yet activated in recent days. Lingling had repeatedly attempted the escape technique that Figo had mentioned. Yet she remained unable to break free, even utilizing her brute strength in vain. These were not merely handcuffs. They were crafted from exceptionally durable sea stone, incredibly resilient. How did Grandpa Figo accomplish that? It is quite intriguing, and I am eager to learn. Oh, no. You mustn't, Lingling. Grandpa Figo, I crave meat. I feel as though I am starving. Lingling clutched the hem of her garment tightly. Figo chuckled. What is the matter? Aren't you planning to challenge me in the dessert feast for your appetite? Such a pity. Tomorrow, Grandpa Figo shall devour your portion for you. Ha ha. Lingling puffed her cheeks, embroiled in a dilemma. What an adorable little girl. Suddenly, a voice of praise echoed from outside the shop, casting a shadow that enveloped Lingling near the door. She looked up in surprise. Outside stood a portly old gentleman, round as a ball, towering over 5 meters tall, yet possessing a kind and gentle visage. His thick white eyebrows arched slightly, and he beamed warmly at Lingling. What a tall grandpa. Lingling mused, her attention diverted, reflecting on how, as she grew, the number of individuals she needed to look up to diminished. The rotund old man remarked, "Little girl, You will surpass me in height one day. How old are you? 10 years old. How delightful. My granddaughter was just as charming at your age. As he spoke, he turned to Figo. Could you kindly roast a ton of meat for me? Figo cast a glance at him and smiled slightly. Not so much. This establishment offers a limited supply. Each person may have a maximum of 100 pounds of meat, and it is strictly prohibited to take any away. The rotund old man pouted like a child. How stingy. Can't you make an exception? At my age, every meal counts. He added, it's too much trouble. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Figo suggested, how about playing a game first? If you win, it's on the house. The old man glanced at the handcuffs on Figo's wrist and replied with a smirk, I have no desire to court disaster. You truly are rather stingy, Gaston Figo. Do you not wish to treat me to even 100 pounds of meat? Why come to my place when there are so many shops on the street? Figo inquired. The old man suddenly appeared wistful. Perhaps life has grown a tad mundane. It matters little now. There is hardly anyone to converse with around here, and you certainly qualify. Not to mention that young lady is genuinely delightful, so adorable. Eh? Lingling looked around. Does Grandpa know Grandpa Figo? The old man looked down at her, smiling benevolently. Indeed. Little girl. Figo turned and said, Lingling, please invite Grandpa Fat inside to sit. I will go grill the meat. Chapter 71. The Gluttonous King. Little short-legged Bakeen was bustling about in an apron, busy tidying up the tables and chairs, providing utensils. Beneath his sunglasses, his eyes would occasionally steal glances at the plump old man brought in by Lingling, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. The old man sat heavily on the chair, like a mountain of flesh, offering her a gentle smile before turning to Lingling and asking, Little girl, why are you on a diet? Is Figo not feeding you? No. Lingling replied, recalling her hunger, her face scrunching up. I adore desserts, but I'm worried that if I eat too much today, I won't be able to enjoy the dessert feast tomorrow. Grandpa Figo's grilled meat is simply too delicious. Is that so? What a coincidence. I too have a fondness for desserts. My granddaughter loves them as well. Really? Lingling exclaimed with delight. How old is Grandpa Fat's granddaughter? Is she not coming? Can she play with me? 17, and she shall forever remain 17. The old man shook his head and sighed. She cannot come. She was a rebellious child, determined to become a pirate, and no matter how I tried to dissuade her, she would not listen. Ultimately, she perished in the sea, a maritime disaster, with no way to avoid it. She died? Lingling gasped, her mouth agape. I'm so sorry, Grandpa Fat. It's all right. It has been over a decade now. Not just her, my son also met the same fate in the ocean. He lived for 90 years, yet in the end, there wasn't a single family member by his side. Why did they all choose to become pirates? It's truly lamentable. He smiled faintly. I suppose I've come to terms with it. How tragic, Lingling said, cupping her hands together. Oop. Her face filled with sympathy. Wasn't Grandpa Fat a pirate too? I once was. Huh? Why? Didn't Grandpa Fat despise pirates? Lingling asked, puzzled. Because there was no other choice. The old man sighed deeply. I was born in an impoverished nation, unable to pay tributes to the celestial dragon, which meant there was no naval presence, nor any army to defend our land. The country became a paradise for pirates, and as a result, it sunk deeper into poverty. My parents were ordinary people, yet they bore a child as ravenous as I. At 6 years old, they simply could not afford to keep me and had to abandon me. Lingling was momentarily stunned. This mirrored her own life. Her parents were also ordinary people, yet they had her. The only difference was that her parents sent her to Grandpa Peslow instead of discarding her, allowing her to retain a connection to family. I do not harbor hatred toward them, not in the slightest. It is better for one to starve than for three to perish. Yet the instinct to survive compelled me to endure. Rubbish, tree bark, even dirt, everything became sustenance for survival. Dirt is not palatable, Lingling remarked, recalling her own experience. Indeed, it is not, the old man nodded. Yet when it comes to survival, who can afford to be picky about taste? Shoveling dirt into one's mouth, feeling the distension in the belly as though it might burst, tearing apart one's very soul. That agony remains vivid in my memory, and even now. I tremble at the thought. Lingling shivered in response. I apologize if I frightened you, little girl, the old man said, feeling remorseful. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized our similarities. The difference is that you are far more fortunate. I can see that Gaston Figo treats you well. Yes, Grandpa Figo is very kind. Figo approached, holding a piece of meat, its exterior roasted to a golden crisp, and remarked, I wasn't sure how you preferred it, so I took the liberty of preparing it medium. He set the meat down, gently stroked the drooling little head of Lingling, and pulled out a chair to sit. The portly old man took a moment to savor the aroma of the meat, narrowing his eyes in delight, his hands clasped together, his face glowing with joy. How delightful. My dear girl, do not hold back. Join me in indulging in this feast, he said to Lingling. But, is that all right? Lingling inquired, glancing between him and Figo. Figo gestured for her to help herself, while the plump old man picked up the knife and fork from the plate, neatly slicing the substantial piece of meat in half and offering one portion to Lingling. Thus, I began my feast. The two spoke in unison, and the sounds of their enthusiastic chewing and swallowing filled the air, their movements synchronized and remarkably harmonious. Meanwhile, Bajin cast several knowing glances at Figo, as if to say, Hey, someone is encroaching on Lingling's share. Aren't you going to intervene? Figo merely smiled. The 1-meter square piece of meat swiftly vanished into the bellies of the old man and the young girl. Lingling beamed with joy, while the portly old man suddenly began to sob, gradually descending into a fit of inconsolable tears. Oh dear, Grandpa, what's the matter? Is Figo's roast not to your liking? How delightful it is to savor such exquisite flavors. The old man, tears streaming down his face, lamented, Every time I indulge in a culinary delight, I am profoundly moved. I never wished to become a pirate, but the gnawing hunger is unbearable. After wandering for several months, I encountered a group of children like myself, and I thought I had found companions, only to realize they intended to devour me, eat me. Though I had endured relentless hunger, I had never grown thin. I was still meaty. The old man patted his belly. I did not wish to be consumed, so I had no choice but to eliminate them all. It was then that I discovered my own strength. With a single blow, I could reduce a child to mere pulp, teetering on the brink of death. As they awaited their fate, they looked at me as if I were a demon. I nearly transformed into one myself, pondering, since they wished to consume me, why should I not feast upon them? This thought terrified me, prompting a frantic escape. Eventually, I took to the seas and became a pirate, for I feared I might truly resort to cannibalism. My longing for a hearty meal was overwhelming. Having never been satiated, I was utterly terrified by my hunger. Terrified. He wiped away his tears, profoundly moved. Lingling gazed at him, wide-eyed. Figo gently caressed her head, refraining from interrupting the old man's reminiscences and tears. The old man took a moment to compose himself, managing to squeeze out a faint smile. Eventually, things improved. After I turned 15, no one dared to let me go hungry again. Anyone who obstructed my meals met their demise. Each meal left me thoroughly satisfied. Once a person is well fed, their desires only grow. I yearned for more exquisite delicacies, traversing from the West Sea to the Grand Line, sampling culinary delights from across the globe, savoring them just like the roasted meat I had today. Some wine, some meat. Decades later, the flavors linger on. He licked his lips, a look of rapture crossing his face. But it was soon replaced by a sigh. Yet, I cannot fathom why my son and granddaughter, who could eat to their heart's content, choosing instead to follow in my footsteps as a pirate, ended up perishing. My subordinates only harbor fear towards me, devoid of any affection. In my old age, I find myself utterly alone. Perhaps this is my retribution. He turned to Figo, inquiring, but I merely wished to be well fed. What wrong was there in that? Nothing at all, Figo replied. Ha ha. The old man erupted into a hearty laugh, causing the tables and windows of the barbecue shop to tremble. 25 years ago, the earthquake in Mary Geos and the abdication of the 5 elders. After much contemplation, I could only conclude it was related to you, who faded from everyone's sight thereafter. I believed you had perished that day. I never anticipated meeting you here. I am grateful for your patience in listening to this old man's tales. So, shall we meet again for the dessert feast tomorrow? He grinned, his eyes narrowing. Charming little Lingling, shall we meet again tomorrow? Goodbye, Grandpa. Lingling waved her farewell, blissfully disregarding the parts she didn't comprehend, but Pekin was different. What is this about Mary Geos? What does the abdication of the 5 elders entail? Are these two unhinged? She pondered, her gaze lingering on the old man's retreating figure, a look of horror gradually overtaking her features. Could it be? Hidden in the shadows. Little Tiger Tyree furrowed his brow in recollection, his expression shifting dramatically. Is it him? The gluttonous king. A monarch of the previous era who vanished for 15 years. How could he be here? Is he still alive? Chapter 72. Convergence and Chaos. Mary Geos. The 5 elders convene once more. Neil Barrow's countenance bore a heavy weight. I have both good news and bad news. The good news is that the former maritime duality, the gluttonous King Massus Garelin, has unexpectedly resurfaced in Pleasure Street, encountering Figo. The other 4 regarded him with indifference. He paused briefly, Continuing, the bad news is that no conflict ensued between the two. Figo even invited him for a piece of roasted meat, and they conversed amicably. Raiola remained silent for a moment before pushing back his chair and departing, indifferent to the unfolding events. The other four exchanged glances, shaking their heads as they dispersed. However, bright and early the following day, Neil Boros once again summoned the four for a meeting. I have yet another piece of news, both good and bad. Well, I'm not entirely certain which it is. The Rock's pirates have not yet arrived at Pleasure Street, but they are in the vicinity. Yet, the remaining four kings among the 6 kings somehow received news and have arrived at Pleasure Street ahead of Rock's. Moreover, it seems their alliance has already been established, merging the 4 formidable pirate crews of the past into one. What? They also went. The 3 elders expressed mild astonishment. Raiola, however, suddenly chuckled, reclining back in his chair, nonchalantly stating, Figo, Chacamos, Tycho Tamp Saint, Rox, Chrysosai, half of those standing at the pinnacle of the world are congregating. How lively! The more he spoke, the more sinister his expression became. The other 4 elders instinctively shifted back, fear evident in their eyes. Ever since recognizing that the figure conversing with Figo was the legendary gluttonous king, Bakine trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Figo. Today was the day of the dessert feast, and with the barbecue shop closed, she stiffly followed behind Figo and the eagerly excited Lingling. Bakine, Figo suddenly called out to her. Ah! She jolted, nearly wetting herself. What is it? What do you require? Stay here and watch the shop. Be cautious today and strive to preserve your life. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. Remaining here offers you a chance to survive. If you attempt to escape, you will surely meet your end, Figo instructed. Bakine's face turned pale, understood. Lingling, standing nearby, queried with curiosity, Isn't Sister Bakine joining us for dessert? She cannot. Look at her small stature. She can hardly consume much. Today is a contest of appetite. She wouldn't even get through the door, Figo explained. Is that so? Lingling nodded, casting a sympathetic glance at Bakine's short legs before joyfully taking Figo's hand and proceeding. The dessert feast was held in a vast square outside the food street, already adorned and surrounded by walls, leaving only a grand entrance guarded by 2 rows of Pleasure Street sentinels. The outer area was a sea of people, with pirates grumbling. What is this? I need to consume 100 caramel cupcakes to gain entry? I could manage that, but I wouldn't be able to eat anything else afterward. What is the point of attending a dessert feast? Hey, look at that guy, he has finished. Oh, impressive. Lingling listened to these remarks, her round face tightening with anxiety. Had she made a mistake in indulging in Figo's roasted meat yesterday? It wasn't until Figo led her through the crowd that her spirits lifted. On small carts, towering 3 meters high, were heaps of caramel cupcakes. Is this it? If we finish these, we can enter? She eagerly inquired of the guard overseeing the assessment. The guard appeared somewhat nervous, indeed. Grandpa Figo. Lingling turned her head, looking up with a beaming smile. You're here too? Indeed, Lingling. The gluttonous king stood beside Figo and Lingling, smiling. Shall we enter together? Figo nodded in agreement. Lingling exclaimed, Great, great. The 3 of them each stood by a small cart, and Lingling eagerly began to indulge, stuffing her mouth with cake, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Look at that girl, how impressive. She's so young. This isn't that barbecue restaurant, is it? The owner, who possesses that marvelous escape artistry, is here too. A somewhat familiar portly old man stood nearby. Compared to Lingling, Figo, and the king of gluttony displayed a more refined manner of eating. Yet they too devoured the treats with remarkable speed, one after another. In truth, I am not particularly fond of sweets. I prefer meat, Figo remarked. Sweets provide the greatest sense of happiness, the king of gluttony countered, adding, generations of pirates come and go. Nearly 15 years have passed, yet the newcomers hardly recognize me. Those who know you are with me. Hebrews? He passed away a few years back. Indeed, he was 10 years my senior. Had he lived, he would be 100 by now. The king of gluttony felt a tinge of sadness at the thought of yet another old acquaintance's passing. By the way, what has brought about such a lively atmosphere today? I didn't expect it either. Figo inquired, Are there many people? I am not particularly adept at using observation hockey. The multitude creates a cacophony, rendering me disinclined to listen intently. With a slight movement of his brow, his observation hockey swiftly expanded, enveloping the entire Joy Street Island and extending over the sea. Indeed, it is quite lively. Observation hockey, level 5, master of observation, at the harbor of Joy Street. The 4 kings of the New World, accompanied by their respective subordinates, ascended the island. The three men and one woman bore ominous expressions, exuding a formidable pressure that caused nearby pirates to scatter in fear. A striking female ruler, adorned with two streaks of pitch-black paint on her face, standing 3 meters tall with an alluring figure, seized a guard by the collar and lifted him. "Where is Emma, the Queen of Joy Street? Is a banquet being held?" "Humph, do not trouble a mere pawn." A nearby figure scoffed. "Just go find her." On the opposite end of the island, the colossal ship of the Rocks pirates was sailing toward Joy Street. "Captain, we are nearly there. The banquet is about to commence, isn't it? Honestly, why didn't Shiki simply fly us over?" Rocks glanced at the blue-haired youth beside him. Chrysai smiled, urging caution. "Let us remain discreet and not reveal Shiki's abilities just yet. If the situation turns dire, our concealed flying capability may serve as a crucial trump card." "Ah, here they come, our dear first mate." Further away, a silver-white small boat floated upon the sea. On board were two individuals, one nearly 3 meters tall, draped in a cloak of justice, with flowing silver hair, in his 40s, exuding a handsome charm. The other, also around 40, bore a stern visage, bald, clad in a white samurai robe, wooden sandals adorning his feet, and a sword exceeding 1 meter in length, named Oni Chopper. It was none other than Admiral Silverfoot Chakamos and the current general of the Divine Army, Taikatampu Shung. Taikatampu Shung held a golden transponder snail, through which the voices of the 5 elder stars echoed. "Do not ascend the island just yet. Silverfoot, after the explosive battle on the island, assess the situation before making your move. Provide them with a battleground, but do not overly engage in the conflict. Always keep a vigilant eye on Figo's actions and the circumstances. Moreover, the situation on the island has spiraled completely out of control. What will transpire is unpredictable. Your primary focus must be your own preservation." "No." A sudden voice interjected from the other end of the transponder snail. "The paramount objective is to eliminate Gaston Figo. Kill him. Lila Shang, remain calm. Maintain your composure." After a cacophony, the transponder snail was abruptly disconnected. Taikatampa Shang remained silent for a moment before tossing the device onto the boat, reflecting. "The recent generations of the 5 Elder Stars are nothing short of a disgrace to the world government. Silverfoot, heed my instructions from here on," Chakamos stated. "Understood. Lord Taikatampa Shang. It appears we may finally witness the world's strongest combatant. Steelbone has pursued him for some time, and I am quite curious about him." "World's strongest?" As the acknowledged strongest among the previous generals of the Divine Army, Taikatampa Shang did not concede Figo's title of the strongest. Chapter 73. The First Shot. Wow. Wonderful. Upon entering the banquet hall of the dessert feast, Lingling's eyes sparkled with delight, her hands clasped before her heart. Before her lay mountains of various desserts. Enticing strawberry puffs filled with luscious red strawberries, perfectly baked golden honey toasts, cakes of all sizes crafted from cream, and a towering ice cream sculpture standing several meters high. The dessert extravaganza was evidently more than a mere lure for Lingling. To prevent any rebellious sentiments upon her retrieval, CP0 had invested considerable effort into this culinary scheme. The banquet area was arranged akin to a buffet, with beautifully attired waitresses guiding the trio to their seats. "We will assist in recording everyone's consumption weight." Fairly electing the king of eating for today's dessert feast, she informed them. Yet, Lingling found herself utterly immobilized, yearning to indulge in all the delectable offerings. "Then go eat." The king of gluttony patted her head, remarking, "You remind me of my younger self. Encountering food makes one behave thus." "Go on, Lingling," Figo encouraged. "Oh." Lingling cheered, dashing toward the nearest cake, her hands reaching out eagerly. The king of gluttony chuckled and followed suit. Figo nodded subtly to the anxious waitress beside him, indicating she need not concern herself with the trio as he joined Lingling and the Glutton King. Together, they became a distinctive spectacle in the banquet hall. Their pace and focus on eating remarkably divergent from the norm. In the world of pirates, gluttons abound, and few robust individuals are incapable of indulging. Although most pirates harbor little interest in desserts, a dozen or so had already entered before the trio, albeit in small groups, allowing the waitress to bring them mountains of delicacies to savor slowly. None, however, could rival the audacity of these 2 elders and the young one, who plunged directly into the pot. The first to attract attention was Lingling, her nimble hands swiftly transforming an array of desserts into mere afterimages as they vanished into her seemingly bottomless stomach. Observant pirates could discern her enviable physique, stirring a sense of yearning in some to lure her back to their ship. Next, the Glutton King. A towering figure over 5 meters tall, was hard to overlook. This elderly man seemed somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Could it be Recognizing the glutton king sent beads of sweat forming on the foreheads of those who had lived long enough to know him. Their gazes darting toward the lithe woman at the center of the banquet hall. Seeing Queen Emma of Joy Street also gazing nervously at the trio devouring their feast. Any lingering hope dissipated. How could a dessert banquet possibly attract this old fellow? Who could still have an appetite amidst such chaos? Who was that girl? His granddaughter? And the one in chains, wasn't he the owner of the prison barbecue joint? The gluttonous trio paid no mind to whether others had any appetite. The glutton king grasped food in handfuls, shoving it into his mouth while occasionally remarking to Lingling, "Come, this flavor is delightful." Lingling eagerly obliged, her eyes crinkling with joy as she mumbled, "Grandpa Fat, Grandpa Figo, that's also delicious. So tasty. If it's delicious, then indulge to the fullest." Figo, ever observant, seized the opportunity to wipe Lingling's messy face with a napkin, his own eating resembling more of a tasting affair, sampling bits here and there to savor the flavors. Suddenly, as Lingling cleared a mound of pastries before her, her hands grasped only air, causing her to instinctively lean toward Figo's side. Figo gently opened the lid, saying, "Lingling, I assure you, I'm not that delectable." Yet, Lingling seemed oblivious to his words. Her gaze clouded with a somber hue as her other hand grasped nearby food and continued to indulge. The king of gluttony furrowed his brow, pondering the affliction of hyperphagia. "Is there any remedy?" he inquired. "Poor child," the king of gluttony sighed, "this ailment is incurable. I've lived with my own affliction for a lifetime. We can only wait for her to mature and help her gradually gain control." Figo nodded in agreement. "Patience is key." Suddenly, Figo remarked, "It seems we've been interrupted during our meal." This individual appeared to be engaging in an equal exchange with the king of gluttony. Who could he be? The pirates present observed the three with bated breath, aware that any disturbance to the king of gluttony's repast could lead to chaos throughout the Joy Street. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted. A guard from Joy Street burst through the rear wall of the banquet hall, creating a gaping hole, with smoke billowing forth. The pirates within the hall were instantly thrown into turmoil. What is happening? Who dares to disrupt us? We're doomed. Amidst the swirling smoke, silhouettes emerged, sending shivers down the spines of the pirates. For kings, how could this be? We merely came to dine. One exclaimed, "Emma, you truly have been hiding here." The painted-faced female king glared menacingly at the Queen of Joy Street. "You have operated your establishment with our tacit approval, yet you host a banquet without inviting us." The real source of their ire lay in the clandestine invitation Joy Street extended to the Rocks pirates. "We have not yet been defeated by Rocks. Why are you so eager to switch allegiances?" Confronted by four formidable figures, Emma, despite having the support of the world government in the past, felt the weight of the situation. But today was different. She cast a glance at Figo, contemplating whether a confrontation was imminent. The four kings turned their attention in that direction. "Is that the king of gluttony?" one of them exclaimed, recognizing him. The king of gluttony glanced over. "Ah, it's you, Carlos. Is there something you need? Please wait. Let me finish feeding this young lady." Lost in her fervor for food, Lingling remained oblivious to the arrival of the four kings. The tall and robust Carlos found himself in a dilemma, as another king scoffed, "What's the matter, Carlos? Just an outdated relic of the past. The dual kingship of the previous era is long gone." The commotion grew louder behind them. Carlos, sensing the urgency, declared, "King Gluttony, since you disbanded the crew 15 years ago, it's time to cease your attempts to assert your presence. Retire quietly." He continued, "We four have united to form the new Four Kings Pirates, 10 times stronger than your former crew." The news sent shockwaves through the assembled pirates, who instinctively retreated, sensing an unavoidable conflict brewing. The clash between the bygone era's rulers and those of the present piqued their curiosity, yet they wished to remain uninvolved. "This is untenable." "King Gluttony," Figo said, wiping Lingling's face. "Can we resolve this? We mustn't let dust fall onto the food. Who is this individual?" The four kings and their subordinates exchanged glances at Figo. The king of gluttony roared with laughter. "You're better off. No one even knows who you are." A formidable aura emanated from him as he reached toward the four kings. "You younglings dare to call yourselves kings? You are leagues behind us in this era. Only Rocks might stand a chance." Though separated by several meters, the king of gluttony extended his arm, which inexplicably elongated, transforming into an immense hand that seemed capable of blotting out the sun, descending upon the four kings. The mere mention of Rocks ignited fury in their eyes. Having been doubted during the era of the Six Kings, their rise alongside the Rocks pirates only intensified the claims of the true kings finally emerging. "Time for you to return to the earth, old relic." The four raised their hands, enveloped in the flowing colors of their armament, clashing with the king of gluttony's colossal hand. A resounding boom echoed, shaking the ground for 100 meters. Yet, the commotion was less than anticipated. The pirates caught in the fray were momentarily stunned, while the four kings expressed surprise. Is that all? The king of gluttony frowned, retracting his arm as he observed Lingling, who was still voraciously eating. He turned to Figo, saying, "Indeed, this poses some difficulty." A burst of laughter erupted from one of the four kings, a crescent-faced figure, who brandished a gun from his sleeve aimed at the king of gluttony. "Old man, you put on quite the show, yet this is all the power you possess. Your era has ended." The other three kings and their subordinates joined in the laughter, the noise deafening. "Your attack has caused quite a stir. It's certainly troublesome," Figo remarked to the king of gluttony. "Allow me to handle this." The crescent-faced king shifted his gun toward Figo. "Hey you've been rambling since earlier. Are you eager to meet your demise?" Figo gazed at him, his right hand forming a pistol gesture aimed at the crescent-faced monarch. The latter, displaying a flicker of displeasure, tightened his grip around the trigger concealed within his sleeve. Yet, quicker than he could react, Figo's arm trembled as if recoiling from a gunshot. In that fleeting moment, the crescent-faced king felt an unbearable force strike his chest, causing him to vomit a copious amount of blood, his mind blanking out entirely. His body arched backward, propelling him away as he collided with several of his subordinates, soaring through the air. He smashed through buildings, shattered rocks, cleared everything in his path. It was only after flying several kilometers that he finally came to a halt within the ruins of a collapsed structure, collapsing to the ground, spewing blood, clutching his chest, utterly incapable of rising. In the banquet hall, the remaining three kings and their subordinates wore expressions frozen in shock. The pirates caught in the chaos stared wide-eyed, bewildered by what had just transpired. What was that? They had failed to comprehend it. But in an instant, the realization struck. Is that a finger gun? The shock resonated deeply within the heart of the Joy Street Queen from CP0. You dare call that a finger gun? Even the king of gluttony was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter and returning to his feast with Lingling. Flying finger gun. Bear it. Figo lowered his arms and stepped forward. Today, the impending battle on Joy Street is destined to be etched into history, and at this moment, Figo fired the first shot. Chapter 74. The Disparity. Dread, fear, trepidation. Such emotions felt so palpable. The three kings and their subordinates gazed upon the approaching Figo as though they were confronted by a demonic deity. Overwhelmed by dread, they realized that the 15-year reign of the six kings was at risk of being shattered by the Rocks pirates in a mere span of 3 to 4 months. For rival pirate crews had united. Their sensitivity heightened by fear, they noticed that Emma had invited Rocks while excluding the four of them, prompting them to confront her immediately. Now, they found themselves gripped by fear once more, yet unable to devise a countermeasure. Who exactly is this man? Even an admiral of the Navy, or the former king of gluttony, had never exerted such pressure upon them. The sniper king was unexpectedly wounded by a mere air blast from his finger. Is this even plausible? Could it be him? Among the crowd, an elderly pirate shouted, 35 years ago. It was Gaston Figo who dismantled one of the two maritime poles, the Hell Pirates. The warden of the world's most infamous underwater prison, Impel Down? Who is that? The younger pirates found themselves at a loss, their minds clouded, while those over 50 years old began to change their expressions, lost in recollection. Could it be? If that man were still alive, he would be approaching 70 or 80 years old. How could he possess such strength to incapacitate the Sniper King in an instant? Several pirates who had dined on roasted meat days prior recalled Figo's escapades with his escape techniques, cold sweat pouring down their backs. How are we still alive? The average age of the four kings is also around 50, and among them is one who once served as an apprentice on the Hell Pirates. With a reminder, the memory surged back, fists clenched tightly in determination. It is him, without a doubt. The female king bared her sharp fangs like a savage beast, her face twisted in fury. So, he is just an old fool nearing his grave? Perfect. We shall eliminate him, and the king of gluttony in one fell swoop. Proclaiming the establishment of the Four Kings pirate crew. She must be resolute. Having just merged the Four Kings pirate crew, the desire to make a grand statement cannot turn into a farce. Eliminate him. The cadre roared their encouragement, drawing their swords and charging toward Figo. Figo interlaced his fingers. Flying finger gun. Shotgun. Boom. An invisible air bullet emanated from his fingertips. Like the Sniper King, even at the moment Figo raised his hand, there was a hint of awareness, yet the few who charged forward were instantly propelled away. The three kings also faced a barrage of bullets. The speed of the shotgun's spread was significantly slower than that of a precise sniper rifle. coupled with their preparedness and the advanced perception granted by their observation hockey. They managed to deflect the bullets with their respective weapons. Nevertheless, their expressions changed dramatically. Clang, clang, clang. It sounded like a massive bell being struck. The tremendous force impacted their weapons, pushing them backward. Even the flowing armament hockey could not dissipate this force, and despite the officers behind them attempting to stabilize their stances, they were utterly unable to maintain their balance. They were collectively expelled from the banquet hall. What in the world is this power? Cold sweat began to beat on the foreheads of the officers of the fourth king's pirate crew, while the wrists of the three kings, gripping their weapons, trembled as they exchanged clenched teeth. Get back. The long-faced king, a former trainee of the Hell Pirates, suddenly raised his arm, waving his subordinates away, emitting a strange, raspy sound from his mouth. A blue aura spread around him, followed by the sound of hoofbeats as he transformed into a winged white horse, galloping into the air. Beast-type mythical Zoan, Pegasus. The enchanting female king's pants suddenly burst apart, her two snow-white thighs vanishing in an instant, replaced by 8 ominous, black, hairy legs. Her teeth sharpening menacingly. Beast-type, spider fruit. One was airborne, the other grounded, yet it was Carlos who launched the first attack against Figo, standing approximately 3 meters tall. He bore a colossal broadsword nearly equal to his height. Now wielding it with both hands, he brought it crashing down towards Figo. Boom. Figo raised his hand with poise, enveloped in a dark hue of hockey, and firmly caught the broadsword. Yet, the sword emitted a resonant hum, vibrating at high speed, transforming into an afterimage. This was the paramecia-type shock fruit, a lesser variant of the tremor fruit. In an instant, it unleashed a frequency of vibrations, hundreds of times per second, bestowing upon Carlos's sword an elusive and formidable power that was difficult to counter. He employed this technique to ambush his foes, achieving unfaltering success. However, today was a different tale. Figo exhibited no signs of being taken by surprise. Not even the cobblestones beneath his feet shattered. It seemed as though he could seamlessly adapt to the ever-changing tremors of the colossal sword, his wrist vibrating in harmony with the blade's swift oscillations. Then, with a gentle inward motion of his fingers, he struck the sword. The resonant clang of metal reverberated, as if the very fabric of this space quivered in response. A tingling sensation surged from Carlos's palm up to his arm, despite being the wielder of power. He found his grip on the sword numbed by the tremors unleashed by Figo, who effortlessly disarmed him. This weapon is quite remarkable. Figo weighed the sword in his hand, gripping the hilt with a single hand as the inky darkness swiftly enveloped the colossal blade. With a horizontal sweep, he struck. As the charging Pegasus skidded to a halt in alarm, the impact resounded against its face. The shockwave radiated outward, transforming the Pegasus into a shooting star. The overwhelming force rendered the equine's visage contorted and deformed, hurling it aloft, while structures within a radius of several hundred meters crumbled under the might of the blast. Only in the direction of the banquet hall did the shockwave reveal a missing segment, silently attesting to Figo's remaining strength. The collision that sent the Pegasus flying did not hinder Figo in the slightest. His figure vanished in an instant, deftly evading a translucent spider-esque web. Listening with repugnant slime, the Spider Queen narrowed her eyes as a chill crept up her spine. 2 of her arachnid legs lashed backward, only to be shattered by the giant sword, bending at an unnatural angle and emitting a heart-wrenching shriek. Shockwave punch. Carlos, bereft of his weapon, swung his fist from Figo's flank, assisting the Spider Queen in her swift retreat as she maneuvered her spider legs sideways, before turning to viciously sink her sharp teeth into Figo. Meanwhile, the Pegasus, flung through the air, returned, and before it even arrived, a blue aura enveloped Figo and the 2 kings below, obscuring his vision and perception. The 3 kings launched their combined assault. A whirlwind enveloped Figo. Figo tightened his grip on the colossal sword, crimson lightning coiling around it. With a swift motion, he unleashed a technique, thunderous 8 trigrams. Crack. A bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, enveloping the great sword in his grasp. Empowered by the might of thunder, the sword seemed to possess the strength to rend the very fabric of space itself. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 kings, the swiftly moving sword transformed into a streak of light, striking them in succession. Their most potent attacks, including their armed defenses and all forms of resistance, were simultaneously shattered in an instant. The resounding tremors reverberated through the air, dispersing the clouds above in a heartbeat. The 3 kings, struck by the great sword, felt their bones quake, blood erupting from their mouths as they were sent hurtling like cannonballs in 3 different directions. Only Figo, standing firmly at the center of the earth, wielding the great sword, remained as a divine figure. Why? Why is this happening? One of the cadre from the 4 kings pirate crew, flung hundreds of meters away, knelt dazed upon the ground. Those three kings, even against a vice-admiral, should be formidable. A vice-admiral? They could have contended 35 years ago, at a level below SSR-4. Merely fleeing for their lives beneath the vice-admiral's shadow, yet they dare to call themselves kings? The gap between Raoul and me is likely akin to that between you and Raoul, so the pressing question arises, just how vast is the chasm between you and me? Figo advanced, wielding a broadsword. The answer is infinity. Chapter 75. No need for reason. Within the banquet hall, the pirates who had been inadvertently drawn into the chaos had long since fled, eager to escape the revelry of the street. The lower-tier intelligence personnel of the world government hastily withdrew, leaving only the gluttonous king, Lingling, the queen of the joyful street, Emma, and the newly revealed Terry to occupy the space. How could this be? Emma struggled to comprehend the events unfolding outside the banquet hall. Even the strongest in the world, the six kings who had dominated the seas for 15 years, should not be reduced to such a state when three of them joined forces. The weaker sniper king had almost been obliterated by a single thrust. Am I dreaming? Beside her, Terry, his forehead glistening with sweat, murmured, "So this is Figo's answer to the world government." Emma asked what? The world government, the celestial elders, had long been puzzled why Figo suddenly shattered their tacit understanding. Eschewing the return to the Navy headquarters, and even contemplating Lingling, Terry said gloomily. He even brazenly brought Lingling to the joyful street. The reason was so simple, yet no one dared to consider it. 25 years ago, Figo had faced Marshal Raoul and the former celestial elder, Chael Roland, in unison. Although he did not falter initially, he ultimately succumbed and chose to forge a contract, becoming half imprisoned and Impel Down for 25 years. Despite being recognized internally by the world government as the strongest in the world, that title was somewhat tarnished. Now, emerging from Impel Down, Figo was likely to declare to the world that what he could not achieve 25 years ago, he is now capable of. What could not be accomplished 25 years ago? 1 against 2. How could that be? Emma faltered mid-sentence. The observation hockey heard the commotion outside the banquet hall, sending a chill down her spine, leaving her speechless. So it is like this? The gluttonous king, stuffing his mouth with cake, smiled broadly. It seems that my presence here is indeed unfortunate. He glanced at Lingling beside him, then at the surrounding desserts, devouring them with even greater fervor. As he finished off the pile of pastries before him, Carlos found himself shackled by Figo, struck with a heavy blow that sent him into the ground, unconscious. Figo retrieved Lingling, who had fallen into a pile of ice cream, amusingly wiping her face while deftly dodging the Sniper King's cold shot. He crushed the Sniper King's arm with a kick, cuffing him and rendering him unconscious. After sharing a strawberry puff with Lingling, Figo's handcuff snagged on a spider's leg. He elbowed the Spider Queen, breaking her venomous fangs, causing her, bloodied and weak, to whimper, hoping it was merely a nightmare. Being a king is no easy task. Turning to one side, he saw Figo tear the wings off the fleeing Pegasus King, bringing him crashing to the ground and cuffing him. The gluttonous king continued to eat, even more engrossed in his feast. Lingling, having nearly eaten her fill, slowed her pace, while Figo showed no sign of diminishing his speed. Perhaps this could be the last meal. Minutes later, when Figo re-entered the banquet hall, the four kings and most of the pirates had been gathered together, handcuffed by Figo, forming a veritable mountain of bodies. The gluttonous king smiled at him, continuing to focus on the remaining desserts. The haze in Lingling's eyes had considerably lifted, transforming her eating into slow bites, though it seemed strenuous. Once Lingling was completely sated, she would likely succumb to slumber. Figo turned his gaze toward Emma and Terry, who looked on nervously, and said, "Please take care of her for a while. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall come for her. You want us to care for her?" Emma was taken aback, but Terry nodded resolutely. "I understand. In truth, we are old acquaintances now. You were quite foolish back then, but you have certainly become much sharper in your thinking. It appears that after 42 years apart, there is much to reminisce about." Figo smiled. "Once this is all settled, shall we have a conversation?" Terry forced a smile. "Very well." After waiting for 3 more minutes, the gluttonous Lingling let out a contented burp, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and joy, before she fell backward. Terry swiftly caught her with a shave and carried Lingling on his back, nodding to Figo before disappearing rapidly from the banquet hall with Emma. "So smooth?" After distancing themselves from the banquet hall, Emma signaled Terry in surprise. Had the mission of seizing Lingling been accomplished? Terry replied helplessly, "Don't overthink it. If Figo fails today, Lingling will naturally return to CP0. But if he succeeds, even if we bring Lingling back to Mariewa, Figo could once more ascend to the Holy Land and take her away. Emma finally understood. Her face paling as she whispered to Terry, "Is he going to fight the gluttonous king?" They seemed to be getting along quite well. "So why?" Terry countered. "One is the warden of Impel Down, the other the strongest pirate with a bounty of over $1 billion. Their encounter and ensuing battle need no justification, do they? Indeed, no reason is required. Having sensed Figo's presence through his observation hockey, the gluttonous king could have easily evaded and remained hidden, yet he did not. From the moment the gluttonous king entered the barbecue joint, this battle was destined to occur. Yesterday, I only expressed half my thoughts. It is not wrong to desire to be full, but after you are satiated. Those who suffer or even perish because of your gluttony are not at fault either," Figo remarked to the gluttonous king. "Indeed," the gluttonous king nodded. Then laughed. "What a pity that I did not meet someone like you sooner. Thank you for allowing me to enjoy this hearty meal and your barbecue." "You're welcome," Figo replied. "Ah, we mustn't waste food." The gluttonous king's gaze swept over the remaining small piles of desserts in the banquet hall, and his body suddenly swelled. From 5 meters to 10, then to 30. The gluttonous king gradually transformed into a veritable mountain of meat, bursting through the banquet hall's dome. Debris cascaded down as the gluttonous king scooped up the remaining desserts, mingling them with rubble and soil, and stuffed them into his mouth. The crunching sound of chewing and the loud swallow echoed. Then, the gluttonous king looked down at the diminutive Figo and bellowed with laughter. "I am full." A colossal fist came crashing down. Figo met the challenge with a fierce determination, engaging in spirited conversation and sharing companionship. Their failure to clash yesterday was merely a mockery of fate. Combat represents the pride and steadfastness of the strong. The king of gluttony, Masascarolin, a user of the Superman-type double fruit ability, possesses the extraordinary capacity to enlarge parts of his body or even his entire form. The larger he becomes, the more stamina he consumes, yet, with greater size comes greater strength. Having once shattered a small island in a fit of rage, he boasts a bounty surpassing that of Hebrus, alongside might that is even more formidable. He stands as the pinnacle among all pirates of both the past and present. Chapter 76. The Battle of Rocks. On the eastern coast of Joy Street, the grand vessel of the Rocks pirates was nearing the shore. Moments prior, they had sensed the tremors of battle emanating from the island, entering a state of heightened alertness. Through their telescopes, they glimpsed the Pegasus King soaring through the sky in a frantic escape, only to witness him being viciously torn apart mid-flight, plummeting to silence. The first mate, Clichy, felt an ominous warning within him escalate to its peak, but despite repeated entreaties, Rocks remained unyielding, refusing to retreat in fear. His hand rested firmly on the hilt of his blade as he gazed intently at the heart of Joy Street, seemingly attuned to some distant sound. As the colossal figure of the King of Gluttony loomed large, the officers of the Rocks pirates gasped in astonishment. "Is that the King of Gluttony? That old fellow is still alive. Could those 4 fools have set a trap here, only to attract the King of Gluttony instead? Indeed, the feast of sweets." They chuckled. "That old codger is no easy prey. Those 4 imbeciles might just meet their end at his hands." "Not quite. It isn't those 4. The King of Gluttony is engaged in battle with someone else." Clichy's pupils constricted slightly. "Be cautious." In the distance, the King of Gluttony's massive fist, enveloped in hockey, descended with tremendous force, crashing down as if colliding with an unseen foe. The entire island of Joy Street trembled in response, reverberating in waves. Boom, 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 boom. 4 fists, all cloaked in hockey, collided in the air in rapid succession, unleashing a tempestuous wind that wreaked havoc upon the surrounding area. The gale, surpassing any descriptive velocity, obliterated every structure at the battleground's center, pushing debris and ruin outward as if expelled by a great force, flooding towards the coast. Under the keen observation of the Rocks pirates, many pirates within Joy Street were caught off guard, swallowed by the collapsing rubble, swiftly meeting their demise. The ferocious winds and debris soon surged toward them, stirring the sea into tumultuous waves, forcing their ships to retreat in disarray. Who was engaging him in combat? The officers of the pirate crew shielded themselves with their arms against the raging wind, their faces marked by horror. At the bow of the ship, Rocks and Clichy stood side by side, extending their hands forward, channeling their hockey to mitigate the shockwave. The former king of the previous era, the King of Gluttony, was indeed formidable, but who could possibly stand on equal ground with him? Observing the attack style, could it be the Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong? Clichy solemnly remarked, "Captain, we should leave this place." "No, it is not an equal match." A fierce expression emerged on Rock's face. The King of Gluttony is no match for that individual. As if to validate Rock's assertion, In the distance, after countless exchanges of punches, the king of gluttony's enormous form began to stagger backward. Shi and the other officers displayed expressions of astonishment. From rocks, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki surged forth, palpable enough to splinter the wooden planks of the ship, entirely nullifying the oncoming tempest, within which simmered a profound intent to kill. Captain, Shi had not witnessed such murderous intent from rocks in many years. Momentarily transported back to the time when he first boarded the ship 2 decades prior. It is he, without a doubt. With a resounding crash, rocks shattered the ship's deck, propelling himself ashore with remarkable speed toward the center of Joy Street, where the clash was ongoing. On the western coast, chaos reigned. Flee! Flee! Pirates! Somewhat farther from the banquet hall of the Feast of Sweets, raced in terror from the encroaching ruins. Those too slow were consumed, while the swift managed to board their vessels. Set sail! Set sail! Several pirate ships roared to life, harnessing the power of the gale to escape the shore quickly. A few miles away, they exhaled in relief, collapsing onto their decks. We survived. We survived. Wait, wait. Up ahead, there's a small boat? Could that be Silverfoot? No. No. Swish. 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 Several blades of light flashed, and those pirate ships were sliced into fragments, their crews screaming in terror as they plunged into the depths, only to be struck down one by the pursuing blades, silenced forever. Aboard the drifting silver vessel, Tikatampa Saint sheathed his sword, murmuring, "How terrifying." That being known as the world's strongest. Beside him, Shakamas remarked gravely, "Lord Tikatampu, shall we proceed according to our original plan? Should we?" His gaze fell upon the golden snail telephone on the ship. The confidence and optimism that once graced Tikatampu's face had vanished. News of Figo's battle with the 4 kings had reached him through CP0 via the telephone. He considered that even he would require a significant amount of time to vanquish those 4 rascals, let alone achieve a decisive victory akin to Figo's overwhelming dominance. At that moment, he suddenly perceived the truth in Riola Saint's thoughts. Such beings as Figo ought not to exist in this world. He posed a grave danger. He must be eradicated. Proceed according to the plan, Silverfoot. Understood. Shakamas nodded slightly, propelling himself from the ship, using the partially submerged pirate vessels as stepping stones to leap toward the shore. When his momentum faltered, a silver sheen enveloped his feet, allowing him to walk upon the water like Figo. Upon reaching the shore, his hands similarly bore the silver sheen as he pressed them firmly against the ground. Silver City. In an instant, the silver surface spread rapidly from his hands, engulfing the terrain, transforming the entire island into a shimmering silver expanse. In the heart of Joy Street, with the clash between Figo and the King of Gluttony, the area had morphed into a vast crater, reminiscent of a meteorite impact, perilously close to the brink of collapse. Much like Figo's previous encounter with Hebris. With heightened perception, Figo and the King of Gluttony's collision ceased, the latter laughing heartily. "Silverfoot? The Marines are quite considerate. Are they afraid I might meet the same fate as Hebris?" A radiant silver glow enveloped their feet, as Figo bent down, striking the ground with his fists, nodding, "Indeed. It appears significantly more resilient. I shall relish today's encounter." The King of Gluttony, slightly panting, responded, "I am aging, and with just myself. It seems impossible to provide you the thrill you seek today. No, against you. Even if I were to regress countless years, it would still be futile. Look. Has the second challenger arrived?" Figo turned, exclaiming, "Gaston Figo." A roar erupted from that direction as Lux surrounded himself with an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki. His ebony hair billowed in the wind as he wielded a blade, leaving imprints upon the silver earth with each deliberate step he took towards Figo. "So, you are indeed alive, the one who abducted the Saintess. What has become of her?" "She is thriving," Figo thought, "and has become a beacon of hope in the hearts of many." However, he refrained from divulging this to Lux, merely responding, "Accompany me home, and you shall learn of her fate." An equally potent conqueror's haki surged from Figo, pushing back Lux's aura to a distance of several meters. The struggle ensued. "Ha ha. Count me in," came the booming laughter of the King of Gluttony from behind, as another wave of conqueror's haki surged towards Figo from yet another direction. Figo tilted his body slightly, effectively isolating the King of Gluttony as conqueror's haki at a distance. The 3 palpable manifestations of conqueror's haki surged forward and receded, causing the silvery ground to tremble incessantly, as if the very sky were fracturing and rolling inward. Conqueror's haki, 115640, Level 5, Master of the Conqueror's haki. Among all abilities, only the Conqueror's haki remained untouched by Figo's prison records. Yet the aura emanating from his strength ensured that his haki was not inferior to that of these two formidable opponents. With a resounding crash, the three streams of haki collided, erupting into a tempest that swept in all directions. The king of gluttony praised, "Not bad, Rox. Compared to those four fellows, you possess a semblance of regal presence. Let us join forces, lad, and see whether Gaston Figo will triumph over our combined might as the new and old kings to become the world king, or if he will be vanquished and return to his post as director. Who wishes to ally with you, old man? He is my adversary," Rox retorted, disregarding the suggestion as he charged towards Figo, blade in hand. In an instant, he closed the distance of 100 meters, crimson lightning enveloping the edge of his sword. Demon Slayer. The visage of a green-faced, fanged demon emerged around him, as the long blade seemed to tear through space, transforming into the demon's fangs, intent on piercing Figo's body. A lethal strike. Yet in the next moment, Rox's murderous intent solidified on his face. Figo merely raised his right hand. The palm enveloped an armament haki, firmly grasping the blade's edge, shattering the haki entwined upon it, and dispelling the phantom of the demon. The deadly assault dissipated as if it were a gentle breeze. Your opponent? Perhaps in 20 years. The version of you that assaults the Valley of the Gods might stand a chance against me in a one-on-one duel. But now, youngster, you are still far too inexperienced. With a thunderous crash, Rox was sent reeling, bloodied, and shot back. Chapter 77, 1 against 2. Embedded within the silver-white meteorite crater's rock wall, Rox experienced the world's disparities for the first time. The battle he witnessed at the age of 3 remained etched in his memory, and throughout the years, he had relentlessly pursued Figo and Hebris, the 6 kings, merely stepping stones on his path to growth, hardly deserving of his regard. Yet upon confronting Figo again, his full-force strike was easily thwarted, and Rox felt the insurmountable chasm of disparity in strength. How could one be this powerful? Struggling to extricate himself from the rock wall, he clenched his fists, an even greater conqueror's haki bursting forth from his being. Some individuals shrink back in the face of adversity. Others, however, grow stronger when confronted with formidable foes. Is his strength ascending from SSR 5 towards SSR 6? Truly, Rox is remarkable. A smile graced Figo's face as he supported the arm of the King of Gluttony. How splendid! The rewards for capturing have increased. At that moment, a note of dissatisfaction echoed from above, the King of Gluttony's voice piercing through the air, as a fierce gust roared from the side. The King of Gluttony retracted his hands, his massive thighs moving with surprising agility, transforming in midair into a blur as he aimed a kick at Figo. Figo's arms extended sideways, and with a resounding thud, he was propelled against the adjacent rock wall, which cracked like a spider's web under the impact. In an instant, he rebounded with even greater velocity, delivering a kick that struck the gluttonous king squarely in the abdomen. The king's corpulent belly resembled a balloon, and Figo's foot sank into it. The gluttonous king attempted to fortify his belly with armed color, aiming to ensnare Figo within the layers of fat. However, a sudden penetrating force emanated from Figo's foot, piercing through the king's fat and assaulting his innards. Armed color, internal destruction. The tumult within the king's body caused a shift in his expression. Summoning strength from his belly, he launched Figo away, his massive form staggering backwards several steps. Like an infinitely elastic spring, Figo soared into the air with remarkable speed, only to be met by a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. It was Rox. Aspiring to become a king, he was reluctant to collaborate with the gluttonous king, yet possessed the wisdom to adapt, refusing to stubbornly fight alone against an overwhelming foe. He sought knowledge of the Sapphire's condition. Facing a mightier ruler, joining forces with others was not a disgrace. His long blade, infused with a more potent conqueror's will, slashed toward Figo, while his aura subtly shifted, his muscular arms slightly bulging, drenched in the dark hue of armed color. Demon Slayer, destruction. The resplendent blade collided with Figo's wrist in midair, a brilliant display of conqueror's color clashing between them. The 8th technique of the 6 forms, wrist blade. A tremor-inducing metallic clash reverberated, and the immense force sent Rox reeling yet again, while Figo plummeted straight to the ground, crashing heavily. Boom. The silver-hued ground shattered under his weight, revealing the rubble beneath. The gluttonous king barreled forward like a tank, his swinging fist seemingly shattering the very fabric of space as it bore down upon Figo. Figo turned swiftly, shaking his arm before delivering a powerful punch. The 9th technique of the 6 styles, cannon fist. A solid rectangular shockwave erupted from the forefront of his fist, colliding with the gluttonous king's blow. The impact, capable of obliterating all, expanded outward, causing the gluttonous king to be repelled once more, while Figo's body was slightly thrust backward. SSR-7, combined with SSR-6? This formation surpasses the SSR-7 combined with SSR-5 from 25 years ago, finally presenting a semblance of intrigue. Figo took a deep breath, his fists clenched with determination. The air resonated with two explosive sounds as the fabric of his upper garments tore apart, stretched beyond its limits by his burgeoning muscles. His height surged from 2.8 meters to an astonishing 4 meters, with his robust physique resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree intertwining over his form. The body of a war god. At long last, he liberated himself from the constraints that life had imposed on his stature. Figo felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him. A subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips as his formidable aura surged forth, an indiscriminate force that rippled through the heavens. The sky fractured with a deafening roar, accompanied by the crack of thunder. Although two adversaries encircled him, in that fleeting moment, they felt as if they were ensnared within his embrace, nearly compelled to retreat against the onslaught of the tempestuous wind. The king of gluttony laughed heartily. Is this truly your full strength? How utterly extraordinary! His colossal arms, several meters in girth, expanded once more, transforming into a fist akin to a small mountain, barreling down upon Figo. Figo thrust his fist forward. With a resounding crash, his disproportionately sized fist collided, striking the colossal figure of the king of gluttony as if it were a pillar of heaven, a mountain of indomitable strength. A terrifying force surged from his fist to his shoulder, shattering the fabric of his garment that expanded with his immense power, propelling the king of gluttony into a small leap before crashing down heavily. In the face of Figo's overwhelming pressure, Lux not only stood his ground but felt his blood boil, unleashing two waves of sword energy that shattered the silvery ground once more, charging towards Figo. With a loud clap, Figo shattered one of the sword energies with a single hand. He propelled himself off the ground, causing it to explode beneath him, his body resembling an indomitable drill as his fists met Lux's blade. A spray of blood mist erupted, and Lux transformed into an afterimage, hurtling into the rocky wall. Simultaneously, the massive fist of the king of gluttony struck Figo's back, sending him crashing into the wall as well. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Figo emerged unscathed, sprinting back through the air at high speed, delivering a kick that toppled the king of gluttony to the side, crashing him to the ground and stirring the earth beneath. Figo then sidestepped, catching Lux's dual-bladed strike with one hand while using the other to block the sweeping leg of the king of gluttony. Three forces clashed and reverberated. The sky seemed to split open, thunder rumbling incessantly. As the epicenter of this collision, the silvery ground beneath them continually sank deeper, as if the island were on the verge of submerging. Both Lux and the king of gluttony unleashed their utmost roars, exerting their full strength. The force of the blade intensified, and the king's legs grew thicker, gradually overwhelming Figo's defenses, striking against him. A shallow cut appeared, a slight bruise, nothing more. Figo let out a powerful roar, his muscles swelling further, golden hockey swirling throughout his being, churning fiercely. The very light around him seemed distorted, transforming into a chaotic state, as the silvery land surged outward, sprinkled with golden glimmers. Armed hockey, 29695, level 5, pinnacle of armed hockey. Physical strength, 508359, level 5, pinnacle of physical strength. With two thunderous explosions, both combatants were sent flying, tumbling through the air. Such armed hockey, such formidable physical prowess. The massive form of the king of gluttony soared through the air, bouncing back toward Figo, exuding tremendous pressure. Gaston Figo, from this day forth, none shall claim the title of king before you, but to defeat us in unison will not be so effortless. With a roar, the king of gluttony expanded once more, transforming into a 100-meter giant. Lux's expression tightened as he gleaned insights from Figo's armed hockey, solidifying the hockey on his black blade, elevating his power from the peak of SSR-5 to SSR-6. Feeling a long-lost thrill, Figo's lips curled into a confident smile as he responded loudly, "Then let us see." Chapter 78, Figo's Sword. With a thunderous boom, the sky darkened with clouds, lightning coursing through the air. Beneath the ominous clouds, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the heavens, crashing to the ground like a miniature sun, scattering red lightning in all directions. Lux's strike had evidently gained strength, and even as it missed its mark, the residual force spread toward Figo, who was moving sideways. Figo maneuvered with agility, darting left and right, up and down, as if teleporting within a confined space, deftly evading the disturbances posed by rocks. He countered with a punch that collided against the massive paw of the King of Gluttony, whose form had expanded to 100 meters, matching Figo's strength nearly perfectly. Their clash erupted like a dormant volcano, unleashing a tempestuous force. Boom, boom, boom. As the King of Gluttony staggered back, 3 profound footprints were imprinted in the ground, while Figo's calves were ensnared in the earth. Seizing the opportunity, a blade of sunlight-like radiance surged forth, aimed at Figo's nape. Yet, with his right leg entrenched in the soil, Figo exerted a powerful thrust, causing the ground behind him to collapse symmetrically, momentarily surprising rocks and disrupting his balance, compelling his strike to clash with Figo's wrist blade. Once again, the conqueror's hockey clashed. Figo suddenly placed his right hand on the hilt at his waist. Did he think it merely ornamental? The black blade was drawn, and with a swift arc, a scarlet glow erupted, inflicting a wound upon Rocks, who staggered backward once more. Figo then pivoted, sweeping his blade, enveloping the edge with a palpable aura of conqueror's hockey. Crack! The fist and sword met, and a thunderous roar resonated. Swordsmanship, 254230, level 5, a master of the sword. At this moment, Figo exhibited no weaknesses. Relying solely on his sword skills, he was capable of suppressing an ordinary top-tier powerhouse of the world. Of course, drawing his sword now was not an exhibition of his dream as a swordsman in white attire. Rather, it was because his blade possessed undeniable merit in this encounter. Propelling backwards, his wrist twisted inward, the black blade coiled, the flowing armament color enveloping it. Figo raised his sword to the heavens. A surge of power cleaving into the sky. Dark clouds gathered ominously, the heavens cracked open, resembling a cataclysmic scene, as torrential rain began to pour. As raindrops pelted his body, the King of Gluttony scanned the sky, the dense clouds igniting a flicker of unease within him. Meanwhile, Figo had leapt high, bringing his sword down. A dazzling blade of light radiated, extending beyond the 100-meter stature of the King of Gluttony, resembling a crescent moon intent on cleaving him in twain. Sensing the imminent peril, the King of Gluttony rapidly shrouded his massive wrists in a thick layer of armament color, crossing his arms to block the sword's energy. At that moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the heavens, striking directly above him. Crack! Those who sail the seas of this mysterious new world can command the elements. Yet caught off guard by the lightning, the King of Gluttony displayed a grimace of pain, smoke billowing from his head, his body trembling, his armament nearly collapsing. When his aura collided with Figo's sword energy, it finally shattered. 2 gashes were carved into his wrists, blood gushing forth like a torrential downpour, as the King of Gluttony let out a low growl, dispersing the sword energy. Yet the impact of the clash and the numbing sensation caused by the lightning sent him crashing to the ground, shaking the very earth. Heavenly sword, falling thunder. Electric arcs danced along the blade as Figo exerted force through his heels, twisting his body to deliver a counterstrike. Buzz! His blade collected the rainwater, clashing midair with Rock's advancing sword, as crimson lightning erupted violently, propelling Rock's backward, while the raindrops suddenly darkened. As Rock's pupils constricted, he found himself pursued by the dark rain, which flew faster than he could react. Like being baptized by a holy spear, the rain fell like countless potent bullets, shattering his armament defenses, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Unable to suppress the blood he coughed up, embedding himself deep into the rock wall. Heavenly sword, torrential rain. What on earth is this? The King of Gluttony's voice resonated with tremors as he sat upon the ground, swinging his fist skyward, dispersing the rain clouds above, revealing a clear blue sky. Simultaneously, the fierce winds generated by his punches seemed to heed Figo's command, swirling around Figo's blade after a few subtle flicks, launching forth with a strike. Heavenly sword, hurricane. The ferocious gale swept forth, rolling the King of Gluttony's massive frame, weighing hundreds of tons, as if an earthquake were shaking the island. With a resounding crash, his colossal palms smashed into the ground, charging toward Figo like a rampaging beast, propelling him backward with a forceful thrust. This is my self-created sword technique, used in actual combat for the first time today. Suspended in midair, Figo suppressed the metallic taste in his throat, responding, "It appears to be quite effective." How could he be this formidable? Along the coastline, the silver-footed Shakamos, who had been fortifying the island, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His earlier nonchalance replaced by an overwhelming sense of urgency, far from the time when he had stated he wished to witness the world's strongest. The King of Gluttony and Rocks were no less powerful than he. Together, they would exponentially elevate their strengths. Yet now, Figo was nearly overwhelming them, displaying unparalleled prowess across physique, armament, and swordsmanship, all at the pinnacle of the world's might, far beyond his comprehension. If this continued, the aging king of gluttony would surely exhaust his stamina. This battle likely could not endure for long before Figo emerged victorious. Nearby, Rock's first mate, Klysy, and two other high-ranking officers aboard the ship sensed the distant commotion, their expressions reflecting a mix of confusion and astonishment. Initially, they had come to investigate the silver-footed Chakamo's abilities, unconcerned about Rocks, confident in their captain's strength. Even if they couldn't win, could they not escape? But now, suddenly, another bald figure appeared beside Chakamo's, startling the trio into vigilance. "Sir Tycotin," Chakamos spoke solemnly, "what shall we do now? Saint? Is he actually a celestial dragon?" Klys's eyes flashed with disdain, laced with an almost imperceptible fear. Tycotin also regarded him with a steady gaze. "Klysy, first mate of the Rocks pirates, I can assure you, on the credibility of the world government, that neither I nor the silver-footed Chakamos will make a move against you today. Go. Assist your captain and Garolin in vanquishing Gaston Figo." The credibility of the world government? Klysy scoffed. Does the world government even possess credibility? Yet. Tycotin suppressed his anger and reiterated his solemn words, his seriousness evident. If it were possible, he would even consider joining forces with the king of gluttony and Rocks to eliminate Figo. Is it a disgrace for a celestial dragon to ally with pirates? No. At this juncture, it matters little compared to the necessity of eliminating Figo. However, he was deeply concerned about the king of gluttony's stance upon encountering him and Chakamos. Should he choose to ally with Figo, he and Chakamos would be in peril. Neither the world government nor you pirates would wish for a powerhouse like Gaston Figo to exist in this world. Klysy agreed with this sentiment, yet he lacked confidence. Even if he joined in, could he truly overcome an enemy capable of overpowering both his captain and the king of gluttony? What if they lost, or worse? Both sides were gravely injured? Out of caution, retreating would be the wisest choice. He exchanged glances with two familiar high-ranking officers, who instantly understood the first mate's intent and hastened toward the pirate ship. Klysy remained vigilant, retreating from Tycotin and Chakamos until he was 100 meters away, before turning into a streak of flame, soaring toward the heart of the battlefield. Upon reaching the fray at breakneck speed, he observed that the king of gluttony still retained some capacity to retaliate, while the captain was being overwhelmed. Despite his prior knowledge of hockey, he could not help but shudder, hastening to deliver his strike. Pillar of Flame. A magnificent pillar of fire surged towards Figo, who had already perceived its approach. With a deft swing of his long blade, he summoned a fierce wind that converged the fiery column and redirected it back. Heavenly Sword, Flamestorm. The improvised strike effortlessly reduced Klysy to mere cosmic dust, instantly showcasing the terrifying pressure Figo exerted. Reuniting by Lox's side, he urged, "Flee, Captain." The natural element of the flame fruit? Figo scrutinized Klysy, a man so handsome he could be mistaken for a woman who seemed vaguely familiar. However, Lox's first mate appeared to possess greater prowess than those four incompetent fools, SSR4, perhaps. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted, "Silverfoot. And that fellow beside you must be one of the celestial dragons. Care to join in the fun? 5 against 1, and who knows, you might just slay me." His words hung in the air, met with an unsettling silence. Chapter 79. Lox in Desperation. 3 update seeking monthly votes. They dared not respond. The king of gluttony exhaled like a bellows, replying to Figo, "They fear I might turn against them and join forces with you." "I know," Figo chuckled, merely provoking them a tad, yet 5 against 1 is rather absurd. He turned to Lox and Klysy, "Are you planning to escape?" TCH. Lox wiped the blood from his face, his expression betraying deep reluctance. Beside him, Klysy quietly advised, "Captain, this foe is beyond our current capabilities. The king of gluttony is aged, he cannot sustain himself much longer. We must flee." Hearing this, Lox glanced at the king of gluttony, and a flicker of retreat emerged in his eyes. The king of gluttony sighed heavily, "Let us escape. Indeed, I am truly old, after merely half an hour of battle. I find myself fatigued. My appetite is becoming difficult to restrain. But escaping is not as simple as it seems." Figo sheathed his blade, the chains on his wrist clinking softly in the breeze. To relish combat is one thing. To exert oneself to the utmost to capture is another. If you intend to flee, prepare yourself. My next assault shall be quite unsightly. A terrifying aura once again surged forth, enveloping Lox and Klysy in a choking sensation. "What manner of creature is this?" Klysy murmured, his pupils constricting. Suddenly, a figure darted between him and Locks, raising an arm to strike at both. Bang! Bang! The two were thrown apart, experiencing their first direct confrontation with Figo. Chrysocyte felt as though his elemental transformation was nearly nullified beneath the solidified coating of Figo's armament. A piercing pain coursed through his arm, akin to it fracturing, and just as he was about to be embedded into the rock wall, he barely managed to maintain his elemental state. A conflagration enveloped the ground, instantaneously transforming the surrounding area into a sea of flames. His flame fruit had awakened. The relentless sea of fire surged forward, pursuing Figo, who was headed towards Locks. Under Chrysocyte's vigorous motions, the flames coalesced as if imbued with life, twisting into a colossal dragon that lunged at Figo's back. The King of Gluttony's enormous fist was also barreling towards Figo, generating a shockwave. Boom! Boom! The sea of flames was extinguished, and the giant retreated. As Figo's movements momentarily faltered, Locks adjusted his stance and propelled himself against the rocky wall, sprinting towards the coast with all his might. Yet, Figo's speed surpassed his own. In the ensuing 3 minutes, Locks was relentlessly pursued and struck by Figo, while the assaults from Chrysocyte and the King of Gluttony momentarily hindered Figo's advance until the final moment. With a faint crack, Locks, propelled backwards, was overcome with shock as the force pulling at his wrist abruptly halted him midair, a sinking feeling washing over him. This fiend had managed to bind their fates together? After numerous attempts, the other end of the handcuff that Figo wielded finally latched onto Locks' wrist, securing him effectively. In a fit of rage, Locks retaliated with a fierce slash of his knife against Figo, yet it merely sparked a shower of embers and a clanging resonance of metal, leaving behind a shallow gash upon Figo's form. Figo reached out and pulled Locks into his embrace, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen that nearly caused him to regurgitate his innards. Behind him, the fiery serpent lashed out, leaving a burn mark across Figo's back. Yet he remained unfazed, delivering another blow that shattered Locks' nose, causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth. A colossal fist, charging from the side, struck both Figo and Locks simultaneously, sending the two entwined figures crashing into the wall. Figo, impacted by the brunt of the force, merely spat out a mouthful of blood, sustaining little damage, while Locks, struck by the residual force, felt his head spin. Figo then unleashed another punch, landing heavily on Locks' chest, shattering his ribcage and prompting a horrified cry from Chris. "No, Captain." This scene was indeed grotesque. The King of Gluttony opened his maw, extending his tongue to an enormous size, aiming to pierce Figo. "That strike is rather unclean," Figo finally acknowledged, smiling as he sidestepped and countered, his fist colliding with the tongue, imbued with the color of the conqueror. Upon reaching the pinnacle of power, the admiral level, Figo found that his previous reliance on sheer physicality to dominate opponents was becoming less effective. At this tier, foes possessed physiques that were largely on par with his own, each boasting a strength level exceeding 100,000. Even with Figo's 4 to 5 times superior physique, amounting to 500,000, could he obliterate them in an instant? No, for the strength of pirates lies heavily in their physical prowess, leading battles to extend over days and nights. Currently, Figo could be likened to a warrior with an attack of 1,000 and a health of 500,000, while his opponents possessed an attack of 100 and a health of 100,000. Indeed, a comprehensive advantage, yet both were akin to formidable bosses with rapidly regenerating health bars, making them difficult to vanquish swiftly. The damage inflicted in a multi-opponent scenario could not be concentrated, resulting in prolonging the encounter. In the recent skirmish, despite Figo maintaining a firm grip on the King of Gluttony and Locks, relentlessly inflicting harm, it was only due to the King's dwindling stamina that he could not be completely subdued in under 2 or 3 hours. If this was the case in a 1-on-2 situation, how would it fare against 3 or more? If the adversaries engaged in a rotating offensive, leveraging their formidable physiques to extend the battle over days, how could Figo discover a means to break the deadlock? How could he achieve his envisioned objective of defeating a top-tier powerhouse even amidst a siege? The answer lay within the chains that bound him. Clang, clang, clang. Rocks relentlessly struck at Figo, each blow leaving a trail of blood, yet Figo, with his exceptional physique, completely disregarded the assaults. The searing flames behind him and the prodding fingers of the King of Gluttony were equally endured by Figo's resilient form. "You strike me thrice. I sustain a minor injury. I touch you once, and you crumble." Bound to Figo by a chain that linked their hands, Rocks found no respite. Forced into close-quarters combat with Figo, This was the only way to maximize his physical advantage. Bam! 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 Figo relentlessly pounded his fists against rocks, each blow resonating through the skeletal frame of his adversary, causing it to tremble and shatter. In a mere span of seconds, Rox found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. "Captain! Captain! Attack the chains!" The cries echoed in desperation. "Curse it! Is it Seastone? Let go of the captain! Attack the chains! It is futile!" The previous exchanges and collisions failed to disrupt the chains. They are likely custom-made for imprisoning notorious pirates like Whitebeard, perhaps even in the hands of the Saintess herself. The frantic calls of Chrissy gradually faded into the distance, while Rock's consciousness began to sink into oblivion. Saintess! A surge of defiance erupted within him. With a thunderous explosion, the overwhelming conqueror's haki surged around him, and from an unknown source, Rock summoned an even greater strength. Was it the aura of adversity? No. It was the power of the Underworld King. Roger was too weak. The legendary power emanating from him was merely a trifling 19 points, hardly perceptible to Figo. Yet, in this moment, he could discern the source of Rock's newfound strength. Indeed, the power of legendary caliber transcended mere resonance with the voices of all things. Was this the reason why the D family was deemed the adversaries of the gods? This newfound strength eclipsed any force Rox had previously unleashed. The razor-sharp edge of his blade forced Figo to squint. This power pierced through Figo's armament, breaching the defenses of his muscles. Crimson blood erupted forth. And then, boom, Figo's powerful hand pressed Rock's head deep into the earth, plunging it into the abyss, causing the land within 1,000 meters to sink into oblivion. At last, the chains binding Rox fell away, and Figo rose to inspect the bloodstains upon his chest. The wound was commendable. Alas, the unconscious and exhausted Rox, with his eyes rolled back, could no longer hear his praise. Chapter 80. The Slave-Marked Criminal. Rox D. Jibek level. SSR 6 status. Escaping from Prison Crime Index. 49 capture participation. 100 potential rewards. Conqueror S Hockey. Navigation pointer creation. Physical strength. Shipbuilding. Culinary skills character event 1. Awaiting activation character event 2. Currently inactive core event. Currently inactive is a crime index of only 49 significant. It is not low. But in the pirate world, where the standards are dismally relative and extraordinary powers abound, a crime index of 49 would warrant severe punishment if attributed to an R-level pirate. However, when such a score is associated with a formidable pirate like Rox, it appears diminutive. Even the admirals and vice-admirals within the Navy often carry a crime index of 20 or 30, with some surpassing Rox score of 49. The four worthless kings each boast a minimum of over 200. Now, Figo is entirely convinced of the rumors he had previously heard. The current Rox pirates are remarkably united and dedicated to combating the slave trade, resembling chaotic adventurers in neutrality. This transformation may well stem from the vice-captain, Cressisi, a young yet powerful figure not mentioned in the original narrative. With a roar, upon witnessing Rock's dire condition, Cressisi charged like a blazing fireball, only to be met by Figo's single-handed resistance. The empty handcuffs clinked ominously, startling Cressisi, who quickly regained his composure and summoned flames to lift Rox from the earth. Noticing that Rox was merely gravely injured and still full of life, he exhaled in relief, remaining vigilant and tense as he guarded against Figo. Figo gazed at him, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. At this age, with blue hair. "Oh, is that you? Is it really me?" Chrissy, carrying the unconscious Rox, froze momentarily, his body tensing suddenly. A profound sense of danger enveloped him, and this crisis did not originate from Figo. He looked up at the towering figure of the Glutton King behind Figo, who was panting heavily from the immense exertion. Suddenly, a crimson hue spread across his eyes. Has the pica finally manifested? Figo also looked up at the Glutton King, sensing a faint threat to his own safety. The Glutton King earned his title not only for his insatiable appetite and his violent rage when disturbed while eating, but also because of his affliction. This condition was not congenital but rather acquired, known as pica. With a crack, his massive hand plunged down, shattering the silvery ground, scooping up an abundance of debris and sand into his mouth, crunching and swallowing with abandon. After consuming the rubble, his form rapidly expanded by several meters, and with his other hand, he continued to devour the shattered earth. During a pica episode, he lost all rationality, indiscriminately consuming everything around him, regardless of edibility. There were several instances where he had swallowed his own pirate ship whole. Simultaneously, he overlooked the toll on his stamina, transforming his body to accommodate ever-increasing quantities of food, growing larger with each bite. After ingesting 2 handfuls of rubble, he surged from 100 meters to 150 meters, his crimson eyes locking onto Figo, seemingly perceiving him as an obstruction. In an instant, a colossal hand swung towards him. Boom! The force of this strike was double that of the previous one, colliding with Figo's hands and unleashing a tremendous shockwave that rippled outward. Chrissy, bearing the unconscious rocks, spewed blood and was hurled away, yet his heart soared with joy finally. An opportunity to escape. Maintaining his upper body in human form while igniting his lower half in flames, Chrissy took flight with rocks, akin to gliding on wheels of fire. High above, a massive pirate ship was swiftly approaching to provide assistance. The crew of the Rock's pirates, spotting Chrissy's bloodied and pained visage, could hardly believe their eyes. How could the invincible captain? "Be careful, first mate," cried several officers in unison. Chrissy's heart sank, without a moment's thought. He exerted all his strength to hurl Rock's body away, shouting, "Catch him!" On the pirate ship, the fruit-powered Shiki soared towards Rock's, but a hand, arriving later yet quicker, seized Rock's foot, anchoring him midair. Young Shiki found himself suspended in the air, his gaze crossing with Figo's as he clutched Rock's, a chill coursing through his veins. After a brief hesitation of merely 0.1 seconds, he turned and flew back to the pirate ship, urging it to ascend faster and flee into the distance. "Damn it! Shiki, what are you doing?" The pirates on board shouted in alarm. Below, Chrissy felt a wave of relief, a voice in the air proclaiming well done. As he transformed into flames, tightly grasping Figo, desperately trying to prevent him from advancing. "I'm sorry, Captain, but I fear we cannot escape. We can only ensure everyone else gets away." He clung to Figo with every ounce of strength. With a snap, a handcuff clamped down on his wrist, the sea stone's power quickly draining his strength and reverting his legs to their original form. Simultaneously, a gigantic hand, akin to a mountain, descended from the sky. The Glutton King, now towering at 200 meters, seemed to swat at 3 flies. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, a mushroom cloud rising into the air, as Figo, Chrissy, and Rocks were thrust into the earth below. Completely defenseless, Chrissy felt every bone in his body tremble as torrents of blood erupted from his mouth. Nearly losing consciousness, his grip on Figo slackened, and he collapsed to the ground. In his hazy vision, he saw the familiar pirate ship receding into the distance. A hint of solace gracing his features as he turned to glance at Rocks, who lay beside him in the pit, and offered a resigned smile. "Captain, I told you to be cautious. Your dreams have ultimately shattered here, the man who brought a second ray of light into my life." Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric echoed, and Chrissy felt himself flipped over, the back of his clothes shredded, exposing his bare skin, jolting his awareness back into focus. "Oh no, he has seen me." Nightmarish memories surged back, replaying the distorted grin of that pig-like fiend, the harrowing torment echoing in his mind. Chrissy unexpectedly relaxed. "Fine, let him see. I am no longer afraid of such things." Figo lowered his gaze to the mark on Chrissy's back, a red circular emblem adorned with arrows pointing left, upward, and right, while another arrow pointed vertically downward, combining to form a shape reminiscent of a horseshoe. The imprint of the 9 heavens soaring dragon's hoof, the mark of a celestial dragon slave. Criminal, Chrissy's level, SSR 4 status, in Capture Crime Index, 16 capture participation, 100 selectable rewards, armament hockey, culinary skills, swordsmanship, navigation. Begging with a crime index of 16, Chrissy had certainly altered the trajectory of Rocks and his pirate crew. Figo couldn't help but smile faintly. Yet he remarked, 20 years ago, I liberated you from the celestial dragons, not to see you become a pirate. W. Watt. Chapter 81. The finale of the Monarch. Over the span of 25 years, Figo had escaped from Impel Down nearly 20 times. How could he resist the temptation to pilfer from the celestial dragons, even once? However, at that time, he was not yet prepared to confront the world government anew. So he resorted to some sleight of hand, especially since the air behind him had not yet attained the strength of an admiral. A simple storm could grant Figo ample time to make his escape. Of course, he employed various other means as well. He wouldn't foolishly attempt to rob the celestial dragons each time he departed Impel Down. In total, during those 25 years, Figo had assaulted the celestial dragons 7 times, capturing and eliminating 9 of them. The world government was infuriated but was unable to uncover the perpetrator, ultimately concluding that the assailant was likely a member of the Fur tribe, thus giving rise to the moniker Moonlit Hunter among the seas. which somewhat curtailed the celestial dragon's frequent travels. As for those who had become slaves to the celestial dragons, some had resigned themselves to despair. Figo lacked the time to rescue them all, yet he did what he could, saving those who were salvageable. Chrysosi was the boy he had rescued during his first assault on the celestial dragons 2 decades prior, having survived to this day and grown to such an extent, a realization that brought Figo a measure of joy. This was the change he had wrought upon the world. The shackles binding Chrysosi had been loosened, and he regained a modicum of strength, yet he harbored no thoughts of fleeing with rocks. He stared blankly at Figo. Is it really you? He must be of the fur tribe. No, for a being of such power, donning a disguise would be effortless. In his heart, he found the answer. A mingling of shock and delight, tinged with guilt. Yes, I am sorry, I thought. He gazed at his captain. Figo turned to face the king of gluttony, who was left with nothing but remnants of the island's crumbled structures to consume, resorting to devouring the very earth beneath him. In a mere minute or two, he had excavated a valley at his feet, his immense form towering terrifyingly to a height of 300 meters. With thighs as thick as pillars and over 100 meters high, their hair resembling great trees. As he reached for another handful of soil to consume, Figo suddenly flickered into the palm of his hand, seemingly intending to be swallowed along with the dirt. At that moment, however, the king of gluttony's hand paused, and the haze of madness in his eyes gradually cleared, focusing intently on Figo. The method to prevent his peculiar appetite was straightforward, no matter how deranged he became. He would never consume a human or place one in his mouth. Yet, due to the fear of being crushed by his colossal form and the dread of that cavernous maw, he had numerous records of devouring entire towns. He sighed, a sound booming like thunder. Ever since I disbanded the pirate crew 15 years ago, I have not lost control. I had nearly forgotten this nightmarish past. Gaston Figo, why did you not intervene sooner? You realized you could not control yourself long ago, yet you continued to attack. Now you ask me to stop you? Figo retorted. Indeed. The king of gluttony huffed, expelling 2 columns of air from his enormous nostrils. I detest the sensation of consuming dirt, yet in the end, I find myself regretting not indulging one last time. Is it not a predetermined fate that began when, at 6 years old, I took my first mouthful of earth to survive? This is your choice. It need not be so, Figo replied. Yes, but over the past 90 years, while I have tasted various delicacies, I have never sampled prison fare, nor do I wish to. The physical toll of his gigantic form left the king of gluttony gasping for breath, his panting growing increasingly labored. Perhaps I have grown weary of life. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, brace yourself for the final strike from the elder of a bygone era, the one true king of this world, Gaston Figo. With a mighty swing of his colossal hand, he hurled a mixture of mud and sand directly towards Figo. The king of gluttony expanded further, reaching 400, 500, then 800 meters. His vast body obscured the sky, the terrifying weight causing the ground to sink deeply. A broad smile adorned his immense face as he interlocked his mountain-like hands, bending forward to strike down. In a daze, lying on the ground, Chrysoton was horrified and lunged towards the unconscious rocks, desperately trying to drag him away. Having sensed the impending disaster, Tycho Saint withdrew his sword gravely as he retreated to their silver boat on the surface, while Silverfoot swiftly propelled a silver sphere upward, encasing himself and Tycho Saint within. Meanwhile, Figo, having struck the ground, faced the looming 5-fingered mountain that overshadowed all his escape routes, raising his fists to the heavens. As he swung his fists, 2 powerful rectangular shockwaves burst forth, dispelling the fierce winds generated by the descending giant hand, crashing against it. In an instant, the shockwave shattered. The giant hand descended, finally colliding with Figo's fists. In that fleeting moment, the immense pressure bore down upon Figo, forcing him to bend his back, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet a smile lingered at the corner of his lips. The ground crumbled beneath him, but his legs remained firmly rooted as he slowly straightened his posture. Mutual fulfillment? Perhaps it is a form of reciprocity. Thank you for choosing to witness my ascent to the pinnacle with your life at the final moment. His legs began to lift from the ground, each step echoing explosively as he executed the moonwalk, propelling the giant's hands upward until he toppled the immense being. From the skies above, the point of collision between the giant and Figo appeared to unleash a tsunami-like upheaval upon the earth, obliterating the uneven terrain wrought by their battle. It resembled the detonation of a missile. Joyful Street Island rippled like a disturbed lake, fracturing inch by inch, as deep fissures spread, ultimately leading to its complete disintegration. Some of the splintered rocks ignited into fireballs during their flight, quickly extinguishing in the ensuing blaze, while the surrounding sea was forcefully displaced by this terrifying power. The tempestuous winds carried seawater far away, as waves surged violently across a 1,000-mile radius, causing the pirate civilians on the island to hide in terror. Unable to bear witness to this apocalyptic scene, the horrific impact continued for nearly half an hour, erasing Joyful Street from the map. The distant rolling waters gradually receded, as if to smooth the scars left upon the ocean, and from the depths of the abyss, a faint voice emerged. I said I did not wish to taste prison fare. Why must you still restrain me? You have granted me a glorious finale, so please, do not mind this little quirk of mine. Figo sat upon the ground, entwining his hand with that of the gluttonous king, who lay sprawled before him. At that moment, the gluttonous king had regained his towering height of 5 meters, yet his once massive form had become alarmingly gaunt, so emaciated that his bones were visible beneath his skin, and his abdomen was ruptured, faintly revealing the slow pulsation of his heart. The previous strike had incinerated all his fat, energy, and life force. That child, Lingling, is far luckier than I. Take good care of her, he murmured. In such a state, could he still afford to worry about her? I will certainly look after her. A faint smile broke across the gluttonous king's wrinkled visage, only to be swiftly replaced by concern. Do you think in my next life, I will be able to eat my fill? Surely you will be able to indulge, Figo replied. No, perhaps it would be better if I didn't eat too much. I have become so thin at the end of my life. I only hope that in my next existence, my appetite will be smaller and that I shall not overindulge. Figo remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly inquiring, is it true that when you were 6, those children who wished to consume you were killed by your hand, and then you fled? The gaunt visage of the king of gluttony struggled to form a semblance of a smile, unable to respond further. The tumultuous sea roared, burying the monarchs of a bygone era. Chapter 82. The Justice of the Heart Criminal, Massis Galliolin Rank, SSR 7 Status, Deceased Crime Index, 585 Capture Participation, 100 Optional Rewards, Culinary Skills, Observation Hockey, Brewing, Devil Fruit Development. Captain in the midst of leaping through the air with moon steps, Figo's heart still stirred with a tinge of turmoil. After a moment, he diverted his gaze from the prison records to the distance, where Crisis was soaring, bearing the weight of rocks. The remnants of shock lingered on his face. Sensing Figo's scrutiny, Crisis willingly descended upon him, riding the winds. You had the opportunity to take him away just now, Crisis remarked, lowering his gaze. I have heard tales from the captain regarding your exploits. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between you and him. The individual who dared to slay the celestial dragons 20 years ago could not possibly be a charlatan. Moreover, knowing that you saved me, I cannot allow you to be disappointed. Rox surely wished to escape. However, in striving not to disappoint me, he would inevitably bring disappointment upon himself. I understand, Crisis replied, his handsome face betraying a sense of remorse. I owe an apology to Captain Rox. Once he awakens, I shall clarify everything and express my contrition. Figo remarked, let us not linger on trivialities. My leaping here is rather undignified. Let us first find a suitable place to alight. You may follow from a distance, but do not reveal yourself just yet. He descended onto the surface of the sea and swiftly sped away into the horizon, with Chrissy obediently trailing behind. In the blink of an eye, they traversed 100 miles, and at the edge of Figo's sight appeared a silver vessel, racing toward the distance, eliciting a smile from the corner of his mouth. On board the swiftly departing silver boat, Silvershot Chacamos and Taikatamshung felt their bodies tense as the vessel suddenly dipped. Figo has already boarded the ship. 2 of you, having witnessed a battle for free, why do you leave without even a word? A bead of sweat instantly appeared on Chakamoth's forehead, while Tycho Tamshing rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword and spoke in a low tone. Gaston Figo. Yes, it is I. What do you wish of me? What do I wish of you? It should be I who asks what you intend to do now. The vexed Tycho Tamshing found himself in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. Figo scrutinized Tycho Tampu's saint and soon recognized him as an all-too-familiar face, the same 5 elders from the beginning of the original storyline. Yet, here he stood, merely in his 40s, yet already balding. How could one so youthful be so prematurely aged? Are you the current commander of the Divine Army? Where is the Divine Army located, and how many members does it comprise? The piercing gaze and interrogative tone were sensations Tycho Tampa's saint had never encountered before, and a profound embarrassment washed over his face. Do not be so arrogant, Gaston Figo. Figo was taken aback and turned to Silverfoot, asking, am I truly being arrogant? Just moments ago on the island, you were eager to join forces with the pirates to eliminate me. Now, my demeanor is considered arrogance? Is it not reasonable for me to press his face against the ship and interrogate him? A bitter smile appeared on Silverfoot's face as he raised both hands, saying, Senior, I am merely following orders. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. As for the grievances between you and the world government, is it too late for me to withdraw from this conflict? Saint Tikatampu was taken aback, exclaiming, Silverfoot, do not be intimidated by his bluster. He must be injured and not at his peak. Injury? Indeed, the last blow from rocks dealt me a significant wound. Figo lowered his head and murmured, It will take some time to heal. He added, Furthermore, the final strike from the King of Gluttony was even more formidable. My arms still ache. And I suspect they are fractured. I can only muster about 80% of my strength. If we engage in a second round of battle, it would indeed be perilous. Hearing this, Saint Tikatampa snorted. Did you hear that, Silverfoot? It's clearly just bravado. 80%? He at most has 60 or 70% of his strength left. However, Shakamos interjected, Lord Saint Tikatampu, even if Senior Figo has only 40 or 50% of his strength left, we stand no chance on the vast sea. Let us be realistic. Realistic? How dare he suggest I become realistic? Saint Tikatampa felt a surge of clarity, but it only fueled his anger, causing his body to tremble. Yet, looking at Figo, reason dictated that he must not threaten him. He could only inwardly curse Riola and the previous Mendez Pink Saint. Why had they not eliminated Figo sooner? How could Figo have grown so formidable? Was that celestial summoning swordsmanship a sign that the king had revived a century early? Or was he one of the D lineage? At that moment, he no longer harbored doubts about Figo's strength. He merely hoped to survive this ordeal. Silverfoot might surrender, but he could not afford to do so. He must not become a disgrace to the celestial dragons. He also needed to rally Silverfoot. Only by combining their strengths could they hope to escape. Thus, he spoke in a low tone, Silverfoot, do you truly believe the world government cannot hold you accountable? If they cannot control Figo, do you think they would struggle to control you? Shakamos was taken aback and asked Figo, Senior, if I assist you in capturing him, can you shield me from the world government's repercussions? Saint Tikatampu. Figo suddenly smiled. Silverfoot Chakamos, a wielder of the Superman series Momo fruit, had awakened his powers, enabling him to envelop any object in a protective membrane regardless of its location. While this ability may not be overwhelmingly potent, he has developed it to its utmost potential. The membrane varies in weight and rigidity. Through his exceptional control, the softer membrane resembles a small boat, which, when submerged in seawater, maintains a minimal dissolution rate. With continuous reinforcement, it can traverse long distances or allow one to walk upon water, akin to the blue pheasant riding a bicycle on the ocean's surface. The harder membrane, as demonstrated earlier with the island's protection, when layered upon oneself, provides a formidable combination of offense and defense through the dual enhancement of the membrane and armament hockey. His penchant for kicks and affection for silver membranes earned him the moniker Silverfoot. It appears his temperament can be both gentle and fierce. Or perhaps he is simply an astute individual. Just navigate the ship, Figo remarked in response, casting a glance at Tectantum Saint. Silverfoot lowered his arms and smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, Tectantum Saint's heart plummeted into despair as he gritted his teeth and inquired, Gaston Figo, do you comprehend the implications of your actions against me? Do you truly wish to upheave this world? Figo undoubtedly replied, of course. Plop. The sound of splashing water echoed. At that very moment, Tikatampa Saint abruptly turned and leaped into the water, propelling himself away with utmost urgency. His strength was formidable, not only due to Figo, but also because Tikatampa Saint was likely one of the elders during the resurgence of the Celestial Kings. He had undergone rigorous training under the divine military, and at merely 40 years of age, he possessed power comparable to that of the former elder, Chamberlain Saint, earning him the title of the mightiest commander of the divine army. Yet, this did not spare him from his predicament, nor could it prevent Figo from closing in on him. After granting him a head start of 50 meters, Figo swiftly approached. Tikatampa Saint drew his sword and slashed, the sharp blade unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the water toward Figo, while simultaneously, he sank to the depths, desperately attempting to suppress his aura and escape Figo's gaze. However, the sword energy was effortlessly shattered by Figo as he followed suit into the depths, a smile creeping onto his face. If this were on land, perhaps without the chain tactics, you might have lasted 10 minutes. But underwater? Your legs thrash like arrows. In an instant, Figo darted behind Tikatampa Saint, his fist erupting like a burst of water, crashing down with a resounding thud. Bang! His eyes rolled back, spewing forth blood and foam. Tikatampa Saint, mouth agape, gulped down several mouthfuls of seawater, frantically swinging his blade backward, only for Figo to deftly evade with a twist of his body. Elbow strikes, punches, and kicks ensued. Figo, akin to a nimble fish, darted in every direction around Tikatampa Saint, launching his attacks with the most rudimentary methods, gradually wearing down his opponent. He circled around the bald head of his target. Chapter 83. Negotiation Criminal. Gasso Tikatampa Level. SSR 7 Status. Incarcerated Criminal Index. 519 Capture Participation. 100 Available Rewards. Armament Hockey. Physical Prowess. Slave Domination. Ancient Script. Instruction. The criminal index of 519 appears rather modest when compared to the typically higher indices of the celestial dragons, which often range from 1 to 2,000. However, this is understandable. As a meticulously nurtured commander under the celestial dragons, he has likely seldom revealed himself apart from this instance. Yet, despite this, he possesses a criminal index of 519, leading Figo to ponder the very existence of the celestial dragons, questioning whether such a species warrants even 500 points. The rewards offered are also quite intriguing. The celestial dragon, who prohibits others from studying ancient scripts, surprisingly possesses knowledge of them himself. This notion, while seemingly paradoxical, is not entirely implausible. By mastering ancient scripts, Figo could unlock the secrets of the blank century, gaining insights into the essence of this world, a skill of immense utility. Thus, should he opt for armament hockey, or would physical prowess be the better choice? Figo sat contemplatively aboard the vessel, while Silverfoot Chacamos navigated the waters with utmost seriousness, refraining from any disturbance. Even with the presence of the two pirate captains, Rox and his first mate, he chose not to inquire about the circumstances. Although Figo had an inkling of what was to come, his formidable strength rendered him unafraid of any undertaking. Yet, upon witnessing the bald-headed Tychodan Tempest, grotesquely transformed into a state of agony, his belly swollen from seawater, unconscious in his suffering, Figo could not help but feel a surge of horror. There was no room for maneuvering left. The world government was undoubtedly poised to unleash their trump card, a strategy that had upheld their dominion over the world for nearly 8 centuries against Figo. What, one wonders, could that be? Figo and the world government. Who will emerge victorious or suffer defeat is of little concern to him. He silently contemplated this as he prepared to extricate himself from the Navy, yearning to lead a life of carefree wandering. Suddenly, he heard Figo say, "You should be carrying a transponder snail that can contact the world government." He realized he did not possess one. Is it with you? What necessity is there to make a call now? Are you merely posturing? Could you not wait until I am absent to make the call? Chacamos felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Yet his actions were swift as he honestly retrieved the transponder snail and handed it to Figo. Figo deftly dialed the number, reminiscing about the long absence of his conversations with the 5 elders. Meanwhile, he activated the character event of Saint Tycho Tantamp, hoping to uncover some secrets regarding the celestial dragons. At the world government, in the holy land of Mariewa, the 5 elders had remained together since early this morning, closely monitoring the situation in Joy Street. The reports from CP0 had only deepened their unease, leaving them restless as they anxiously awaited news. The Din-Din Mushy placed centrally on the table. Suddenly, the Din-Din Mushy rang. Neil Borissaint, head of the intelligence department, answered immediately. Moses, is this Saint Tycho Tantamp? What is the situation? Is it good news or bad news? Has Gaston Figo perished? Bad news, came the reply. Gaston Figo is very much alive. And it is he who is calling. Figo's voice emerged from the telephone worm, enveloping the conference room in an atmosphere thick with tension. The sound of a pin dropping could have been heard in an instant. The hearts of the 5 elders sank into an abyss. Aboard the silver-white vessel, Figo held the telephone worm to his lips, propped up his leg, and chuckled. Moses, are you still there? Have you succumbed to a heart attack yet? Figo, came the heavy, labored voice of Riola from the other end of the telephone worm after a prolonged pause. How did the telephone worm end up in your possession? Where is Silverfoot? What has transpired? Let Silverfoot himself explain, Figo replied, passing the telephone worm to Chacamos. Chacamos's pupils constricted, his gaze upon the telephone worm akin to that of someone staring at a formidable explosive. Glancing back at Figo's expression, I noticed a bitter smile once again gracing his features. It was evident that he could not remain an outsider in this situation. The gravity of the matter was undeniable. It was time to choose a side and stand firm. Ultimately, being a formidable general, he possessed the necessary decisiveness. Upon receiving the telephone worm, he declared, Senior Gaston Figo displayed an unprecedented, overwhelming power in the face of Rocks, the king of gluttony, and the vice-captain of the Rocks pirates, Chrissy. Both captains of the Rocks pirates have been captured, and the king of gluttony has perished from exhaustion. While retreating, I was pursued by him. And in my respect for Senior Figo's strength, I chose to abandon resistance. However, Senior Taiko Tampshing opted to dive into the sea to escape and has since been incapacitated by Senior Figo. With each reference to Senior and every praise of strength, he made his stance unmistakably clear before the five elders, a position that could no longer be altered. Figo contentedly retracted the transponder snail, hearing the increasingly labored breaths from the other end. The five elders were both furious and alarmed. The last intelligence they received indicated that Figo had effortlessly captured 4 counterfeit kings. Although the situation felt dire, they found solace in the fact that those 4 were far inferior to the formidable Rocks, the king of gluttony. Such pirates emerged generation after generation. Yet those of a higher caliber were exceedingly rare. What could Figo, who had decisively defeated the king of gluttony, possibly signify? That was power of an elevated tier. Historically, no. It would be more accurate to say that aside from a few exceptional instances, a being of Figo's caliber had never before graced the world. Mendez had seemingly unleashed a monster, a true threat to the dominion of the world government. Figo, capable of vanquishing 3 adversaries simultaneously, could likely escape even if confronted by 10, rendering any further sanctions impossible. Moreover, where could they possibly find 10 individuals? It was imperative to alert Lord Emu. At that moment, Figo's voice resonated once more through the transponder snail. Do you wish to negotiate for the retrieval of Saint Tectamp? Negotiate? What is there left to discuss? Roared Riola. By striking against Saint Tectamp, you have declared war, you scoundrel. Calm down, Riola. Saint Tectamp is in his grasp. Although the celestial dragons receive the most elite education, their limited population, coupled with their pampered upbringing, often leads them to become fools. In any given generation, only 1 or 2 peak warriors emerge. The loss of Saint Tectamp would be irreparable. The voice on the other end shifted to that of Saint Nobor, who spoke in a grave tone. Gaston Figo, do you truly possess the intention to release Saint Tectamp? What are your conditions? We promise not to act against your allies, Mia and the others. Is that condition sufficient? Threatening me in return? Figo chuckled. That lacks merit. I can identify other points of leverage beyond Saint Tectamp, often in infinite succession. Furthermore, do you truly believe that I can prevent news of Kong's following from reaching Mia's ears? As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, she is no weakling, and her students are widespread throughout the Navy. If you genuinely wish to negotiate for Saint Tectamp's release, then articulate your terms. Is the first condition the allegiance of Charlotte Linlin? Very well, Linlin is yours. What are the second and third conditions? She has always been mine. Still within my observation range, can you truly seize her? Figo retorted, perplexed. Then you speak. Figo accessed the prison files. Event 1. Activated allow Taiko Tanpu Saint to become one of the 5 elders, or become one of the 5 elders himself. How about making me one of the 5 elders? The phone bug on the other end fell silent for a moment. Do you wish to become a celestial dragon? Oh, then perhaps not. Chapter 84. 3 conditions. Seeking initial subscription, perhaps not? What does that tone imply? In the Holy Land, the 5 elders were indeed contemplating allowing Figo to become a celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, they were momentarily taken aback, and soon their anger flared. Figo on the other end of the phone continued. No, why must the 5 elders be celestial dragons? Can it not be anyone else? Saint Liola, filled with rage, retorted, since you have no intention of releasing Taiko Tanpu Saint, there is no need for further discussion. Saint Nierborough also refrained from mediating, stating solemnly, the world government was founded by 20 kings who saved the world. The supreme rulers of the world government, the 5 elders, must be descendants of the gods. The celestial dragons, this is an unalterable fact. If you genuinely wish to negotiate for the release of Taiko Tanpu Saint, present reasonable conditions. If not, simply hang up. We can bear the consequences of Taiko Tanpu Saint's demise. Descendants of the gods? Figo chuckled softly and replied, very well, the conditions I propose next are serious. First, Raoul should retire. I hope that before my return, Kong can assume the position. The 5 elders had anticipated this. In fact, they had little choice in the matter. This generation of the Navy has only 2 admirals, Kong and Silverfoot. Initially, they favored Silverfoot, but now he is also unreliable. As for the Navy, they could take decades to regain their footing after eliminating Figo. We can agree to this condition, Nierborough stated directly. The second condition is a question. Many years ago, I heard Marshall mention that you celestial dragons possess two national treasures, and I have always been curious. Could you enlighten me about them? The five elders exchanged glances. What is Gaston Figo attempting to probe? He indeed sensed the existence of Lord M 25 years ago and feared the power of Lord M. Their expressions gradually regained composure as they silently nodded to one another. Gaston Figo, you must ensure the release of Tycho Tonpu's saint. And the third condition should not be too outrageous. Please present it all at once. I have not yet contemplated it. I will need to consider it based on your answer to this question. Sitting cross-legged in the silver-white boat, Figo said, "Rest assured. I have no intention of employing unscrupulous methods against you." His tone was rather harsh. Yet the five elders did not take the specifics of the two national treasures they had prepared too seriously. If they could deceive Tycho Tonpu's saint back, it would be worthwhile. Many celestial dragons, who are only preoccupied with indulgence, are aware of the two national treasures. Should a reckless person capture and interrogate them, there would be no way to guarantee that the information about the two national treasures would remain confidential. Thus, the higher-ups among the celestial dragons had long prepared a false but seemingly credible narrative, which most celestial dragons were familiar with. There would be no issue in disclosing it to Figo. The first treasure, you must have sensed it, a weapon capable of slaying all traitors. You need not inquire further. We cannot divulge the specifics, only that you will soon witness it firsthand. Chacamos's heart raced, and Croesus's expression grew serious. A weapon that could kill all traitors? Even one as formidable as Figo, who is unparalleled in history. They scrutinized Figo's expression, only to find him nonchalant, merely responding with a hum. And the second? It is an object of agreement, Nierburo stated. The former king saved the world. From whom do you think he rescued it? The endless ocean conceals countless secrets and innumerable unknowns. Gaston Figo, do you know that in the depths of the sea, there exist sea kings with terrifying sizes exceeding 5,000 meters, and some even possess human-like intelligence? They wield horrific power, and only the strongest humans can barely contend with them, but that is only on land. In the water, no creature can rival them. They do not always dwell peacefully in the water. The former kings, through generations of effort, finally reached an accord with them. The second national treasure is this object of agreement. Only we celestial dragons can forge such an agreement. If this object is destroyed, the world shall be plunged into chaos in an instant. Figo appeared lost in thought. The words of the five elder stars could only be heeded selectively. In this discourse, the absence of the Sea King was evident, and the elements of deception were undoubtedly significant. However, the colossal Sea Kings lurking in the depths of the ocean certainly warrant attention. They have never made an appearance in the anime, nonetheless. Figo had witnessed the exchange between two gigantic Sea Kings, which left Roger and Odin visibly unsettled, their expressions a testament to the impact. There were references to the Ship King being effortlessly subdued by the Elephant Master. Yet, Jack might only possess an SSR-2 rating, at best SSR-3, despite his prowess in defense. Figo could certainly knock him down with a single blow. The Elephant Master, whose legs could be injured by cannon fire, likely falls within the SSR-6 or 7 range, which is not insignificant. The Elephant Master stands at a staggering height of 35,000 meters. However, it is evident that it will not possess the agility of the Sea Kings. If one were to compare it to Sea Kings exceeding 5,000 meters in size, their strength would indeed be formidable. The question remains, how many exist? And are they palatable? Figo shook his head, dismissing the suddenly emerging thoughts, and contemplated the first national treasure. It was likely a fabrication. To declare Lord Im as a national treasure, a weapon, wouldn't him shatter their skulls? Agreements necessitate confirmation, if it were true. It would pose significant trouble. The second national treasure is not Im. If it indeed exists, it must be investigated. After clarifying his thoughts, Figo inquired further. For the sake of argument, let us consider your response valid. Thus, for the third condition, I pose yet another question. I have heard of the three ancient weapons, the King of Heaven, the King of the Sea, and the King of the Underworld. What exactly are they? On the other end of the line, the five elders' expressions shifted slightly. Just after mentioning the colossal Sea King, he brought up the King of the Sea. Was this deliberate? Did he possess knowledge of something? Or was it mere coincidence, perhaps out of a fear of Lord M? Was there a suspicion that Lord M was one of the three ancient weapons? As his thoughts whirled, Nierburo Saint attempted to retort. How did you come to know of them? Are you aware that investigating the three ancient weapons is strictly prohibited by the world government? Do I fear such prohibitions? Nierburo Saint fell silent. Figo chuckled again, saying, It's precisely because I'm forbidden to ask that I must inquire. I have heard that among the 3 ancient weapons, Pluto is a colossal warship capable of sinking an island with a single cannon shot. Is that true? A legend passed down from the city of 7 waters? Neilboro pondered briefly and replied, "Your understanding is correct. As for the Heavenly King and the Sea King, they are 2 other special warships akin to Pluto. That lacks sincerity." Figo laughed. "A giant warship capable of sinking an island? How large is the island? I could probably manage that with a vessel of ordinary size." "What does that mean?" "Humans are far more agile than warships. If one wishes, even Silverfoot could easily destroy a ship. Why is it so tightly guarded?" "Let's do this. I will only ask about Pluto. What exactly is it?" "This is my final condition and question. If you answer truthfully, I shall release Saint Tectamp." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long while. "We need to discuss this matter," came the response, followed by a beep as the line was disconnected. Chapter 85, The Transformation of Rocks and the Truth of Pluto. At the Holy Land of Mariehua, a dispute erupted among the 5 elders. Are we really going to reveal the true nature of Pluto to him? This matter is not of great importance. Pluto's situation is irreplicable and may lead him to misjudge the Heavenly King and the Sea King. However, I fear he may deduce other truths and uncover more historical realities. What if he makes deductions? He will soon be dead. If we can recover Saint Tectamp, it would be worth it. By the way, I remember Saint Tectamp is from your lineage, Saint Zacursus. That is irrelevant. Can we ensure Figo will keep his word? It matters not. His 3 conditions are trivial. Even if he defaults, it is of little consequence. It is worth trying. We must at least strive to save Saint Tectamp, right? Damn it. You must take full responsibility for this predicament that led to Saint Tectamp's dispatch. Saint Riola. Saint Riola's forehead throbbed with veins. But Neilboro quickly intervened before he could lose his temper, saying, "No one could have anticipated Gaston Figo's strength to be so formidable. Nor could we foresee his boldness in directly threatening Saint Tectamp. I am more concerned that he is not an ordinary person." "Not an ordinary person?" "The world's strongest is certainly not ordinary, but this not ordinary clearly implies something else. Could he be the Heavenly King?" "No, that is impossible. The time has not yet come. I suspect he belongs to the D family." "Gaston D. Figo." "Yes, in that case, his inquiry about Pluto's truth must indicate he has sensed something." "Did this fellow's ancestor change their name?" A flicker of surprise crossed the 5 elders' faces as they exchanged glances. "Regardless, at this point, we must first meet with Lord M." On the small boat, Chrissy listened intently, her handsome face filled with anticipation. "As expected of you. Are you planning to overthrow the world government?" Captain Rocks harbored the same aspiration. "If needed, I will do my utmost to persuade him to cooperate with you. I will certainly stand by your side. Do you think I need you to slow me down?" Figo shook his head. "There will be things for you to do. Just wait until I clarify my thoughts. Please give your orders." Chrissy was even more excited, resembling an adoring disciple. "In fact, I set sail to seek you out. I initially thought you were a pirate from the Fur tribe. There's no need for explanation, I understand." Figo raised his hand and closed his eyes, seemingly in deep contemplation. Chrissy dared not disturb him further. Only the sound of Silverfoot rowing remained. In truth, Figo was activating the events surrounding Rocks, taking a moment to watch the animation and delve into Rock's memories. As the scenes unfolded, familiar sights stirred emotions within Figo, revealing that Rock's transformation was not solely due to Chrissy's influence. Justice. It truly exists. The familiar Demon Slayer fleet and the Old Man Doug brought back nostalgic memories for Figo. From the perspective of 3-year-old Rocks, he relived the past encounters of the Demon Slayer fleet against the Hell Pirates. Viewing his younger self through the eyes of a child, fiery and fierce, with horns sprouting from his head like a demon, which was rather amusing. The scene shifted. Rocks was now around 7 or 8 years old, facing a 15 or 16-year-old boy with fiery red hair. "Brother Ahua, are you going to sea to become a pirate? Why would you want to be a pirate?" "The Holy Maiden told us not to become revolutionaries or pirates before reuniting with her brother." "Reunion? What reunion? Only a little brat like you would be fooled. The Holy Maiden was captured by those vile Marines." "Fool." Rocks found it hard to believe and sought verification multiple times. This marked the first turning point in his life. The scene transitioned again to when he was 12, telling his peers, "Valanso, I'm setting sail. Do you want to join me?" Thus, the 2 12-year-olds embarked on the vast ocean in a small wooden boat. Were they influenced by the rebellious children taken in by the Sapphire? Figo mused. In the next scene, the 2 boys had matured a bit, now around 15 years old. After 3 years of navigating the seas, they had gained considerable strength. Upon hearing rumors of a treasure, they arrived at an island named Hakanosu, a renowned pirate haven. The island was teeming with pirates, all drawn by the promise of treasure. Though outnumbered, their extraordinary talents quickly earned them a reputation, attracting other pirates to their cause. The guidance from Sapphire had indeed shaped them. They were discerning in choosing companions, disdaining those bloodthirsty and savage. As rejections mounted, rumors began to spread. Rox and his companion want to hoard the treasure for themselves. What followed was a trap and an ambush, leading to the second turning point in Rox's life. His best friend, valiant, who had accompanied him on his journey since the age of 12, was accidentally killed. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki, perhaps influenced by Pluto's power, sent the frenzied Rox into a killing spree, slaying nearly half of the pirates on Hakanosu Island. Standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Rox's mindset was irrevocably altered. The remaining pirates submitted to him, and under his leadership, they uncovered the treasure. Thereafter, the Rox pirates were officially established. Had things continued on this trajectory, the Rox pirates might have become the brutal sovereigns of the sea. Yet, in the next scene, the third turning point in his life emerged. "Hey, Chrissy, make sure to clean the ship," boomed a burly pirate, tossing a rag onto the blue-haired boy's head. The blue-haired boy removed the rag, revealing a beaming smile. "Got it." After diligently cleaning the ship, just as he was about to rest, a nearby pirate suddenly flashed a malicious grin, flicking a nail that landed under the blue-haired boy's backside. The blue-haired boy yelped in pain, lifted himself to see the nail, yet still maintained his radiant smile, tossing the nail aside and sitting back down. "Hey, Chrissy, come here and rub my legs, hurry." "Hey, why does this guy who only does menial work get to eat meat? It's not your turn." Amidst a myriad of humiliations, the azure-haired youth met each with a smile. Until one fateful day, the now-grown Rox stood before him. "I have been observing you for quite some time," Rox declared. While many find it amusing to have such a feeble individual aboard, the Rox pirates have no need for the weak. "At the next island, you shall disembark." The boy, Crisis, gazed at Rox with a cold demeanor, his smile faltering at last. Bowing his head in silence, he meticulously began to unfasten his clothing, revealing his scarred body. Whip marks, burns, and puncture wounds crisscrossed across his skin. Despite possessing a visage as delicate as a maiden's, the horrific sight of Crisis's upper body caused Rox to tremble. "What is this?" he exclaimed. "I am not incapable of resistance. I simply do not care for such jests." A pleading expression crossed Crisis's face. "Please, do not cast me off the ship, Captain Rox. I have compelling reasons to be at sea. Only aboard your vessel can I hope to find him. I beseech you." Character Event 1. True strength lies not in a fearsome exterior, but in the fortitude of the heart. Had it not been for Crisis's reminder, Rox might have forgotten the teachings of the saint, losing himself in the cycle of slaughter and the torment of the weak. Grateful for Crisis's appearance, he sought to reclaim his true self. Event requirement: assist Crisis in locating the moonlit hunter who once saved him. The scene concludes. Figo opened his eyes and gazed at Chrissy, revealing a smile as he began to narrate the tale of the Sapphire. Meanwhile, in the depths of Mary Geos, within the city of Pangu, the 5 elders knelt in a line, awaiting the command of the silhouette seated upon the void throne. It was neither Uranus nor Pluto. He was a new beacon of light. The 3 words that Isho slowly uttered resounded in the hearts of the 5 elders like thunder, causing their expressions to betray their composure and reveal their astonishment. The silence in the grand hall was palpable. After a long pause, Isho spoke again. "Bring him here." With that, he signaled to the 5 elders that they could depart, and they dared not utter another word. They understood that Lord Isho had no interest in their exchange regarding the Saint Tychotamp, nor did he care whether Figo was aware of the truth about Pluto. He had merely issued a command. The 5 were to comply. As they exited the grand hall, the atmosphere among the 5 was even more somber than before. Riola could not help but exclaim, how could he possibly be a new beacon of light? Indeed, he was not a unique case like Pluto. He was merely a human. Although it was true that, aside from Uranus and Neptune, a new beacon could indeed emerge, he had not even acquired the power of demons. How could one trust Lord Isho's judgment in this matter? If that were not the case, it would not explain his extraordinary abilities that transcended historical records of ordinary people. He must possess something unique, enough to pique even Lord Isho's curiosity. Neil Boro stated, "The pressing question now is how we can bring Gaston Figo back to the Holy Land swiftly. It seems Lord Isho is unwilling to seek him out personally. The body of Lord Isho likely could not stoop to such depths. Could that audacious fellow not come forth voluntarily? We must prepare for the worst. Gaston Figo is no fool. Based on his reactions, it is evident that he sensed something amiss 25 years ago. He will likely proceed with caution." Should we reveal the truth about Pluto to him or concoct a falsehood instead? Fabricating a lie on the spot would probably not deceive him. Regardless, he would deduce no more than the truth of Pluto itself. On their way back to the conference room, the five engaged in discussions until they reached a consensus and redialed the contact for Figo. Have there been results? I've waited long enough to take a nap, came Figo's voice. Humph, we will fulfill your third condition, and we hope you will release St. Tychotamp as promised. Listen carefully. Pluto is indeed a colossal battleship. But a colossal battleship is not Pluto, or rather, only that specific colossal battleship is Pluto. This statement was somewhat convoluted, and the next moment, Neil Borrow clarified. The true Pluto is the special life form, the ship spirit, that was birthed aboard that extraordinary battleship. Chapter 86, Legends and Disappearances. Ship spirit? Figo was momentarily taken aback, but soon clarity washed over him. Of course, how had he not realized it was the ship spirit? The ship spirit, also known as the ship sprite, is an exceptionally unique entity within the world of pirates, seldom making appearances, yet leaving an indelible impression. Such a being may emerge when the crew shares mutual affection and takes great care of their vessel. The original work vividly depicts the ship spirit of the protagonist's first grand ship, the Mary. The destruction of the Mary evoked an abundance of tears. Thus, the news from Water 7 was not erroneous. However, it was also mistaken. The birth of the ship spirit from the king of the underworld is likely documented only in the historical stone tablets. Suddenly, everything began to make sense. The emergence of a ship spirit indicates that the crew controlling the king of the underworld warship shared a profound bond, perhaps belonging to the D clan, or even being its predecessors, given that the elders showed no concern in revealing the existence of the ship spirit to him. It was highly probable that this spirit had already perished and would not be resurrected. Yet, they were unaware that what they knew far exceeded their assumptions, connecting D and the king of the underworld. Therefore, the power of the king of the underworld was, in essence, the power of the ship spirit. Compared to the Mary spirit, the king of the underworld, capable of sinking islands with a single cannon shot, likely possessed other extraordinary traits. He glanced at the unconscious Rox. The power that Rox had unleashed in his final moments was indeed formidable. Had his foundation not been weak, with an SSR-8, he might have inflicted moderate damage upon Figo. The bloodline power left by the ship spirit of the king of the underworld? Wait, bloodline? In an instant, myriad thoughts flashed through Figo's mind, and his expression suddenly turned peculiar. From a genetic standpoint, had the ship spirit of the king of the underworld become so powerful to that extent within the D clan? Gaston Figo, the three conditions you mentioned have been agreed upon. It is now time to fulfill your promise and release Saint Tecatampu. The voice of Saint Nerbulio brought Figo back to reality. We have deliberated and can offer you another opportunity. If you release Saint Tecatampu as promised, you may then return to Impel Down with Lingling, nurturing her as your successor. We will not pursue any other matters. This was the strategy devised by the five to show weakness. Figo was momentarily taken aback. He realized that the five elders had just met with him, and he pondered the implications of their reaction. After a brief contemplation, he mused, at 70 years of age, if I linger any longer in Impel Down, I shall surely perish here. You may continue your inquiries. Did this tone suggest he had taken the bait? The five elders exchanged glances, unable to discern whether Figo was sincere. Leo, embodying his true character, interjected, very well. Then you may await your demise, Gaston Figo. Meanwhile, nearby, Urbulus sought to mediate the tension. After a brief moment of quiet reassurance, he expressed his concern. Figo, you wouldn't dare to breach our agreement, would you? I have assured you that I would not resort to unscrupulous methods against you. We are nearing the CP0 ship. Paddle faster, Silverfoot. Figo readily acquiesced. I shall place St. Tecatamp upon the CP0 vessel, and I trust you will also uphold your end regarding the succession of the Admiral. His willingness surprised the five elders, as he seemed prepared to release St. Tecatamp under terms that could easily be retracted after his demise, alongside two seemingly innocuous yet concealed inquiries. They had anticipated a far grimmer outcome. After all, those of low moral standing often tend to perceive others through the lens of their own sordid inclinations. What ill intentions could Figo possibly harbor? Why not release him? Of course, he must be released. What are the prisoners in the breakout? They are merely GPS coordinates. Even if the five elders refuse all his conditions, Figo will find an excuse to set Tycho Tampshing free, casting a bait. Soon after, Figo might harvest an entire army of celestial dragons. The five elders believe they have profited from this scheme. In reality, Figo has invested no capital whatsoever. Consequently, preparations for a massive slaughter must commence. The following day, at the Navy headquarters, as people sat comfortably in their homes, the Marshal descended from the heavens. Although Kong often grumbled about the troubles Figo's escape caused him, he held deep respect for Figo, the man who awakened him from his childhood slumber. Ever since Figo had chosen to leave alone, Kong had been filled with worry. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could receive news of Figo, he learned from Raoul, whose countenance was as grim as death, that he would be promoted. In just 7 days, he would assume the role of Marshal. The announcement was so sudden and unprecedented that even some sailors found it hard to believe. That night, many seasoned members of the Doug faction, including Kong, gathered at Mia's residence to discuss this development. Mia, now 72 years old, her hair half gray, retained her tall and robust physique, avoiding the frail appearance of an elderly woman, but she had undeniably aged, with only faint traces of her youthful grace remaining. Listening to the lively discussions, a faint smile graced Mia's lips as she remarked, "Figo is a man who cannot bear obscurity. It seems he has once again accomplished something earth-shattering." The old sailors shared the same smile, while the younger ones looked on with curiosity, having only heard tales of the legendary Figo. Some hesitated to inquire of Steelbone Kong, their gazes fixed on Mia. Mia, with a gentle smile, replied, "Soon, you shall meet him. However, prepare yourself psychologically. Justice is not merely rhetoric. Figo will likely require our assistance in some matters." Yet, even she, upon finally learning of the events in Joy Street a few days later, could not suppress her astonishment for a long while. "No wonder he remains ageless. Indeed, you are a monster clad in human skin, Figo." This explosive news could not be concealed by the world government. Capturing the Four Kings and their pirate crews, defeating the former era's reigning monarch, the King of Gluttony, and the combined might of the Captain's rocks and his first mate was unprecedented. There may never be a successor. The sailors were captivated by the legendary naval hero Figo, with discussions buzzing in the elite and rookie camps alike about this esteemed predecessor. Many began to idolize Figo as their life's aspiration. 18-year-old Crane, 16-year-old Zephyr, and 21-year-old Sengoku all looked up to Figo with admiration and longing. Over 80, Shizo was nearly overwhelmed, recounting stories of the past to anyone who would listen. The former prison guards of Impel Down proudly proclaimed their familiarity with Director Figo. Gradually, an unspoken title began to circulate among the sailors, the King of the Navy. What King of the Navy? Director Figo belongs to Impel Down. He should be called the King of Impel Down. Since CP0 had delivered the counterfeit Four Kings to Impel Down, the guards became aware of the news. However, compared to